Server should be up.
Got hungry. I went and fixed me some SpaghettiOs.
I still gotta eat breakfast.
Fuck.
Bro, I just woke up like 20 minutes ago, man.
I haven't been to bed.
Yeah, I figured.
My buddy, the one I was playing with, he gets off at like 2 my time. So sometimes I'm
Late.
yeah. Sometimes I go to bed at 2 o'clock or whatever, like this. I'll end up going to bed at 5 o'clock this morning.
GG.
And then sometimes I might go to bed at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I used to be. But now I gotta go to school, so I wake up early. Like, automatically. Just my body's starting to get used to it.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes it's my body. I mean, I can't help it.
No, trust me, I know. Like, if I could regulate my sleep, I totally would.
All right, I can't remember what we needed. What was I after?
I was waiting on the wheat.
No, I had to go and kill boar.
Oh, yeah, yeah, for the furs. Get some mud.
For the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusionary manner, that everybody has to be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion, because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States is the fact that we can tell a Cop to off, that we can tell a Christian to off, that we can tell a Muslim to off, that we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want, make porn out of whatever we want, and I would think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us to even do what we're doing here today.
Was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack?
So when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Mohammed, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of partygoers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many you see. Like, we have videos for. We say it all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb are recording videos of themselves.
You asked to go to question. He didn't give a direct answer.
Oh, but you need a boar.
What is age of consent in Islam?
Guys, the way this debate is going to work is,
I know.
I'm going to basically ask an open-ended question, and I'm going to give each party 2 minutes, or 2:30, right, to go ahead and give their full stance, and then get uninterrupted, and then the other individual will go ahead and give their full stance uninterrupted, and then we can go ahead and do a back and forth after the first round, at least when the stances are made. The first topic we're gonna. Well, actually, you know what? What the hell am I doing? Yo, we are so familiar with y'all. We forgot to introduce y'all ninjas. Yo, Jesse, I'll start with you, man. Can you introduce yourself to the people that have been living under a rock?
Yeah, I do politics and philosophy on YouTube. I'm far left or far right, depending on who I'm arguing with. And today we're going to talk about my Islamophobia.
Come on, big boy.
God.
Bro, I got 200. We got 236 flags in the new stockpile, bro. What the fuck, man? We have way too much garbage. I'm telling you. This is why we're full. We gotta figure out something to do with this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Incoming raid? What?
What?
Yeah. Raid
Oh,
incoming.
shit. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I can't go get the boars. I thought that was tomorrow. Do I have bandages? Yes, I have
Wait,
one
I
bandage.
gave this bitch a fucking shield. Where did it go? Oh, Jesus, gone.
And yeah, my box is gone again. What the fuck?
Nice.
Welcome back.
I'm Suleiman. I'm on Twitter. I investigate certain things, and yeah, same topics: politics and philosophy and theology.
Awesome. First question, guys. I'm just gonna go ahead
Here
and
they come.
start the timer
Yep.
here. We'll start
Here.
with.
They
who's
brought a
fastest
dog.
kicking it off.
Oh no, it's a bear. That's a rabbit.
Question is
I was like, what the
Islam
fuck?
path? And I'll just leave it open-ended, and you can go ahead.
Where's
I'm
he
a big
going?
champion of American liberal democracy. I think that people like to push certain religions because things become trendy over time. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is right now, America runs the world. We don't just run it militarily. We don't just run it economically. We also run it culturally. And I think the reason
This
why
archer is
because
killing
our
me.
values allow so many different types of people to come here. Like, just look at the four of us, around this table. Like, how many people here are from other countries or whose parents were immigrants?
and then-
The only country in the
That's
world
bullshit.
where all of these different types of people, different types of religions, different types of ideologies can come together and then form a business in a capital free investment environment and then broadcast that to the entire world on American invented technology is the United States of America. No Islamic country has done that. Ottoman Empire fell. Nobody's replaced it since. None of these Islamic countries are able to take as
lost
much
one of the-
culture as we have and kind of like mix them all together in the way that the United
Said
States
injured
has.
though, might not be
And I
dead.
worry sometimes that people that champion certain types of religions do so in
Fallen in
militant
battle.
way, and
Fuck.
do so in a bit of an exclusionary way as well.
Will
For
appear as a
instance,
worker in your
you should be
settlement
able to
shortly.
use
Oh, okay, they
whatever
revive.
you
Thank
want.
fuck.
I think that you guys probably agree with that more than anybody else. I agree with it on my platform, obviously. A lot of Muslim people don't agree with it. In France, when they did the Charlie Hebdo drawings of Muhammad, there were people that broke into that comic facility and they killed people because they were so upset that, people drew the Muhammad, Salah, whatever you say, praise be upon him, and they decided to go and kill the dude. Kill the dude,
I think there
kill
was
local
a,
people in that
there
attack.
was a
So
note
I don't
for
like
that.
the fact that for the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an
we
exclusionary
ran
manner, that
across.
everybody has to be Islamic, that
Saying
everybody has
that.
to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion, because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States...
I feel like
is
this
the fact
shows
that
we
can
need
tell a
the
Catholic,
actual
fuck
weaponry
off,
and
we can
shit.
tell a Christian, fuck off, we can tell a
Yeah, it
Muslim,
does,
fuck off,
yeah.
we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want.
Like
make
I started
fun of
working on
whatever we
the
want.
on
And
the
I think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us
the
to
armor
do
and
what
stuff
we're doing
already,
here
but
today.
yeah.
And I don't think any Islamic country or
think
Muslim
we
majority
need
country
the,
is able to achieve the world domination that the United States has when it comes to military, economy, and most importantly, culture.
No.
All right. That's 2
We
minutes on the
need-
dot. Okay. Thank you,
What?
Destiny. Suleiman, I'll turn it to you, my friend.
Yeah, of course.
Not-
So first of all, I agree with his analysis of America, right, and American
is it
culture
called?
in current times. When
Why is
he's
there a
mentioned
drop
about
fur right here?
advancements, that's right, in current times. But then obviously that's failing to and it's ignoring the entire history, right? So what that demonstrates is you don't need to be a specific culture or religion,
Was it
because if you look
bronze?
at history,
For
it was
what?
many of the advancements that were made both
For the
in
weapons,
science,
right?
culture,
We're in
literature,
bronze.
the Renaissance in terms of
It depends
the way,
what you need.
know,
Depends on the
Greek
weapon.
philosophy, theology, science, all of it came from the Islamic civilizations. So that it wasn't, they weren't back.
Keep in mind they have to be able to equip it as well.
In the past, obviously things develop, things change. In terms of Islam being exclusionary, that's completely not true. Like Islam within or totalitariety allows all religions, cultures, and psychologies within it. Now, in terms of what he's talking about in terms of freedom, I'm for all the freedom. The problem is we're seeing in real time that this propaganda no longer works, because in reality we've seen it. You speak against Judaism, you speak against Zionism, and they completely want to censor you. You're not allowed to mention the Holocaust in certain countries because you're going to be locked up, put in the gulags. You're not allowed to, right now in the United States, you can't even do BDS in 34 states because of Zionism. So as much as he wants to say it, it's not. And when you look at extremism, yes, there are extreme elements within Islam. One isn't going to deny that. But from a proportionate perspective, we've seen it, the extremism that's happened within Zionism. And so extremism is bred from different ideas, cultures, and it's even from atheism. We've seen the huge amount that's happened in terms of atheism. So extremism is everywhere. Now, in terms of Islam, I've got no issue with people being Muslim, Christian. They can be what they want, right? No problem whatsoever. My issue is when there's dual standards. So someone like Destiny feels pretty chill about attacking Muslims, no problem, all good, as long as you're willing to debate the ideas, right? But the same type of people basically lose their minds if you're willing to talk about Judaism. They'll call you anti-Semitic, they'll want to put you in jail. So there is these dual standards, and and Judaism has the same standards that Islam has. The only difference is someone like Destiny won't call them out, and obviously we know why. So when you say you run the world, I guess America does from a covert perspective, but not from a covert perspective.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to you, Destiny. What's your response to that?
Yeah, there was the Islamic Golden Age. It came and it went. We got democracy from the Greeks. We got multiculturalism, and we got former expanded governments from Romans. We got the whole industrial age from Europe. We got the age of the Catholic Church. These civilizations come and they go, and we don't go back to them. Sometimes people have a lot to contribute to the world, and then we get those things, and then the world moves on. You just never turn around and go back. If there was such an Islamic Golden Age, and if Muslims contributed so much to the world and so much to world culture, why did they lose it all? What happened to it? You know, why don't we see them continue to dominate today? And so far as like in the United States, you can't make fun of Nazis, or you can't make fun of Jews, or you can't make fun of whatever. You can make fun of whatever. Laws will protect you doing whatever. That doesn't mean you'll necessarily get hosted on any platforms. But I mean, again, like, yeah, there might be some platforms that ban you if you say certain jokes here, but there are certain countries that I go to where if I walk around with just a picture of Muhammad, I don't have to worry about getting banned. I have to worry about getting beheaded. I think there's a significant difference there. I think I'd rather be worried about Susan coming after me on YouTube than I would be about Adele coming after me to murder me because I said something about his religion that he doesn't like. So
the Boers?
Yeah,
they do run around, so it should be an area, no?
Your response to that?
So first of all, let's take the last one. So yeah, you may have to worry about Abdul basically being an individual who doesn't follow the rules of Islam and basically has his ego, just like you probably be worried about Weinstein.
Do they run? Do I need to snipe them for
Judaism? Or for example, if you're walking in Israel just because you're Christian getting spit on, or if you're basically
they just run to you?
A different religion, if you're a Muslim or a Christian, being killed.
If you attack them, they'll come in and attack you. But I think if you don't attack them first, you startle them, they'll run away.
In terms of what you said, of course, we received democracy from the Greeks, but you know how we got that information from the Greeks? It was from the Muslims. And you're right, civilization start and end. So in reality, your argument is this is the current civilization, and based on your own argument, it will end. And actually, many historians say that the proletarians within any society become the dominant. And right now, according to even historical literature, the proletarians are the Muslims. So this could be a situation where they take over. But I'm not saying they should. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying from a historical perspective, when you're looking at civilizations come and fall. I have no issue. I'm not trying to advocate that Islam should take over. That's not my point. My specific point
Let's hope not. The world would be a much worse place.
Someone like Destiny able to attack Islam. He even said, I hate Islam, sorry. But he would never say about, I hate Judaism, even though Judaism is much more extreme. Any problem someone like him would ever have with Islam, I've always explained and I've always shown that Judaism is much more extreme in all aspects, in all endeavors. So yeah, in terms of YouTube being banned, so yeah, you can deplatform someone, you can take someone's voice away, that's one aspect. But also we've seen the genocidal nature of extremist regimes, whether it comes from
okay, this motherfucker's glitched.
Just a final point. There's a reason why we're on YouTube discussing this right now, and we're going to be talking about Zionism in Rumble, so that says it all.
Okay.
Can I
I'll let you.
real
Yeah,
quick?
please go ahead
just
and
real
then
quick.
I'll
Like,
follow-up question.
I mean, I'll shit on Judaism, but the problem is not many people care. If I go online and I start talking about like apparently Jewish people like bite off foreskins or some shit when they circumcise kids, like every Jewish friend I have or every Jewish guy online will be like, yeah, that's pretty weird. We don't really do that much anymore, right? That's what everybody will say. If I go online, I talk about like marrying or fucking 9-year-olds, or if I do like, here's a funny picture of Muhammad, AI generated, I've got like 5 million death threats in my inbox. It's not even remotely close. We can pretend that like we're just as worried about a Weinstein stabbing you for being Christian as we would be about like a Muhammad beheading you for being, Christian or Jewish. But I mean, where are all of the Muslims trying to immigrate to? And where are all of the Christians and Jews going? I don't see this reverse, like Christians and Jews feeling like they can find safe havens in these Arab majority Muslim countries. You see a lot of Muslims from those countries trying to go to Europe and trying to go to the United States. And I think there's a reason for that.
Okay.
So just.
Yo, there's like fucking 10 over here, dude.
Yes, you would be banned
Like,
in all forms of social media if you said Jews
5 things of
basically
10 over here.
bite the foreskin. I mean, Lucas Gage is a
tweeted this out before.
Lucas Gage is a prime
Can't
example.
Guess what I'm making?
Is banned. So you would, in terms of death threats, I mean, I've had a huge amount of death threats from Zionists, right? And I've had my name on a missile. So let's not pretend that this is only happening one way, right? And proportionally, there's 2 billion Muslims. There's only
I'm not sure I can make enough of them though. 20 is a lot.
And yeah, the death threats are disproportionate. In terms of when you talk about Marinano, it's someone like you as an example.
5 at a time. We need like within the hundreds. We need a hundreds draw for 20 attacks.
But you wouldn't mention about Judaism, which literally says marry 3-year-olds, and this is an example of when we're mentioned. As an example, when I mention in debates, they lose their minds. They'll block me.
That was actually the only one. What the fuck?
So it does happen indeed. I think Weinstein, you meant Weinstein is like a Jewish name, so you probably just got confused there. And the last bit about immigration. So of course, the reason people immigrate to Western Europe and Israel.
Sorry. My mornings are like this.
Due to Zionist agenda, basically Muslim countries
I smoke too
bombed
much.
to the
Then
ground.
my grandpa.
Now, when there's certain countries that have basically not been bombed to the ground, we're seeing emigration happening. We're seeing basically
I just
people
smoke too
from
much.
Britain go to Dubai and go to UAE. So it's not specifically about that. It's
Nah,
really
when
about
he wakes up, it sounds like
even
he's
longer
fucking coughing up a lung.
psychological impact of
Same.
destroying these countries for Israel. I know we were meant to talk about that, but you brought up
There's so many
immigration.
other things.
Okay, and we'll get into that. I got one question, and then we'll switch over. Follow-up question, because we've already been on the topic.
What is
Islam
that?
a
What
religion of
is that?
peace?
What is that?
Who wants to take it first? And I'll go 2 minutes. You can take your stance, and then we can go from there.
I
Who
was
wants
hoping to
take
get
it first?
some more, but
I can go first, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know if we'll disagree on this. My background is Catholic. I grew up
Somehow
in-
I'm farming level 5 now.
I've seen a lot of different things between different Catholic churches. I've seen a lot of.
I'm not
different
entirely
Catholic
sure why.
churches. I don't like generalizing any one particular religion because it feels really silly to do so. If you look at the culture and how people operate in Saudi Arabia,
sure.
and then you compare that to the people,
Unless-
the Houthis
unless
in
those
Yemen,
books come
you
in
compare
handy.
that to absolute
think
monarchs in, the Gulf
Whenever
states,
something
compared to the
you
secular,
plant grows up,
dictatorship in,
then you get
Egypt, compared to
experience,
the,
I think.
Islamist dictatorship, the
And because
Ayatollah in Iraq,
the entire farm I
so
planted
many
pretty much all of it,
Muslim people all
I
over
just
the
got like
world.
4 levels.
Muslims in the United States are going to be.
That's
way
why I
different
can make the
Muslims in
thatch.
Miami are going to be way different than Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan. Muslims in Europe, in France and Paris, in London, England. It depends. Like everybody's so different. I wouldn't say that Islam is a religion of peace, but I also wouldn't say that Christianity
have
is a
to
religion of peace.
cross this
I think that
bridge.
Judaism is. I wouldn't say anything
all
is
these
a religion of
fucking-
peace. No, I
all
think
these
that people
people.
can be violent with religions and people can be not violent with religions. It really just depends on the individual actors. I do think that Islam kind of has a problem sometimes, and that Islam kind of has baked into it more political ideology,
Yes,
which I think
and all
can
its
be
wolves.
problematic. But I mean, there are like 2 billion Muslims on the planet,
Alright.
and I think that they're, ironically enough, that was brought up in the last point is like these countries have been destroyed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Arabs
I
have
think
probably killed
what it is
each other more than any Western intervention
if
countries
you like
have,
plant
at least
something,
from the 1900s and onwards.
you
So,
have to weed and stuff like that. Throw the weeds out and shit. I think that gains you experience too, as well.
I don't know if I don't think the weeding does anything.
I mean, it could. I mean, it's. We've never actually watched our stats go up while we're doing it. Unless that gives you a shit ton of fucking experience for growing all that shit.
Yeah, I think that's what from what I can tell, that's what happened because I planted all of the wheat. As soon as the wheat grew up, I got a shit ton of levels.
Yeah.
Because I was 100% still farming level 1 last night because I checked. Because I was actually reading a farming book yesterday And that's why I know I'm level 1, because I was like nowhere near level 5. Right?
Right.
I'm level 5 now, so.
Alright, so I need. Let's see, I need 2 fur.
Attention alien army, we do have a raid
Raid!
incoming.
What's up, Knight? How you doing, sir? Good night for you. Right? Morning for me. Straight into a Islam versus Christianity debate.
The 1920s onwards, at least. So yeah.
Welcome.
Real quick, Destiny.
So
if you're
just-
gonna choose a religion to go to, let's just say you're gonna choose a religion to go towards, which would it be? Islam, Christianity,
We know the answer.
Buddhism.
Well, I feel like, damn, if Jews run the world and are secretly in
Exactly.
charge of fucking everything, I feel like I want to be with those dudes.
Okay.
I feel like from all the things that I've learned about religion, I like Christianity because I feel like the coolest like cheerleader guy is Jesus because he's super selfless. He's obviously strong. He's God. He does all this shit, but he like handles. He treats everybody with respect, even sinners. Don't judge the sinner, judge the sin. Like I feel like Jesus is like the prime example of if every single person on the planet could be a particular figure, he would be the one that you would want to be like.
That was reinforced,
Fuck the
right?
Jews for killing us.
I woke up early, so it's gonna be a little coffee for the first hour, guys. Sorry. What was the question? Sorry. I was slightly dying at the time.
I think I got it.
Yeah, that's about to be
Lenin.
criminalized.
I'll turn it to you, Suleiman. What
We're
is
look.
Islam or
Am I
religion?
making? I'm
I agree with
making
his
which one?
assessment actually in the
Reinforced.
first part of it, right? The individuals.
The reinforced shit?
It depends on the individual.
I'm wearing
Also,
reinforced
on top of that
tunic
as
right
well,
now.
It depends on the sex and ideas and ideologies, right? So I
Yeah.
agree with it. In terms of Islam being a political
And then we have
ideology, again,
the other
this is
one,
like
which
a
is
false
a
norm
thick
and false notion
reinforced
that's applied
jacket.
to Islam, because actually every
The reinforced
ideology,
tunic is
whether it's
18
Western
armor.
or religious, has political elements in it, from Greek, from Plato's Republic to even current times when you've basically got
I'm making one.
these scenarios happening. Actually, within the United Kingdom,
we have the
Judaism
pants,
actually
though?
has
That's the
their own
thing.
legal courts. They have their
Or did
own
we not
police, so they have
research
their
it yet?
own kind of political framework even within Western countries. So
didn't research it.
when people make that argument, it's basically based on either
I would like to see some
propaganda or
evidence
they
of that
see
claim.
certain extreme elements within Islam and assuming that
Because here, I'm from Western Europe. That's not true. This guy's lying.
basically applying that to everybody else. But everything else, I agree with his assessment. In terms of Arabs killing each other, that's also fake as well. But we'll talk about that. Like I guess he's going to talk about Syria, but again, that was because of Western intervention.
Okay. Was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack? Again, the question is, or the topic is, was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack? I'll take it to, I think you started last time, so Destiny, you can start on this one, and we'll do a fire run at the end of this one, and let you take it.
Yeah, a military operation seeks to accomplish military goals. If you're doing an invasion and you're a military, there's probably some military goal you're trying to accomplish.
Alright.
Hamas very clearly had no military goal they were trying to
How's that?
accomplish. The goal was
So
to
where am I
incite
putting the
terror
other one?
in the
The
citizens.
old
That's
one.
why thousands of rockets were launched at the beginning of the invasion. That's why when they cut through and they started going into Israel proper, they hit up kibbutzes, some of which had nothing to do with the military. They went to that Nova festival and they killed, raped, and took hostages from tons of people there. These people didn't present any
wish I
sort
had,
of
like,
actual
stuff stacked.
militaristic threat or have any
Like
kind
the
of
armor
militaristic
and
game.
shit.
The entire idea was
yeah.
to take,
Are you
some
tearing
200
it back
plus
down
hostages
or
back,
something?
every single one of these being a violation.
Just gotta focus
by
on
way
the
of,
detachment. There's
war
16
on
there
conflict.
already,
No, that's
so
not the
start
same
building.
as Palestinians that are facing
I'm pretty sure once we
the
get the village hall, we can go to tier 2, and then we can start researching tier 2.
Yeah.
even though that argument is often made. So, no, every single part of the operation on October 7th was just designed to instill and incite fear in the Israeli population. There was no reasonable military operation or goal that Hamas was trying to accomplish, and
What
that's
is
why they
that?
accomplished none. And it led to, as we've seen now, the reprisal from Israel in response to this
Thick
with a war.
jacket. There's a thick jacket in here.
All right, with another minute to spare. Suleiman,
There's
thank
a
you.
look,
wanderer's
it was a military
pants.
operation, right? You don't need to be a military to conduct a military operation. They're not allowed to have a military, right? So what the
level
actual
12.
target was to go to the to do a military operation. The kibbutzes did
wanna
hold
research that
military
or not.
personnel, hence why that was their target. The Nova Festival was never meant to be there. It was extended
takes
by a day
scrap
without
and
anybody knowing it. They were
simple
meant to go to the
cord.
kibbutz, get the Israeli hostages, military personnel, and swap them for the Palestinian hostages that are kept in Palestine.
Bro, this guy is just so disingenuous, dude. How the fuck can you frame October 7th as a military attack? Fuck off, bro. Like, they literally went to villages and literally wiped them out. That's not a military attack, you fucking twat. That's a goddamn terrorist attack.
In Israeli prisons,
Regardless of how you're
because in reality,
looking
many
at
of
it.
them have not been held trial. They've
Ugh,
basically
this
been
guy hate
kept there
people.
and they've
Ugh.
basically been abused. The only difference is when the state of Israel does it, it's called,
Yeah, we're doing really light subjects at 10 in the morning, right? Straight into it.
prisoners, and when basically Palestinian does it, or Hamas does it, it's called
Where'd these
hostages. That's
fuckers put all
only
the-
difference. It's just a difference in language. Look.
All the wheat.
That is the biggest fake news ever. Like, this
Right,
mass propaganda has been debunked. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. I would like
Go
Destiny to
to-
provide
is it
evidence of
manage
there
or
have been an
weave?
actual real evidence
Weave, right?
because this is
Weave.
like fake news that's been debunked.
Yeah,
Just
to make
like
it yourself, it's
those
weave.
beheaded babies that we debunked. Just like any baby being killed by Israel, we debunked. So all of this has been debunked. They didn't plan to take 200 hostages. It's actually the opposite. They did not expect the Nova Festival to be there. They didn't expect it, and they didn't expect the Israelis to react in the manner that they reacted in terms of killing many of their own hostages, and so many of their own people. And so for that reason, you had a scenario where they end up taking many more hostages than they expected, and that's why even Israeli literature says that they've been trying to get rid of some of them hostages because they never expected to have such a multitude of hostages. And remember, all of our arguments are based on Israeli news. So really, the arguments are much stronger because this is even by their own news they're making these arguments. One thing I appreciate what Destiny said is that they wanted to kill, they wanted to go
I'm
after the
making-
Israelis. The
what
state
am I
of
supposed to be
Israel. And he's
making?
very
Simple
much accurate
chord?
in that because he didn't say Jews.
level?
Because in reality, it was an attack on
The
the
level,
state as opposed to the people,
don't know.
because the Hamas charter is
Just make
very clear
everything?
that they don't have no issues with Jewish
I
people.
can make, yeah, I can get
Turn
some
it to
help.
you. And again, the topic is: was October 7th
We
a
have
military
enough?
operation or
Read the
a
crafting
terrorist
book, man. There should be one in
so
the
idea
thing,
that
no?
the Nova Festival was moved today. This is a multi-day festival. I mean, you could look at all the flyers beforehand. It's not like this was just one day. And also the idea that it was moved and nobody knew. If that was
Well,
the case, then
we
how
ain't
do
got
the
that
party
many.
people know to go to the festival? Like, that
got
doesn't make
that
any
many,
sense. Like, and also when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Mohammed, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of party goers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many
farming,
motherfuckers you see. Like, we have videos. We say it all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb are recording videos of themselves. You have videos of
crafting.
people walking up and down porta potties, shooting in with their assault rifle. But maybe they think that there are secret IDF soldiers hiding in those. I don't know. Maybe they operate from porta potties in Hamas so much that they think the IDF does it as well. The idea, the 40 beheaded baby thing wasn't true. Israel never said it. This was a misreport by the media. If you try to trace down where that original claim
the
came
fucking
from,
hoe broke.
It originated from Twitter. It did not come from any Israeli reported
You gotta
source.
arch your
Again,
back,
anybody
bitch.
can go look for it. You can go find it. That original source is not an Israeli source. We can say the mass rape propaganda, but I mean, we've got tons of eyewitness reports of hearing rapes happening and witnessing rapes happening. Now we've had people that were hostages that have come out who have said that they were sexually assaulted and they know that other hostages were being sexually assaulted. And we've got a lot of charred bodies and a lot of dead people whose underwear were torn off, bodies where there was blood coming out of the vagina, bodies where the genitalia were shot over and over again. But the problem is that when you've got an invading, terrorist organization that is raping you, they also tend to kill you as well. It's pretty hard to get away from that. It's really funny when people say like, oh, like where are all of the rape survivors? Well, believe it or not, when an invading military force is raping you, they're probably going to kill you too. And that's why over 100 of the bodies that were found were charred beyond all recognition, but still kind of hard to explain why the legs were open and why the clothes were torn off the bottom halves of these bodies. Yeah, we can say that arguments are made all from the Israeli news, but
Oh, we're
the
out of
result is
copper.
that, I mean, Hamas isn't open about anything. When we go through and we try to audit Israel on some
Yeah,
of the,
we've been making
Or,
massacres
I
in
mean,
the past or
yeah.
some of the bad
Yeah,
actions they've done,
they've
we can only
been
do that because
making that
Israel is a
other
democracy and we
shit.
have the ability to actually audit them. That's why Israel hosts its own criticism in the form of Bet Salem or in the form of Haaretz. What is the Hamas equivalent to Bet Salem? What is the Hamas equivalent to Haaretz? They don't host any of their own criticism. They throw people off buildings and they kill
2
people who
minutes.
think that they're in opposition to the government there.
2 minutes. Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to Suleiman.
So in terms of Nova Festival, you misunderstood what I said. I didn't say it was moved. I said it was extended, and I provided significant evidence on my Twitter page that it was extended. It was meant to be 1 day, and then it ended up being increased to 2 and then 3 days. So that's what I said. So no, they weren't expected, not because it was moved, but because it was extended. In terms of 40 beheaded babies, I've done a thread on this. What you're saying is fake news. It was reported by a journalist. It was also reported by I-24 News, which is run by a very good friend of Netanyahu. That's where some of this fake news about 40 beheaded babies was propagated. And by the way, there was 0 babies killed. The only people killing babies is the Zionist terrorist regime. So when you mention terrorists, I think
this is so dumb, man. These are like standpoints that you just literally cannot. You just cannot defend him. He's like completely pulling shit out of his fucking ass. What are you doing? I'm gonna grab you. Oof. Oh, ah, that's my nuts. Hey.
Oh, shit.
About the Zionist regime. When you said that the hostages were assaulted, there's no evidence of that. Many of the eyewitness testimonies have been exposed. For example, Riz Cohen, he literally said, "Oh, I heard it," and then later on he changed his testimony to say, "Oh, I saw it." There was another guy who said that he saw 29 people being raped, and then again it got exposed as being a lie. So many of these eyewitness testimonies are by settlers or basically Israeli liars who want to perpetuate the lies. Look, they had GoPro cameras. They want you to believe that they had GoPro cameras and they malfunctioned, then nobody saw anything. So whenever these atrocities occurred, for some reason the GoPro cameras stopped working. It's the most ridiculous argument ever, but they want you to believe that. In terms of like people being charred, people were charred. We saw it. They got charred by Israelis when they were using Apache helicopters. As an example, 200 Palestinians were killed, or as they would say, Hamas people, or the resistance were killed. And they basically counted them as Israeli numbers, and then later they found out, no, they weren't Israeli, they were Palestinian. So that's how they were killed. They were killed their own people, as well as they killed them. And this is the problem. The Israelis killed many of their own people because they lost their minds when they came there. This is the problem that they don't want to speak about. So that's the thing about the time. And in terms of Israelis, you can't trust anything. They lie and lie and lie. Remember when they about Shireen Abu Akleh, they claimed that they didn't kill her, and then later on this got exposed that they did actually kill her, and it's only when it got exposed. So yeah, you can't trust the Israeli news. They lie until they get exposed.
2 minutes.
My argument about Israel was that if we actually had independent sources, the situation would be much worse. So even with Israeli sources, the lies are being exposed.
Okay. Rebuttal to that?
Yeah, again, I've never heard anything about the festival being extended by 1 day. It seems like there's a lot of people that were able to stay there, even though the festival was extended. But let's assume that all of that was true. Even if it was extended by 1 day, why kill everybody at the festival? There's no reason for that. If you show up and you come upon a festival and you're like, oh, it's not supposed to be here, why would you start killing them? We've seen the bodies.
It's like, oh, look, a bunch of civilians. Ah, we might as well, right? You know who does that? Terrorists. You know who doesn't do that? Military.
I asked you for the source on that, and I understand when
One
I
would
got
hope,
sources like
at
right
least.
here in the middle of the debate.
There's gonna be creepy militaries out there.
That 40 beheaded baby thing did not come from any Israeli source. That's why you said a journalist, and then you said I-24 News. I don't believe that there was an Israeli source for any of that story. A lot of it got spread around on Twitter, but none of this actually came from Israel. None of this came from the government. None of it came from the IDF. It was memes that started to get snowball on Twitter, and then started to get spread around, and people talked about it. But there was no actual initial report from the IDF or from any IDF person or spokesman about there being 40 beheaded babies. It just didn't happen. It was a meme that spread out of control on Twitter. You talk about Ross Cohen. I don't know if you're sourcing Blumenthal in the gray zone for this, but I looked at the testimony that this guy gave on day one. On day one, when he was talking to a journalist outside of an ambulance, he didn't mention anything about seeing any rapes. But that's because it was a 3-minute clip that went viral on Twitter that got cut from a larger conversation. If you find the original conversation that exists on Facebook, he literally starts talking about rapes right after that 3-minute cut. They just didn't include it in the original Twitter video because it was cut down for a time or something. I'm not entirely sure. When we say that we can't trust anything that the IDF says, I mean, we can run with that, but why would I trust anything Hamas says? Hamas literally put out a flyer saying that we don't kill civilians. We would never do this, despite the fact that dead Hamas soldiers are being found with documents on them, giving them explicit instructions on how to ask for people to take their clothes off, how to ask for people to come with them, or how to take people hostage. And then we've got videos of them taking people hostage.
Sorry?
We've got videos.
What do you want?
Look, right here. Look in the bench.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Videos of people walking up and down cars, seeing charred bodies and seeing dead people in cars. This was way before IDF choppers showed up and started firing. You don't think that any of the Israeli citizens that were walking up and down the highways, finding all of the dead bodies, you don't think that any of them would have noticed that there were Apache helicopters that were raining down hellfire on any of the cars? None of this actually happened. There would have been people reporting it. There would have been people posting videos of it.
Yeah.
Okay. turn into the
Oh, that's crazy. You said there was no Apache helicopters when we literally got the evidence of it. We've got Israeli literal news. Haaretz saying that basically in Kibbutz Berry, they start shooting short artillery fire and killed 182 people, I believe, 118, I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the hundreds of people. Yasmin Porat says that they basically, when they were shooting and killing, they killed their own people. We've got eyewitness testimony from the Israeli side saying this, never mind the Hamas side. In terms of what you said, what you're not understanding is when the Nova Festival was there, they weren't expecting it. So then the plan wasn't there. What they didn't expect was for the Israelis to lose their mind and start attacking them and killing them and basically applying the Hannibal Directive in a mass scale. Hannibal Directive is they kill their own people so that they don't become hostages. That's what happened. So it wasn't Abdul, let's kill it. It was Epstein. Let's not kill these. Let's not kill these. Let's just shoot everyone. Don't let any hostages out because we're gonna have to negotiate. That's actually what happened. Well, in terms of Riz Cohen, I said to you,
This guy has zero proof for that.
And you mentioned in terms of the hostages held by Hamas. Bro, as soon as the hostages came out, all of them were literally saying they treated us really well, they didn't abuse us, they didn't sexually assault us. And then what happened was, the Israelis were like, what the hell? These guys are making Hamas look good, like they're treating them like angels. They're treating them so well, they're giving them food as they're eating food themselves.
They were saying that when the Hamas guy is still standing there right next to them with a gun. Like, yeah, I'd say that too, probably. Let's be honest. I'm not gonna... Let's not anger the guy with the assault rifle. That's already shown to be a barbarian.
And then what they did was, when they started releasing hostages, they kept a blockade.
That's a bad idea.
And they didn't let them speak to the media for weeks and months to put the propaganda into their minds, to control them, to manipulate them, and make them...
No evidence for any of this shit.
Actually what happened. You talked about
this guy's talking out of his ass.
Hell,
if he's talking out of his ass, it would probably sound more intelligent.
Or we were left with a passport, we were left some documents. Hamas are very clear. The charter is very clear.
I'm literally 2 experience points away from strength. Dude, fuck off.
Jews, Christians, or Muslims,
Why is that
their
nonsense?
Is literally saying that they want freedom for the
I gotta go and hit
Palestinians.
a bandit somewhere.
The Hamas charter is very clear, and their actions are very clear. This was a military occupation, military attack to save their own people.
Okay. And I think Destiny, you went first on this one, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you did. So Suleiman got the last word. We could do a lightning round if you guys are good. Then I got one more question.
Sure. Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, we could do a lightning round here. Then that way you guys can go.
This is such a terrible form of setting up a debate, dude.
Go ahead and have open dialogue with each other. I saw that you guys had some things. You had one too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, for the hostages that came out
3 minutes
initially.
on the clock.
Yeah, the first 100 hostages that came out.
Like an hour, not even an hour debate long, and then some retard just asking random questions. Like, no, dude, let's give them a topic, and then here's 4 hours. Begin. You know, that's always a much more interesting conversation than just like this.
Didn't say anything about mistreatment, of course, because they only let people.
What are you gonna talk about in 50 minutes, man? You're like, we're 30 minutes in already, right? They've barely talked about anything at all. Like the first 3 hours of the actual attack. That's what they've talked about.
People out that had family members that were still being held hostage. You're not gonna come out and be like, yeah, they're treated like shit there. I think they're raping everybody, and then all of a sudden you're.
That's not true.
A lot of the hostages came out, yes, because they only allowed women and children of families to come out.
Some of the hostages were, but some of them weren't. And this was a fake news. But this was what Zionists made. They made the argument that when that woman came out and literally said, "We've been treating really well," they were like, "Oh,
should we build an outhouse to get rid of these like shitty ass equipments?"
Fake news. So this is like the fake news.
You don't think there's any family members that are still being held from any of the?
I just said some of them were.
Family members. The fact
the
that you would come
equipment,
out and
the
start
crappy
talking about the hostages
stuff we started with.
Wouldn't it make
So
sense to tell
about it now then?
Well, now because I don't even know if there are any hostages left alive.
So
Israel just tried to do because Israel tried to do a ceasefire where they wanted to trade 40 hostages, and for some reason Israel's coming out of 33 because it sounds like Hamas doesn't even have 40 hostages.
Well, the thing is, Israel has killed a lot of their own hostages. That's happened for sure. But
you essentially flush it down the toilet. That's the joke.
Yeah,
that's the joke.
Is because Hamas want a permanent ceasefire, because the last ceasefire, what happened was when they got their own Palestinian hostages back, even within them 7 days, the Zionists took more hostages. So this is the problem. So it's illogical from Hamas's perspective.
Hamas has been asking for a 10-year ceasefire, okay, not a permanent ceasefire, because they want to qualify with 10 years because they still want to go to war with Israel in the future. But regardless, they don't have the right to ask for it.
They want a permanent ceasefire.
You can't capture hostages and then make demands off of having hostages. That's not how military conflict works. And then when you bring up
but that's happened in the past because Israelis have hostages. Previously, what's happened is they've traded one Palestinian hostage for 1,000 Israeli hostages.
1.5 minutes.
Wait, hold on.
Those are called prisoners.
Wasn't that the exact opposite? Wasn't that the start of 2008 where they had one Israeli hostage and they traded him for 1,000 Palestinian.
That's
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Also, you bring up like the attack
So that's the reason they
helicopters.
did it.
You bring up the attack helicopters, and yes,
The
because
Apache
war
helicopters.
crimes pay off. Yes, that Apache helicopters were
The
shooting.
Israelis were killing their own people.
Yeah, that happened in places where there were holdouts from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad that were still fighting. You bring up Kibbutz
No,
Be'eri.
that's not right. That's
Yes,
not
that
right.
is
You
absolutely
saw
right.
the
There is no.
helicopters.
Oh shit,
Why
dude!
were
Everything that's on the
200
fire is burnt.
Palestinians and
What the
100
fuck?
Israelis because they weren't differentiated. They did the Hannibal Directive.
I
and
didn't
this is
light
from
the
Israeli
fire.
sources. Israeli sources confirmed that they.
Well, it
are
doesn't go
Hannibal
out as far as I
Directive.
know.
They did not, because that Hannibal
Is the
Directive
problem
has
is
been confirmed.
these guys put like shit on it, and then the time comes for them to go to bed, so they don't take it off. So when I notice, it's all burned. Like this was
The
expensive,
Harris
man.
article that everybody cites, and I've read the
Yeah.
original article on this.
Yeah.
It's with all sides in the
Like-
article.
I just
There's
put
many
some
articles.
stuff on it,
Okay,
and it's
if
probably
you're aware of
burnt.
that article,
Check
if you're
my
aware of
threads.
that
Yeah, you
article,
can't put
the
stuff on it and then
article
leave.
has that they had fired on some likely Israeli
There's
civilians without even putting it
2
on the
pieces
headlines.
of big
Isn't that
burnt
a really
meat and
big
3
story?
small pieces of burnt
In
meat.
the article that you're talking about, because the original language is in Hebrew. I don't even know if this is published in English. In the Hebrew, they literally say
It
at
is.
one
It is-
point
it is
that they
published
had
in English.
shot, and there were probably some Israeli people that were still being held
Not
by
some,
Hamas.
Oh, I meant
But it was not many.
4
It was never
pieces of
huge.
burnt meat.
There is no part.
How many were
What?
killed in Kibbutz Be'eri?
Total, or when the idea
didn't light
When
the
they
fire.
literally start firing short artillery fire.
We don't
After
know.
Fire's
After
always
that.
on that one.
Well, according to
I don't think
Harris,
you
it was
can-
118, 181. I can't remember
There's
the exact
no
figure.
shot that
There is-
story
that's-
exists.
there
That
is-
is
I got it,
absolutely. You
check-
don't think that would be
check my
scream for
thread-
the wolf? We
check
will.
my
We'll look for
thread
it.
on,
We'll look
when
for
the
it.
baby
We
was
will.
killed.
We
When-
will.
Because
We'll
both
look for it
of them
afterwards.
was out.
Who killed
I
Elias
think
Cohen?
they
The
lied
baby?
them.
We'll look for it afterwards. But
Who
for
killed the
Apache, I
baby,
don't know the
Elias
name of
Cohen?
every single person that got
Who
killed.
killed the baby? The
When they
one
held-
baby.
when
Bro,
they
I
held
hate
the
this
baby,
rack,
they
man. I
shot
can
him.
never
Kibbutz
get
Be'eri,
the
Kibbutz
fucking
Be'eri
things
right
off.
next to the- it's next to
There's
the-
too many
Well,
fucking
I see that
dots.
you guys are obviously very American ended, so I'll give.
Like, give me a goddamn menu, bro. For this one,
Jesus.
Jesus.
Out this discussion. Go ahead.
Who killed the baby?
The only
The only
people-
baby
the
that was
only
killed. I mean,
people-
they were talking about beheaded babies and killed babies. So babies are important. Who killed the one Israeli baby?
The only
Who
people
killed the
that
one
were getting,
Israeli
I
baby,
don't
please?
know the name of every single person
Who
killed.
killed it
That's
then?
great that this is
Maybe-
the one factoid that you've remembered,
No.
but we can all look this afterwards. So if we Google 187 Israelis killed by IDF Haaretz, we're going to find a Haaretz article
Yeah.
that confirms that, and
No,
nobody
no.
else in Israel, nobody else is talking about that, or?
No. What the article will confirm is that there was short artillery fire by the Israelis, and in Kibbutz Be'eri, 180 people were killed at that time.
Oh, no, hold on. How would they know who was killed before and who was killed after? If
What
the
do you mean?
Israeli response was hours later, how would they have known who got killed initially and who got killed
No,
afterwards?
because we've got eyewitness testimony. Yasmin Pora says that basically what happened was the Israelis were shooting indiscriminately. This was an Israeli woman. Yasmin Pora, you do know, is an Israeli woman. She did many interviews, and when they were getting exposed, they stopped her interviews and basically silenced her.
The shooting indiscriminately into the kibbutz happened after the initial invasion and they were heading out. Even your own narrative doesn't make sense because the IDF didn't respond in time. Hold on, the IDF did not respond in time to get to the actual Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad before they were already on their way back into Israel. If they were already there shooting at people, because kibbutz Be'eri
no,
is going to
you're
happen. No, kibbutz
No, no,
Be'eri is going
you're
to
not
happen before you get to the festival.
No,
if they
no,
were
you're not
already able to
understanding.
stop them
you're
there,
understanding
then
the
there's
point.
no way that they would have got them. It didn't make any sense.
Because you're trying to make the argument that the military takes one target and then another target. That literally doesn't happen. They literally attacked people at the Nova Festival, and they were at the Kibbutz Be'eri, and they basically attacked in the Kibbutz Be'eri. The problem is that from the chain of command up, top down, and it's been confirmed by that lieutenant colonels give the command to basically attack indiscriminately because they weren't able to differentiate. There's even a report saying that what Hamas did was they were walking slowly. So because they were walking slowly, they didn't understand. They couldn't differentiate between Hamas and a civilian, and hence why they thought, you know what, we need to make sure that we basically take them out, and that's what they did. So in reality, that's what happened. So they did kill a large proportion of their own people. Look, some civilians were killed by Hamas. I'm not saying that. This isn't some kind of thing. But what I'm trying to say is the actions of Israel have demonstrated that what they did was they killed a significant number of their own
It's a
civilians.
factual disagreement. I don't think the
What is
timeline
it under?
matches
So
up.
this is-
Hamas came in,
this
they went
will
back,
do.
they killed them on the way back, they might
They
have got
killed a
killed.
lot of their people.
This is what I'll
Hannibal
do.
Directive.
To make sure that we can hash this out, this is what I'll do.
Well, it's a
I
factual
think
disagreement,
it's
so I don't
just a
think.
disagreement,
You guys,
Yeah.
because I was gonna
Do you remember?
put one more minute on the clock for each of them, so
Say
they
again?
can go ahead and give their timeline.
Where's your
right?
talent tree?
And that's it. That way, that
Your
way,
talent tree? Just
that
press
both
B.
of them
Okay.
can put their timeline out. So
But listen.
what?
I know who killed the baby.
2,630.
And it's exactly what I said earlier. The United
she's a
States isn't
Zionist.
helping.
So
You're going to
she's
get
a
Chinese
Zionist.
intervention. You're going to get Chinese intervention in Gaza.
That's an outside
Trying to
joke.
see
So she's a Zionist
it
then.
goes up.
The Zionists killing babies, right?
That's
Yeah,
nigga,
good
bro.
flesh. So this is what I'll do. Is 1 minute okay or 2 minutes okay for both of you?
I'm chill because I think people get both arguments.
I think 60
30
seconds to run through this.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
So I'll give you guys both 60 seconds on the
30
clock to give your
points
timeline
every
because it's
time
very
you make
important. I want
something.
everybody to hear both perspectives openly without any type of interruption. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Desmond.
There's no advantage.
Yeah, so
Go
I
ahead,
think that
Desmond.
like when you talk about the IDF killing their own civilians, it's a common cope that people use to try to hand wave how many people Hamas killed when they came in. The idea that Israel was killing people in Kibbutz Be'eri, but somehow Hamas was still operating the Nova Festival, whatever, doesn't make sense. Hamas came through the fence, paragliders came over, and rockets shot. They hit up kibbutzes first. You can see the whole path and the whole timeline, and then they also went to that Nova Festival, and then they started driving back. Now, as they were fleeing some of the kibbutzes, there were some people that were locked. They've got these little emergency rooms that they hide in because of rockets that Hamas fires all the time over the Gaza wall. And as the IDF came in, they were already, I think, generally gone from the Nova Festival, but there were still some lingering Hamas elements that were, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that were fighting in some of these kibbutzes. And as the IDF came in, they engaged with and they got into conflict with some of the Hamas soldiers that were in some of these kibbutzes. And as a result, there might have been, I don't even know if a single Israeli death has been confirmed from that, but there might have been some Israeli people that had been killed while Hamas was operating there. But the idea that the IDF came in quick enough to be responsible for all the deaths in the kibbutzes, but then somehow missed everybody that was further into Israel, into the Negev, at the Nova Festival, just doesn't make any sense. They would have never made it back to Gaza if the IDF was already there blowing people up at the kibbutzes.
Okay. I'll turn it to you, Suleiman, so you can give your side.
Yeah, of course. So basically, you had a scenario where Hamas came in, right? And then they basically did go to the kibbutzes. They went to various kibbutzes, Kibbutz Be'eri, kibbutz, and then various other kibbutzes, and many stationed military personnel, and they were at the Nova Festival. His argument is that the Israeli military will only act in a singular manner. So he'll first go to one place, then he'll go to another place, then go to another. That's just ridiculous. There was a multi-operational situation that occurred. They had the Apache helicopters, and the Apache helicopters were basically attacking and burning people from atop, and it was people who were trying to get back to Gaza, but they did do it, and they basically applied the mass Hannibal directive, because what the aim was is we don't want any hostages to do so. This is the directive that Israel have. The directive is this: we'll kill our own people because then we don't have to negotiate them as hostages. And then we've seen that throughout the history that they've done that. In terms of the kibbutzes, separate to that, they were basically, they had people, and the Israeli claim is that they had hostages there, they tied them up and whatever it may be, and then the Israelis came in and they basically killed their own people. They basically started attacking Hamas, and then they killed their own people, and this is confirmed by Yasmin.
Can I ask one quick question he can answer? How are the bodies
Go ahead.
burned by the Apache helicopters? Are they like long distance flamethrowers? Or if Apache helicopters are shooting guns and missiles, how are the bodies burned? Would they be exploded?
No. So in terms of the specific way, I don't understand how it works, but in terms of what you look at, what they did...
That's very clear,
people.
yes.
So if you look at the chart people...
Like, a Hellfire missile will not leave too much of a corpse. You might find charred pieces, but you're not gonna find a charred body. Same for the fucking gun, dude. Doesn't it shoot like it essentially shoots like grenade-sized fucking shells.
It was from the helicopters, it was from up top. So if you look at the actual cars, you look at it and there's artillery on the top of the cars. So how would that happen without there being a
Because
helicopter?
we have videos of us throwing grenades into the cars. We see them do it.
So Hamas has got helicopters?
No, they're just tossing grenades into the cars. They have their own videos
on the
of them
top
doing
of the cars. On the top of the cars.
They came in with RPGs as well. We have videos of that too, of them shooting rocket launchers and shit when they come to the
you're
kibbutzes.
basically making the argument with 200 cars. If you look at it, it's a line of cars, significant line, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars, and they're done with RPGs. That's ridiculous. It was done by the helicopters, it was done by the Apache helicopters, and it was done from atop.
And there's no video footage of that by anybody going there. Isn't that crazy? There's not a single person of all the people coming back to the cars. Not a single person.
I mean, bro, you're debating somebody that thinks a fucking winged horse came down and took his little prophet away into heaven. Like, fuck off, bro. Why do you expect any rationality at all, dude?
Like all the helicopters.
There's video footage of the Apache helicopters
shooting people in the Gaza fence at the wall.
No. That was outside the Nova Festival, because the Nova Festival, the problem with it was it was right next to the border. And so what they did was when they shot it right there, because that's the whole point. What people got issue with the Nova Festival is, why would you hold also such a festival which is right outside the prison camp?
I'm pretty sure the kibbutzes are closer to the wall than the Nova Festival
was right next to the border.
Wasn't it like 10 to 15 kilometers away?
The Nova Festival was right next to the border. This is why people have got a problem with the actions.
No, people have a problem because they don't like it anywhere in the Negev or anywhere in the south. People don't like it. People don't like the festivals anywhere in the south. But they wouldn't be happy if they were in the north or in the middle of the country
the
either.
problem is when you're holding a festival right outside a prison, you're basically flaunting it in their face. But anyway, that's not the reason they were attacked. But I'm just demonstrating you why it was right next to the border. That explains it, because this is some of the arguments that people were making.
Okay. All right, I thought that was really, I know we went out the time there, but I think it was really important to hash out both perspectives and get both sides out. This will be the final question. And this is kind of one I thought about while you guys were discussing. Does Israel run American foreign policy? I will go ahead and because I've seen you guys kind of oppose this, but we'll go ahead and just ask that question because that's really a big elephant
are we
in the room
getting
here,
seeds for
everyone
that
talks
or
about.
no?
Does Israel
Straw?
run American foreign policy?
You can make him into
Who
seeds
wants
as
to
well,
go
yeah.
First on this, and then we can do so everyone feels
So,
free. We
yeah.
do a lightning round at the
Yeah,
end.
no.
You guys can
Yes
go
and no.
ahead, and I'll put like 3 minutes on the clock like last time.
I can go first. Mine is going to be
You wanna go
simple.
first?
Yeah,
Sure, go
I
ahead.
mean, I think the United States has an interest in
It's
Israel.
gonna
I
be
don't
a
think that
pain in
Israel
the
runs
ass
foreign
if we get
policy
more.
any more than Ukraine runs foreign policy, any more than anybody else runs foreign policy that we've got an interest in. I think that Israel's an important ally in the Middle East. They are I think that our shining beacon of democracy in the Middle East. We trade with them a lot. They do a lot of tech work for us. We get a lot of information from them. They help us in terms of like securing other allies in the region and fighting against Iran. So I think it's pretty obvious why we support Israel, and the idea that we have like some unique attachment to them or that we're like hypnotized or mind fucked by them into supporting them.
Just
I
waiting
think
for
there's
this
any
straw,
evidence
dude.
for that.
Oh my god, we're so close. Fuck's sake.
So your stance is that their foreign policy with Israel is no different than Ukraine or other countries that we have.
We probably like them a little more because of
Not
the
even
history, but I
fucking
don't think it's like
close.
anything more special than that. You know?
Okay, fair.
Okay. So we
I'll
just
turn it
like
to
them
you.
a little bit
I'll
more,
put the
right?
clock.
So APAC is a prime example of how they run U.S. politics. Basically, they themselves say 95 to 98% of the people that they endorse are guaranteed to basically be get office in the United States. In addition to that, when you look at it, if you look at the actions, you saw it. Even now, people were people from the right were basically against sending funding to Ukraine. But when it comes to Israel, it doesn't matter if you're left or right. Even the college protests have been slightly more left or mainly more left. The people who were the Democrats did not care because Israel controls American politics, both from the left and the right. And same with UK politics. It doesn't matter if you're Keir Starmer or if you're Rishi Sunak. It doesn't matter if you're Donald Trump or you're Biden. You are controlled by the Israeli regime. So what then happens is the actions of the Israelis are basically direct America on how to act, and therefore they direct the funding, they direct all aspects of it. It's why someone like Speaker Johnson, as soon as he comes in, despite the furore that he comes in with, he literally did not care about issues within America. Many Americans care about the border, they care about these things, but he actually went immediately and said, I'm going to give funding to Israel. It's not something that is like him slightly more. Like, who literally does that unless you're literally controlling the politics? I mean, in Twitter we have the something called APAC tracker, and it literally is, as soon as someone from America, a senator or congressman, makes a statement which is full on pro-Zio, you literally have him showing, look, they've received this much money from the Zios, they've received this much from the lobby, and everybody knows, and it's well known as well, intrinsically, not just from the financial aspect, that you literally have to be pro-Israel, pro-Zionist to have an
Harvesting
opportunity to run for office.
4.
That is extreme foreign intervention. The irony of the same people crying about Russian intervention, crying about Chinese intervention, when a foreign state is explicitly and intrinsically running your country.
Okay, turn it to Destiny.
Yeah, I think that Israel's just really popular with the American people. I think, unfortunately, 9/11 didn't really do a good job at PR for Muslims. I think there were a lot of problems related to that. I think the Iraq and the Afghanistan war probably put a bad taste in our mouths relating to Muslims, and I think that Israel just always enjoyed, at least since 66 or 67, like pretty broad support from the United States, and we just have viewed them more favorably than other people in the region. The idea that there's some special relationship that they have or some like super ability to garner support in the U.S., I just think that for pretty understandable reasons. I even look at like the October 7th attacks. You get stuff like this. You get stuff like rockets coming over walls constantly. You get stuff like people that are saying they want to destroy an entire country over and over again. It's not really surprising why people in the United States would be more favorable to a democracy like Israel than they would to a Islamist theocratic regime in the Gaza Strip.
Okay. Turn it to you, Salon.
So first of all, 9/11, I mean, there's evidence to suggest that Israel was involved in that. So I don't know what that argument is coming from. Again, to cause Americans to go to the Middle East and basically cause destruction in the Middle East. You mentioned Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, I already explained it. This was done for the Israelis. You're basically providing evidence that American foreign policy is specifically for Israel. You mentioned October the 7th. What's October the 7th got to do with America? But it's because you, in your mind, you know that when you attack Israel, what's going to happen is Israel's puppy, America, has to jump in and basically protect it. That's literally the position that you're making. In reality, when you said that Hamas is an Islamist regime, I don't know what argument you're making from that, because if you look at the Hamas charter, they're very clear that their charter is based on equality, fairness, and justice. On difference to the Netanyahu regime, to the Likud regime, which is using biblical references in terms of explaining their actions, calling their adversaries biblical terms such as the Amalek. If anybody is using religious terms to strike or using this as a political religious war, it is the Zionist regime.
Okay. Destiny, your rebuttal to that? This has been one of the most civilized debates, well organized, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. There's like not really any way to fight against any of the claims because there's not any meat to any of these. I mean, we can go over the 9/11 truther stuff. I kind of did it with Ryan Dawson here. I'm not really convinced that there's much meat there. We can go over the idea that Israel forced the United States to go to war in Afghanistan.
I'll do that if. Do you want to go into 9/11?
I'm not bothered
I
about
had a question real quick.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That happened recently.
Sure.
So, Sneeko.
Hold on, before we do this, because this is completely off topic.
Oh, sure.
Are you guys content with the discussion we had?
I don't think there's any special thing.
Yo, Don DeMarco, thank you guys for doing the Palestine-Israel debate. Probably one of the most civilized, well-structured debates, and thank you guys for being so civil and professional. Sorry, go ahead, Fresh.
So, you and Sneeko did a stream recently, and religion was brought up. Christianity, Islam, and there was a fundamental point that was brought up about Aisha, age of consent.
This needs to take over, so I know if this makes me
he didn't give a
experience or
direct
not.
answer. Now, I ask a question to you guys here on the panel. What is the age of consent in Islam, you would say?
How do you know Aisha was 9?
Because I think it said she was like playing with dolls.
Now,
and
how
I
do you know
think
she was
they
9? Where did you get that information
Don't
from?
they give the age in the Quran for her?
It's not in the Quran. Fake news.
Okay, where is it?
You tell me. You're the one who talks about it more than anyone I know.
I asked Sneeko about it because he was the one coming on as
No,
the
but
religious
you've talked
expert.
about it.
I'm not
No,
Muslim.
you've talked about it. No, listen.
Yeah?
It's fine. You can talk about anything. When you talk about it, you should be educated on it. You've talked about it on social media. You tweet about it. I want to know where you got the information from.
The really easy. I got it because it triggers the fuck out of Muslims. That's why I bring it up. Because here's the reality. You can tell me that it's not found anywhere in the Quran. But when I bring up, hey, Aisha was 9, and I start getting death threats, it feels like people want to fuck 9-year-olds. That's the feeling that I get. Now, if it's the case that like, where are you even getting this from, bro? That's not even true. Then they would just say it. But instead, there's like literally a plethora. There's more defenses of fucking 9-year-olds from the world of Islam than there is from the entire world of fucking libertarianism. Okay, like when you go online, there's like 50 million different videos that talk about what Aisha was. She was actually really developed for 9 years old, and the dolls she was playing with were actually like super Barbies for like adolescents or teens or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Again, you're going into propaganda. The point is, you do not know where you got it from. So this is the problem when people don't have the education or knowledge. They literally try and blag it, right? So in reality, and this is the issue you have. You do not understand how Islamic epistemology and hermeneutics work. It is not mentioned in the Quran. And according to Muslims, the Quran is certain knowledge. And then you have basically other things, such as hadith, such as the opinion of the scholar, which is not considered certain knowledge. Some people agree with it. Some people disagree with it. It could be false. It could be true. It's not certain information. So when you say Aisha was 9, this is mentioned in hadith. But there is all the alternative hadith that basically give the idea that she was actually more older than 9. She was 18. So if your position is that, look, having sex with 9-year-olds is pedophilia, I agree with you, right? But even though I've seen videos of you trying to basically...
Isn't the hadith that it comes from like one of the... Which hadith is it? Isn't one of the most cited, most trusted hadiths, or is this just one part we don't like of it?
No. So the hadith... So any hadith, and this is the problem, any hadith... What we have is basically passed on from one person to another, to another, to another. So any hadith, every single Muslim scholar will tell you, epistemologically...
Hopefully we have enough grade
now.
now.
It could
I'm
be
not
right
sure.
or it could be wrong.
We're about to find out.
It may not be true. And therefore,
I need so many
tenets when it
straw
comes to Islam.
bales.
So if someone was to reject, example, the hadith about Aisha being 9, he would not leave the fold of Islam because not rejecting the tenets of within the religion. So her being 9, so my position, she was 18, as an example, right? So because I think that hadith has epistemological issues, as well as the person who narrated that hadith has memory issues. So again, this is an attack on Islam. This is an attack on that specific, or people, anyone who believes that hadith, or for example, the hadith.
Sure.
Because
Why don't Muslims just say that then?
Because again, the problem...
Why is it that on Twitter when you bring up, why don't they, because like you bring up like, why did you make fun of Jews? When I ever bring up like, what about the penis circumcision thing? Every Jewish guy goes, oh, that's fucking weird. That's what I see. But when I bring up the Aisha thing, okay, well, I haven't found any Jew that wants to defend it to me, okay? Maybe that Rabbi Shmuley guy, I've ever talked to him, maybe he would, because that guy seems fucking insane. But whenever I bring up anything on Twitter about like Aisha, it's like fucking World War III. It's like World War like Muhammad edition, where I've got like so many people.
No, you've admitted it, because the reason when you bring it up, it's not based on academia, epistemology, anything like that.
It just triggers people.
No, you do it to basically attack people. So
yeah, I do. Because I think most Muslims in the United States and in Europe, I don't think they want to like, have sex with 9-year-olds. I don't think they would support that.
They clearly don't. And if you ask them, most people would say, look, the argument, those who even believe it, they'll be like, look, we accept it, but it was physically, emotional development is a different time. And I don't agree with these arguments. I'm just saying they make those arguments, but they say right now the development is later, mentally and physically, and therefore it should be much later. So even their argument isn't that you should have sex with 9-year-olds.
Sure.
The reason you get that response is because you specifically are doing it to attack a person individually.
3 minutes.
And so people are emotional. So people are going to provide an emotional response. That's
Can
the way it works.
I add the Quran 65:4? I don't know how that works, but you're saying that it proves that she was of a younger age, or
Impossible. It's not in Quran.
They're saying in the chat. I'm not really sure
Impossible.
about that, but
Fake news.
What he's saying is epistemologically in Islam, the Quran is considered the direct word of God.
Facts.
Every letter written in the Quran is true.
Well, facts.
Given from Allah or whatever. But hadiths are oral tradition that
That's
are passed down from other people, and the credibility of the hadiths and the interpretation of them can be called into question, and you can have like imams debating between the validity between
and there's a
hadiths.
mechanism to work out the authenticity.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is.
Are you guys satisfied with that?
I think he brought up a good point.
Yeah.
If that was the case, why doesn't every other Muslim just say that?
No, because there are Muslims who believe that she was 9, and so the point is when he's attacking them, it's attacking them for their specific position, and so obviously they're emotionally connected to that position. So, but my point is, my issue with Destiny is he didn't know what he was arguing, where it come from, the source of it, and he didn't know the epistemological.
We're not even close, bro.
reasons
Fucking hell.
Muslims, and he's admitted that, and obviously hence.
Ugh, that's just such a pain in my backside.
Nico got real triggered. Pretty funny. It was fucking funny.
That's went viral though.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't watch the Sneeko one.
I'll read the chat. Shout out to Sneeko. He'll be here.
What percentage of? I'm curious. What percentage of Muslims think you agree with that?
Agree with what?
With your hadith interpretation there?
I'll set the timer. 3 minutes.
So it's
3
a good
minutes. Go
question.
ahead.
Well,
So
I'm just
right
curious.
now
That's not
or
whatever.
classically?
It's not the right ones.
Right now.
So classically, I would say it's the vast majority. Right now, I would say the minority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, right now the minority agree with you or disagree with you?
Agree with me.
The
Minority.
so the
agree with me.
majority of Muslims right now think that Aisha was 9 years
That's
old.
right. Yeah.
Well, wait, then what the is the point of all this then?
Because I'm trying to explain to you. No. The point is because you have to understand how hermeneutics work, and you need to understand that what you attacking isn't Islam. You're attacking a certain position that some people have within Islam, even if it's the majority. That was my point I was trying to make. And actually, my position is a position
Majority rules, though, no?
that was held by a large proportion in the early centuries. So, for example,
So, well, then- then it sounds like my issue then-
the person who narrated the hadith, his own teacher wouldn't take that hadith of him, as an example. So it wasn't accepted as much in that time.
Is that the guy with the bad memory?
Yeah.
Just so the audience understands.
Yeah, it's the guy with the bad memory. Yeah.
Okay.
So Imam Malik, who was his teacher, who's one of the founders of Sunni legal theory, did not take that narration from him.
Okay. We still got 2 minutes on the clock. Anything else that you guys want to? Okay. I just want to make sure all parties are satisfied. That was a great discussion. I'll read the chats and we'll close this out.
Girl show.
Yeah.
Cool.
What do we got here? We got Destiny is Dayuth, Suleiman and Myra know what I'm saying. And Fresh beat the Ching Chong lying whore in court. You got this. Okay.
Thanks,
Well,
bro.
yeah, man. I mean, when you got the truth on your side, there's nothing really that can
Yeah, I
happen.
mean,
What else we got here?
pretty much.
That's it? Cool. Yo, Destiny,
nobody's
Suleiman,
pink.
thank you guys so much for coming. Where can the people find you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, youtube.com/destiny. That's it.
You'll see clips of this on
Kick.com/destiny.
Ocean.
Yeah.
And Suleiman, where can the people find you?
Twitter, Sheikh Suleiman.
One of the biggest political commentators on Twitter right now, man. 500,000 plus
And
and
I didn't
growing.
know that Destiny was RP, man. That was awesome. Just kidding.
Hey guys,
Not much was learned. Too short. Too moderated. Oh shit, dude! Penguins. You know penguins. Moist critical. He's suing the U.S. immigration for fucking with him on his esport team. That's funny. Hope he wins.
I don't think you are your brain, Destiny.
What am I?
You are a human being, which is made up of many parts.
Okay,
But
let's say you can choose. We're not talking about even creating DNA. What we're really talking about is creating or emulating a conscious experience in a machine.
We know we won.
Okay.
We didn't even need you though.
I am joined today by Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator who will be arguing
need
the
7 more.
pro-choice side. And we have Kristen Hawkins.
So that's
she's the
45
president of
more straw
Students for
bales.
Life in
Fucking hell,
America,
dude.
a non-profit pro-life organization.
Jesus.
And Lila Rose, she's the founder and president of the pro-life organization
This thing takes
Live
a lot.
Action. And we were going to have someone else on
It's no
Destiny's side,
easy
but unfortunately,
making this
they
thing.
backed out kind of last minute. So Destiny, this is going to be a 2v1.
I prefer to characterize my position as pro-abortion, not pro-choice. Okay.
Very honest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very honest.
Thank you.
That's a
Okay.
great clarification. Thank you.
Got it. So I think a good jumping off point, if each of you would like to summarize beyond just being either pro-choice or pro-life, or in your case, pro-abortion or anti-abortion, what is your basic stance on abortion?
My basic stance is we try to figure out what is a person, what makes a person. Person is granted some positive, some negative rights by governments, and probably morally and ethically separate from governments, we also grant people some type of right. I don't believe that a person is a collection of cells. I don't believe that a person is just a body with a brain. I think that very specifically when we speak about a person, we speak about something that has the capacity to deploy a conscious experience, because that tends to be the thing that we're usually talking about when we're figuring out if somebody's alive or dead, or whether or not somebody ought to be protected. When we say a person, when we say who is suffering, we don't say what is suffering. We're not talking about a body. We're not talking about a heartbeat. We're talking about a person having an experience. So when I try to think of abortion, I try to think of who is being harmed. I would say that for 20 to 24 weeks, that's about when the scientists say that the brain has all the parts necessary to begin communicating, to have a conscious experience, that about at that point, there is some experience there that we can speak of as a who or as a person. But prior to that, the first trimester, that really experience is not happening yet. So if you want to have an abortion, there is no who that's being harmed. There's just a what, which is whatever the body is up to that point. So generally, I'm pro-choice, the first abortion, up until that conscious experience has been formed, because I think that's what's worth protecting, because that's when we look to see when somebody's dead. So that's what we should look to see when somebody's alive.
So are you anti-abortion after 20 or 24 weeks?
Yeah, after 20 to 24 weeks.
And all abortions, anti-all abortions after 20 to 24 weeks.
With the obvious exceptions of like ectopic pregnancies or life of the mother or something like that being threatened, yeah. Yeah. Easy, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay.
And your positions on...
So we share a position, but Kristen, I'm sure will have her way she wants to describe it. I think that all humans have human rights.
Sure.
By nature of being a human, you are a member of the human family, and so any member of the human family, and this is actually the preamble of the Declaration on Universal Human Rights by the United Nations. So for those that think they have any authority, I don't know if you do, Destiny, they say that all members of the human family deserve to be protected and treated by the law as persons.
I understand how this
and
is
so
a
if you're a
town
member of the
hall.
human family, you have human rights, and we know when you
It's a
become
village
a member of the
hall,
human family,
yeah.
it's at the moment of fertilization. It's very clear a single cell embryo comes into existence. And so I believe human rights for all humans, and I also want to build a society of love and justice. And the way to do that is to treat people equally under the law and to protect the most vulnerable, especially children. Children deserve more protection actually than adults because they are defenseless. And so we should actually go out of our way to do what we can to protect children and never commit homicide against them. So that's
Just
my
a little
pro-life
upstream.
position.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I share Lali's position. I'm against the strong being able to choose whether or not the weak or the vulnerable get to live or die based on someone else's perception of them or their convenience factor to another person. I think that's a very slippery slope, and I actually think the position you represented is a very dangerous one, because what you're saying is you have to be not only a member of our species in order to be a person with rights, the very basic right to life, but you have to be a person plus. And it's a very exclusionatory class of what you're doing. You're excluding a whole group of human beings. So I guess my question is, are there other human beings you would exclude that you don't view Destiny as persons?
Not for this debate. No, I'm just kidding. Here's a question, actually. Let me respond to your question with a question. You guys say that humans are protected.
5 woods.
Do you agree with that humans ought to be protected, or humans are given?
More
Yo, we've
specific
got
to
70
human
plus
rights.
chords. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Protection can mean different things, but
Humans have human rights.
the
Yeah.
fundamental
You've been
human right
grafting?
is the right
Jesus,
to not
yeah.
be killed.
Okay.
It's the right to be protected against the right to life, and so that's why I don't have the right to commit homicide against you.
Oh, I forgot what I
Destiny,
needed now
you,
for the
Kristen,
wrist.
or against your
Fuck.
friend, and certainly not against a preborn developing child.
Okay.
And yeah, so but I have a question for you too. But I know we all have questions for each other. But I'll let you.
Sure, yeah, because I'm going to keep
go.
going on this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you believe in that statement, that humans have a right to life. So my next question would be, I show you a human who's been dead for 10 days, the corpse is still a human. We agree, right?
I think to clarify, a right to life meaning a right to not be killed, not a right not to be killed.
It's fundamentally different, abortion and end of life care. I watched one of your debates this morning when I was on the plane coming here, and I found it interesting because you kept using this end of life argument. You fundamentally have a right not to be killed. Abortion is an active killing. It's an active dismemberment. It's actually a violent ending for another human being. So morally, that act of abortion is much different than someone who maybe is brain dead, or we're not sure their brain activity that's been in a hospital for 3 months. That's a much different position to take, because you're not actively killing that person. You may say we have to withdraw life support for this reason, or the doctor may say we have this reason to believe this person is brain dead, but you're not actively killing. You don't say, well, they're going to die, so I'm going to take a gun and put it through the person's head. We would not say that. We would say we might withdraw life support and see if the person can sustain life on his or her own, but we're not going to actively dismember them in the process or violently kill them in the process. But that's exactly what abortion is. It's not just easily withdrawing life support. It's actively going into a womb where there's a developing human being that biologist tells us is a unique, whole, living human being that's never existed before and will never exist again, and it's actively killing them.
Okay, I don't believe that you believe in that argument. If I were to show you that all abortions could be done by just extracting the baby and then leaving it on the table and not actively killing it, but just removing it from the mother's life support and seeing what happens, would you be okay with that?
That is actively killing.
That is killing it.
Because
how is that actively killing any more than pulling the plug on
Destiny,
somebody?
you know this. You're a parent. Children are dependent on their parents. A newborn is dependent on his or her parents, and a preborn child is dependent on his or her mother.
I understand. I'm just challenging the words we're using here. The difference between active and passive killing.
But the dependency of the child doesn't give.
I can't remember why I needed this
no
now.
clue what you was doing.
Oh yeah, research. I was reading research.
Sure. I never said as much. I was challenging.
Well, you do say as much, I think, because I think your position is if that dependent child before the arbitrary line of 20 to 24 weeks is in any way unwanted, inconvenient, just for whatever reason abortion is chosen for that child, then you are okay with a parent killing their child.
Depends on what video games the child plays. No, the only thing I'm trying to figure out right now is
But are you okay with that? Because I think that was what you said earlier.
I don't know what. So right now I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. So
we're trying to figure out your position too. So
I already get my position with crystal clear.
But it actually wasn't unclear. It wasn't actually clear, Destiny, because when
okay, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Just because I got cut off like 7 times and I haven't responded. So just to be very clear, to give you an idea of like what I'm trying to establish right now. When I have conversations with people that are pro-life, there's a lot of dancing between words that I think deserve distinct definitions. Human, I think, is distinctly different from person. I think it's distinctly different from life. I think it's distinctly different from child. But all of these things, when we're talking pro-life, tend to just get thrown together. Like, oh, well, we should defend all human people and children are worthy of life. And a lot of these statements are almost begging the question. Obviously, anything that you would consider a child deserves rights to life, right? But that's what's
pro-lifers believe human beings are persons.
Yes.
What you're arguing is that some human beings don't deserve personhood rights.
But what I'm trying
which
to do
throughout history, Destiny, has always proved to be a very dangerous position that you're taking.
Yeah, I understand the analogies of slavery we're trying to draw here, but what I'm just trying to figure out is because...
But can you respond to that? Because I think let's just take it one step at a time, because
I think fundamentally there's a difference between saying a fetus hasn't developed the cognitive parts yet to recognize it as living versus saying black people and white people are different types of things.
Let's address
we had a straps
my
again?
understanding is you're saying...
Okay, if you want, hold on real quick. If you want, we can leave the mics if you want. I still have no idea what you guys
Yes,
we
are.
If you want.
Well,
I'll
very clear. I mean, we can say it slower for you.
What I heard you say is that like children should have rights and shouldn't be killed, which I think we all agree.
Any human life has the right to not be killed.
Yeah.
Any human life has the right to not be killed.
When you said not be killed, you try to draw a distinction between like active and passively killing.
No, you cannot.
She did. Because she said there was a difference between pulling the plug on grandpa versus actively killing.
The intentional destruction of an innocent human life is
but I was saying that like unplugging grandpa would be kind of like unplugging a baby. You're disconnecting both from a life support thing.
No, because a baby belongs. A preborn baby belongs before development of
he or
and able
she's
to
right
be born.
No, he's actually gone
in his or her mother's womb.
Sure, I understand.
Totally
but
clear.
there's probably ways to.
Oh, we're watching a debate.
There's probably ways to passively kill children that we would agree is also wrong. Just because you're actively versus passively doing something,
well,
that's not going to be.
I think intention matters too.
Sure, yeah, absolutely can be. Yeah. I agree. But that's important to qualify. We can't just say like passively
Sure.
killing somebody is fundamentally different from actively killing somebody. Therefore, one is ascribed like moral weight and the other isn't. Because if you starve a child to death, that's passive, but that's also
I
bad,
think
right?
there's a few other things you have to get into and what you mean by passive or active.
Sure, I agree. That's what I'm trying to get into. But you can ask me questions if you want. I'll just
Okay.
I can pause
I
it.
do have a
Yeah,
question
go ahead.
about consciousness.
Yeah, go for
because
it.
my understanding is that's your big line.
Mm-hmm.
That if there's suddenly consciousness, then they are a person. They're not just a human, but they're also a person. And first, to clarify, you think it's okay for some humans to be the victims of homicide? You think it's okay to commit homicide against a human, just not a person?
I mean, I would take issue with homicide because that's a really loaded term. But I would say
Oh,
that
yeah.
you can end the life of human beings that no longer have the capacity to deploy consciousness. And
So
we
if
do
I'm
that. Let
asleep
me
and I'm
finish real quick.
unconscious, it's okay to kill me?
That's why I said capacity to deploy consciousness. I can wake you up when you're sleeping.
Like the fetus
Okay.
has capacity.
No, a
The
fetus that
fetus-
doesn't have the necessary brain parts has no
Destiny,
capacity for consciousness.
If you give that child time, that child
Give the
innately
child time
has
implies-
capacity.
Wait, you said 20 to 24 weeks. What about children?
Hold on.
Who
Wait,
have
wait, wait,
REM,
wait, wait, wait.
would have REM
Just
cycles
One thing at a
in
time.
11
Wait,
weeks.
wait,
Jesus.
just what you said there. Give the child time implies that it's
Give
not
me time
there
to
yet.
wake up.
Do you think that a seed and a tree are the same thing?
You're making a wrong equivalency.
I'm
here.
not making a wrong
No,
equivalency.
you are,
I'm saying that a
Destiny.
seed
Because
given enough
listen,
time, a seed given enough
Destiny.
time will grow into a tree. But when you use the word, this thing will become this thing. The implication there is your intuition pumping all the rights that this thing has for saying this will become
Incorrect.
this.
Incorrect. A child in the womb, a human being, has
Yeah.
the capacity for consciousness.
No, it
They
doesn't.
might not have developed that capacity
That means they don't
yet.
have the capacity
They might not
for
have
it.
developed
Guys,
that capacity yet.
just one microphone at a time, please. Just let
Okay,
everyone
sorry,
finish.
they
Go
might
ahead.
not
5
have
to go.
developed the capacity yet. Similarly, if someone is in a coma or unconscious, they're not actively, that capacity is not activated yet. But if you don't interrupt the life of that child, if you
I'ma go
don't
try and
kill
steal
that
some.
child, that child will absolutely be conscious in just develop consciousness in just a few weeks.
And that's the difference between the
So-
question you were asking me earlier when you tried to trip me up about the
I'm
end
not trying
of
to.
life.
You guys are the ones trying to trip me up.
No,
I'm trying to
we're
take notes,
trying
figure
to
out what you're.
clarify. You have a very murky position because you said between 20 to 24 weeks.
How's
I
that
believe
murky?
A child has rights. Which one is it? If you're the one making the laws,
Sure,
and who
I
gives
have
you the
a
right to make those
crystal
laws?
clear position. My position is the thing we ought to defend is the conscious experience because that's the thing we look
When
to.
does that conscious experience begin?
About
Your-
20 to 24 weeks.
You don't
Well,
have
that's
any-
a big time period because there's been children who've been born at 21 weeks and 5 days. So were those children, when they were born prematurely, so I had an intern a few years ago who was one of the youngest children ever to survive.
Okay.
At that age, she was
Cool story.
21 weeks and 6 days
Nice
old.
anecdote.
Okay.
So she's right in between your 20 to 24 week time range.
Okay.
So when she and her twin sister were born, do you believe that the hospital, the NICU, did something wrong and giving out care and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in care to sustain her and her
Shit, I
sister's
should
life?
have brought berries.
Why would I think something wrong was done there?
Well, because
Oh, you
that's-
don't think it's a human with consciousness necessarily?
Yeah,
You're
I
not
don't think
sure.
a
Your
2-week
argument's
old
fine
is
to
a
kill
human with
them.
consciousness, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with supporting it.
But you're saying it's okay to kill it.
So you're saying my
Kill him or
vagina is
her.
magical. So something happens.
No, first of all, as a
and-
child born by C-section, I'm very offended. Okay,
But
we're
I mean,
humans too.
that's a
Number one,
position you're
no,
taking.
hold on.
Is it
hold on.
something-
Wait,
something
hold
magical
on.
happens
Wait.
during birth?
The vagina magic guy is not in the room right now. I
Well,
didn't give
you
any
were
qualification
somewhere.
about birth being the magical time that made somebody a human. I've never said that ever, so I have no idea what position you're attacking there. To back up very
I'm attacking
clearly,
your position that's not clear because
My
you said
position is,
20 to
let me say-
24 weeks, and I'm asking you a very direct question
Yeah.
about child born at 21
Your question was
weeks
if a child
and
is
6
prematurely born
days.
at 16 weeks, the mother and the father have every right to try to find support for that child. Why would you not?
But why? What makes that
Why?
child
Because it's going to grow into
worthy
their kid. Why would they not?
of care?
But you're saying it's okay to kill the kid at 16 weeks.
Sure.
And I think that's the difference between this side of the table and that side of the table.
Well,
That side of the
obviously,
table is
that's because
okay.
I'm pro-choice and you guys are
right, but you're
or
pro, as you
pro-abortion
said,
and you're anti-abortion.
pro-abortion. Yeah.
Have you ever considered that you could be wrong on this issue?
Yeah, of course.
What?
Have you?
What?
Hold
Absolutely.
on, only one, to be clear, only one
Absolutely.
side of the table here is tied to organizations that are getting money invested in them and have. So
Well,
if
we
any
start-
side here was
I
gonna,
started my
I
organization,
understand, but
so-
you're never changing your position. I'm still free to change mine. So in terms of
No.
asking me if I consider
That's
I'm
why I'm
wrong,
asking
I
you.
can consider that I'm wrong. You guys will never change your opinion on this. But go ahead.
I've considered it. I've had
Okay.
to consider a lot of
Sure.
times. But what would it mean if you were wrong
gotta
on
hurry up.
your position on abortion?
For that.
What would it
Morally,
mean if
what
I
would it
was
mean?
wrong?
So I don't know if you believe in God or heaven or whatever.
Well, I haven't aborted any kids yet,
But
so
say
to my knowledge.
you get hit by a bus
Uh-huh.
and you go to heaven, and God's like, Destiny, you've been completely wrong on abortion your entire life. You've advocated for abortions between 20 and 24 weeks. No one can really tell because you wouldn't give us a definitive time.
Hold on. You're hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta address this real quick.
What is this argument, dude?
Hold on.
This is Brandon.
For you saying that just because I can't nail an exact solid time.
That's kind of a big deal.
It's not really that big of a deal.
It is a big deal.
It's a big deal when you're
There's a
making
line
laws.
between
It's super not a big deal.
Homicide
You could
and
literally
it
just
being
say
totally
like,
okay.
hey, before 20 weeks, abortion is okay, and then draw the cutoff right there if you want. That's a question for policy.
16 weeks, boom, done.
But why do policymakers? Why does anyone get to decide whether or not an innocent person lives or dies?
Because that's what policymakers do.
No, they don't have the right to kill an innocent person. If any policymaker tries to kill an innocent person,
decisions about healthcare and triage and who gets medical treatment first, or if you're making decisions about saving people from hold on, wait, okay. Just be clear. I'm gonna start cutting you. Wait. I know, but I don't have a chance to answer any question, and you're like loading so many horribly like intuition pump question bags in front of me that I don't have time to answer all of the horrible questions in front of me. Okay. So like, wait, no, I'm gonna keep talking. We're gonna do one at a time. I will answer a question, but you can't keep stacking like dumb questions.
I like how Destiny is his own debate moderator.
Like, you want to murder children, okay?
I don't know about dumb
hold on. So let me address the very first thing, because you keep trying to draw like there's some like thing here that you've caught me on. The idea that I can't give you a concrete time between 20 to 24 weeks, okay? Yeah. I hate to be the guy that does this in a debate, but there's something called a continuum fallacy or a nirvana fallacy. The idea that just because I can't point exactly at when something begins, that I have to say that all of it is the same, or I can't point to that thing existing at all. I can't tell you when individual pieces of sand are stacked up and eventually become a pile of sand. I can't give you the exact numbers of sand that I can see for that to be, but there is a difference between an individual piece of sand and a pile of sand.
It's a false equivalency, Destiny.
Hold on. This is basic argumentation.
Because the reality is you are saying that these are persons and these aren't based on a specific characteristic that you've decided on. You came up with it. It's not human rights anymore. It's consciousness rights.
Yes.
You believe in not human rights.
To be clear,
you're not
nobody
in
here
rights.
at this table,
you're in support of consciousness rights.
Hold on. Why don't you defend?
So you need to defend your position,
Whoa,
and you're
you
not
gotta
doing that.
stop talking and let him answer, man. What is this like?
Why don't you give the same rights to why don't you give the same rights to
Christian
human
answer
as you do to living
because
humans?
they're dead. They're already dead.
What does that mean when you say they're dead?
So they're already dead.
What does dead mean to you?
I mean, body's no longer working in a coordinated fashion anymore. Their heart isn't pumping blood. Their brain is not.
If I put a person on a table and I can keep them alive with machines indefinitely, but they're never going to wake up, is that a human life that should be defended?
There is a difference between withholding extraordinary
Just to be clear, I'm about to ask that same question after you, whatever you're about to say, because you're not answering my question.
It's a bit of obfuscation the direction you're going here, because there's a difference between withholding extraordinary medical care, which would be like life support, and withholding ordinary medical care. So if I, as a parent, or I as a doctor, I have a patient in the hospital, and let's say they are there being monitored because they have a cancer, aggressive cancer, but they're maybe going to die, but they're not dead yet, and they're not on life support, they're just being monitored. And if I withheld food from this cancer patient and refused to bring food and this cancer patient can eat and refuse to feed that cancer patient, that would be homicide against that cancer patient. I don't have the right to...
You agree with that, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good question.
Do you agree that would be homicide?
Would it be wrong to deprive food to a cancer patient?
Who's going to die?
Well, legally it would be murder to not feed a patient.
I'm not going to make a legal argument, but yeah, I would agree that would be wrong, yes, of course.
So that's the difference between extraordinary medical measures and ordinary measures, okay? And for a child in the womb, they deserve the ordinary measure of being able to stay in their natural habitat, their mother's womb, until they're old enough to survive outside the womb. Similarly, a newborn who you're feeding formula or you're breastfeeding has a right to that food from their mother or caretaker until they're old enough to, and even when they're old enough to physically feed themselves, they still have a right to be given a plate full of food at the dinner table. You can actually go to jail for child neglect by failing to feed your child. So, building these analogies that actually don't work with what we're actually talking about by saying, well, removing life support is like abortion, they're not the same, because children have a right to care, and children have a right to food, and children have a right to nourishment.
I still think
just like a right
you
to
need
life.
to clarify your position, because you said 20 to 24 weeks, which I gave you a very, very real life scenario of a child who's born, a twin who is born at 21 weeks and 6 days, which in your view could have been aborted because you don't think she would have had the consciousness that you deem worthy of personhood.
True.
But I mean, what biologist do you know that tells you that consciousness is at 24 weeks?
It's a great question.
Because researched this before. I was on the internet. I was looking at PubMed at NIH's website. There aren't biological conclusions, and in fact, they actually support the pro-life side, because you look at the pro-life.
Biologists don't make an argument about pro-life or pro-abortion.
Well, they do make arguments about when child feel pain, when twins interact. So there's a very well-known study showing that twins interact in the womb as early as 14
Amoeba
weeks.
interact with each other.
Children can experience pain at 12 and a half
Germs
weeks.
react to external
So
stimuli.
are you saying
germs are the same as human lives?
I haven't even got to. Okay, so let me make a couple things. So first of all, you said I made a false analogy earlier. You've compared abortion to cancer patients getting withheld
No,
food.
I wasn't comparing abortion to cancer patients.
Okay,
I was talking about the difference between ordinary measures.
I'm not talking about
and
ordinary or extraordinary
when
care.
it comes to
That
medical
is that is an entirely separate
versus natural
That is an
end. That's what they're
entirely.
trying to
That's
conflate.
great. That's entirely great.
If I can just jump in really quick.
I don't need you to jump in.
If I could just jump in.
No,
really
listen.
quick. Hold on, wait. Let me just say, if we can allow maybe the turn the heat down a little bit on the conversation, or at least slow it down a little bit.
We're making people at home uncomfortable.
Well, I do want to give. It does seem to be that Destiny hasn't had as much
that's fine.
opportunity.
I'm good. I'm taking notes.
You okay?
I'm good. I'm ready.
We need another guest there.
No, we absolutely don't. Let me go. Okay. You're making bad analogies by comparing any of this to ordinary or extraordinary medical care is a fundamentally separate question, okay? That's a separate question of provisioning resources or whatever. You don't agree because you brought it up as a contrary to the question that I said. I would originally ask you this question again, and I'm going to ask you the question again because nothing that you said addressed it. And my question was, and I'm going to repeat it, a person that is in a coma that will never wake up, should that person be indefinitely kept alive on life machines?
It depends on what are the characteristics of them in that
The characteristic is that the person's body. The characteristic is the person is in a coma. They're never going to wake up, but their body is still.
How do you know they're not going to wake up?
How do you know they're never going to wake up?
Because the scientist has a magic machine that he pushes a button, and the machine says this person is never going to wake up.
They can't even like engage in hypotheticals, bro. How do you know he's never gonna wake up? Yeah, that's the fucking hypothetical, bitch. Like Jesus Christ.
Magical scenario that you are designing without providing any context.
I already know these 4 hours I'm gonna be yelling a lot, bro. Like, I already know. Holy shit, some people can't even engage with a hypothetical. Just engage the damn question.
To be clear, are you telling me that a person being in a coma is not going to wake up is a magical scenario?
No, I'm telling you that when
okay, so we agree that people are in comas and oftentimes we can say.
Guys, please, one microphone at a time, please.
Because the refusal to engage with the question demonstrates the weakness of your position. You can keep doing this, but to be clear, I'm going to ask the same question again.
I still like to get my question answered.
Wait, guys,
you can't even engage with the hypothetical.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening, but you're not. You're refusing to engage with the hypothetical because you know that you don't have a rock solid definition of what type of life should be defended. The reason why you want to engage with the question is
hold on.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
Order in the podcast studio. I am noticing perhaps on I don't know which side is doing it most, but let's try to avoid interrupting. Let's allow people to speak, finish their thought, and then if we can. So Destiny, do you want to make
one question each answer?
Okay, to be clear, I'm willing to, and I have responded to when you asked me about feeding cancer patients, what I said killing. I said yes. You said when you withhold food from child, I'll answer any question you give me. I have no problem.
Answer the question. Have you ever considered that you may be wrong on this issue? And if you are wrong on this issue, what does it mean?
I made a shit ton of food, by the way, during the cruise.
There's problems on both sides. First of all, that's not the greatest question to ask. You're getting to very weird, like Pascal's way. I'm going to finish answering the question, okay? So
just answer the question.
I am answering the question. Okay?
After you insulted me.
What do you mean? How have I insulted you?
Insulted me.
Wait, how did I insult you?
My question. You said, well, it's not the greatest question to ask.
I said it's not a good question to ask because theoretically you run into a bunch of weird areas saying, well, what
Maybe
if I'm wrong on this particular thing?
Question.
What if you're wrong by saying that black people and white people do deserve the same rights?
Well, let's let Destiny answer the question.
Yeah, so I mean, so I'm not going to always think of like, well, what if I'm wrong? I mean, I do consider both ends of things, but the consequences for being wrong on both ends are pretty disastrous. On one end, you're advocating for, I guess, arguably the genocide of little babies, and on the other end, and on the other end, you're advocating forcing women to give birth to children that they might not want, especially in cases of, say, sexual assault, or in cases where they feel like they can't support for the child.
What do you think would be worse? Genocide? So we had 60-some million abortions in America since Roe versus Wade. 60 million. More than 1,000 children are killed every day at Planned Parenthood.
You keep saying children like you're morally living your
children.
They're young humans.
Okay.
When you saw the ultrasound of your son in the womb, did you say, "Wow, look at that fetus sucking its thumb," or did you say, "Wow, look at my boy, he smiled at me"?
Yeah, I also get warm feelings when I look at my car. Like, this isn't proving an argument
Are you
by
saying
saying
cars
like,
are the same as humans?
I'm not saying cars. I'm saying that judging the validity or the veracity of your argument by the emotional response somebody has to an ultrasound. I also felt a certain type of way when my ex-girlfriend showed me that she was pregnant. But that doesn't mean that the urine on the strip is anything special either, right?
Your emotions can match
Just
the
to be clear, I
reality,
still
and
haven't
the
got an answer to my coma question, which
and
is like
I still
fundamentally
haven't
like
got
an
an answer
important.
to my question.
The reality.
What was your question?
So if you do you consider you're wrong? And you said
I have considered I'm wrong, but the problem
on
is
one end
hold
it'd
on,
be
let me- yeah, hold on,
genocide.
Just let her finish.
On
Yeah,
one
she was
end it
gonna
would
say the
be
same thing, yeah.
genocide, and on the other extreme, if I were wrong, I would have forced women to carry unwanted children, or in your word, fetuses or things.
Correct.
What do you think would be worse?
Well,
All right.
in order to
What else
answer
we need?
Genocide of
We need 10.
We just
You
need this
said?
fucking village thing, dude, and then we can see what we need. Because I have no idea. I can't even see the next research because we just can't. We don't have access to it yet.
Yeah.
hundreds of millions of
innocent
children
babies, yeah.
worldwide. Do you think that would be a little worse
The thing
Yeah.
is,
than
in order
inconveniencing a woman for 9
I think
months?
that's
If I
all
were
we
wrong?
need.
in order to accurately answer the question, you
I
have
mean,
to
I'm
assess
not
the risk of being
completely
wrong on both ends. For instance, if I were to say,
honest.
what would be worse? If I've got to choose between 50 people here or 100 people here to protect from some death event, you know, what should I choose? The 50 people or the 100 people? Well, it doesn't make sense unless
What
I have
do you
a...
mean by
like-
death event?
You,
As in,
say, you
let's say
said
that
we
there's going to be
needed
something
what?
that has a chance of coming in and killing both people, but I
Iron
can
or
protect one group
copper
of
or
people.
what?
Do I want to protect the 50 or the 100?
But that's not a
I
correct-
need to finish
it's
the
not a
analogy.
correct
Hold on.
analogy.
If you
10
can,
and 10 or copper? Which one?
We've got 2 tin and 2 copper ingots, but I don't think we have any ores anymore of either.
So I'm gonna go and probably have to fucking log out because my box is not here. Main menu. That fucking disappeared on me again. Oh, going.
I don't understand any hypothetical. We can't get anywhere in this
But these
conversation.
hypotheticals
The-
don't
no,
match
the-
what we're discussing.
The hypothetical perfectly
Destiny.
maps on. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't just say that I would protect 100 people because 100 is greater than 50. What I would say is, what is the probability of the 100 people dying versus what is the probability of the 50 people dying? And then from there, you would start to weight the decision accurately.
hundreds of
when you
millions of
ask
women
me,
haven't
so
died,
when you
and they
ask
won't
me,
die
so
from
when
being
you
pregnant.
ask me, so
Pregnant.
when you ask me, what's the probability or what is the likelihood of being wrong, or what would be worse, being wrong here or being wrong
Yeah.
here? What I have to think of is what is the probability of being wrong on both ends. It's not just a 1-to-1 because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is a 1-to-1 like there's an equal chance of being right or wrong here. I feel very strongly about my position about being pro-choice, so I'm not weighting this as a 50% chance of being right here and a 50%
fuck?
chance of being right here.
It's
So
still
the
not
question
here.
doesn't make sense. So I'm saying it's a meaningless question.
How do you feel very strongly about being pro-choice when you can't even tell us at what
Make sure this
point
is
you
my
think
right.
a
This is my
child
house.
has this extra special consciousness
Yeah, I see it.
that deserves
What do you need?
I
the
don't.
right to life in the womb?
How,
You
why
don't
would
know
that
when
prohibit me
you don't
from...
know when consciousness exists when it actually
I
comes.
need
You don't know when the baby
the-
has
I've given you
consciousness.
the range of when different people develop at different rates. It's about 20 to
So,
24 weeks.
so you want to create, so you believe that we should have a sliding scale of what it means to be a human person.
We already have that sliding scale. We do it at death. That's why when we go back to
So,
the, I'm going to
Destiny,
ask
do you
again.
think
No,
it's
I'm not
okay-
answering the question until you
Do you
answer
think
this
it's
question.
okay to kill someone when they're unconscious?
I'm gonna no, because I said capacity to deploy conscious.
What do you mean by capacity to deploy
As in, all of the
consciousness?
parts in your brain are functioning and working and can deploy a conscious
So an
experience.
embryo who
Oh,
is
you got an
developing
animal
their
right
brain
here.
will absolutely have the
Will
capacity to
will
play.
implies
But
doesn't
why
yet.
are you being
He's in the
age
trap.
discriminatory against that
Because
child
when
for
you
not having
say-
fully developed? Okay,
No, hold on, wait, you can't
Destiny.
just ramble and ask me a question.
Destiny.
You ask me a question. If you're gonna ask me, I'm just gonna keep talking. Okay.
Okay,
When you
go.
ask me, will a thing have a right? I will agree with you that it will. The pieces for a building are not the same thing as a building itself. A seed is not the same
But the
thing as a
embryo
tree.
is a
An
whole.
embryo is not the same thing as
No,
a person.
no, you're
so when you
conflating
say,
parts
hold on,
and
don't stop
wholes.
saying that every single. Okay, hold on.
The
To be clear for
embryo
the
is
audience,
whole.
when you're
Hold on,
having a
just
conversation with
let him
somebody,
finish,
yeah,
let
if
him
you're having a
finish.
conversation with me and they're not willing to engage with a single hypothetical, or they claim every hypothetical doesn't map on, unless you can clearly explain why, it's because you know that the hypothetical is testing the limits of your belief in a way that
No, I'm
demonstrates
just using
the absurdity
science.
of what you're saying.
And
You're
you
not,
don't-
so-
you don't
first
wanna
of all,
acknowledge that.
whether or not pro or
Let him
anti-life
finish
exists
and then
has
we can-
nothing to do with
yeah.
science. It's not a scientific question. It's a question of moral philosophy. Okay, number one. So number two, going all the way back to this original question that I don't think you're going to answer me because I think that this does demonstrate the
Well, can you?
faultiness of your
I
proposition
already
is
answered you,
you
and you
didn't
couldn't
answer.
I
No,
did
you said
answer
that's an absurd
No,
proposition
that's
to
not what I
imagine a
said,
person could be in a
Destiny.
coma.
I said you needed to provide more information. Was it a medically induced coma? How long was the coma? These questions matter, and
Let's
they're actually.
Destiny, what is
I
the
can
question?
ask a very simple
What-
question.
Was there
What's the
injuries?
question?
A
Was there-
person is in a bed. Person is in a bed. This person is unconscious in a coma. The doctor has a machine and he pushes the button and the machine says this person will never wake up again. But the rest
There's
of their
no
body
button
works.
like that exists.
That's
Well,
why it's
they
called
can't engage with hypotheticals at all, man. This is driving me nuts. Sorry.
hypothetical.
Then it's
Hypothetical
a false
means
hypothetical,
that
Destiny, because it doesn't exist in the real world. You're inventing a false hypothetical that doesn't exist in the real world.
That is
So
ends in human life.
They have no
dying.
idea what
Yeah,
hypothetical means.
so
Do we
and you're
need,
using it to
do we need
justify
rock?
Or
ending
no?
the life of an
No.
embryo.
You can't adjust this.
Well,
Of
you
a
can.
human
Yeah,
being.
yeah,
So
no.
It's a
that-
big de
that
facto.
doesn't-
If you're,
that doesn't
if you're
match.
incapable of dealing with hypothetical, then the conversation.
Well,
you
maybe.
can't deal with hypotheticals.
Just bring it
You
along.
can't.
Stick it in there.
Hypothetical, by definition, is
No.
something that is not happening. That's why it's called a
Destiny.
hypothetical.
Destiny.
So wait, let me ask you a hypothetical.
what?
Since you love hypotheticals, let me ask you
I
a
love
hypothetical.
hypotheticals.
So
Yes.
That's great.
scientists are working on
That's what
artificial
filled us up
limbs.
before.
Okay.
Yeah, we need it. Stick it in the box.
Would you agree with me that if they develop this artificial womb that can sustain human life, that there would be no legal reason, or there should be no legal justification for abortion? Because if you could remove a child from a woman's womb who doesn't want to have a child, didn't want to get pregnant, and place that child in an artificial womb where the child will safely grow and develop until he or
even-
she's ready to be born,
Rip.
would you agree with me then, in that hypothetical situation, that there's no justification for abortion?
No.
Why not?
You're not even. There's 10 unanswered questions back and forth.
I
between us.
just solved
You
all
are
the
making,
problems,
you
right,
are
with
making,
my hypothetical.
You are making a dialogue tree argument against an argument for viability. I have never made that argument in my life. I've never argued that viability is what determines if a child gets to live or die. That's an absurd position. I would never have that. So
I
if
wasn't
you're saying,
you were making a viability
hold on,
argument.
what?
So-
wait,
so
wait, no, wait, because you don't even understand the argument you're making now. Hold on, you are making an argument for viability when you're saying if I could show you an artificial womb,
love when men
should we
yell at
not
me.
say? Yeah, I know, I love yelling at women. Okay, could you not say?
I can tell.
Could you not say, thank you, could you not say that, like, well, if I can show you that I can transplant this fetus from this womb at 1 week to an artificial womb,
Yeah.
doesn't that give it the right to life? The implication there being the viability of a fetus to survive outside of a natural
I
womb. in an
thought we
artificial
could
womb.
find common ground
Hold
on
on,
that.
hold on. So
Yeah, the common ground, I would
That's
say,
why
if
I
that
was
has there is no
asking.
common ground there. I would say 20 to 24 weeks.
So
The same answer I
Destiny,
gave before.
your entire position is based on is based on age. It's basically the development, the
It's not based on
maturity.
age, it's based on development of the
it's
conscious
age,
brain.
development
argument.
is age, Destiny.
It could develop
For
early
human-
or later, I guess, right?
A development is age. Age is a marker of development.
It
Just
could
make
be,
one.
sure.
So your whole argument is that if the development hasn't happened yet, then therefore they're not a human life worthy of protection.
And a person, yeah.
A person, okay?
Yes.
So are you saying that toddlers, because they're less developed than
what is
an
mining? Is it
adolescent,
harvesting?
should have fewer, should not
I
have
don't
as
know.
much as an adolescent?
I don't actually know.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
You agree with the same
Fundamental
thing. Hold
human
on.
rights.
To be
They should
clear.
have different human
Whoa,
rights.
okay,
Got
now
level
you're developing more, but
four
the
in
funny
it.
thing
Because
is
of
you
human
said
rights.
in
And
your
harvesting.
opening statement, you literally said
They have the
children
same
need even
human rights,
more
right?
protect. They don't have the same rights.
Do they
A child
accept-
can't sign a contract. A child can't
But-
buy a
but
house. A
Destiny,
2-year-old
hold
can't go
for
to high
1 second.
school.
Do they have the same human rights?
What? No.
A toddler and an
They don't have the same human
adolescent
rights.
don't have the
Do you-
same
what-
human rights.
Do you know? Do you believe?
I
that
would
there are
argue
human
that I
rights?
have like the human right to live in a house in the way that I want to. A 3-year-old
Okay,
does not have the
so
human
do you
right
not
to live.
agree that-
Hold on.
Okay,
no,
hold on. Do you
wait,
not
wait,
agree
wait,
there are
wait.
fundamental human rights? Maybe that's
There might be
there's
some.
disconnection.
If you're gonna,
Destiny's
if you want to get
confused.
very fundamental in terms of like, do you have a right to not be killed?
Yes.
Yes,
Then
yeah,
sure.
I
then
think that's
hold
a
on.
very important
Sure,
point
you
to-
can say
to
that.
establish,
But earlier
for
you
sure.
stumbled onto something very funny that we all agree on: is that based on
No.
the level of development, you actually do grant different rights to
No.
people.
Well,
that is absolutely
so you're
true.
saying if you're not developed enough, you have the right to be. You actually, instead of being more protected as a child, you should be less protected as a child, and you have less rights as a child to not be killed, to not
A
be fed, to not be
child
cared
is
for.
generally defined as a human person, so
But-
you're begging the
but
question when you
Destiny
ask.
believes
I
in
believe
the-
all children should
he
have rights.
believes in
I
the
just don't agree that a
magical-
3-week-old
Are you still
fetus is a
believing
child.
in the magical vagina or
More than I
magical
believe in the
C-section?
magical zygote that
Because
becomes a
what
magical
about- so
human
what
when it's
about
2
the-
cells big.
What
Yeah, of
about
course.
the intern I mentioned,
hold-
the 21-week, 6-day intern?
What about it?
So when she was born, she and her twin sister were born. Now that's in
Okay.
your 24 weeks. Who knows what Destiny really believes about abortion at that
I,
point?
I told you between 20 and 24 weeks, yeah.
You got to be kind of specific when you're talking
Do you
about
think that
killing
puberty
people.
exists?
But
Wait. Do you
what
think puberty? Wait. I need to know. Do you think puberty?
answer my question,
Okay.
Destiny. Remember?
I'm going to ask you this again. I'm
Yes,
coming
I
back to the
believe in
coma one too,
biology.
because you
We
still
can
haven't
come back
answered
to the coma all day
You
long.
still haven't answered the coma
Right.
question. But go ahead.
It's a false.
But what is the answer? So
It's a false hypothetical. That's why it's a fucking hypothetical. Of course it's not gonna happen. That's why it's a hypothetical in the first place. Yo, Holy fucking shit. How can you have a debate with people that don't understand the basis of language?
The answer is if you want to take care of a baby.
Excuse me.
You're excused. Go ahead.
At 21 weeks and 6 days,
Yeah.
a child is born,
That's
and a
funny.
child is surviving.
A thing
But
is, yeah, okay.
Is it a thing or is it a child?
Something, yeah, it must be something.
Do I have the right after the moments that child comes out?
Right to kill it, actually.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Moments after that child exits my body via C-section or vaginal birth, does that child have the right to not be killed? Because that child is in that 24 weeks, and we don't know,
If the child
according
has your
to
level
your
of
science, we don't know what type of consciousness this child has. So is there anything wrong with saying, well, you survived, we're not going to treat you, we're going to actually actively dismember you or inject a poison to your heart
if
to
you're
cause a heart
approaching
attack?
my position in good faith,
China,
if I'm
definitely
saying
not.
that consciousness develops around 20 to 24 weeks,
But how
then
do you
would
know?
probably drop because that's when
somebody dropped
scientists seem to
fucking,
think that-
Reed.
How
Oh,
do
I'm
you
sorry.
know
I thought I
that
was
the
gonna- I'm so sorry.
child-
I was interrupting your question with my
And
answer.
How do you know
flag.
the
You were
child
right.
at
Question.
21 weeks and 6 days has consciousness?
The
How
fuck?
do you know? What's changed?
You don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I was saying. I was going to answer, but you cut me off. You cut my answer to your
So
question
I
off with
wanna
another
know, is
question.
it
so
okay
you
to
don't want to
kill
know.
a
You're just trying to run
child
me down a dialogue. here.
after the child is
okay
born?
to kill a child? Probably not.
Is it
I would imagine
okay-
it's probably never okay to kill a child, right? So my answer was that if the cutoff seems to be somewhere around 20 to 24 weeks. If you're drawing policy or legislation because we can't determine exactly when they're conscious, you'd probably be safe and say something like only first trimester abortion. Would probably be like
I forgot I built
a
this.
thing, or like before like the 20-week mark would probably be about where you'd go to. That'd be my guess.
Okay, but so the child who's born at 21
Oh my
weeks and
God.
6 days, or the fetus, or whatever.
Bro, we
That
could have
would
had
pass
the
the policy
fucking.
costs.
I forgot I built another
This is
stockpile. It's
Destiny's
full of grain.
hypothetical world. This is Destiny's
Or wheat.
hypothetical world. If you're there at the
What the
delivery room, are
We're
you
good
saying
boys.
that
Let's
child
make
can
all
be
of
killed
those.
because we
Let's
don't
make that
know
fucking
what
village.
that child's
In
conscious
Destiny's
level is?
hypothetical world, if
Is
we've
it-
drawn
Yeah,
the line
put
at
it in
20
the
weeks,
wrong?
if the child is born at 21 weeks, we probably say, okay, well, now that it's
So
born,
now
it's
you've
going to be
changed your
treated.
position in this debate. You went from 20 to 24 weeks, and now you're down to 20, right?
Do you understand the difference between a policy position versus like an epistemic statement or like a moral statement?
Yes,
on
I'm
what
not.
might be?
I'm not a moron. Thank
Well,
you.
clearly you are,
I don't know
though.
how
Then
you
I
word
don't-
these
well-
'Cause you're
questions.
conflating
I
the
don't know
two.
Do you
why you-
understand there's a difference between the color blue and the color purple?
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to a misogynistic man like this before.
Oh my God. Oh, these people are so cringe. Oh shit, he's losing. Oh shit, he's smacking the fuck out of us in this debate. Misogynistic.
I still want to know if you
Holy
think
fuck,
that
bro.
I
there's
don't know
something
anything. I can't even
happens-
answer a question.
Something
I said in the
magical
very beginning of
happens
this.
at birth.
Yeah, I said in the very beginning of this that the cutoff would be 20 to 24 weeks.
And now
right?
you're down to 20. So we've actually we're winning.
Yes.
He's down to 20 now.
Well, I
Wait,
think I
hold
was
on.
at
20.
before.
So wait, just a question.
Yeah.
She's just accused you of being misogynistic. I mean, do you have a response to that?
I am.
I don't think he has one.
Well, no,
Just
be.
say
I
it
mean,
is.
come on, be.
I'm being honest.
You're not a
I am.
misogynist, Destiny.
I hate women. The more time I spend around them, the more contemptuous I feel about them.
Well, I mean, you're trolling, but
I've watched so many Just Pearly Things
Can
videos.
back to the consciousness stuff with
Sure.
the,
Well,
with
can
the
I even?
toddler
Apparently, my
versus that.
position doesn't even exist right now. So let me restate for.
No,
I'm
your
trying to.
your position's good now. We know where you're at least at. You're at
missing
20 weeks. We've got you moved from 24
am I
to 20,
missing?
20 weeks.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
she's
the
such a
question-
fucking liar, bro. So disingenuous. Jesus Christ. I'm starting to think she might actually be dumb and actually not understand what's going on instead of being deliberately obtuse.
Policy is separate from the factual question of when does a conscious experience happen, right? What I stated initially was it seems like there's a conscious experience that starts at around 20 to 24 weeks.
Can
If
you
that's
name the
case-
biologist?
Google it.
That's what I told you. I actually researched this for several hours today on NIH's
wow.
PubMed website.
Yeah,
and
Several
I actually
hours.
found a lot of
There's
pro-choice
fucking
scientists who were
77
saying
over here.
We
children can
don't-
feel pain at 12 and a half
Feeling
weeks.
Or
pain
they
is
don't
not
know.
Oh yeah, I
conscious.
picked up like 30
Sitting
already.
down
I'm
interact
making
with
straw.
each other at 14
Okay.
weeks. So just using that
what-
data from
wait,
the
we
NIH's
have
own
an
website would tell
enemy
you
right
that
straight
now your
across.
20-week
Kill him.
It's a wolf.
limit on abortions, which
Kill
is
it.
wrong and probably should be moved
Okay,
down
so I
to 12
googled
to
it, and the
14.
first thing that came up from scientificamerican.com, I'm not sure what research that is, Consciousness requires a sophisticated network of highly interconnected components, nerve cells. Its physical substrate, the thalamocortical complex that provides consciousness with its highly elaborate content, begins to be in place between the 24th and 28th week of gestation. Now, I Googled that. It was the first thing. So it's crazy to me that you read all these things. But however, I will finish. 24th to 28th. I've also seen stuff that says 20th to 24th week. So because I don't want to murder baby, to be safe, I would probably say I would go with the earlier number because I generally don't want to kill children most of the time.
It's 12 weeks in
so
Europe.
I would say that the policy
You got
position
3
should
months.
Probably say that on the 20th week, that should probably be the cutoff where we start treating it as a child, and then you give it all the same protections and rights that you would a third trimester pregnancy or a born child. So that's about what I said. No position has changed. I haven't moved at all. At the very beginning of this debate, I said 20 to 24 weeks is about. I haven't even clarified. That was the policy position would probably just stop at 20 weeks.
I have a question for Destiny. Do you believe in human rights?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe in universal, fundamental human rights that all human beings share?
Yes, I do believe there are some universal rights people should have.
Good.
Do they
Does that
objectively
include the right to life? Does that include the right to not be killed?
Generally speaking, I would say so. Yeah.
Generally speaking, or yes?
That's a very difficult question. If
Yeah.
countries are at war with each other, does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant?
You can't answer this question.
Does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant in a war?
Yeah. So in a war,
I'm asking. Okay, yeah,
in
that's
a war,
what I'm saying.
there can be something called just war theory. There's different theories for what makes a war just or unjust.
Okay.
And yes, you can be tried for war crimes for unjustly
I'm
killing
just trying to make
a civilian.
Okay, I'm just trying to make you understand
because they have a right to life as a human being.
I'm just trying to make you understand that when you ask me a question of does everybody have a fundamental right to life? Depending on what you're asking, that could be a very difficult question.
I'll say it again and let me know if this is clear. Do you as a human being have a right to not be killed?
I would say, generally speaking...
Without due process. How about we'll add that
Generally speaking,
without
if we have any sort of construction of government, my imagination would be that a fundamental right would be a right to life, to not be killed. Yes, I would agree with that. In any given country,
in the United States, under the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment says that we have a right to equal protection under the law, and no state has a right to deprive the life of anyone without due process. You've probably heard this before. Okay. So... do you think that there is any due process for the human life? Right now, where is the due process for the human life
the last one?
before your consciousness?
I'm making it right now.
Well, I would say that person isn't protected by the Constitution because they're not a person yet.
Okay, and you're defining personhood based on
somebody
this 20 to 24 weeks.
of having a conscious experience.
So let's talk about that for a minute. If I'm under anesthetic and I'm unconscious, and someone comes up to me and says, "Can I kill you?"
I can't.
And I'm unconscious, I can't say, "Don't kill me." Can they kill me?
No.
Tell me why.
Because you have the capacity to deploy a conscious experience.
Just like the fetus.
No, the fetus can't.
It takes two, I think.
If you don't kill that fetus, the fetus with a matter of time, because I'm under anesthetic, in a matter of time, I will come out from under anesthetic and I will have my consciousness. For the fetus, if you don't kill that fetus under a matter of time, the natural human development, you were once a tiny child in the womb, maybe 18 weeks before the consciousness that you say some biologists claim for.
Half of me was an egg,
if no one killed you, then you would have your consciousness, just like I, coming out of an anesthetic, would have my consciousness.
Do you think that?
So your position sounds like age discrimination, because you're saying that because the child is not doesn't have their consciousness yet, just like under anesthetic, I don't have my consciousness regained yet.
Do you think there are any 2-year-old?
Come on, walk over my grave.
Then you're saying that it's okay to kill them.
Do you think there are any 200-year-old humans that deserve to be protected by all the human rights that we have fundamentally?
Well, I think if someone lived to be 200, then yeah, they'd be pretty awesome.
What about right now? Are you ageist?
Who's actually alive?
What do you mean, am I ageist? If there was a 200-year-old, I'd say yes. If they're alive, that would be amazing.
Okay, and if there was a 1-week-old having a conscious experience, I would say it as well.
But if the 200-year-old is asleep and unconscious, I still don't have the right to kill them, Destiny.
Because if they're asleep, they can wake up.
Your line of consciousness, your reasoning about consciousness is not logical.
You just stated the fundamental flaw of your entire position, because you keep saying,
I understand.
If they wake up,
I'm just going to talk now, okay? The way that this conversation works is because you two have organizations, because you two are bought in. You can never even remotely consider. I have to, because I haven't gotten the ability to even respond to
misogynist. Come on.
It's not misogynist, okay?
What do you need?
The straw.
I don't have straw. I made thatch.
Oh.
But it's full. We just have to finish it.
Because it's saying I need something.
Drop the hammer?
It says I need 2.
No, it says build part for me. Drop the hammer. I'll build it.
Hold on. says add material.
Does it?
That's weird. And then in here, right here.
Ta-da! It's not done yet. Where's the next?
I don't know.
There we go. Now it's done.
Yeah. Look, we don't even need this. No, well, you know. Nice.
Okay, we need 5 straw, 3 rope, 5 logs, and 2 straps.
Here's I've got one right here.
What, a strap?
No, straw.
Yeah, we can easily make straw, that's no problem.
And then how many? 3 of these.
Now I'm in my demon racial
Did a
energy
bunch of
because you're
men
both white
start
people. So now I'm like
organizations
hitting
as
you because you're
well?
white. Okay.
But you can't just throw that zinger in there like, oh, you're only pro-life
I have to
you
because
lead
the
pro-life
style of
organizations.
argumentation that you're both engaging
Come
in is like a
on.
gish
Is
gallop of 50
scientific.
million questions. Nothing is scientific about this
Which
conversation. It's 50 million
is-
questions on me being able to respond to or answer anything.
Well,
You
let's
wouldn't
have a
even
scientific.
hypotheticals.
What is
I've
not
got a
scientific
question.
about the argument?
I've got a
That-
question.
This is a question of
Got a
moral philosophy.
question.
It's not a scientific
I got a
argument.
question. Got a question here.
None of my
hold on,
questions have
hold
been
on.
answered yet. Yeah, go ahead.
So
We can go back to your hypothetical, but if
when
you don't,
Just
if
ask
you
it.
don't answer my clarifying questions
so
about your
Lila, I have a
hypothetical,
question
then
for you,
we're
Lila.
not going to get very far.
I got a question for you, Lila.
I don't even have any more fucking
For everybody
wood.
here at the table.
Where you taking this
Wow, it's
wood
very,
at,
it's very
woman?
heated. Okay. When does life begin?
At the moment of conception, when
The moment of
sperm
fertilization.
and egg unite, when a unique, whole, living human being that never existed
Yeah.
before
I'll have to go
and
ahead
will
and
never
fucking chop
exist
some.
again comes into existence with a unique genetic code. And
Wait, so are
96%,
twins not human?
excuse me,
Hold on, just
No, they are.
96% of biologists in University of Chicago study, majority of whom were pro-choice and liberal, confirm that fact that there is no other point at your development can you say you became you than at the moment of conception when your DNA, your genetic code came into existence. That is a biological fact. And I'm sorry it's inconvenient to raise that, but
Well-
that is the fact.
And to clarify, I would agree with you, Destiny. If human life began at consciousness, I would say, you know, anything before that human life beginning at consciousness, I would say it doesn't matter. It's not a human life yet. But what's inconvenient for you is that human life doesn't begin at consciousness. Human life and
First
humans.
of all, none of
can
this is
be-
inconvenient
and
for me.
humans can
I'm not
be
a woman.
and
At the end of the day, I'm not going to have a kid, so it's not
Well,
inconvenient for
don't
me at
you
all.
have a
Okay.
kid?
So,
You have a
Destiny,
child.
when
I
does
didn't give birth to him.
But it's
when does
you're
life
I'm
the
just saying. You're
father
saying
of
it's
the child.
inconvenient to me, where it's like I'm not. It's not
Well,
an
meaning
inconvenience to
because
me to
I think
recognize.
you're representing the pro-abortion position here, and
Surely
you're
you don't
saying
believe
that
in no
consciousness
uterus,
is
no
the line
opinion.
that
Sure, but I'm
decides
just saying
whether
that you
innocent
keep
people live
saying
or
like
die.
it's inconvenient. None of these facts are inconvenient. I'm
Well,
totally
they are
willing to
because
address.
they dispute your like made up definition of when personhood begins.
There is no. The definition of when personhood begins is literally the subject of our debate. There's not a scientific answer to that question.
What I said
Unless
at
you
the
believe in
very
human
beginning
rights.
is
No,
when
that's
you
human
when you
rights are not
separate-
science.
Excuse me.
That's-
If
Human
you
rights-
separate when human beings
Is that,
come
do you,
into
is that mechanical
existence-
engineering? When do you learn
Excuse
human
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you separate when human beings come into existence
Okay.
and personhood, and you make it two different lines, it's always bad. Bad things have always happened throughout human history when we tried to separate human beings from personhood. It's always a slippery slope, and bad things always happen, is what we're saying. So
Destiny,
The
sorry,
reason,
go.
one more comment.
Don't
The
interrupt.
reason science is very important for the
Yeah, I
pro-life
agree, yeah.
debate is because, and the question of human rights is because human rights are about the humans that have rights that are universal. So all humans, if you're a member of the human family, you have these rights. And I think earlier
I forgot
you
to
did.
eat.
you know, kind of.
You keep saying
kind
that,
of
but we don't.
timidly
No.
kind
You
of
have
agreed
more
to- Can I just
qualifiers.
finish, Justin?
Oh,
You're gonna
I'm
do-
so sorry.
You
My
did.
bad.
You
Go
did
ahead.
kind of.
bring my
Sorry.
food. Oh,
You
fuck.
did kind of agree. I think you agreed that we have the right as humans to not be killed, right?
No, there
but you
has to
don't
be more
believe in
qualifications.
but I think
There needs to be more qualifications. It's not just humans because we agree that corpses, for instance, don't get protection.
So
but it has to be more qualifiers.
Destiny, I think Destiny. I think your position is not human rights. It's conscious rights. That you have to be a conscious. You have to have consciousness, and not just have consciousness.
Perfect.
You can have it taken away from you and it come back to it, but that is okay. But if the child hasn't developed yet, then that's okay. That's your line.
And Destiny,
that
do you want to answer
slippery
the question? Just when does life begin?
When does life begin, or when do they become a person?
When does human life begin, Destiny?
Whatever your sense of the question is.
Personhood thing that I'm looking at.
No, let's talk about science for a second. When does human life begin? I answer the question, you answer it.
If you're talking about like when does a unique genetic code happen, it's right at the union. It's right at the moment of conception.
When two parts become a whole.
Correct.
Excellent.
Finally, we agree on something.
That's
when human life comes into existence.
Yeah, that's called a scientific fact.
That's what we've been saying.
Okay, I understand. Let me catch you
there
up
are
with
a
the
lot of pro-abortion
conversation.
people who don't
Sure,
agree with
I
that,
understand. Let me catch you up with the conversation. We're not having a scientific discussion on when genomes are formed. We're having a moral philosophy discussion on when does something get the protections of being a person.
Correct.
Right?
And our
Spiced
position
onion
is simple,
soup
and
give
as
you
Kristen was saying earlier,
70
throughout
stamina. Look at my
history,
stamina bar.
There have been many times when groups of humans, when groups of humans were considered non-persons, right?
I don't know what this happens.
You're certainly familiar with this, Destiny, and I know Kristen
I'm gonna
is.
go back to this.
For
Makes me go
example,
faster
under
'cause
the
I
Rwandan
fart.
genocide, or with slavery in our country,
I understand.
the Holocaust.
That's the
there
next
are-
step.
there are groups of people who were seen as who were
It was
humans.
Roe v. Wade, KCV, Planned Parenthood, and then I think it was apartheid in
just to
South
finish,
Africa.
there were
actually, I think Roe versus Wade came from that.
There were human beings.
Might have been because they were inspired by the Nazis, right?
Just to clarify, there are human beings that were seen as non-persons, and that opened the door to huge injustices.
Okay.
And similarly, today we see humans in the womb at this arbitrary line, and you're one among many. I mean, other people say, well, right before birth is when they become human, or viability is when they become human, or heartbeat is when they become human. There's a lot of different variations.
I think
because
those are all really bad arguments.
I agree, and I think consciousness is a terrible argument too, because you can't
That's your
assign
opinion.
the development of
Obviously,
a human.
that's why I'm representing
your
it.
opinion's wrong.
And back to the toddler and the adolescent, because you had a clever move there, Destiny. You were saying, well, an adolescent has rights, like signing a contract that a toddler doesn't have. So therefore, I think your next conclusion of that was, if you're preborn in the womb
I could
before
also tell you my
consciousness-
conclusion. You don't have to guess because I'm
well,
here.
okay. I mean, feel free to give it. But it was an interesting position, because what I was trying to get to in that conversation before I got a little bit derailed there is, do you think that your age or your development as a human means you are more or less entitled to equal protection under the law for basic human rights, including the right to not be killed?
If that development, when you say including the rights to not be killed,
that fundamental right to life. Let's just talk about only that right. Only that right.
So
just I don't know about intuition problem. Let's just isolate it and just say just the right to not be killed, the right to not be the victim of homicide.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends on what kind of deaths we're talking about. So here's a question, for instance. A lot of women have miscarriages, like without even knowing in the first few weeks of getting pregnant. Do you think that those embryos should be rushed to the hospital?
Well, if the embryo is dead, no. I mean,
okay, do you think that, like any woman, do you think we should start locking every single woman that has sex into some sort of facility to check for early miscarriages like that? Because if it is true, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a woman leaving a child starving to death on their floor?
No, absolutely not. How dare you?
Hold on, can you answer the question?
No. How dare you?
Oh my God, she's so fucking. That one chick is like. Oh, what's the word?
Talking about right now is essentially the real genocide of children is all the children being miscarried right now in the first few weeks of development. That's
miscarriage to not feeding my child.
Why? It should be the same thing.
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Well, you obviously
it's not because.
Oh my gosh.
It's not because.
Well, hold on, you're telling
every
me.
woman
hold
in
on,
America
if you want to
who has
extend
just
human protections all the way to the very beginning, the very moment of conception. If you want to go all the way to the moment of conception, then that means that a woman who just whatever kind of miscarries in the first, second, or third week and doesn't realize it, that is the same as like, oops, somebody dropped their child down the stairs and they died.
No, that is absolutely not the same. Do you understand science of what happens in a miscarriage? An unattended miscarriage?
Unattended. That's why I'm saying we should lock them up after they have sex.
I don't think your argument doesn't make any sense.
My argument makes perfect sense.
No,
if you
it
truly
lock a
believe,
woman up,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
say- I'll
very
restate my
heinous.
argument.
Might be more
I'll
likely
restate
to
my argument.
miscarry
I
because of
understand
the
it's really.
stress.
I know it
Which
hurts
is why I
because
don't
it
think we
obviously
should jail
demonstrates
pregnant
another
women,
huge
quite
flaw.
frankly.
If you
Can I-
believe
can I
that the
finish?
moment
Can I-
of
can
no,
I-
you can't right now. If you believe that at the moment of conception you've created a
These are
unique
thick.
human being, then that means that right now you should be in
What are we
tears because
wearing?
every moment women
What
that are
kind of
engaged. In
pants were we-
fact,
are
you
we
could probably
wearing?
make the argument that sex without the intention of
What
immediately
armor?
going to a hospital is probably immoral because you're engaging.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, it's we need to get the strap thing. I got the barn first, so we can actually put shit away.
I know. We're working on it.
I'm gonna go for the strap thing now, which is the tool maker, and then you can make
Yeah, go
straps.
ahead. No. You pick.
Where is it? Over here. Yeah. We can make a tool maker right now. Well, make is a lot, but we can research it right now. We have the resources for that.
Where are we putting it though? That's the thing. Ooh, barn. We can make the barn.
I don't suppose you can like upgrade the stockpile. No,
Oh no.
that would have
That
been
would be
easy.
too easy.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the front is. Oh, here we go.
What do we need?
A lot.
Give me my hammer.
It's in a
With my
box
hammer.
somewhere. Oh no, here. It's on the ground.
In some activity that might result in the death of a child
think
in
that's
2 or
right.
3 or
I don't
4
think-
weeks
wait.
because you don't know if you're gonna have a
You don't
miscarriage.
think women
Every
can
single
gestate
time,
a human
every
being?
single time a woman has
These
sex,
trees
you
need to
have
start
to rush
growing
to the
again.
hospital
Damn
immediately
it.
after just
One at a
to make
time,
sure
one at a time,
that whatever
please.
fetus might be there is absolutely
No,
protected.
I don't
Destiny,
think.
let me answer your question.
That is misogyny because what you're saying is
I'm back to my
women cannot
misogynistic energy,
gestate human
Destiny loves
beings
this
in the
hypothetical.
womb and
Let me
be
answer.
productive citizens of our society.
They should.
That's exactly that is
So
misogyny,
Destiny,
sir.
I don't
That's
know
exactly
that.
what.
Hold on, let's let Lila
Okay,
go.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know. I
Lila.
think your question might betray perhaps a little ignorance about how pregnancy works.
Okay, inform me,
Because
please.
because
Or
if
how
a woman
miscarriage
gets pregnant, rushing her to the hospital is not going to magically prevent a miscarriage that she may or may not have. Miscarriages happen for a lot of different reasons, and I would argue,
I know, it's
especially for imprisonment as an example, imprisoning a woman who's pregnant, which I'm opposed to, by the way, that additional stress could add to the miscarriage. So if you
right.
grabbed a woman after she had sex and might be pregnant and dragged her off to a hospital, that might actually induce stress in her. And
Yeah, but there's
create a
also
miscarriage.
potentially
So I'm
things.
not
There's
sure
behaviors a woman
where
could
you're
engage
going
in that
with
would increase the risk of miscarriage, especially if she doesn't know she's pregnant, right? Maybe a woman drinks.
Say that one more time.
There might
Destiny.
be behaviors that a woman could engage in if she
Which
is
is
pregnant
why-
that would increase the
which
risk
is
of
why- which is
However,
why-
that means that
Destiny,
you could have sex with a
Destiny.
condom and with birth control, and you might actually
Destiny.
get pregnant. So if
That's
a woman
right,
is
you
having
can.
sex and she starts drinking or whatever, she's
That's
actually
right.
murdering a child right then and there.
Destiny, let me answer that.
Yeah.
That's why we have recommendations, from the FDA that women who are pregnant should not drink alcohol.
No. You don't even know if you're pregnant
But
yet,
see,
though. That's the whole
wait a
that's the
minute,
whole deal.
pregnant. That's different.
That's the
Yeah.
difference between direct and indirect
My
actions,
hammer.
though, right?
That's how, what is, it
So-
doesn't get much more direct than doing
No,
things to
if
your
a
body
woman
that
is
harms your
pregnant
child.
and does not know she's pregnant, say she just conceived and
Uh-huh.
she goes and celebrates her 20th birthday at a bar, 21st birthday at a bar, and she drinks a whole bunch, and she miscarries, no one would say
You murdered your child.
you murdered your child.
Of
No
course
one
you
would say
did.
that. That's not that was not the intent.
It doesn't matter what the
There's
intent
a
is. You
whole
think the kid cares
difference
what the intent
between
is?
the
You've murdered a
intent.
child.
Abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is the direct, intentional
Wait,
killing of an
Do
innocent
you think
human
from the
being.
perspective of the fetus, do you think it cares if
That
it was an
is a
accident or intentional, that it
direct
was...
action. We're arguing about the morality of abortion, which you've informed me like 5 times because you don't want to talk about science.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that if you think that from
Abortion
the
is
moment
a
of
direct-
conception...
I will say, I'll give you this,
Intentional
Destiny. If you're having sex, and this is
I
actually
put my
goes
axe?
to a related conversation to the abortion
New
conversation,
topic.
but that's very important. I think,
topic is you
anyways,
guys didn't answer any of my other questions.
sexual
I have a
ethics.
question, actually. I have
And
a
I
question.
think your
after
question
Lila
kind of gets
goes
into
here.
the sexual ethics world,
Can-
which I think
Yeah.
is important. So we could go there. 'cause
Sure.
If you're
I
having
do have-
Am I allowed
heterosexual
to...
sex,
Am I allowed to ask any of my
I got-
questions?
I
if
got
don't
the
got
wood.
answers?
well, I would
Do you want to
argue.
reiterate them?
Sure, I had like 3 really...
Say again?
I said I got the wood.
Yeah, I'm getting for logs now.
Can I answer his little
we
hypothetical
just
there
need two
real
more.
quick? Okay.
Sure. About the mass genocide of.
Well, no,
accidental
it was
babies.
more about, you know, if you're having sex,
like
should you be
carrying
heavily drinking afterwards? I think was where you're going with that. And I would say, no, you shouldn't actually. I don't think, and this is part of our society's problem today, post-sexual revolution, is we have separated sex from procreation and from relationship.
Okay.
And because of that, we have the abortion rate of 2,500 children killed every day by abortion. Because of that, we have mass unhappiness. We have breakdown among.
What?
Well,
Accidental
no, it
babies.
was more about, you know, if you're having sex,
like
should you be
carrying
heavily drinking afterwards? I think was where you're going with that. And I would say, no, you shouldn't actually. I don't think,
Alrighty.
and this is part of
We
our
got 'em.
society's problem today, post-sexual revolution, is we have separated sex from procreation.
What the fuck do you mean, modern problems? Yo,
Ooh.
somebody tell me, what's the oldest occupation in the world? What people like to say, oh right, prostitution. Clearly, right? It's not a modern fucking thing. Oh my god, bro. How can you have a discussion with people who don't live in reality?
And from relationship.
Okay.
And because of that, we have the abortion rate of 2,500 children killed every day by abortion. Because of that, we have mass unhappiness. We have breakdown among
Yeah, we need
male-female
some
relationships.
planks.
People actually are having less sex in many ways than before. Pornography use is spiking, and it's all because we've forgotten what sex
Oh,
is
there was
designed
my
for, which is
axe.
intimacy
Shit.
and life. So
Got
I'm
two
working
axes.
against a culture, and I am against acts where people are just being promiscuous, having sex, not
Literally,
really caring.
none of that has
and then,
anything to do with what I said because everything that I described happened could literally happen within a marriage where a woman gets
Well-
pregnant, doesn't realize it, has some
Hold on,
alcohol.
Well,
and
then,
it's
then I'll
good.
answer
let
to that
Destiny-
too.
hold on,
Well,
just
actually, let me answer that too, because I'm
Okay.
married.
I'm just saying that nothing what I gave had anything to do with the.
Okay, well
Sure.
then I'm thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
You know, I can relate to
we
your
need
question. I'm
planks.
married. We hope to have another baby, and yes.
Grab the meat
would
off the
I
thing
know if
before it
it's-
burns.
I might be fertile. I might be
I need
getting pregnant
26
soon.
of
Yeah,
it.
I'm not going to be
Yeah, I brought
Gin
3
and
logs,
tonics.
so that's
because I might be
9
getting pregnant,
already.
and I want to have my body be as hospitable as possible for that baby. And I think that would be the prudent thing to do. And that's another reason, if as a woman and
Not
you're having
We
sex,
weren't talking
you might
about
get
what is
pregnant
prudent or
to
not.
be.
We were talking about like moral rights and wrongs. But
Well, I think it would be morally irresponsible, yes, to be getting drunk when you may be getting pregnant, yes.
okay. On the same
'cause
level as like
creating-
murdering a child, right?
Creating a new human being is a
there's
logical
a bit of
Hold on,
outcome
just one
of
microphone at a time,
heterosexual
please.
sex. And so that's what Lila is saying,
think
is that
that's
if
what
you're
we're
engaging in
missing.
heterosexual sex, you have to be aware that one of the very biological outcomes of that behavior, of that choice you've made, is creating a unique, whole, living human life. So therefore, you have consented to the fact that a unique, whole, living life
it's
may
not
come
let-
into an
it's
existence
still not
by
let me
engaging in
build.
that act knowingly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Destiny, did you have more?
I
know
said it
you had
very
a couple of
slow,
questions.
very
very
clear.
simple questions.
Hopefully that
Let me
gets
agree
patched.
It's probably a real thing.
That's kind of annoying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it
true.
is.
Okay, when does it happen?
Me sitting
It's a
there
range.
hammering on
hold on.
invisible.
I know where he's going. I know he's
Fucking
going.
walls.
Can I make a
Go ahead,
comment here?
Lila.
But that's
There is-
fundamentally
hold on,
different
there's-
between.
Hold on, let me
let's
just
let
like
Lila
this.
go.
There's
Can I
an
answer this?
absolutely there's
Can I answer this? This is my question.
sure.
Yo, while I'm making these planks, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm actually about to go to bed.
All right.
It's about 6 o'clock in the morning, dude.
Yeah. Well, go to bed then.
I'll let you. I'll stick the hammer in the thing, so you could do it. And then when I get back up, if you're still on.
Stop looking at me like that.
That's number one. The one my chest is still not. That's how I know I'm bugged.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to play with you again.
Yeah, man. Let me know when you're back.
I'm actually enjoying this. Actually,
Me too. It's a good game. I look forward to
The-
the deliberations of the villages.
right, yeah, me too. And see how far like new updates and shit like that what they come out with. Hopefully we can put walls.
I don't know why I
Like-
exited the game. I'm gonna play my single player.
But yeah, I'll holler at you when I
man.
get back up.
Yeah, let me know.
See you, buddy.
Peace. Alright, I'm gonna take a bathroom break, guys, because I really need to go to the bathroom. Oh hell. All right. Whoa. We're back.
Lila, like, I love you, but you don't let me answer any questions.
Yeah, Lila.
All right,
Jesus.
So, I'm
So
just gonna,
rude.
like,
You're being misogynistic.
I mean, I think it's been pretty.
I've been trying to be.
I think they're both. I think they're both misogynistic.
We
Okay.
need hand signals. No. I understand where the question was. You brought this up earlier about puberty. Yes, absolutely, puberty is a real thing. I have 2 pre-teens right now.
Okay.
I'm reminded every day that puberty is a real thing. And absolutely it onsets at different ages based on the environment, based on a child's experiences or stress that the child may be going through, or the genetic conditions that a child may have. But that's not an equivalent for saying, well, we don't know when human life begins, when we know it actually begins, and we've already proven as a scientific fact begins at the moment of conception. Therefore, we can kill a human being.
Okay. So
It
all
is
I'm
not
trying
the
to
same.
illustrate to you is that
Can I
you
answer
believe
now?
in.
I'm so far further behind in this game.
We'll have you come in. We'll have you come in. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Lila.
Kristen. So I would just say, yes, there is a sliding time frame from when someone might undergo puberty. But if you are basing a decision about whether or not you can kill an innocent prepubescent or pubescent child, then I would say your standard of puberty shouldn't matter. Similarly to your standard, your unjust standard of consciousness to demand that a baby that's not fully developed yet has to be developed in order to be protected. And I think that's age discrimination.
Gotcha. Okay. So all I'm trying to point out is
Do you agree you are age discriminatory, by the way? Do you agree? 'Cause
I
we've
am
said
age.
that.
Do you think are you age discriminatory?
So you're age discriminatory about when human beings should have
I'm
the
age
right to
discriminatory
live.
about a lot of different things.
So you believe that you are age discriminatory about
I'm
when human beings.
developmentally discriminatory. Developmentally.
Typically, developmental discrimination is for the protection of the
Wait,
less
yes,
developed
yes.
person. It's
Or it
not
could
for
be
the
for the
manipulation.
protection
Yeah,
of a
another one
mother
of
that
these
doesn't
things.
want to have a pregnancy
It's
too.
not
There
for
is
the,
another
it's
person
not
in the
for
equation
the
here, you know.
manipulation and the
There
harm
absolutely
of
is
the less
Manipulation or
developed
harm of the
person.
mother who's being forced to be a breeding factory for a child.
Do you know what an abortion
I can
is?
morally loathe
Wait,
this just the other way if you want. If you want to play that game, I can do that.
Do
all
you
day.
know
I
what
think your
happens
argument
when-
actually is in consciousness. I think you are making a bodily autonomy argument.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's the
You
dumbest argument in the world.
absolutely are, because you said the mother has a pregnancy. No, the mother.
No, I'm just trying to show you that
mother has a
if you want to
human being
morally loathe things like
developing within her.
murder of a child, well, then I'm going to say, well, forcing a
Well,
mom
you
to be a
didn't agree
breeding
with
machine.
me about my analogy about artificial wombs.
What I
You
didn't
said
agree, I
abortion
rejected
would-
it because I said it was dumb because viability has no impact whatsoever on my feelings on whether or not a fetus is endowed
But
with
I
rights
think
for human life or not.
Kristen is correct in that you are sort of talking out of both sides of your mouth a little
I'm
bit here. because
absolutely not.
on the
Right now, I'm
one
struggling
hand-
to talk out of one side of my mouth.
on the,
because I could
well,
get cut off.
on the one hand, Destiny, you're saying that it shouldn't matter whether or not the mother wants the baby or doesn't want the baby if the baby is conscious. And on the other hand, you're saying actually the mother's desire to have or not have that baby, being forced to birth that baby, actually does matter. So that's a little bit of a contradiction.
So
Yeah,
it's
but
not a
if-
contradiction at all. Whether or not somebody wants to have a child or not is not the same as when does the child get moral protections. Those are two fundamentally separate questions.
You're saying you should
However,
not be.
I might
you
want.
are
I might
saying a
want.
woman should
I
not
might
be
want.
forced to give birth.
I
You are
might
using
want
that language.
No, well, because you're using the
Yes.
language of like killing a child.
No, you're ending the life of an innocent who is
Thank
a
you for
child.
illustrating my point. Yes, yes.
You're
Well, if
So
it's
if you're
not-
gonna
Why are you
morally
so
loathe-
offended?
hold on.
Why are you so
Hold on,
offended by the word
I'm
child?
not
Let's use the words
I'm not
that
offended
Destiny
because
comes
when you
It's
say
triggering you,
child, it's not
Destiny.
that it's triggering me.
It's absolutely triggering you because you've said it like 6 times.
Because you're begging the
Are
question.
you triggered,
Okay.
Destiny? Confirm or deny?
I
Are
am
you
triggered.
triggered?
Okay, so hold
I
on,
actually,
hold on.
you know what?
The,
I
the
have.
problem is that right now the point of our debate, it's kind of like going to a self-defense trial and having the people that you killed being called victims.
Well, hold on,
right?
hold on. You're the one who's advocating for the positive right to kill a child in the womb. That,
Okay.
you're the one advocating for that.
Okay.
We're advocating to say you can't kill a child. So that's it's.
I'm just trying to explain why calling it a child is
But
begging
why
the
does that?
question.
But why
Hold on,
does that bother you?
I'd actually
Why does
like
it
to
bother
It
understand-
bothers me because the subject of the debate is whether or not it is a child. So if you call it a child, you're already presupposing the most
but
difficult
now-
part of the conversation,
It's
which
bother-
is begging
it's
the
bothering
question.
me.
But I think, but that's a contradiction too, Destiny, because
not a contradiction.
It is because you just said you said that you become a person at consciousness. This arbitrary line that you've drawn that's
True.
not even
Yeah.
that's not even clear.
Yeah.
And
No,
you're
it's
saying-
very clear.
But
Go ahead.
you never
Who
were
hasn't
upset.
named
you
any
never talked about
biologist,
when
by the way,
childhood
person.
began. So let's actually talk about that.
When is a
Does
what?
childhood begin at a different time than when personhood begins?
Childhood is whatever you want. Some childhood begins when you see your first Sesame Street episode. I don't know. What does childhood mean?
Okay, when does a child become a child? When is it
Is it at
okay to
birth?
call a preborn life a child in your
I don't
view?
know. That's a semantic question I'm not really
So why are you
interested
upset
in.
about us using the word if you don't really
Because
have an
we're not
opinion
just
on it?
having semantic disagreements. We're having like very discrete disagreements on morality
so where
over
do
when
you
somebody should
disagree
be.
then? When do you
My
think
disagreement
the
is
life
I don't
becomes a
think that it
child?
becomes a person at
But
conception
you
that's
just said
endowed
you
with
don't
human
like
rights.
us using the word child.
Wish you could
When
move
does the
stuff.
life
You
become
know,
a child?
because now you're just asking about childhood, and now you're asking child. The reason
I'm
why we're
asking
arguing over
when you start
Sure.
having your childhood, when you start
Okay.
becoming a child.
Let me know when
When
I
is
can
that?
fully answer the question, okay?
Please tell me.
Okay. We're having a conversation right now about when something is endowed with like moral consideration. When
I'm
does
asking you
something
a pretty simple
are
question,
you,
actually.
Are you a liar?
I'm just asking.
I asked you to, if I could finish. You said I could, and now you cut me off.
Let's let
you
Destiny
lied to me.
finish
Okay?
the,
let me finish the question.
for it.
Don't
Go
lie,
for it.
because you'll lose moral consideration. Okay. All right. No. If the subject of the debate is when does a fetus become a person? Okay. Child is another word for person. So when you say,
Okay, that's
do
what I
you
was trying
think
to
it's
clarify.
Hold on.
Let-
when you
let-
say,
please let
do you think
Destiny
it's
finish.
okay to kill a child? Obviously, the answer is no. I don't think it's okay to kill a child. But that's not the
What do you
conversation
call
we're
it
having. The
before it's a
conversation we're
child?
having
Please,
is
just let them
when is
finish.
something considered a child? So that's why I'm obviously going to push when you say you're saying we should kill children
What do
at
you call
2
it?
weeks old. I don't know, a fetus, whatever you want to call it.
But do you know what the Latin word fetus means?
I don't care. I'm not Latin.
It means young one. It's another word for child.
That's great. There are young ones that are puppies. That doesn't
It's a human
have any
child
bearing
for
on
a
me.
bird.
That's
You're not
actually-
going to
that's a very
etymologically like
interesting
win the
question
debate
for you.
against me.
So just
do you
to
think
clarify,
puppies get consciousness at a certain point?
Not human
just to
consciousness,
clarify,
no.
we're only allowed to call
That would be an
a
interesting
human
question.
life a child at Destiny's arbitrary line of consciousness. Is
What
that
I'm
correct?
saying is that
Because you're very offended when we use this term, so I'm trying to understand when it is in
Oh,
your book correct
fuck.
to use
if
it.
anybody is triggered in this room, it is not me. Okay.
That's good.
So it's funny that you keep using the offended line. I'm used
Okay,
to the
you
mad bros.
disagree strongly.
No, I don't disagree. You're just
You
like
don't disagree.
presupposing the argument. That's the
It's
issue.
pissing you off when we
fuck
use the
is
word
that?
child, is what we're saying.
Confirm or deny? Are you
Confirm or
pissed
deny?
off, Destiny?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
You know what?
doesn't
I
like it.
actually.
Can I? Wait, no, hold on.
Well,
it's the same thing as
no,
you guys, because I know you guys, and I guess maybe this is just like in your brain, just how you approach these conversations. But I know you guys get frustrated when people argue with you, and you're like, you just want to take rights away from the mom. Oh, so you're trying to make moms
Well,
slaves?
I
You're turning moms
I
into
would-
baby factories?
yeah.
That would be if I wanted to engage in the same style of conversation you're engaging in. I would just say that over and over again. Why do you
No,
want to make moms baby
I would-
factories?
I
Why
would
do you want to
ask
make
them
moms
to-
slaves? You know what is really problematic is when we take away rights from certain groups of people and we force them to do things with their bodies that they don't want to. A lot of eugenics was done that way. A lot of the Nazi concentration camps were that way. In Japan, Unit 343 did a lot of weird things like that, or whatever the fuck, right?
Except in the
So
cases
if
of
you're gonna
sex,
if you're gonna
she's
make the
no
argument that like,
engaged
oh
in
well,
behavior.
viewing people as people sometimes and not as really problematic, then I'll say, okay, well, restricting rights from people, especially women, has also been really problematic historically.
So-
Welcome to women's suffrage. Welcome to women being able to own property. Welcome to women having access to birth control.
Thank you
Welcome
for
to women
explaining
being able to
women's
do.
rights to
No
us.
problem. I'll do it since
Appreciate
you guys have the problem with the
So- yeah,
understanding.
thank
So
you.
yes.
Now he's
what I'm
mansplaining. God, these.
saying I'm not doing
She's
that
so
because
obnoxious,
that's
that one on
boring to
the-
me, because obviously if you guys thought that a
Oh.
fetus wasn't a human life, then you would obviously agree with me.
That
And if
one.
I agree that a fetus was a human life, I would obviously agree with you.
So wait,
when
wait,
you
you
use
don't believe
normatively
in
Hold on, let him
loaded
finish,
terms,
let him
This is
when
an
you
important
use
point.
when you use normatively loaded terms like murder a child or commit homicide, then all you're doing is you're begging the
You
question,
don't- No,
because
they're not-
obviously
okay.
nobody at this table and nobody in this room believes in killing children or committing homicide
Okay.
against children.
Except
the
that you-
question
I have
is,
a question for
when does
Destiny.
it become a child? That's
I
the
have a
question.
question for
I-
you though, because you just said when a fetus becomes a human being. When does the fetus become a human being, Destiny?
The personhood comes when the conscious experience starts, which is
Okay.
about
But
20 to 25 weeks. Yeah.
wait. Biology says moment of conception, life begins.
Biology does not tell you-
No,
hold on, wait,
stop,
I'm not-
stop. Excuse me.
Biology does
Excuse
not
me.
tell you
I'm
when
gonna start
human
talking to you
rights-
like I talk to my 4 boys. Excuse me.
Can we,
Human
hold
life
on,
comes
wait,
into
hold on,
existence at the
Kristen,
moment
Kristen,
of
Kristen, one
conception.
second.
I have-
one second,
I feel sorry for those kids,
If we
dude.
can,
Oh
and,
shit.
you know, there's been some comments about this. I would like everybody here at the table to have an opportunity to speak. So if we can
Everybody,
including Kiki, yes. So if we can try to limit the interruptions, let people finish their thought, and then, you know, go on. I'd like Destiny to have time to speak. I'd like Lila to have time to speak. Kristen, you as well. Go ahead, Kristen.
Fetus. When does the fetus become a human being? Because biology says, biologists confirm, 96% confirm, that the moment of conception, you became a human being. You became a member of our species. But you kept saying the word, it's not a human being. So when does the child or entity or whatever term you want to use, it doesn't trigger you in the
Yep.
womb,
Uh-huh.
become a human being? Do you-
20 to 24 weeks.
So you're actually, wait a minute. This is very important because you didn't say this at the beginning of the debate. Beginning of the debate, you were making a moral argument, but you weren't saying that
He
it
just
wasn't
changed
human
his
being.
position from person to human being.
This is what Lila and I were exactly. This is what I pointed out like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That you are using an argument saying that it's consciousness. That consciousness gives that human being these special personhood rights not to be killed. But I made the argument a while back that you aren't really making that argument, because when I presented a couple other scenarios to you, you wouldn't agree with me. But the argument, what you just said...
What was a scenario where I didn't agree?
The argument you just said was it wasn't a human being. You just said, for everybody here, that it becomes a human being at 20, 24 weeks.
Okay.
That is scientifically unsound, because what we've already proven to you is that the moment of conception, a unique human being comes into existence. Do you agree with me that a human being is present in a mother's womb at the moment of conception?
If you want to define human being as unique genetic code that appears, then we can call that a human being. But the conversation that we're having right now is not about what a human being is. The conversation we're having is, when does something get granted rights or moral consideration?
So I think you need to be careful with your terms then. Because you kept saying
you're the one that's
being.
mixing everything up. I've been pretty clear, and I'll continue to be clear, because you're trying to ask me, yes or no, when does it become a human being? And if you're defining human beings as the thing that gets rights, then I'll say it 20 to 24 weeks. The thing that I've said over and over again, and if you want, I can write this word down. What I am talking about, and I've used this term before, is person or personhood.
Right.
And I think that a person is not a collection of cells. A person is not some body parts. A person is not something that responds to pain or heart pumping blood. When we think of people or persons, we think of people that are having subjective conscious experiences like we have now.
So I have a
when
question.
we think of
What
when somebody
experiences?
dies, we think of that subjective conscious experience ending. That's why earlier the question that I asked that I will never get an answer to, and I understand why you want to answer it. I asked you, if a person is going to be in a coma for the rest of their life, will never wake up, can you kill them? The answer is obviously yes, but the reason why you won't say that that's okay is because a comatose person possesses every single thing that the pre-conscious fetus has.
Let me answer the question.
So if you can kill that comatose person, you can probably kill the pre-conscious fetus.
No, you're not killing.
But the problem
I think it's
is
wrong
that you
to
won't
take a
answer that
gun
question
and
because of
kill
that.
the person in a coma. I think it would be wrong to take sofa clamp and dismember that person.
If you unplug them, you're killing them too. What is this argument?
100%.
Limb from limb who's in a coma. I think it's wrong to take a needle and insert digoxin into that person's heart who's in a coma and cause a cardiac arrest. All things that happen during abortion, by the way. We would never argue that a person who's in a coma, whether we know they're brain dead or they're not brain dead, we don't know because we don't have an actual scenario we're talking about here. But we would never say you actively kill a person who's in a coma. What Lila said, what
I agree with
said,
that. I agree.
Is you can actually remove care. You can remove the
I've already
breathing
demonstrated
apparatus
that you don't
to
agree
see
with this
if
argument.
The person,
this is not an argument that you agree with.
No, you just said we didn't answer the argument in your question, but we did.
Yeah,
well, what happened was there was a bit of filibustering where I was
if
trying
you want,
to
we
get
can very
clarification.
quickly
You
get to
don't
the
like
bottom
our
of this, or we can
answer,
ramble on
Destiny.
to irrelevant things. Do you want to
You
get to the bottom of
you
this?
don't like our answer, so
Okay.
you say we didn't
So
answer your
what you're
question.
doing is you're pointing out a difference. So sometimes in moral philosophy, people want to point the difference between doing and allowing harm. And there might be a fundamental moral difference between doing harm to somebody versus allowing harm to somebody.
It depends what you mean by those actions.
Sure. You're trying to draw some difference here between doing and allowing harm. However, none of us here believe that that matters in this case, right? Because if you look at a child, none of us here would say that one is morally okay to allow harm versus one is morally okay to do harm. For instance, if you had a child that was connected to an insulin tube or a feeding pump because they had issues with digestion or feeding, you wouldn't say that, like, okay, actively killing the child is wrong, but if you just disconnected their insulin pump, that would be okay because you're passively killing the child. We would say no, they have a fundamental right to survive and be alive, and you would say the same thing to a person connected to a machine, because if a person was in a coma or not in a coma, let's say they were just unconscious, okay, and we knew they were going to wake up in 2 weeks, or there was a high likelihood of it, we would say it's probably unethical to unattach that person to the machine, even if all they did was sit there and starve to death. So this weird description that you're trying to, or this weird dichotomy you're trying to make between doing versus allowing harm doesn't apply here when we talk about moral consideration of different kinds of
I think you're making. I think
Don't
there's
say
a
false analogy again.
I think there's an oversimplification here when you're talking about moral philosophy, because a lot of it goes into who has the responsibility, what my responsibilities and duties are to you.
That's right.
So if I am a doctor and my responsibility and duty is to my patient, and I have a child who's getting an insulin treatment, yes, it would be homicidal of me to rip the treatment away from the child.
Yes.
If I am a parent and my duty and responsibility as a parent is to provide nourishment for my child, and I rip that nourishment away from my child, then yes, that would be a potentially a homicidal act. It could lead to death, and it certainly would be a case of neglect and perhaps abuse. So similarly, if I as a parent have these responsibilities to my children, then it would be morally wrong for me to not live out those responsibilities. And every child is dependent on his or her mother. I do not suddenly become a child or a person at consciousness. We don't even have a clear line of when that is. We haven't been able to nail that down.
You still can't tell us.
And in addition, consciousness, you can go in and out of consciousness.
Sure. So
and
here's
in addition, a child before developing consciousness only needs time to develop that
So here's
consciousness.
wait. This is the most important question.
One thing. No, I'll let you make your point, but after you make your point, allow me to just come in, and I have a couple questions I need to ask.
Most important question then. When
Well,
you
can
have
you
a
respond to
person,
what I said, though? I'm curious your thoughts on what I just said. Do you
I don't
disagree
even
with
know
what I
there's
said?
anything to respond to. There's nothing.
Do you agree with it? Disagree?
When you start saying things like you should take care of children, you can't pull away care from children. Obviously, I agree, but
Okay.
that's all begging the question. We all agree on that. The question is, when do they become children? So there's nothing.
No,
to
but what do you think about the distinction of I have the potential, I have the capacity for consciousness, I only need time for that to be realized. Similarly, under an anesthetic, I can have the capacity for consciousness. It's not realized because I'm under anesthetic. In both cases, it's still wrong to kill.
There's a difference. You're
Why?
not developing the conscious.
Why does that difference matter, Destiny?
Because there's a difference between a thing
I
and
know
a thing.
there's a
Something
difference, but why does
Hold
the
on,
difference
let him
matter?
finish. Let him finish.
I am getting triggered. You're right. I'm getting triggered. Okay.
I know.
Hold on.
We all know Destiny.
By what?
honey.
The arguments
floor
or
is
the
yours.
Because she
interruptions?
knows her argument is bad, and that's why she won't let me finish her point. So it's triggering the fuck out of me. Okay.
Well, let's just let Destiny respond. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the key money question that I'm going to ask is if you have a person connected at end of life care, when does it become ethical to disconnect them?
You didn't answer. I'll answer that.
Lila's question.
But why does your difference matter?
Why does what difference matter?
The difference of the child.
You're not even going to let me finish, but I'll tell you the difference. The difference is there's a difference between a thing and a thing that something will become. Those are two fundamentally different things. So when you say, what's the difference between a fetus that hasn't developed the parts to have consciousness yet versus what's the difference between me?
The fetus.
I told you she wouldn't let me finish. Versus what's the difference between me who's currently unconscious and will become conscious later after anesthesia will wake up. The difference is you're not developing the capacity to have consciousness. There's a continuation of a prior conscious experience. All the parts are there to create a conscious experience. They're just temporarily
That's the
alleviated.
fetus.
They're just no, it's not, because
Hold
the
on,
fetus
let
has
him finish,
never
let him
been
finish.
conscious and doesn't have the parts to deploy the conscious experience. So there's fundamentally a difference. Was that 2 or 3 interruptions that I said were going to happen, right? There's fundamentally a difference between a thing doesn't even have the capability to have a conscious experience versus somebody else's is temporarily abated by a drug. That is the difference.
Thank you for that.
You're
thank
welcome.
You. Why does the continuation of consciousness matter?
The continuation matters because the thing I'm valuing is the underlying machinery that has the capacity to deploy a conscious experience. Why? Because in all the intuition of when we talk about other people and things, it seems like, well, ultimately that's kind of where morals come from, don't they? Right? And at the end of the day, the thing that we seem to be valuing in other people seems to be the subjective experience that we're all having with each other.
Okay.
That seems to be the case.
Under your logic, Destiny.
Yes, tell me.
A newborn child whose consciousness, their memories, they won't even have memories as a newborn.
Who's talking about memories?
Because your consciousness as a newborn child and even your consciousness as a 1-year-old is very different than your consciousness as a Destiny, however old you are.
Okay.
Are you less of a human, less of a person, excuse me, because that's the word you're using here. Are you less of a person because you have less consciousness?
Yeah, you might be.
Okay, interesting. That's
but just because you're less of a person doesn't necessarily mean that you have not that fundamental right to be protected as a life.
If you are less of a
kind of
person,
annoyed I built it this close to the fucking CD.
is less of a person in terms of being endowed with all the rights of society.
Sure, so
but they still have the right to life to not be murdered.
So let's walk this forward. Then if you're a 1-year-old and you're a little bit less of a person than a 20-year-old, say, should you have less? Are your human rights less as a 1-year-old than your human rights as a 20-year-old? Where does that distinction
matter? Your human rights
are
less as a 1-year-old, yes. But in terms of right to be killed?
Wait. Human rights are universal and inalienable. They're for everyone. We're not talking about rights when you turn 18 to vote. We're talking about your universal inalienable rights. But the idea of a human right is we all share them and they can't be taken away from us.
Because we're human.
Okay, but you recognize that there's a fundamentally different set of rights for children than there are for adults. Now, if you want to talk about right to not be killed, that's why I keep clarifying. That's why I keep specifying. Right to not be killed. Yeah, I think you have that right to not be killed. Yeah, that is a human right.
Okay,
yeah.
So just to clarify, the amount of how much of a person you are, is what you just said, does not change your human rights, because my human rights as a 1-year-old, even though I'm less of a person because I'm less conscious than a 20-year-old, I still share the same human rights, no?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Okay. So why would you deprive a child in the womb weeks before developing this uncertain amount of consciousness that's still very limited compared to even the consciousness of a newborn? Why would you deprive them the right to life?
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't developed that subjective experience.
But that's a circular argument. You just went back to this.
Absolutely not circular.
You went back to the same.
I'm so sorry. Wait. To be clear, you're trying to say that. Let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying consciousness.
Whoa. You're saying let's say a person is 50% a person at 1-year-old and 100% a person at 5 years old, and let's say you're saying that a second trimester baby is 20% a person. Well, what about somebody that's 0% a person? Well, I would say that's not a person yet. It's very clear,
Well,
very
but
easy,
you're-
very obvious.
But you're not. But you're basing that off of though development.
Yeah, the developing of a conscious experience. Just like
So-
death is based off the development of the lack of a conscious
So that's
experience.
age discrimination. It's maturity discrimination.
If you want to call it age discrimination, you can call it what you want. You're trying to dress it up to intuition.
You still
pump,
didn't
like
answer
other
my
things.
Well, you're
question
using
from-
intuition for your argument.
Hold on, no. When I say your intuition
Interestingly.
pumping, what I mean is you're trying to draw on all of the negative things of age discrimination
still
to make it sound
didn't
bad,
answer-
but you're not
I think
addressing the
that's
fundamental point I'm making, which is that the conscious experience seems to be. And I'll go back to my one question: is when can we decide to pull the plug on somebody who's in the hospital? What is the defining factor for okay?
Tell me
don't have a
more
hospital.
about this
plug.
person in the hospital.
Sure,
because-
they're in a coma, they're in a hospital, they're in a
Okay,
bed.
are
Oh, did I
they
both?
they're on life support?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess, and they're not medically induced coma.
Correct.
Okay, so I would want to better understand, or did they just have a car
Okay,
accident?
talk to me. Yeah, they had a car accident.
Okay,
I
and
know
are they brain dead?
They might be. Should we test for that? Do you think that's important?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
that's very important.
Okay. When you say
So-
brain dead, what do you mean by brain dead?
I mean, they can't detect any brain waves on the person. Are they flatlining? Is there any heart?
So, are we going to go by detection of brain waves? Is what we choose as the
Because
end of life?
what you're getting to, it is ethical, I believe,
Okay.
to remove life support when there's no more hope for the person.
Do you think it's ethical to dismember the person when you remove the life support?
I mean, like,
Would
that
you do
gets into
anything
a
wrong
weird-
if you said,
I
I'm a
think that
sadistic
people
person
have,
who wants to
I think
dismember
that people have.
Yeah,
The
must be
difference,
good.
though, is
Hold on,
life support is an
just let them answer.
Alright.
Let them answer the question, and
Okay,
then,
okay.
and then we'll
There's
have you
such,
go.
it's not a proper analogy is the
It's
problem.
such a
but-
good analogy because
You
what
enjoy
you're
it, I
getting
know,
at-
but it's not a proper one. For the child in
It's
the womb, it's not a
important because
proper
you're
one.
asking the very human questions I would expect you
And
to
then
ask.
suddenly it
The question
wasn't.
Everybody asks is there brain activity?
Well, they're the ethical questions to ask when you're
Is
a
there-
medical personnel
is there-
making a decision
Sure.
about whether or not to remove
Yeah,
life
and we
support,
don't go
actually.
by heartbeat. We don't go by response to external stimuli. We don't
Those
go
are,
by
those are often, yes, those are evaluated
They're-
when you're making life and death decisions in a hospital.
brain death is usually what we're looking at. to
Yes,
figure
that
out.
is absolutely
That is the
considered as well.
defining aspect of when
I
we consider somebody
understand.
dead.
So hold on, can I just ask one question then? You are making an equivalence between a person on life support and a child in the womb, as if the child in the womb is on some form of life support. That is not correct, though. That's not correct, because when I'm a child in the womb, when you're a child in the womb, you're not on an extraordinary medical measure to keep you alive. You're in
Okay,
your
let's say they're
natural
not- let's say
habitat
that
where we
they're-
all
Yeah,
started
because
our life.
but can I get in this?
And the
can I
only,
get in this
let me just say
conversation?
one last thing, and I'd love to get in.
One more thing.
And the only thing that's going to kill you when you're in the womb, if not a miscarriage, would be an abortion.
Okay.
You may
So it doesn't match.
you still haven't answered the question about the 21-week and 6-day-old
I
human
said
being.
it's fine. You could do, yeah. They would be past my 20-week cutoff, so
it's-
they'd probably be treated like a child.
Probably. It's a,
Yeah, assuming
but
that's the
how?
law, it would be treated like a child. Yes.
So you're saying that the law is 20 weeks, and that is exactly where you're at.
Yes.
Okay. What
What-
about the child who's 18 weeks in the womb, who has spina bifida, and the
Gone.
doctors
Outta
get
here.
anesthetic to
Ejected
correct spina bifida
into
and
the
put the
atmosphere.
child back in the womb?
Oh, in the womb, if the parents want to, that's their choice. It's a medical procedure.
This is my question before
Okay.
you made your farting noise.
Yeah.
Does that child at 18 weeks, or the fetus, or the thing that you want to call it,
Yeah.
does that child have any rights?
No.
At all?
Nope.
But see, what's interesting is you were conflating parts with wholes.
Nope,
Because
I'm not.
No, yeah, you were, because you keep saying that earlier, and we can rewind the tapes or whatever,
Okay.
that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness, but the child actually does have the capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception,
No.
excuse me, at the moment of conception, I told you I'm gonna start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception, all of the parts are there, right? The genetic
No.
code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part.
Wait, can we
Okay,
posture?
so wait, let me finish my
good
let
posture.
me
I'm a child.
finish. Let me finish my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part gets added in the womb?
Uh-huh.
Even the other chick is strange laughing, bro.
Brain, there's
no.
the heart,
Excuse
there's
me.
the spine.
Where does that part come from, Destiny?
From the
That-
blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just
Go
said-
down,
you just
I
said it
give you
doesn't matter.
food.
I said the child
give you
in the
food.
womb
Blueprint isn't going to magically
has
become
No,
a
I'm
car.
serious. This
Well,
sounds serious.
but a one
that's
cell
not-
thing
serious.
is not a
It's
thing
not
with many
equivalent.
cells.
You,
equivalent,
excuse me.
Destiny.
You're acting as if.
Wait,
Can you
Destiny.
sit up? Oh my
Yeah, can you-
gosh.
Destiny,
Wait
sit.
here. I'll
If you're
treat
gonna
a
treat me
child.
like a kid, I'm gonna act
Child
like a kid.
Destiny, please sit up and have good manners.
Treat me like an adult.
No. Let's
we-
go back to
okay,
the coma.
hold
Let's
on,
go back
hold
to the
on,
coma.
hold on.
I think
Hold
answer my
on.
question about the parts and the holes, because I think this is really interesting.
Are we-
that
is this a birds and
you
the bees
just
talk?
said
Yeah.
that the child at 20 weeks has the right to life,
Okay.
but the child at 18 weeks has zero rights.
That is correct. That was my cutoff.
Absolutely all. But what
Absolutely.
you were saying in your arguments with Lila earlier
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness. And I said that's absolutely incorrect, because at the moment of conception, all of the genetic material needed for that child to obtain consciousness is there. All, and what Lila had already said very articulately, all the child needs is time to grow and time to develop. It's not as if a child in my womb at 12 weeks, I, take a needle and insert this like little part into my womb and say, bam, fetus, now you have the capacity for consciousness. No, all the parts are already there.
Sure. Let's say that I walk by.
Would you
let's say
agree
that
with me
I-
on that fact that all
Hold
the
on.
parts
No,
are
the
there?
Just one thing.
No,
one thing.
obviously
Destiny,
not.
You respond.
Okay.
And then I do have to jump in. So
Okay,
Destiny,
sorry.
go, and then I'll
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
If I walked outside and there was 100 steel beams and there was a ton of nails and all this shit laying on the ground and it was organized, and I walk over and I push over the steel beams, nobody would say, "Oh my God, you just destroyed a building." All the parts for the building are there. The
It
blueprint
would
might
still
be
be
there to build the
vandalism.
building.
It would still be vandalism.
Yeah, but it's not a building.
It is
And I
part of
agree
the
that
building.
killing a fetus is killing a
Hey,
fetus, but it's
hey,
not killing a
still
human.
If I'm a home
We're
builder,
not- the
it's
argument
still a
here is
building.
not whether or not a thing is being terminated. We agree it's whether or not that thing is the thing you're claiming it is.
It's part
you
of a
claiming
building.
that a thing has a blueprint or can develop the parts in the future or
I'm
has the
not
capacity
claiming
Hold on.
it.
Let him
to become a
finish.
thing,
Let
Science
Destiny
says
that
finish. Let
argument
Destiny
right there
finish.
betrays your whole point because you're conceding that it is not the thing itself. If I walk by a construction site and I start knocking stuff over, I haven't destroyed a building. The pieces of a thing are not the thing itself.
I think that
When
doesn't
does the
hold-
fetus get
oh,
the-
Can I?
get
I'll
the
just answer
pieces?
that
When
really
it's
quick.
conscious.
If you go in and start burning the building before it's built, yeah, that would be a problem, and it would be vandalism, and it would hurt the future
It would be
building.
vandalism and it would hurt a
and
future
it would
building,
hurt
but it
the
hasn't
building.
destroyed a building, has it?
It definitely destroyed what you were building for sure.
Yes, but it didn't
So-
destroy a building, right?
Yeah, but this is the difference here.
No,
is when-
this is the whole
No,
subject of
it's
debate.
not the
If
subject
you've
of
destroyed
debate.
all the
Yeah.
materials for a building, have you destroyed a building?
A building is a
yeah.
thing. A human
I mean,
being is a
I
person.
think it doesn't match to what our conversation is
I
on.
think it matches.
On a
It matches
life
actually. It
because
matches 1-to-1, dude. It's a perfect analogy.
An embryo is a whole unique individual
Yeah,
human
and part-
life.
Let's come back to that.
But
Let's come.
can
Let's
we go to the coma back really quick? Because
the
I
coma-
actually want to
the coma
address
thing?
that. Is
Well,
that it?
let's
Or
come
no?
back to that
Okay.
in a little bit. We do have a couple chats to
Okay.
get through here. We're going to read through a couple of these chats. If you want, give a quick response, please, and then we'll continue on with the
I
conversation.
got way too much flags.
We have about 10 or so different chats. Greg
That's
Neck,
why.
thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. I'm pro-life. First of all, woman, let the man speak. Damn it. Second, Destiny a hypothetical is something that is a scientific. You guys should probably spell check these before sending. Things that are unrealistic, like a button saying "not gonna wake up," is unrealistic and impossible. Gredneck, thank you there for the donation. We have Stir the Sauce 09. Thank you, man. HR 1074, if the perpetrator commits the predicate offense with the intent to kill the unborn child, the punishment for that offense is the same as the punishment provided under federal law for intentionally killing or attempting to kill a human being. Explain? By the way, if you want, you can read
Can
them
I-
on the screen here.
Can we go to the coma, or because it got?
Let's do a few
keep going.
more.
Okay,
We
you
got a
go.
few
You got
more.
it.
Did anybody want to respond to Stir the Sauces? He's saying that
He's trying to make an argument from legality, but it's a dumb argument because nobody here believes in that. Because if the law right now said that killing a fetus incurred no penalty, obviously they would disagree with the law. If the law says that killing a fetus incurs a penalty of homicide, I would probably disagree with that law. But I mean, like,
Okay.
it's just none of us here are arguing for what's legal or not.
All right, next chat. We have Mickey. Hey, thank you for the $69 donation. Thank you. Take turns talking. It's the woman couple choice. Why is it anyone's business who is not going to raise and finance the child have a say? All that is needed to do is provide a safe space for them in order to prevent unnecessary casualty due to self-abortion. Can anybody parse that?
That's a stupid argument. People that say that it's just a decision between a man and a woman is dumb because what's being debated here is the life of a child. If you believe it's a child, then it's not just two people that have a say over it. The life of the child ought to be provided
Sure.
some personal negative rights as well. Yeah.
All right, we have Alvin Sam here. If abortion is murder, should the woman be charged with that and go to jail? Credit to Rolla for this. Lila or Kristen, do you have a response to Alvin's chat here?
I believe that those who commit murder, so the abortionists, those who would be assisting in the abortion could be tried with a crime. And actually, we've written laws at Students for Life Action that do make committing abortion a criminal offense. We do not believe that a woman should go to jail for abortion because sadly for 50 years in our country we have told women that it's not murder and it's not killing, it's simply a removal of meaningless blobs of tissue that don't have any consciousness yet, which we know is false. And so we actually see her very much as a second victim of the abortion industry that tells her that she can't, that she isn't capable enough, as you know, the argument that Destiny was making earlier, that women somehow aren't capable enough of walking around this earth pregnant without, you know, being locked up or whatever for a potential miscarriage. We believe that she absolutely has the capacity to achieve her career goals and her educational goals. But sadly, Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest abortion vendor, and the abortion lobby has told her something different for the past 50 years.
Hold on, real quick. That's the worst answer ever. If you believe that abortion is murder, then a woman should be held morally responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder if she goes to an abortion
100%.
clinic. Full stop. End of discussion.
Abortion is murder, but the woman in question, well, that's my side. No, that's fine. That's fine. But abortion itself is murder. Like, okay, go. Okay, dude. Like, yep. Why does it always come back to, I don't like what you do, so that's bad, but I like what I do, so that's good? Why is it always tribalist, man? It's always tribalistic. It drives me up the fucking wall.
If you think abortion is murder, a woman going to get an abortion would be the same as a woman going to get her 1-year-old child killed. If abortion is murder, it's murder for everybody involved, including the woman.
And I'm more of that position, which is that if there's obviously, when it comes to homicide, there's a lot of potentially mitigating factors, full intent, full knowledge, coercion. But I think, yes, if you're willfully and intentionally taking the life of your child, there should be criminal penalties.
Got it. All right, we have Rams here with the Canadian 69. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Maybe we should take policy back to the age-old normal. Oh, to the age-old normal equals babies coming from marriage in society is the norm, and therefore out-of-marriage births will be the exception, and overall less births to consider for the mystery of when a fetus is a human. Okay,
What?
Rams, thank you very much.
Dude, what are these
Does anyone have
questions,
a
bro?
response to that?
They make no sense.
David Sina, can you each describe what happens during an abortion, starting with Destiny?
I think it depends on where the development of the fetus is, but I think normally don't they start putting in tools, cutting it up, sucking it out? I think it depends on how far along the development is. So.
Would you like to go in detail? Because like if you like are advocating for abortion, I think you should be able to tell us what abortion really is.
My understanding is
Don't just be
prior
like,
to
"Oh, whatever."
Yeah, so I think generally there's like this whole slew of, I would call them like gore porn films, like Saw and stuff, that they have doctors watching beforehand, so that when they go in, I think the goal is to inflict the maximum amount of gore and pain on the fetus before they take it out. So the first thing you do is you open the vagina up as much as possible, dilate the cervix.
Here, give
and
us
you
a
go in,
serious- give
and
us
the
a
goal
serious
is
answer
I
here.
think they start with little razors. It depends on how sensitive the baby is to pain, and they start to flay it alive in the womb, and then they pump like oxygen so the baby starts crying.
Why don't you give a serious answer to
No,
a serious
because
question?
the argument of like what happens on some emotional level, you're totally conceding any
It's not
logical point.
emotional, it's
It
just the
absolutely is. You're
reality of
conceding.
it.
You're conceding because you're
That's
trying to
funny.
win on some like emotionally different
No,
point.
it's
If you
about
want to
the
morally
reality.
grandstand on it, it's fine. But I'm not here to like mince words over like, oh well, this is what happens to the abortion.
Well, if you support abortion, I think you should have the balls.
I support
to at
cremation
least
as well,
tell
and
you
cremation would
what
be pretty
happens
bad
in
if I
an
thought that a
abortion.
corpse was a living person.
person's dead.
I also support embalming too, and that would also be really brutal
But
if it was
that's
a living
not
person.
a living human.
Yeah, and I don't agree that a
being
fetus is a living human. Welcome to my
wait a
argument
minute.
from like
Okay,
2 hours
see,
ago.
Destiny, are they
goes
dead?
back to the argument that we
If
keep
they're not
saying.
wait, hold on.
You
hold
keep
on.
saying
If
it's
they're not-
consciousness, but you
if
just
they're
said
not
it's
living,
not
are
a
they-
living human
yeah.
being.
Are they dead, Destiny?
It's
Is
not a
fetus-
person. It's not
is
a
a fetus
person.
in a womb
That's not
who's
what you
12
said, though.
weeks dead?
Hey, 3
Or
days.
is it
It's
alive?
not a person.
Oh,
Is
the
it-
fucking
wait,
calibrating
you
thing.
just said, you just said it wasn't a living
Never mind.
human being. So answer
In the sense
the
that it's not
question.
a person. You can try to trap me on semantics, but everybody in the audience knows what I'm saying.
But-
Your
but-
heart is living, but it's not a person. A
So
fetus
it's
is living, but it's not a
alive?
person.
Will
Yeah,
you
of course
admit-
it's something. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean,
But you were saying abortion.
Mitosis occurs. There's metabolism happening.
Just-
It's getting external nutrients.
Just
yeah,
to
it's alive,
clarify,
isn't it? Yeah.
just to make sure I'm understanding,
Yes, ma'am.
you were saying that abortion isn't gory the way, or it doesn't matter that abortion is gory the way embalming or cremation might be, because it's
These
not
fucking straps,
taking
man.
the
They're
life
so
of a
annoying to get.
living person something. Okay?
Okay.
You said human being, but then you changed it to person because you realized
Yeah.
that was bad to say human being because you already agreed that humans start at fertilization. So, but abortion does end the life of something. No,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
does it.
It's terminating some process, metabolistic thing.
Okay,
yeah.
so does
ends
abortion
life.
Yeah.
It-
It's-
it
if you
ends up-
consider, yeah, it's a living thing. Yeah.
So is abortion killing?
A thing, something. Yeah.
What does abortion kill?
A fetus.
What is a fetus?
however you want to define it.
Is a
Something
fetus
that
a human?
contains a
There's no
human gene. It's
scientific
probably on the
definition of
total
fetus.
development of like a human. You start as a zygote, you begin mitosis, and you develop into a fetus, and there's different fetal
So a
stages
fetus
or
is
whatever.
a human.
Aren't you considered a fetus all the way up to like delivery? Technically,
Yeah.
it's like an
So
8-month-old.
so a fetus is a human.
Sure, it could be.
So
yeah.
it's correct, not emotionally, but it's correct
You're not- I'm
literally to
telling
say.
you, you're
I'm
not
just gonna
gonna win.
Just ask the question: is it correct literally to say then that abortion kills a human?
No, because you're intuition pumping. Because when you say human,
But
the
you
word
just
you're
agreed
trying
to
to
all
draw.
those
Why is
If
she
you
incorrect in that
agreed to those
The
statement?
ultimate example of somebody not being confident in their position is to try to win the debate through etymology. You're not going to
No,
win this debate by
Destiny.
trying to redefine
You-
words in a
you-
clever
you
manner away
literally
from
just
me.
agreed
If you
that
want
it
to
was-
pretend that, that's
Yeah.
fine. But like,
That's
you're
it.
not making any actual like arguments here. What you're trying to say is like, well, do you consider a fetus a human? Sure. Do you consider a baby a human? Yeah. Oh, so you want to protect some humans but not others? I guess.
I'm
So what
actually
about
trying
white
to
humans and black
understand-
humans?
I'm
right?
trying to
No, you're
understand
not
your
trying to understand.
position.
My point has been crystal clear the entire time. I'll restate it for like the 5th time. My point is the conscious experience,
seems like-
whatever you want to call that. If you want to call that when it becomes a human, and before that it's just a fetus. If you want to call that a person or give a person whatever, 20 to 24 weeks. At that 20-week mark is when you get the protections that you're endowed with as a human person under the Constitution of the United States. At 20 weeks. If you want to call a thing before a fetus or a human fetus or a human thing or whatever you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want.
So-
But my
See if I can-
position is crystal clear. I've elucidated on it multiple times.
So
If
just
you guys want
I
to
need-
respond, go ahead, and then I'm going to get some
Okay.
more chats.
Does
I need
abortion
meats.
kill a human being?
A human being, I probably wouldn't agree to those terms.
Oh, the
no.
lights went out.
But if you want me to say yes to make you feel better, sure.
So it's a little
I-
confusing.
Also,
You're
hold
like
on.
all over the map.
I'm
in
not
your
all over the
definition.
map. I'm
Oh,
crystal
we could
clear,
have
but
a
you're trying to
whiteboard
semantically
of
win on a
your
point instead of
circles
having the
and
actual
try.
argument.
I'll wait for
However,
it tomorrow.
I'll say this.
Fuck.
Cut that whole question. The question is stupid, and their point of like saying like, well, look at how blighted actually is stupid, because I can ask you this question and I don't know the answer. If there was a way to do an abortion on a fetus that was 100% humane, that was 100% pain-free, they just went in and sucked out and instantly deleted it, would you think that that's okay?
No.
No,
Absolutely
it doesn't
not.
change your argument
Because
at all.
still
So
it-
why
it's
bring up how
still-
gory or whatever,
it's
right? There's
still an
no bearing on
innocent
your argument
human-
whatsoever.
I'm answering your question. It's still an innocent human being.
Sure.
Where
I know, I agree. I
the
agree with everything you're saying. I
stronger
understand.
person.
But I'm just saying that, like, so the process of the abortion has nothing to do with the veracity of the argument. So the only reason you bring it up is to win emotional points. That was the whole point of my initial point.
It's actually very important to the abortion argument because as someone who's talked to women who've gone into abortion facilities or who've been considering abortion, they are actually not fully consented as to what an abortion actually entails. And one of the big challenges that we face in the pro-life movement is actually educating Americans about what an abortion procedure really is. Is it simply a removal of a couple of cells? Is it like removing your appendix or a tooth? Or is it actively ending a human life that has unique genetic code?
So
That's
this
a
is-
lie.
This is where it kind of falls apart, Destiny, in my
So,
view. And
honestly, what I'm hearing is these people are guilt tripping at the time, right? Vulnerable women, right? Because I can only imagine, right? Or they're guilt tripping vulnerable women into making or keeping a baby that would then drastically like change the course of their life, right? Because okay, again, I gotta like, I'm from Europe, all right. Abortion is like up to 12 weeks here, so I think like 20 weeks, that's a little high. For example, what he was saying, but it's like, I forgot where I was going with this. Fuck's sake. Yep, it's gone. I looked at it and I was like, oh, I need these locks, the thing, and then my point was gone. Fuck it, whatever.
tell me where I'm wrong here.
Okay, gladly,
Help
yeah.
me understand this. So
Help me fall
you
apart,
were
yeah.
we were talking about consciousness, and you were saying that consciousness, the reason that the development of consciousness matters for personhood, and you referenced moral intuition, okay? But you're very uncomfortable with the moral intuition that might also arise when you consider that abortion is the direct killing, dismemberment, poisoning of a preborn life, human. And so why are you uncomfortable with the moral intuition against killing an innocent preborn life pre-consciousness, but you're comfortable with the moral intuition around consciousness?
Okay, just to clarify, it is innocent, right? Because you said it like 3 times. Hasn't committed any
Yeah,
crimes.
correct.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. I'm not uncomfortable with any intuitions.
That's good.
That's why I've answered every question, every hypothetical. We
Except
can talk
what
about.
happens during abortion. You didn't answer
You
that.
can,
he was
you can talk about that
uncomfortable
if you
with
want.
it.
I
You're
gave my.
uncomfortable.
You
I've
said you
known some
answered every
doctors-
question, but you
Well,
wouldn't
go for
actually
it.
answer the question.
I don't know the exact procedure. I described as much as I know about abortion. I'm sure you know every single gory detail. So why don't you share
well,
with us?
I was simply
Wait, I
going
would
down
like to really hear about what happens during abortion.
we were going down a
You have to
path
tell
where
me.
you said that abortion is killing, and yes, it's a human. But then I said, so you're okay with abortion an act that kills a human, and you didn't like that. I think your moral intuition told you that doesn't sound right. Because
What doesn't
I think
sound right?
that you would support an act that kills an human. That kills a
obviously.
human.
But
Yeah,
we're
but that's
talking
what an
about
abortion is,
different- but
Destiny.
we're
That's
not-
what an abortion
no,
is.
we're talking
but
about different types of
your
intuition here.
cognitive
Moral
dissonance
intuition
is raging
is
right now,
different.
Destiny. It's
It's
raging.
not at all.
It's raging.
My
it's the
position has
dad.
been
It's-
crystal
it's-
clear the
it's
entire
the
time.
son.
There's a
But
reason
your
why I'll attend with
definition
every
is
hypothetical. I'll
not
answer every
tenable.
question, and why you guys are running like crazy for my very simple questions.
Well, let's do a couple
I
more
want to talk about
chats.
coma. Can we do? Oh, go ahead.
Let's
Sorry.
let's do the chats, and then
Okay.
we will come back to that. We have Juggernaut here. Just a heads up, Juggernaut. Thank you for the super chat. Just it's a little iffy, so unfortunately we're not going to read
Wait,
it.
what is it
but
about?
he's being a bit insulting, he's being a bit rude. So
To who?
to the
Fuck him, man.
so-
Misogyny.
so
Tell him thanks for the $50, though, loser. Thanks for the $50, fucking loser.
Juggernaut, we will read your other super chat though, so thank you. Scott Servini, hey, thank you for the
That's
50
funny.
super chat. Thank you so much, man. This is a seriously heavy topic for a dating podcast. Didn't know what I was getting into tonight. I'm gonna stay tuned though. Can't turn away. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's a little different than what we normally do, but
It's
I
kind of
suppose.
important when you talk about dating.
Well, I suppose abortion is somewhat related to dating, and
It's-
it's.
In the red pill space, I don't think it's that relevant a topic.
It doesn't
Like
really.
90% of the audience are virgins, so
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
well,
I'm
just
so sorry.
related
I'm
to
just fucking-
dating, I think it's related, seeing as people have sex, and then the
Absolutely.
consequences of
Yeah.
sex can be pregnancy. So,
Sometimes.
Scott,
So
thank
much
you.
flags, bro.
Jonathan
Thanks,
D,
guys.
thank you for the Canadian 50. Appreciate it. Molar pregnancy occurs after fertilization when replication of cells becomes
I'll just fucking
abnormal.
get them.
The embryo becomes a trophoblastic tumor, which is cancer. It is an embryo before it becomes cancer. Is alive per Kristen. I'm a doctor. This is fact. Please explain. I'm not sure what Jonathan is
That
saying
definitely
here.
supports my argument.
Yeah, he's talking about a genetic circumstance where something's happened that's gone wrong at the moment of conception, and the child doesn't actually fully become a child. It's like a that's why they call it. I keep trying to describe it as it's a molar pregnancy. It's a pregnancy, but it's not a human being.
Is that like a stillbirth or?
No.
is
Wait,
that-
it's
that's
a
It leads to
pregnancy, but it's not a human
miscarriage.
being.
It
Wait,
leads
but
to
doesn't it have unique genetic
miscarriage.
code?
It leads to a miscarriage.
It's a miscarriage.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it is a human being, right?
It
Like
leads to a
children can have, but
miscarriage.
children can have genetic abnormalities that lead to them
Yeah,
dying
and a
very
lot
early
of
on.
when we talked about miscarriages earlier, when you kind of callously made it out like it was nothing, a lot of miscarriages happen because of a genetic abnormality.
Sure, but to be clear,
Sure.
those are children.
Destiny, I
Abnormality.
think we can find agreement on your coma
With
question.
an M.
Oh my
Well,
god.
Oh, you wanna keep
we
going
have
to the question?
yeah
Okay.
we have
Oh, sorry, sorry.
we
We'll
have
get there.
we
Oh,
have
I'm
about
excited
7
for that.
more.
though.
We have
Stay
7
tuned
more.
for the agreement on the coma
We
question,
have
guys.
Nobunaga here. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat. Definition of a child: a young human being below the age of puberty or below the age of majority.
Oh my God,
If
why
human
does
life
it-
begins at conception, like Destiny agreed with? Then factually,
Thank you.
Destiny is wrong. Your response, Destiny?
That needs to be fixed because that's annoying.
Before doing moral philosophy. Me. Thank you, Nobunaga.
Gredneck, hey,
What a
thank
genius.
I'll read this one while it's up. Gredneck, hey, thank you for the 50. Sorry for the bad text. What I get from this is Destiny agrees with you on that. It is killing, deleting after conception, but the right to life begins with personhood at 20 weeks. And before that, it doesn't matter to him. By the way, love your podcast, Brian Gredneck. Thank you. Destiny, do you have a response to?
Yeah, that's probably what I agree. You're killing
Okay.
something, right?
All right. Okay, and then we have here, I think we had Nobunaga's, oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is the second
This
one.
one.
Nobunaga, hey,
Oh,
thank
can
you.
I read this one?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Definition of a person, quote, a human being regarded as an individual, end quote. Since Destiny agreed that the unique human DNA begins at conception, then he is also wrong again. Words have meaning, and Destiny is looking like a fool by trying to move the goalposts. Thank you for the $49.99.
Okay, Nobunaga, thank you. Do you have a
That's funny.
response to him, or is that sufficient?
Say what you will
He's
about
gonna bring
Disney.
out
The
Merriam
man's at least
Webster.
entertaining.
Okay,
Fuck me.
there you go, Nobunaga. Oh, here's another. Do you want to read this one
Another
too?
one. Destiny is wrong again on consciousness. Alzheimer's is a thing. There are cases of people who get concussions, go into a coma and don't remember, or suffer from memory loss. His arguments are a bunch of BS, and I bet he doesn't mean Bachelor of Science.
Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. No, but
I
not.
didn't know that Alzheimer's patients didn't have consciences. That's wild.
They lose their consciousness. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay,
But
we
they're
have
just as much a person.
There was Terry Schiavo or
because consciousness does not give you your humanity or your personhood.
But it seems like that's when we decide it's gone, right?
We have
Was Terry
Juggernaut.
Schiavo worthy of life?
Thank you for the big 200 super chat. Wow. Who's Terry Schiavo?
Terry Schiavo is a woman who they're not sure how she had the accident, but she ended up in a severely disabled state. Some call
Yo,
her
is this guy
vegetable.
seriously who's Terry Schiavo? Even I know who that is, bro. Have you never watched South Park? There's like an entire episode about her.
But her family's
Well, not about her specifically, but the Kenny episode where he goes into a coma and then goes and fights for the fucking heavens in like a demon heaven war or whatever.
She's not a vegetable. She's interacting with us, and she's a human being. Human beings aren't vegetables. And her husband, in a very famous court case, well, he had a mistress, and he was actively separated from Terry because he was her guardian. Euthanized her, chose to kill her in the state of Florida, and
When
it was
was
actually
this, in the
starved her.
90s? Was
It
this
was
in-
a horrific.
Was in the 90s?
And the way he euthanized her was that they refused food and water. They
She
starved
died
her.
of dehydration.
She didn't
very
die of her
slowly.
condition. She died of dehydration. Like,
Okay.
That's back to the.
Yeah.
Tell me when we can do COVID.
Yeah, almost. We're about halfway through some of these chats. All right, we have Henry N. Pleasure is never as pleasant as we expected it to be, and pain is always more painful. The pain in the world always outweighs the pleasure. If you don't believe it, compare the respective feelings of two animals, one of which is eating the other. Hey Henry N. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Christopher Fisher here. Thank you for the super chat. According to the NIH, several conditions may mimic brain death: locked-in syndrome, hypothermia, drug intoxication, Guillain-Barré, how do you pronounce that? Guillain-Barré syndrome, delayed paralytic clearance, all mimic brain death, but all have recoverable with due time. Okay, Christopher Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Dr. Ocho.
Excuse me.
You need to start asking them to restate your position back to you. It's becoming exceedingly obvious that they are either not listening or responding in bad faith. Lila seems like she's kind of trying, though. So shout out to Lila. Dr. Ocho, thank you there.
I'll try to do better. I'm truly.
And then we have Jonathan D here. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Did we... Wait, did we read this one, or is this a different? Molar pregnancy does not result in miscarriage. Google invasive molar pregnancy. It can, in fact, spread the abnormal
It's miscarriage
cells.
in the sense that the child is no longer alive, so that there's no child. That's what.
Okay.
But yes, it may.
Just as a quick thing.
Here, I just Googled molar pregnancy for everyone who's confused.
Sure.
A tumor that develops in the uterus as a result of a non-viable pregnancy. There may or may not be an embryo or placental tissue in some cases of molar pregnancy. If there is an embryo, it's not properly formed and it cannot survive. It's very rare, fewer than 20,000 cases a year in the United States. And a routine blood test can, just for anyone who's concerned, a routine blood test can determine whether or not you are having a molar pregnancy.
Okay.
Also, just to clarify earlier, because these guys wildly misrepresented the Terry Schiavo case, and I just wanted to look up the facts real quick before I corrected them. One is Terry Schiavo had made several statements to family members that if she were to ever be alive in some persistent vegetative state, she would not want to be kept alive indefinitely on
Did she
machines
say
like that.
she wanted
Number
to be
one,
starved?
she had said that to multiple. She had said that to multiple family members. These are in court records. And secondly, she was absolutely in a persistent vegetative state that autopsies afterwards confirmed she was likely never to wake up from. Her brain literally was half the weight of where it was supposed to be for somebody.
That's actually not true.
That's fine if you disagree with that, but you're disagreeing with. Now we're not arguing normative beliefs. Now we're arguing scientific fact. The autopsy reports and the people that analyzed her brain agreed just as much. Her brain was in a worse state than another woman prior to her who had been unplugged because of similar issues.
She was disabled. But being disabled.
She was not disabled.
Let me
met a
finish.
disabled person before?
She had a severe intellectual disability.
No.
Due to the accident. But that doesn't justify starving her. And
do you think
it doesn't justify? Can I just finish? It doesn't justify.
Hold on.
Destiny,
you
can
are
I finish my statement?
wildly out of
Can I
pocket.
finish my
No, I'll
statement?
cut you off this time.
That doesn't
to compare
justify
somebody in a
dehydrating her to
persistent
death.
vegetative state
That
to
was-
somebody with severe intellectual disabilities is a wild statement. She was not severely intellectually disabled. She was a vegetable.
That's
She
not
was
correct.
a brain
That's
dead
actually not
that
true.
did not respond to external
not correct.
stimuli, and the autopsy confirmed just as
There
much.
have been people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative state.
That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, it is what we're talking about here because there are people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative state who went on to fully wake up and recover. Did you know that?
That's fine,
So
but
it is
the
always
autopsy on this
wrong
concluded,
to
they
deny-
concluded from the medical records and consultations with medical experts that the scope and weight of the medical information within the file concerning Terry Schiavo consists of competent, well-documented information that she is in a persistent vegetative state with no likelihood
Her
of
husband
improvement,
wanted her
and that the
dead.
neurological and speech pathology
Like, bro, like, here's what the autopsy says. Her husband wanted her dead. What's the what? Relevance.
evidence in the file support the contention
Relevance.
that she cannot take oral nutrition or hydration and cannot consciously interact with her environment.
Destiny,
she
those-
was super brain dead. I don't
those
care
were-
what the husband said.
those
The
were-
statements that were used to verify whether she could be
you
unplugged
think
were
that
statements that
those
she had been
were
made to family.
Those were
members.
doctors.
She had made statements to her family saying, "I don't want to be
Did
kept
she
alive in this
say,
state."
I want to be starved
She
and
said, "I
denied
don't want to be
water"?
kept alive forever on machines."
She,
That's what she said. Sorry, those were her statements. That was what is legally entered, and scientifically, the evidence does not exist that she was ever going to wake up from that persistent vegetative state. End of discussion.
The part you're not referencing is that the doctors that looked at her were paid for by her husband who wanted her dead.
Okay,
That's a
well,
very
all the
important
courts
point.
disagree with you, and all the autopsies disagree with you. So
Well, I
sorry.
think her
It's a very
family would
important
actually
point.
disagree with you
So-
as well. Bobby Schindler and her
I don't
entire
care. I'm
family.
not here to ask the
Who-
questions of the family. What
well,
I'm
they
asking
were
is what's
there
entered.
interacting with
What's
her.
entered on the. Why would I care what a family?
All the points that they bring up, or like the rebuttals that they're trying to make, is all based on emotion. Not a single one's based on fact. It's ridiculous.
Member has
Because
to say.
they were the ones interacting with her.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be the least biased interpreters of what's happening medically in some event?
Do you think that their experience and their interactions with her, their conscious experiences with her, didn't matter?
Yes, I don't think they mattered.
Well, one question for Lila, or I mean, you two. I
We're
guess,
never gonna find these things in the middle of
this
winter. So
Terry
that's
Schiavo thing, does it come up?
It was
frequently
it's
in
older
abortion
person thing. Wait, how old are
discourse?
you?
It doesn't.
Not
no.
frequently, but it was a big case a couple
a
yeah,
decades
but
ago.
I know about it,
We're
bro.
like the same age.
It was
Yeah,
particularly tragic.
The name
yeah.
is.
It was maybe because I lived in a Republican household. It was a really big deal because
Yeah,
of
really?
I've heard their arguments a million times. Where the argument that
Or we
that
heard about it in
people present
Belgium.
is that she was there and she
It was
was
on the news and
communicating with family
everything.
members in the hospital room, and her evil, horrible husband, who was fucking a mistress on the side, just wanted to terminate her life to get away from everything. That's usually the arguments provided.
And they
But
dehydrated. It
when you
took her
look
10
at-
days to die,
When you look
slowly
at
and
all of the
painfully.
medical evidence in that case, overwhelmingly,
that was
she was brain
just-
fucked. That's why all they can say is like, doesn't the family member in the room matter?
Well, no. Do you think the way they
It still
killed
doesn't
Terry
justify
Schiavo
what
was
they
an
did.
ethical way of killing her?
No. At that point, I don't give much ethical consideration because I don't think it's even a person at that point.
So are you less of a person if you have dementia?
You can argue, but you're not a person.
When do you not become a person?
When you no
you're,
longer can deploy a conscious
well, then
experience.
if you're asleep,
That thing
then,
isn't so
you know,
long
you're-
that
you're
meat
an-
immediately
whether
spoils.
What's the difference
anesthetic,
between somebody
then
who's
you're not
asleep,
deploying
Let's
your
do that.
conscious
somebody who's
experience.
asleep, or
When
somebody
I'm
who's
under
dead?
when I'm under anesthetic,
You can wake up. Why do you keep using
Okay.
this as an example?
Because with an embryo you can develop.
you can't
will-
wake an
you-
embryo up. They don't have the
No,
parts
if
yet.
you give it time, it takes time to
Give
wake
it
up,
time
and it takes
implies
time
it's
to
gonna
develop your
transform into something
mind.
different. It's
enters
it's
the
changing.
womb that
It's
gives
not
the
the same
child
thing.
consciousness. Is that what you believe, that there's something that like happens that comes down
Yes.
from the sky?
No, it
and
actually.
enters,
hold
excuse
on,
me,
hold on.
See, this
do
one's
you
bugged.
think that something
This doesn't
magically
work.
comes
I
down
don't want
from
to
the
interrupt the
sky?
sky fairy
okay,
argument. My bad.
Well, hey, you're the one who like these
Well,
situations.
I know I like
Go ahead,
embryos
Do you
developed,
think
so I don't
that
believe the
something
sky fairy.
comes
Yeah.
down from the sky and inserts into the woman's womb after the child is already alive
Mm-hmm.
and developing, which you've already agreed to?
I actually
as
have a
human
fucking thing in the
being?
fridge.
Do you think
Let's
that's
go. I
how
don't have to go all the way
child
downstairs. I'll be
develops
back in like 10
consciousness?
seconds. I still have to stand up though. No, that sucks. Let's go. Nice and cold too. Perfect.
Some other part has to get added. Like she goes to the OBGYN's office.
That
and
is
goes,
what I thought. Is
Hold
that the
on.
wrong answer?
Hold on. We have to insert
shit.
the consciousness part.
Yeah. I thought, because when women go for ultrasounds, don't they have like the long amniocentesis? Isn't that like when they put the consciousness in the baby?
I'm asking you because you're the one making
you want me
this
to actually
ridiculous
answer?
argument.
Let's see if I can actually get
No,
through this
I want you to
answer.
actually answer.
Okay. Oh, okay. let's see if I get the
because
answer.
the argument that you
That's
keep
my prediction from the interruptions when I answer.
the argument that you keep
Two.
making, Destiny.
Does this count as an interruption? Because you asked me, I'm not even answering.
Jesus.
Oh, can I
The
answer?
argument
Counts as
that
one.
you
Or John,
keep
sure.
making
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity.
I could
for,
just tell you the
Would you
argument I'm
stop
making.
for a second?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
The argument you're making is that the child in the room doesn't have the capacity for consciousness
Yeah.
because a child isn't 20 weeks old yet. And what
Ageist.
we've said multiple times is that the moment of conception, which you agreed, all those genetic components are already there.
What is a genetic component?
Because the genetic code comes into existence.
Genetic
when
component is another
sperm
word
and
for
egg
blueprint.
unite.
A blueprint is not the thing itself.
Do you? How do you think a child gets consciousness? Do you honestly think that there's like a part that's inserted into the uterus that then gives
Do you think I honestly think that? Why do you ask it that way? Do you honestly think? Do you really think I honestly
Because
think
I
that?
don't think you're that stupid. Is
Okay,
why I'm
thank
saying
you.
that.
Okay,
Because you
let's
keep
play a
asking
game.
this.
Where do you
this
think I would
question.
say? What do you think my answer would be? Where does consciousness come from? How does it happen? Tell me what you think I would say. I'm so curious.
I actually don't know because you keep saying that the child in the womb.
Yeah.
Because when you have the argument with Lila about
Okay.
coma that you've talked about like ad nauseum at this point.
Okay.
I'm getting sick of the same argument over and over again.
True. Let's talk about viability.
Would you
some
stop
more.
interrupting
the argument
me
that
and
nobody's
acting
even
like
made.
a child, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just like literally keep talking while I'm talking.
Does this all count as one interruption? Remember, she asked you the question like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
No, but when you keep arguing that the child in the womb has no rights, that can be terminated, killed, brutally dismembered.
Brutally.
Yes, actually brutally. You admitted that earlier.
The only types of abortions
are very,
I'm in favor of. Yes.
the
Sorry, keep going.
abortions are very gruesome. So you said that the child has no rights, and that because the child hasn't developed consciousness, it doesn't have the capacity. And what the argument that Lila and I have made multiple times today is that the child just needs time to grow, because the child has everything the child needs
No, it
to
doesn't.
develop.
If you don't kill
This
it,
is
it
the
does.
point.
It needs
The
nutrients from the
child-
mom. It,
it
by
needs
definition,
nutrients.
The
doesn't
child
have
has everything it
But
needs
that's
at the
not
moment
good
of
faith. That's not good
conception
faith. Because the person under anesthetic needs nutrients to live.
How
all need
does
It
a
depends on how
child?
long you're under anesthesia
Okay,
for. But
if you're
We
the
all
one
need-
making
you
this
need air.
argument,
You need to breathe
if you're
when
the
you're
one
under
making the
anesthesia.
argument that
That's not good
personhood
faith.
doesn't begin
Why is the
until
dropper scam
consciousness,
so big
tell
compared
me
to a mining
how
camp?
the child
Jesus.
in the womb develops consciousness. Explain it for me, because I don't think you understand what happens at the moment of conception.
Okay. You probably know the process better than me, okay? So I'm going to try my best, okay? And then correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So the egg sees a bunch of sperm guys around. They let one in, usually, not always. Usually one comes in, and then the egg and the sperm come together. And when they come together, the cells begin to grow and divide. Now, over time, once you've gotten to hundreds or thousands of cells,
Billions.
different billions of cells. Probably not instant. There's like 100,000, 10,000, then eventually billions of cells, right? I think that you have little things called stem cells that go to different parts of the body and begin to grow and develop based on the genetic code you have and how things are being directed, right, during that process, okay? I'm sure there's a more complicated way to explain it. That's about as well I understand it. So what I would say is, when does the baby get consciousness? It's not magical. What happens is there are parts of your brain that stem cells are hanging out in that are slowly growing out and developing. It's getting nutrients from the mom. It's developing along some normal path. And at some point, it develops the parts, and then those parts begin to metabolize things and function, and then you have that conscious
So
experience.
you just said
So
it
it develops.
develops the parts.
It develops parts.
Yeah.
You just admitted it. Thank you. You just admitted it. That at the moment of conception,
It doesn't
everything
have no.
the child
What I'm
needs
admitting
to form
what I'm
consciousness
admitting,
is present.
what
Wait,
I'm
Destiny,
admitting.
can we have you sitting straight up?
He's in his child.
Do I really? Is that like a rule?
Oh, it's just like
It
you
wasn't on the
know,
release I signed. You have to sit up. That wasn't on any of the parts. Wait, look at the camera. Show it on me. Am I that out of frame? I'm
It's
fine.
just
Because you keep
you're
arguing
midway
that
down the,
if
down the
Lila
thing,
is
and the
in a
focus,
coma,
if you're
but she has the ability to
Why do you
potentially.
keep, why can't I answer a question? Why do you keep like talking? Can I answer the question?
You did, and
I didn't get the answer.
You actually just proved
You
yourself
were making
wrong.
the point that you said it develops, so you proved my point. Wrong. Develops implies you didn't have it. That's why you develop it. You don't develop.
Where did
things
it
you
come
have.
from? Did the magic conscious fairy deliver it in my vagina?
The
Yes.
reason the child got consciousness is because the child, the human, developed its consciousness
Yes.
naturally, just like
Correct.
you will
Yeah.
develop as you get
Correct.
older.
Yes.
Age, you'll have an
Yep.
aging
I hate-
process.
oh my
The
God, I hate when it
child
does
will
that.
develop
Yep.
age into an
And
adolescent.
until you've developed the parts necessary, to have a conscious experience, you're not having
And
one.
we're saying that's illogical and
It's
unjust.
not illogical.
And
It's perfectly logical.
Well, you said
Just like if I give you the blueprints and the parts, and I show you something,
not a
the
blueprint,
parts in the
though.
blueprint don't go vroom vroom. But when I put the car together and I turn the key on, it does.
Oh,
go
that sucks.
vroom,
Then
vroom.
this is
I
placing
wouldn't
really
say
shit
that just
spots.
because I've got
Fuck.
the parts
Oh,
and
this
I've got the
fucking
blueprint, I've
village.
got the vroom vroom. I would say after it's all put together, then it has the
But
vroom vroom.
Destiny, unlike
Gotta liberate
a
it as soon as
car and
possible.
parts and someone
that
putting in
matters.
a key,
I hope it does.
an embryo that's developing is self-developing and self-actualizing with nourishment
From
and
within.
time. With nourishment and time. It's, you
Okay.
could say, a self-building car that's building as
Sure.
it goes.
I'll say if you want to use a self-building car, a self-building car with all the parts in the blueprint that can
So
assemble
if
itself
we
is
wanna
still
use-
not a car until it's put
hold
together
on,
itself.
hold on.
Holding.
If we want to use your car analogy,
gotcha. Let's
if
use
I
it.
go buy a baby Tesla because it's a tiny self-building baby Tesla, and if I leave it in a room with oxygen and put a couple gasoline things along the wall,
Few posters of
baby
Elon
Tesla
Musk, yeah.
will develop into this mega beautiful Tesla, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I would be very angry with anyone who came into my garage where baby Tesla was and killed baby Tesla and said, well, it wasn't a Tesla yet because it wasn't big and all the way developed yet. I would say it would have been if you didn't kill it, if you didn't destroy my
It
Tesla.
would have been.
But it was
hold
still
on.
a Tesla.
Destiny wife
It would have.
Melina
It's still a
donated
Tesla. Do you see that? But
$199. Have my abortion destiny.
That was very rude. Why did that one get to play?
but
It,
offended.
it was the. The TTS trigger is 199 and up.
Okay. So they can insult me for $199.
Destiny, a blueprint.
I see how it is.
Destiny,
Well, any
a
side.
blueprint will never become a car. An embryo will become a newborn if you don't kill it or
Sure.
it's not miscarried.
I
Do you
agree.
see the difference in why your analogy doesn't work?
The point
Do
of
you
the
see that?
analogy, I know that a car and a child are not the same thing.
Well,
okay?
but your analogy also doesn't work. Your application of the two
Point-
things to
an
compare
analogy-
doesn't work.
The
Do you
reason
understand
why
that?
you make analogies is to show some part of the argument that's similar. Not
And
to
I'm
say
showing
that
you your argument is wrong
No.
and faulty because your analogy doesn't work. Do you see that? Because a blueprint doesn't develop into a car without somebody else going in
So
there,
do you think
getting
that
other
the
pieces
thing
and building
developing
it together.
itself is like the thing that makes it a human? The fact that it develops itself?
That's one of the qualities of being a unique individual human is that you can grow. Yes, and you can develop.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that that makes you
So
a...
you're saying that it's not an aspect of a human
It is an
specimen.
aspect of,
It's
but
not core to being an organism that an organism grows.
it's core to a
Isn't
ton of
that
different
part
types
of
of
the
work.
nature of being-
Cancer, you just described, okay? Cancers
okay.
are things that grow on their
Well,
own and develop and pass cell death
But,
and all
but
of
are
that, right?
are you equating a cancer to a unique human organism?
Cancers can be pretty unique.
So are you
But no,
equating
I'm not
cancer to a
equating. You
human?
keep saying you keep doing this thing where when I make a comparison,
I'm-
like,
I'm
are you saying this
applying-
thing is
yeah.
the same thing?
Because-
No, that's the point of a comparison is to just show you the fault
But
of your
no,
argument.
Destiny, the point of
Yeah.
a comparison is to expose where there's logic or a lack of
Yes.
logic.
And
I'm
Oh my
using a
fucking God.
comparison
What I'm
to
trying to
show
get you
that there's actually a
what
lack
I'm
of
trying to
logic
get
on
you
your
to
side.
understand is that a thing that is
White dots on a white
developing into
background,
another thing
like my
is
life.
not the
But
thing
you're
itself.
not understanding because it's not developing into another thing. It's developing itself into its full
Does
potential.
a woman's
it's
body? Let
developing-
me ask you a question. It's a biology question. Do you believe a woman's body tells the child how to develop? Is that where you think how babies develop? Do you think the woman's body tells the embryo how to develop?
I mean, it depends on how philosophical you want to get that. You could argue, yes, it provides half the instructions during insemination. That is how that works, yes.
But so after
So technically, yeah,
After
the
the
woman's
genetic
body is
code-
contributing half the DNA. Now, if you want to cut it off at the conception mark, which obviously you
Yeah,
do, but for a variety of reasons, teleologically, we could theoretically
after
go to
human
divorce and
life
not
has
be-
been created, after unique
Okay,
human
yeah.
life has been created.
Well, if we assume all the hard parts away, well, then, yeah, at that point, it is an independent thing that I don't think. My guess is no. At that point, the mother probably doesn't dictate the growth.
That's
of the
right,
child that
because
much.
the child, as Lila has pointed out, is self-directed. The child tells
The
itself
growth is self-directed while
how
taking
to
nutrients from the
grow.
mom. Yeah.
Absolutely, the child.
As any human being
the
does, we
child
take
is in
nutrients.
its natural state.
I don't think any human being past gestation is connected to other human beings taking
Every
nutrients.
human being
have
past
you-
gestation needs nutrients to live.
And no other human
And,
being is connected unless you don't.
My infants needed my breast to
We're
survive
starving.
because I was producing milk.
Why
Are
does
there infants over there?
wait, but Destiny, now you're
No,
using
so they're not connected.
now
I don't know why you
but-
use that as
but
an
why
example.
are-
Go
Why
ahead.
are we
Babies
saying
now.
that connection,
Yeah.
your connectedness, the degree to which you're dependent or connected to your parent determines your personhood? That seems to be where you're going with that
That
argument,
is
no?
not at all where I've gone
Where are
with
you
any
going
part
with
of
that?
That's what you
then?
just said.
Where are you going
Well,
with that?
here's what I would say, okay? This is what I would guess, okay? What I would say is, broadly speaking, 20 to 24 weeks is about when you develop a conscious experience. So at about 20 weeks, I would probably cut it off because when consciousness forms, that's when the subjective experience, the person, the who, begins to...
Why? Why does that matter?
because that seems to be the thing that we care about when we're talking
You
about.
care about
That's
it.
what
a
you
great
care
deal,
about
but
a
why
lot.
does it matter?
Everybody cares about it.
No,
That's why
that's
when we
not
talk
true.
about
not
Terry Schiavo,
It's-
notice what your defensive.
Majority of Americans
Because-
actually
because-
oppose abortion.
because-
Wait, hold on. What?
$200.
What?
The different. Oh, did someone-
Notice how when you guys
The
were talking about
difference-
Terry Schiavo. Notice how when you guys were talking about Terry
Yeah, that's
Schiavo,
fine, that's fine.
the thing that you were trying to say was, hold on, Terry Schiavo wasn't totally brain dead. She had an intellectual disability. That shows that you yourself were trying to grab at that idea that she still had some conscious experience. Because at the end of the day, we all know that's the only thing that matters.
No, Sherry Shiva was alive. There's no doubt about that.
There's
Her
first-
body was alive.
There's
alive.
but was she
first-person
a person?
accounts of her
Okay,
being alive.
here's the
People in the
question.
room
Let's say
saying
that,
that
let's
she's
say that
alive.
you take a person, and let's say that you chop off their arm and you replace it with a bionic arm. Is that still a person? Okay, let's say
Yes,
you chop off a leg and replace it with a
absolutely.
leg. Is it still a person?
Yes.
What if you get rid of the heart and replace it with a bionic heart? Is that still a person?
Yes, and then at some point.
What
you're
if you
gonna
replace,
run out
now
of
let's say we've
parts.
got a full human. What if you just replace the brain? Is that still the same person?
There have. I mean, yeah, if that's possible.
What?
I mean, if you get to that point.
What? You are your brain. If you replace the brain, then you are what? Oh my god, bro. Everything that we are comes from our brain, dude. How do you not know this basic? He just walked you right into it, bro. Like, eyes open. Look, there's a giant fucking cliff there. Am I gonna fall off of it? I'm just gonna jump. Fuck it.
Okay.
It's ever been done.
Like,
before,
how
so-
can you have discussions with people like this, man?
Okay.
I mean, it'd be an interesting question, but it still would be wrong to kill that person, Destiny.
I
Are you
have a
saying-
question.
Are you saying if brain implants are possible, it's okay
It's
to
not a
kill
brain
someone because
implant.
that's
It's a
what-
brain transplant. You
as a brain implant? Is
What
that
are
what
you
you're saying?
No.
Okay, because then
Why ask that
why do you ask that question? Why is it relevant to whether or not you can kill the embryo?
My mind is so blown. I need a second to recover.
I
Can you
still-
repeat
Okay,
the
I
question?
still
I've got a
need you to
question.
I didn't
Tell me where
I didn't know we were gonna
Well,
fight. I have never met anybody that bit the bullet on the brain transplant makes you the same person thing.
Well, I
didn't know
think
that,
I
so.
think it's gonna. I mean, people say if you have a heart transplant. Are
Nobody
you the
says
same?
that.
Well,
No.
there's people say I feel a little bit different. There's
That
something about the other person than
the
me.
subject I
Yes.
haven't changed. You might have different feelings,
so,
but
but I don't think you are your brain destiny. So this is also a question.
really,
of
what
you,
am I?
You are a human being, which is made up of many parts.
Okay,
But you're
let's say that you could cut my body,
Right.
cut my neck off, right? You cut
Right.
dismember the neck. Let's say you can choose to keep one thing alive, my
I'm gonna
head,
die.
and put it on another body, or the whole rest of my body and put another head on. What would you choose to make it me?
Well, I would. It's less about which one is you, and it's more about do I have the right to kill you?
No,
That's what
I'm
we're
just-
debating
I'm
here
just
today.
trying to get at
no,
which
Destiny.
one
no,
makes
no,
me.
you're being pretty
You want to get
squirrely here.
hypothetical again?
No.
This is a story of Wolfenstein 2.
Destiny,
Did you play that game?
Destiny,
They
this
did a
is
whole
very
head
important
transplant,
point.
so it's real. It can
Destiny,
happen.
No. This
That
is
was in World War II.
Destiny, this is a very important point.
I agree,
Because
but you
whether
totally don't
or
wanna
not-
answer it.
No, I am answering it because whether or not we had the technology to put a new brain in someone else's brain,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or we had the technology to cut off your head, put it on somebody else, and then put a different head on that other body. I mean, the question of is that person still Destiny or is that a new person? Those are questions to explore.
Mm-hmm.
But
Still
in
person.
both cases, it would be wrong to kill Destiny with the new body that maybe is part Destiny or Destiny with the new brain that's maybe part Destiny. In
I don't know if
both
that's
cases.
true. I don't think I believe that.
Well, that's an interesting position that you're
No,
taking
I think you
then.
agree.
No,
if I cut a
it's
person,
an interesting
let's say if I
position that you're
cut a
taking
person,
then.
I cut a person's head off, okay? Let's say that I stick the head on a bionic body, and then let's say that I take a body and I put a bionic head on.
Well,
I don't
but-
think people would look and go, oh my god, there's two Stevens. They would go, wow, Steven has a bionic body. They wouldn't go, wow, there's Steven with a bionic head. They would say, this is Steven, because we are our brains.
Yeah,
Because we
I-
are the conscious experience we have. We are
I mean,
the conscious-
Just like
our
how
brains
the
are very.
fetus in the womb
But to
has the
clarify,
capacity to
our
develop
brains are very,
that
very
consciousness
important.
and does have
They
that.
are
But
very
just to
important.
clarify, our brains are very
I
important.
agree.
But your lack of.
donated
think we have-
$200. 777 777 777
He just wants to-
777
I think he just wants to stop the fighting.
777 777 777 777
Oh god, this is so cringe.
777
Okay.
I was just gonna
Sis,
say,
thank you
our
for that.
brains.
The
our
guy
brains
wasted
are
$200
very
bucks for that.
important.
Actually,
I
400
agree.
because he tried
But
already,
There's
and
also
it didn't
a
work the
mystery
first
there,
time.
right?
I agree.
About what makes a human as in terms
Some
of
people have too much
control
money.
of body construction, because you can
What the
have a
fuck?
lobotomy, you can have a part of your brain removed. There's the story of a baby like Jackson who's born missing a large portion of their brain because of hydrocephaly or anencephaly. And in those cases, you still have a person, and it would still be wrong to kill the person.
No, didn't they kill Jackson?
No, Jackson's alive.
Which one was the to like 6 or whatever? Right, that wasn't even like it wasn't amazing. It was tragic.
I have a
Wait,
question.
so do you believe that baby Jackson should have been murdered?
Who's baby Jackson?
Well, not murdered,
So
killed.
he was
because I
a
wouldn't
child
person.
born, and he lived for about 4 years with part of his brain, and it's actually a common justification for late-term abortion when children are diagnosed in utero with hydrocephaly or anencephaly when their brain hasn't fully developed or their brain is
I mean,
the skull hasn't fully developed.
It's ableist to say that because you lack some brain function, because your brain
I'm not talking about
is,
lacking some brain
let me finish
function.
it for a moment. It's ableist to say that because you lack some brain function, or you have dementia, or your brain is less developed, or you're missing a part of your brain, that you are less human, and it's okay for someone to kill you.
It goes back to my slippery slope argument early, like at the beginning of
next
this.
to slavery.
No, because you make it slippery slope. You've separated out personhood from being human.
Gotcha.
And
so
in a pro-life
the issue
movement,
with some babies like Jackson is some children, hydrocephalus was an issue with Jackson. I believe it was also a really famous case in the United Kingdom where parents were trying to fly around their hydrocephalus kid's brain, or they were trying to fly this kid's body around to get him like treated by doctors or whatever. But the issue is you can have some like very basic human function, I think. You can respond. I was talking to you, not them. I didn't want them to hear, okay? But I'll talk to them. Okay. The problem is like the brainstem allows you to have some really basic human function, like response to stimulus. I think you can respond to light. You might be able to respond.
It's no
to
longer
hot
starving.
things,
Think
but there is no conscious experience
go.
there. I don't even know if you would argue the
baby Jackson was having conscious experiences.
No, he wasn't.
I've met him.
No, that's great that you met him.
I mean, you can talk to his family.
Yeah,
There's
I'm sure you can, and I would probably feel the same way if I had a kid like that.
Are you like the expert in determining who's everyone's consciousness?
Yes.
And what conscious experiences everyone has?
I am.
That is the problem with your whole argument. Is your argument?
I know
is,
the appeal to science. I know it hurts.
No, you're putting a moral quality on consciousness.
So now we're talking about morals and not science. Okay.
Moral quality on it. That's not fair.
Steven / Destiny are trying to say that you get to be this determinant of as to what types of experiences people have to have in consciousness in order to be.
I really need to go and try and get those fucking.
Not the right not to be killed, because I brought up to you earlier about the situation of children in the womb from a pro-choice and a pro-life biologist who agree that 12 and a half weeks a child can feel pain. A lot of folks would say that would mean there's consciousness there if the child has the ability to feel pain.
Nobody would say
or
that.
About the these biologists would.
Then bring them next time. That nobody would agree.
Or the
basic response to external
twins in the
stimulus
womb
doesn't even
at
require
14
processing in the brain
weeks
sometimes.
who are interacting with each other. A lot of people would say, well, that obviously proves consciousness. You have this arbitrary definition of consciousness
no, I don't.
that is really a slippery slope, because you already admitted early in the conversation, Lila got you on this
I feel like
point
some people in this conversation may be lacking consciousness. I understand.
No, I think some people don't actually actively listen and just wait to talk.
Gotcha.
But I would say Lila got you at one
based
point.
On total speaking time, or?
At one point, Lila was asking you about the conscious experiences of a toddler versus what was an adolescent or a 20-year-old. And I would even ask you about the newborn. And you then admitted that those conscious experiences are different, and therefore there should be varying degrees of personhood, which I go back to the fundamental principle. That's a bad
If you put intellectual abilities or development as a qualifier for whether or not you are protected from lethal acts, from homicide, you're opening the door to tremendous injustice, and that's what's happened with abortion.
Tremendous.
I have a question for Lila and Kristen
here.
Where
are you? It's been 2 hours.
So if you guys had to steel man the other side and be charitable, what is the best argument that you come up against from the other side, the most compelling argument the other side makes? And Lila, let's have you go first. Go ahead.
So I would say it's not the consciousness argument, because I do think that is pretty it's pretty arbitrary, and it's also the moral intuition that's sort of guiding destiny. You could easily apply that before consciousness. So I don't think consciousness, and also you can be unconscious when you're sleeping or under anesthetic, and a toddler has less consciousness than an adult, etc. So it doesn't really work. I think the most effective pro-choice, pro-abortion arguments are the appeals to extreme emotion and very tragic cases.
Oh my
and
God.
those are I think what win the most people over, because they say, oh my gosh, I can't imagine forcing, a rape survivor to give birth to the rapist baby. So you hear these really tragic cases that are horrific, that are heartbreaking, and they tug on a lot of people's heartstrings. And the pro-life response to that, of course, to hearing this horrifically tragic case of this very young girl who's the victim of incest or rape, and she's pregnant, is to acknowledge that it's horrific, because it is, and it should never have happened.
Sure.
And that girl deserves justice, and that perpetrator needs to be held accountable. And then you have to ask the question, okay, what next, right? What is
I
the
really
next
need this
thing
food.
to do here? And the girl needs medical care, she needs counseling, it needs to be removed from that dangerous situation. But is the answer to commit an act of violence against this new, now third party in this scenario, this preborn life that is not the perpetrator of the crime?
This
And
is
the-
my steelman position. It has.
I'm responding to
not necessarily
I'm responding
your
to the
position, but
pro-
just
pro- choice
the
position.
steelman position. Generally speaking.
And in this country, we give the death penalty. We actually are forbidden by federal law to give the death penalty to rapists in the United States. But in an abortion, you would be giving the death penalty to that preborn life. And when you're doing that too, it's done in the name of protecting that girl or that woman, but that act of abortion isn't going to unrape her. It's not going to take away the trauma that she endured by the rape. It's only going to levy another unjust act against her, that child, that developing life that deserves life just like you and me. So while it's a horrifically tragic case, unfortunately, when it's represented without any counterpoint in media, I think it is effective in winning people to the pro-choice side.
Now, we had second-class citizenship for a long time in our country, and throughout human history, we've tried second-class citizenship, and it's, saying that children who were conceived out of wedlock, for example, used to be considered bastards and not be allowed to own property or obtain certain, levels of positions in their professional lives. And we said, no, that's actually wrong. Like, a child is not at fault for what happens the night of his or her conception or the state of marriage of his or her parents, that the child is unique, whole living human life that deserves fundamentally the right to not be killed, that right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So yeah, my answer would be the same as Lila's.
Same as hers?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. And Destiny, what would you say is the best argument that you come
why
up
would I?
against?
They didn't stand by my position at all. Why the fuck would I give them any leeway whatsoever? That was insane. Holy shit.
Well, don't necessarily steel man, but what is the best argument you come up against from the pro-life side? As someone who's pro-choice.
The emotional ones, when they bring out the tools and they're like, this is what it's like to kill a baby in the womb.
Or
Because
just saying child.
Obviously, the issue is that all pro-lifers are fucking unhinged lunatics, and the only way they can ever win any argument is with charts and graphs of this is what a fetus looks like.
Science
You're
and
cutting
logic.
it apart and terminating
Showing
it.
people
and
what
when you're
actually
vacuuming
happens.
it out, and the baby cries. You can hear the baby go, woo! As it's getting sucked into the vacuum. Those are the best arguments. They're so good, and they're so hard to argue against, because how can you argue against crying people?
I debated
Well, no,
a
no, no,
pro-choice scholar one time, and I actually asked her. We had a really great conversation. She was actually being intellectually honest at the end of the conversation, and she and
To be clear, their skill man in my position
she and
was
I
be emotional.
exchanged a lot of emails back and forth, and we were going back of what we thought each other's best arguments were. And I thought it was very interesting that you didn't really want to answer the question earlier.
You didn't answer these questions at all.
About what if I'm wrong versus what are you
I did
wrong?
answer that question.
Because I actually think your position's extreme. It's a very reckless position.
Yeah, so was yours.
To start
Especially
saying,
when you talk about women's
no,
rights.
because your
Thanks, lady.
recklessness results in tens of millions of children being put to death. That's the result of your
I mean,
recklessness.
there's already like tens of millions of children dying every day to accidental miscarriages anyway, so it's not like that much worse. If I buy into your position, right?
So because children die from car accidents, it's okay to run them over with a car?
No, I'm saying that it
That's
wouldn't
what
be
you
less. It wouldn't
said.
be as
The logical
tragic if
conclusion of what you said.
20,000 children died from car accidents. If there were already like a million
You're saying
children
because there's accidental
dying.
deaths,
No, what
intentional
I'm saying
deaths
is
are
that if you're
okay.
trying to make some appeal to a broader tragedy, the
No, we're
tragedy
saying
loses
that-
a lot of
No,
gravity.
see,
You still
No,
won't
we're
answer
saying
the
that-
question I posed earlier.
What is the question? I'm not answering.
Because what if you're wrong?
I already answered. If I'm wrong, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Who are you, Catholic or religious?
That's actually
wait.
that's
What
actually
is your
the hardest
denomination?
argument for the pro-choice
What is your
side of it.
denomination?
Why does that matter?
Well, what if you're wrong?
I am Catholic. I converted to
Okay, well, what if
Catholicism.
you're wrong?
I've considered that a lot.
Well, what if you're wrong? You're really wrong.
I've considered that.
That's like
yeah.
the worst type of
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
Because
absolutely-
not only forget everything happens on earth, you're like eternally fucked, right? If you're wrong on that.
If
So, like,
what? For being
'cause
Catholic?
you'll go
What?
to some other hell or some other dimension of, I don't know. Wouldn't that be like the worst thing in the world to be wrong about? Probably more important than the abortion thing. Is who the big man in the
If
sky
someone-
is.
I
This is
get-
why this is why I referenced earlier. It's called Pascal's wager. This is why it's stupid to think like, well, what if I'm wrong about this particular thing? Because you have to assign probabilities.
Because you don't, but what you're doing is you just like, you're making these judgments of, well, it's consciousness somewhere 20, 24 weeks. If you're driving and it's a dark road at the end of the night and you're tired and you see a shadow in the middle of the road and you're like, that could be a small child, or it could just be a shadow coming off the tree.
Yep, and
Do
in
you
your world,
speed up?
running over the shadow is the same thing as running over the child.
No, in our world,
Yes,
you
it is.
avoid
No.
running it over.
Well, because
In
if you
our
wait a minute,
world,
won't the child
you
run across the
slow
road and the
down
shadow will
you
become the
stop
child?
and you investigate to make sure you're not running a child. In your world, and the view you're taking is, screw it, I'm going to speed up and I'm going to go through the shadow and just hope to God it's a shadow and it's not a child.
What
That's
if
it.
you're
That's
wrong?
why,
What if-
what,
wait,
I
what if-
mean, it's
what
a
if-
reckless decision.
Yeah, what if you're wrong?
What if I am
If someone,
wrong?
Yeah,
if someone
what if
can
you're
prove,
wrong?
hey Destiny, if you or someone can prove me wrong, I will happily
Well, no, you will
learn.
never. But
No,
like,
I
what if you
would.
what if
I
you were
would.
wrong?
No.
If someone can prove to me that
Well,
this
I'm
is
curious
not a human
because you
life,
made me deal with the gruesome details
Yeah.
of the tens of millions of babies being murdered. So what if you're
If
wrong?
I am wrong, if
Uh-huh.
I am wrong about abortion, and
Yeah.
abortion is nothing but removing a clump of cells
Yep.
that has no meaning whatsoever. It's
Yep.
just like removing your appendix,
Yep.
which, by the way, majority of people would disagree
Yeah,
with because we
so
all
much
seen
normative loading. I
ultrasounds.
love how qualified
Okay,
you're
well, no,
getting.
I'm
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
showing
It's all good.
science,
No,
right?
it's battery
So if
tactic.
I
Go
am
ahead.
wrong and it's
Yep.
nothing, and every vaginal canal is suddenly magical and
Yeah,
turns
the magic
nothing
and the
into
magic
a baby.
conscious fairy too.
Yeah,
Goes
that's
along.
right,
Yeah,
because
keep
you
going.
believe in a lot of
Yeah.
magic to justify
I'm helping
your
her
position.
skill man her. Yeah, go ahead.
No, if I am wrong,
Yep.
and this is really magical,
Yep,
what
very.
I have done in my life's work in advocating against abortion
Uh-huh.
is saying that women who may not want to gestate another human being in their womb for 9 months had to be inconvenienced. That's
Or
what
it's
if
5
I
guys.
am wrong.
The fuck.
That's absolutely. But if you're wrong, you've just said
60 million
60
people
plus
are dead in the United
million
States alone.
people were killed.
Do you think if an 11-year-old is raped, she should be forced to carry that child to term?
Now we've moved on to the
Well,
the
let's address that because I actually
Yeah,
was addressing that earlier.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about.
I think it's a horrific situation, and we both agree, which is why it's such a loaded question because it's just horrific that she's raped and that she's no 11-year-old should be pregnant in the first place.
Okay.
So start with that, and
Sure.
she needs support and care, and the rapist needs to be held accountable, and she needs to be taken out of.
Kinda
the
wanna take a couple of
vicinity
shots and run
whoever's
off.
abusing her.
Yep, true. We all know this. I don't know why we're talking about it, but go ahead.
But the solution in that, what is the next step in that, right? What is the next step in that
I know, I'm
very
asking you.
tragic situation?
Yes.
It's not to take the life of this innocent, now conceived third party. It's not to
Okay.
end that life. That's not going to unrape the 11-year-old. It's not going to untraumatize the 11-year-old. In fact, it might traumatize her even more.
True.
And it's forcing the birth. She's still going to have to birth that life. That life doesn't magically
Be a
come out of her.
C-section.
She's going to have to, if she had an abortion, and usually by the time with a young rape survivor, it's usually into the second trimester, that's going to be a very traumatic act that now kills her baby, and she's still having a birth process just of a dead child.
Sure. So then if
So
the
it's
11-year-old
horrific.
gets raped, is pregnant, and is scared, and then she goes to a doctor looking for an abortion, should you charge her with murder?
Wait, do you believe? Wait,
No,
do you
I don't
agree
think
with
so,
us
'cause
though?
she's a
Because
victim.
If the
She's a victim
so
in that
Lila
case.
just said that in a lot of these cases where we see these very tragic circumstances where there's been rape or incest of young children who become pregnant, the pregnancy is not often discovered until well into the second trimester, well
Yeah.
beyond 20 weeks.
Beyond consciousness.
Do you well beyond
That's a good point.
consciousness?
Yeah.
So do you
I'm rocking-
agree with us
Fuck.
that a child who becomes pregnant because of rape or incest with another child who's pregnant with a
Shit,
human
from one
being
run to the
who
next.
you have
Son of a
said
bitch.
has consciousness is like, I don't know, 24 weeks. Do you think abortion's justified in that case?
No, but just because I hate the woman. So let's say
No,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no, no.
11-year-old, and the
Answer the
11-year-old
question
goes to.
seriously.
Let's say that the 11-year-old goes
I've
to Planned
been very
Parenthood to have an
serious in
abortion.
my answers
You think
to
the
you.
11-year-old should be charged with murder if she
No,
tries to abort the child?
because in that case, she's an 11-year-old who's
Well,
the
yeah, but
victim.
you can still charge adolescents with. You don't have to try him as an adult. You can try him as a
well,
child.
in any
Put him in juvie for like 6 or 7
you need
years.
to answer
No.
the question.
Well, how much
Do you
stamina does this
agree
guy
with
gonna have?
us,
What the
though?
fuck?
That's the easiest question in the world. No, you shouldn't be allowed to have abortion.
I swear,
Wow.
they
No,
just
of course
cheats.
not.
They
If
have
it's already a
unlimited
baby, why the
stamina,
fuck would you have an
100%.
abortion? Just because somebody's younger is going to be dramatically inconvenienced for 7-8 months or whatever.
Well, we
doesn't mean
agree
you
on
kill the
something.
baby.
It sounds like that's great.
actually
Yeah, but the difference is
That's
my
good.
position is coherent, and I'm able
No,
to bite
it's
bullets
very
on that.
incoherent. I actually want to go back to your position, if that's okay, back to the coma and the consciousness,
Yeah.
and explore more. You were
Sure.
saying.
Wait. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Because what I was trying to demonstrate is because.
Oh my
you
God,
were
this game
saying
needs
that
to
in
fix
your
its shit,
world,
dude.
If you're wrong, it's the biggest genocide in the
Finally.
history of the fucking universe.
It is.
And then you were saying, in my world where I'm wrong, some women have been minorly inconvenienced
For 9
and
months.
For 9 months, big whoop. But that's not true. In your world, if you're wrong, 11-year-old girls are being convicted of murder
No,
or
no one
conspiracies
supports
to commit
that,
murder.
Destiny. No one supports that.
Yes,
What?
if you're an
She's
11-year-old
11 years
girl.
old.
So
What
hold on, I'm sorry, you can't convict.
11-year-old girl in America is being convicted of murder?
Hold on. I said in your world. In your world where it's illegal to
Yeah,
have abortion.
we
you
don't
get
live in your
punished
world,
for it.
lady.
That's what
She's a
you want.
traumatized rape
Who
survivor. in
cares?
that
Wait, hold on. So
situation.
I
11-year-old
actually
can kill a
said-
sibling?
First of all,
Wait. If your 11-year-old is
I love when you
traumatized,
tell me what I think.
could
Thank
your
you.
11-year-old
Please tell me
kill
what I
their
think.
younger brother?
I mean, theoretically, since you like hypotheticals, if there's
I
a case...
do like hypotheticals
okay.
because,
if there's a case
by the way, it's
where-
not hypothetical that children get raped by adults in the United States and then get pregnant.
Yeah,
But
well,
go
it's
ahead.
not hypothetical that late-term abortions happen on rape survivors all the time because society says, oh, you should just
And I
have
would
an
say that's
abortion.
wrong.
And
But
by
notice
the
how
way,
I can very easily.
And by the
That's
way,
like less than 1%.
Destiny, the
But I can
only
very
two
easily. Any
studies, hold
hypothetical
on,
you give me, I
the
love
only two
hypotheticals.
the only two studies that have been done on rape survivors and abortion show that over 80% of women choose life for their child, and 90% say that they are glad that they did, and over 80% of women say that they regretted the abortion. For the ones that had abortion, they regretted their abortion.
You don't care about those numbers, so why bring them up?
What are you talking about?
If those studies showed the exact
No,
opposite, that would have zero impact
but
whatsoever on your
that's
your
correct
position.
on my position, but it should. But
like
it
you're
should impact
selectively bringing up pieces of
Destiny.
information that might support you, but like who cares? You don't care about that.
Destiny,
That's
I want you to go
irrelevant.
back to the
Destiny,
claim
it
you
should-
made
hold on one
about
second,
women
hold on
going
one
to
second.
jail.
It should impact your position because you just said you cared so much about this rape survivor that they should have an abortion, and I was just giving you data to show you that rape survivors actually regret their abortions when they have abortions, and when they don't have abortions, they actually are happy that they didn't. And you didn't seem to care about that data.
I don't care. That's not relevant to me. I don't.
But you
care.
were just arguing from a position of
hold on, wait.
emotion.
I'm
You were
saying
just
that
arguing from a position of emotion for why we should have an abortion on a rape survivor.
I'm not arguing from any position of emotion. I am crystal clear, logically considered the entire way. If you go out to get an abortion on a third trimester baby because you were raped as an 11-year-old, then you should be held responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder or whatever the punishment would be.
I think we even disagree there, and this is
That's
why.
fine that you
And
do,
share
but
that
I would
with
compare. I would consistently uphold the law the same way I would if an 11-year-old killed her younger sibling, or if the 11-year-old killed somebody else. Now there might be other aggravating or mitigating
aggravating
circumstances that would change.
factors is key.
Sure, that
Aggravating
might be the
factors.
case, but I'm saying in general, that's where I would start. Much the
Yeah.
same if anybody
No,
kills
that's-
anybody,
that's
you'd
fair.
probably start with,
No.
bro, that was a murder. Like, let's see what's going on.
And we typically start
fine.
there. Yes.
But I'm saying that.
yes.
Hold on, but
we
don't
just
accuse
in
me.
a criminal trial we look at
That's
mitigating
fine. I
factors. We
understand,
look
but
at
don't
intent.
accuse me
We look at all of these
being
things.
wishy-washy. I'm crystal clear on all of this.
Can we go to the coma? Back
Except
to
for
the
when
coma
life
question
begins.
because we've
Just
been
like,
kind of.
oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Do you believe in puberty?
Can we?
You're not
Do you know when
clear
does
on
puberty begin?
When does human life begin?
When does puberty begin?
Okay, guys.
is a
let's
very
go back
I want to know. I want to know.
different.
Because she says, apparently I don't believe in conscience because I can't give you the precise moment it forms. I'm curious if you believe in puberty.
No, that's not the
that's
reason why
fundamentally
consciousness is
different.
a bad argument.
It's not
Yes.
fundamentally different. It's
The
a thing that
reason-
develops in a range of
No.
time. It's
No.
it absolutely is.
No, because when you develop puberty or when you start puberty doesn't change whether or not you have the fundamental
I never
rights
said
in
it
life,
did.
or
I'm
people
just
can
pointing to a
violently
developmental
enter
process
life.
that has some period
So
of
hold
time.
on, Destiny. You were
Yeah.
saying consciousness is everything to you, and if you have
fuck
you're temporarily
you, bitch.
unconscious, then that's because we're trying to understand
I've
your
already
position.
answered this question
I'm
a million times. I'll answer it for the 7th time.
I want to
There's a
get
different-
into the moral intuition thing because
Okay, go for it.
where it seemed to land for you, if I'm understanding you correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I really want to understand this.
Yes.
Where it
Right
seemed
through the
to
back
land
of the
for you is I
head.
was trying to really pinpoint why consciousness equals humanity or personhood for you. Especially when consciousness is unpredictable. People have differing degrees of it. Some people haven't developed it yet, and they're, I believe, still people. But nevertheless, you say that at this 20 to 24 mark is consciousness, and that's humanity or personhood for the human. All right. So what I want to understand is why. Tell me more why. You mentioned moral intuition earlier. Explain that more.
Sure. When I think of all the ways that I could test for life or all the ways that I could destroy life, everything to me seems to revolve around
The
a
arrows.
person having a conscious
But you
experience.
know that it's a life before consciousness, no?
You admitted that.
You
earlier.
admitted that earlier.
What do you think I mean when I say a life?
You mean a biological human life, no? We all agreed on that.
Do you think that's what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
What did you mean?
In that case,
Clarify.
I just realized my whole position is wrong because I said a fetus was a biological human life. You won.
Excellent.
You won on
I know.
definitions.
We know
like-
we won.
Okay.
We didn't even need you to tell us.
I mean, I think our argument is pretty airtight. And
It's not
I don't-
airtight.
So then
That's why
explain
the
yourself.
reason why
Explain
I've
yourself
already
then,
explained it a
please.
million times.
All
But the
right,
reason why you're trying to play
but
tricky words with the definitions
not
is because
tricky words.
it is
It's-
tricky
it's
words.
alive or it's
Let me
dead,
repeat
and it's
for
alive in the
I should
womb.
have a tally every time I repeat
Are
this.
you conceding
did
the
you-
I
difference?
consider
hold on,
a
but-
person
Let
to
him
have
talk, let him talk,
personhood
let him
at
talk.
20 to 24
Okay.
weeks. That's when consciousness develops, right?
Correct.
So my policy cutoff would be at about 20 weeks. Okay?
Why
I
does
don't
that
care.
matter is what I'm asking.
The reason why, and I said why it matters is because when I think of one, how do we consider when the end of life is? The end of life seems to be the cessation of a
Why do you
conscious
have to
experience.
measure
Hold on,
life?
let him finish. Let
answer
him
a
finish.
single
Let him finish.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, go
Three
ahead.
more interruptions,
Good
my
point.
guess is
Okay.
No, that's
So
a good
have
point.
you
I
been
should have
keeping
listened.
Just let him
I should have
finish.
listened.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the cessation of a conscious experience experience seems to be the point at which we say that person is dead. And then when I think of like all the ways that I could replace parts of the body, if I replace the heart, that's
What are
not
they
a single
doing?
person. The arms, every single single thing. But when you start replacing the brain, something unique seems to be happening there. It seems like we are our brains, the experiences, the memories, the subjective, conscious interpretation of the world. That seems to be the thing that's really important to defend. So when I think of like, when I'm instructive on like, how could I end a life and what is the end of life? None of it revolves around reception to pain, heartbeat, unique DNA. All of it seems to revolve around this conscious experience.
Shit.
And then when I think of like, let's even be more abstract. If I try to think of like, what does it mean to create a life? We're talking about AI now, right? When we talk about AI, when we talk about creating a life, we're not talking about creating bodies. We're not talking about creating hearts. We're not talking about even creating DNA. What we're really talking about is creating or emulating a conscious experience in a machine. It seems to be the thing that we're defending. When we think about vegans and why vegans defend animals, they're not defending animal bodies, animal hearts, whatever. They're defending the animal's conscious, the sentient conscious experience of the animal. That's why I say, if life all ends that way and can be ended that way, that's probably when life begins.
Okay.
I can't believe I answered the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank
to both
you.
of you.
Thank
I
you.
love
And
you.
I think perhaps I may be able to answer your question in terms of where the disagreement is here. Because just like a person under anesthetic or a person asleep or a person in a temporary coma that is going to wake up, it would be wrong in all those cases to kill the person, right?
I agree.
Okay, excellent. So similarly, for a child, a few weeks before potential consciousness first can be measured 20 to 24 weeks. In a few weeks, it's a matter of time duration, that child will have consciousness.
Got him.
In that way, they are very similar. They are not experiencing consciousness, but in a matter of time, they will experience consciousness. So in both cases, it's wrong to kill.
The
Do you
child
agree?
has the
Well, let's just say-
capacity to develop consciousness. Do
Well,
you agree
but
with
I want to
that?
understand. Yeah. Do you agree?
Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Why? Why does the development process matter so much to you?
The development process matters because there is a thing that I am valuing. The thing that I value is the human conscious experience.
No, it's not.
Hold on,
Destiny, I don't
on.
think that's correct.
It's
Because
the
you
thing
don't-
that I'm
yeah.
valuing is, or more precisely, as I said before, it's the capacity, the underlying structure to deploy that conscious experience.
Yes, and
now, when you talk about a person undergoing anesthesia, okay, they have the underlying mechanism. They have the capacity to develop a conscious experience.
But why does the
Hold
capacity
on.
matter to you
It
so much?
It abates for a while because they might be asleep or in a medically induced coma, whatever.
Sure.
And then it comes back. But there is a thing, even when it's temporarily ceasing, there's a thing that we can speak of. There was a conscious experience. There was a person that knew what it was like to be a thing, to be a person. That subjective experience existed. It might be temporarily abated, but all the machinery is still there to deploy the exact same one, and then they'll come back and deploy the same conscious experience. If I were to create a human, okay, up until the moment that first conscious experience happens, there is no prior experience to speak of. That's why when you guys
that's
keep,
actually not
that's why
true,
when
but
you
hold on.
guys keep saying things,
actually Let me not- just
that
ask-
when
I
you
wanna
guys keep saying
get to the
things,
bottom of it.
when you
Let's
guys
just
keep
let him finish
saying
and then-
things like the fetus will develop the capacity, it will develop it, but it hasn't developed it yet, so there is no such experience to speak of. For a sleeping person, when you go to sleep tonight, you have had a whole subjective experience right now. When you wake up, that experience will resume, but a baby hasn't even
But
begun
Destiny,
to
what
exist
if I
yet.
have amnesia and I don't remember anything? I'm like a brand new first moment of consciousness human being. And during
When you say
during my
amnesia,
coma,
yeah.
during my coma,
Oh,
I
fuck,
lose
everything's
all
full.
memory, I lose all sense of my personhood, and when I emerge from my coma, I am like a brand new baby. Would it have been okay during that coma to kill me?
Oof, I would have to think a lot about that question. So the issue...
Have you thought about it before?
No, I've thought about it a great deal, but the question is way more complicated than you seem to think it is, okay? But that's not an easy question.
Well, it's
the
not an
direct
easy question.
analog-
I think
the direct,
it's-
the
this whole
direct, the
thing is where it
direct,
gets
the
very
direct,
easy, though.
the direct analog is when somebody takes a teleporter in Star Trek, are you killing one person and creating a new person every single time?
No, I don't agree that that's the direct analogy.
It is the direct
think it's-
analogy.
no, I
because
think
when you
it's
start
more-
talking about, because now you're getting away from just conscious experience, and now you want to dig into the parts of conscious experience. And I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that I can tell you precisely, because there are a lot of things that make up our conscious experience. One of those things is memory. If you erase a person's memory, and if you give them whole new personality traits, and then you wake them up the next day, is that even the same person that
well,
woke
it's
up
a
before?
great question. Because,
I don't know. That's a
because
really difficult question.
Destiny,
Yeah.
a newborn or certainly a 26-week-old preborn fetus doesn't have memory, has a very nascent, if very nascent
I didn't say
personality.
memory was a necessary
okay,
part
but
to have your
you're
consciousness.
trying to define consciousness.
But
and
what is
you
consciousness
brought up
then?
memory a few
Consciousness
times.
is the subjective experience that we have, knowing what it's like to be a
But their
thing.
subjective
Yeah.
experience, they're not even going to remember it, Destiny.
Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Okay,
I'm
so-
still a human
so
being when
why
I'm
does it
blackout
matter?
drunk.
So
So why
babies
does
in
that
the
matter
womb
so
have a
much to you?
capacity to develop consciousness.
Develop, but they haven't
They
developed
didn't.
yet.
But
Wait,
why
wait,
does
stop.
that matter so much
But
to
the,
you?
Because it's not the thing
person
itself.
who is brain dead,
Yeah.
who you're saying has no longer has the ability to have consciousness.
Yeah.
So that's not the same. You have somebody who is brain dead, who you're saying does not have the ability to have consciousness.
conscious
ever
experience
again.
is over,
You
yes.
have your
Yep.
magic button, right? And
Yep.
you've already determined through your magic button that this person can never have consciousness again. That is fundamentally different than the child in the womb who has the capacity still yet to develop consciousness. The child in the womb who has the capacity to still develop consciousness is completely different from the person who's lived their life, something tragic has happened to them, and now no longer ever has that capacity.
Yeah, obviously
That's
they're different.
fundamentally
Yes.
different.
What is it like to be a two-celled organism?
There we go.
What is
That
it like
worked.
to be a newborn? You don't remember it.
I don't remember, but I can probably guess what it's like.
But you can guess away what it's like to be a 10-week-old embryo then. You don't remember either.
No. I
So
can't
that
guess
doesn't
what
mean you can kill the 10-week-old
I
embryo.
can't guess what it's like to not have a conscious experience. Guess what it's like to have a dreamless sleep.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, so fetuses
Guess what it's like to be dead.
So fetuses
No.
in our
That easy.
positions.
I can guess what it's like to be a baby. There's probably a lot of new sensations. You're probably having crazy temperature adjustments. You're probably seeing a whole bunch of stuff and really squinting away from it. I can guess what it's like. I don't know exactly. I can't guess what it's like to be a thing without a brain. I
Do you
can't
think
guess. I don't know what it's like to be a rock
Do you think
or
fetuses
what
in
it's
the
like to
womb
be a tree.
dream? Do you think
What?
fetuses in the womb dream?
I mean, once the necessary brain parts are there, I imagine at some point
Scientists
they
say
probably
it
do.
can be as early as 16 weeks that
I
a
don't
child
probably- I
has
don't know if
rapid
I-
eye movement, REM
I
sleep.
don't know if I believe that, but
Okay, I know science is hard to believe sometimes.
I mean,
but
the reality
contradicts
is
your opinion.
what we're keeping.
Do you
coming,
think they
what-
actually dream though if they're having REM sleep? What do you think they're dreaming about?
I have no
Lila,
idea.
you wanted to
Sounds
say
and
something. Lila, you
colors.
go ahead,
What
and
we
then I
keep
have
coming
something
back to is there's all these qualifications on what consciousness even means, and when we take and isolate them and we kind of make an argument or ask Destiny a question about them, he says, "Oh, that specific aspect of consciousness doesn't matter." Destiny has trouble defining consciousness. He has trouble defining exactly when it begins, and yet
To be
this is
clear,
the qualifying
I didn't have
line
trouble
to be-
defining it. I literally
but-
told you exactly what it.
But
No,
you
you
said
didn't.
it
You said
involves these
subjective.
different things. It's a subjective
It's
experience.
subjective.
It's
Hold on,
memory.
wait. Does subjective experience not count as a definition?
Okay, but my point
Subjective
is
changes
but
with the
Hold on,
person.
Destiny. My
Yes. So does your
and
conscious
listen, my-
experience change with a person?
but-
Welcome
but
to
my-
humanity. Yeah.
but my-
Wonderful
That's
leader.
slippery slope.
That little
Say
change
it.
in 30 minutes.
Everybody has a different
I
subjective
slept 30 minutes,
experience.
essentially.
That's a slippery slope.
The point here is your definition of what even consciousness is, the aspects of consciousness, when you isolate them and describe is this a reason to assign personhood or not, it falls apart.
It doesn't fall apart at all.
Because some people don't experience, when you're a newborn, you don't experience your consciousness. You don't remember it later.
Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean you're not conscious.
And
Again,
when
if I get
you're
blackout drunk-
unconscious, you're unconscious.
No,
but you're
but you're
still
gonna
human.
wake up.
And when you're an embryo pre-consciousness, you're going to develop it if someone doesn't
Develop
tell you.
it. You're not waking up because there's no experience to speak of.
But
Nobody
why does
knows
the
about
development
it.
matter
You
so
can
much?
actually say the
Because
child.
you answered that
Excuse me, the
question.
child is sleeping in the womb, so the child
It's not
actually
sleeping.
does
Sleeping
wake up.
implies you were awake at one point. That's
No,
what
the
sleeping
child
means.
actually-
Things aren't
in
sleeping
the
from the moment of their
medical articles,
inception.
They refer to
It's
two
age
different
discrimination.
sleeps
Why does
that happen
development
in the
matter
womb.
so much?
The
Why
child
does
actually
development
is
Why does the
asleep
DNA
in
matter
the
so
womb.
much?
Just
It all matters. That's what we're saying.
Well, no, it doesn't all matter because you wouldn't say a sperm is a baby, right?
No, because a sperm
There's
is a part,
parts.
not a whole. Do you
Remember
know
the parts in the whole
Okay,
whole
but
you already
a,
have.
but a sperm at some point will, when
No.
combined with an egg, will develop into something else, right?
And when it develops into a whole,
Yeah.
a unique single-cell embryo, that is a human life that is
Wait,
worthy
why
of
should the
protection.
uniqueness of the embryo matter more than the uniqueness of the sperm or the egg?
Because it's a whole. It's a whole individual human
It's not,
life.
hold on, what do you
No,
mean
no,
it's
no,
a
because
wait,
a
wait, wait,
unique
wait, wait.
genetic
What do you mean it's a
code
whole? A
comes
sperm
into
is a whole
existence.
thing. An egg
No.
is a whole thing. They're
A
both
sperm
human
is
things,
not
right?
part of the
whole
father.
human organism.
An egg
It's
is a
not.
part of the
What do
mother.
you mean?
Parts.
Hold on. So sperm. So
It's not.
Hold on. So
It's a-
semen and
like,
eggs are
my
not part of a
skin
human
cells-
organism.
My skin
They're
cells are
somatic.
part of me. My egg cells are part of me. They're not in them of themselves an individual human life.
They don't carry unique genetic code.
Why does
And they're
the
never
unique
going to be.
but
And they're
hold
never
on,
going to
sperms
develop into
do
a unique
carry
human
unique
life.
genetic code.
And the
number one.
cells in my body, my egg
Ale.
cells, I'm not going to magically get pregnant without having my egg cells inseminated. Obviously.
Sure, but why should that be the defining point for how you consider life?
Because
Is once you have the
biologists
unique.
all agree,
No, no,
we
no, no,
all
no.
know.
Whoa. Biologists aren't answering this question. It's a question more philosophy.
Science. I know science.
Because-
No, science. No. Why do you develop? Why do you value the zygote and not the moment before conception?
Because we all acknowledge that a human life begins at fertilization. That's something very special happens.
If
at
you called
sperm
my
egg
definition
fusion.
circular by saying a human life begins when we've agreed a human life begins? I'm asking you why you consider that to
Because
be
at
the
the
human life.
moment of
Because
conception, I'll repeat this slower this time. at the moment of conception.
Repeating it slower doesn't make any less dumb.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
2 parts, a part from the mother,
Uh-huh.
the egg, the part from the father, sperm,
Okay.
unite and create a unique whole with unique genetic code.
Why do you keep
that's
saying
never
unique?
because it's unrepeatable.
That's
it's a
not
human
true.
being. It's a unique genetic
If two
code.
twins meet
that's
two other
never,
twins, they can both have children that are theoretically.
Twinning happens later, by the way.
What?
Twinning happens later, by the way.
Not necessarily. Sometimes
So
two
unique
sperms can get in.
genetic code comes into existence that's never existed before.
Why do you value the unique genetic code?
Because that is when you became you. All the components
Okay.
about you, Stephen,
Is killing a
became
two-celled
you
organism, is that
at the
just as
moment of
immoral as
conception.
killing a baby?
What do you mean by what kind of organism? If it's a human
A
organism,
two-cell, yeah.
yes.
So is killing a fetus when it's 2 cells, does that have the moral equivalence to killing a
Yes.
baby?
Yeah.
It's a human
That's
life.
right.
Okay, if you're in
Just
a...
like killing a baby has the moral equivalence, even though you have less consciousness
I understand.
than
Okay.
killing an adult.
Let's say that you're... Let's say that...
consciousness
Yep.
and development, your age, your maturity as a human life doesn't define your worth or your
Gotcha.
personhood.
So
and back to the
Yeah.
zygote, a zygote has the capacity for consciousness.
No, it doesn't.
It has
It
all
still
the
has to develop
machinery.
it.
Has all the machinery needed for consciousness. If
No, it
you
doesn't
give it
have the machinery. It
if
has the
you-
blueprint. That's
if
all it
you-
has.
If you give it time, just like the
If you
coma
give it
patient,
time and if you give it nutrients.
just like the coma patient,
But it doesn't
if
have
you
the
give
machinery.
it time to wake up from the coma, will regain its consciousness.
It's not regaining it. It never
will
has
gain
it.
its consciousness.
It never
But
had
it
it.
will
It's not
gain its
regaining.
consciousness.
Do you acknowledge there is
No.
a difference between the person who had the ability to have consciousness,
Uh-huh.
who now in your magic button no longer has the ability to have consciousness, versus a child, a human,
Yeah.
a fetus, whatever name you want to give it that doesn't
Pretty
trigger
important,
you,
but go ahead.
in the womb, that has the ability to have consciousness? Do you understand the difference between someone who no longer has the capacity to form consciousness versus someone who has the capacity to form consciousness but just needs a little bit more time? Do you see how there's a difference there?
Is there a difference between a dead person and a fetus? Man, I don't know. It's a real
I mean,
mind
you
bender.
already
Let me
said
think. I'm not
earlier.
sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Maybe we can do a
Okay,
second
think
debate
about
and
it.
I'll come
Let me.
back.
I got a couple things here.
Okay.
This is for the entire panel, so, and I know this is kind of a unique question to ask. Do you think this could potentially be a good middle ground, a good compromise? And I know there's some potential existential risks involved with the development of something like this. What do you all think about an artificial womb? Now, obviously, there's some considerations of, well, what are the impacts on humanity, because we could use these as,
That's right.
breeding grounds, and but let's say just within the confines of the abortion discussion, do you think an artificial womb could be a compromise between both sides, or would you be ignoring some of the potential downfalls of an artificial womb? Would you be in favor of?
Yeah. I think it's a technology it's a very fascinating question. And I think that especially if there's like a problem with that the woman is experiencing and the baby is experiencing, and somehow it could be like a medical device to support them. It sounds like it could be potentially used for good, but I think the potential of the use for bad and the fact that it's breaking the natural bond that
That's right.
baby deserves to have with his or her mother. This is why surrogacy is so problematic, because you're severing that child often from the genetic mother and from the gestational mother, and then usually the social mother is sometimes even a third different mother, and so the child has a right, I think, to their mother.
A child has a right to a mother, and so that's
to be
why we would
gestated naturally
say
in their mother.
That's why we would say that would be the number one goal, is that child has a relationship and is gestated within his or her mother. However, I ask this question a lot. I'm really glad you brought this up, because I ask this question a lot on campuses, because often we hear the argument, we didn't get to it today because Stephen doesn't care about the bodily autonomy arguments, but we often hear the bodily autonomy arguments of, it's my body, I have the choice to decide whatever happens to my body, whether or not I want to give permission to this another human being to grow inside of me that will change my body. And as someone who's been pregnant 4 times, I can testify to that. So I actually do think that the artificial womb technology would actually, it will, when it is developed,
Okay,
will
moving
decimate
on.
the bodily autonomy argument, that you will not actually be able to use that argument to justify legal abortion any longer, where a woman simply can choose to take the child out from her womb and implant it into an artificial womb to grow. That way, she doesn't have to pay someone to end the life of her child. Now, do I think that's the best situation? No, because a child deserves to have a relationship with his or her mother, and I think there'll be a lot of bad things that come out of children who are born in artificial wombs who don't know who their mothers are. And so there's a lot of other situations and societal questions we'll have about foster care and adoption and things like that. But I do think that will actually decimate this whole argument of the, quote, need for legal abortion in our country.
Sure. And I guess one question.
I need way more
again,
straps.
Ignoring some of the, I suppose, societal impacts of if we were to introduce a artificial womb, because there's definitely considerations of if people started farming children, for example. But within the confines of the abortion argument, do you think that, because a woman could end the pregnancy, but the life could persist. So do you think that would be, if an artificial womb came along, do you think
it's a bird
that would, in effect,
fuck am I
put an
hearing?
end to the whole abortion debate?
I would think it would, but I asked Stephen this earlier about artificial womb, and he didn't. I mean, Stephen, you're representing the pro-abortion side here. Would you think that those who advocate for legal abortion would say? I still think they will argue no. And from the conversations I've had on campuses, which are in the thousands now, I've yet to have someone who agrees with me that the development of it, who's pro-choice, that the development of an artificial womb would eliminate the need for abortion, as in their words, because they would still say that while that's still inconvenient to a mother to have to, I don't know, maybe the artificial womb only works at 13 weeks, so she would still have to undergo 12 weeks of possible morning sickness, and so they would say it doesn't matter if there's artificial wombs, she still has agency over her body, therefore she can just destroy it.
There's also a kind of a weird genetic ownership argument that emerges, even though this is not, I think, a fully conscious thing by a lot of pro-choice advocates, but there's this argument of, I don't want my kid out there in the world. You know, I want basically control over my kid. So I think in that case, it's sort of a property argument. They make this child as my property, and even if it can be survive in an artificial room, it's my right to
that's
end
what
the life of
happens
this
with
child.
people with IVF, with couples where they split up and they've already created human beings who are frozen in IVF clinics. There was a very famous case of a Hollywood actress who this was the situation, and Nick Loeb, the former partner, sued because he didn't want the mother to destroy these children that they had frozen, and the court ruled that the embryos were her property. These human beings were her property to do with what as she saw fit. And that's a broader question of why are we treating human beings as if they're a property? Say, well, I don't want to get pregnant. This isn't the best time for me. I wasn't intending to get pregnant. This baby is inconvenient to me. Therefore, I have the right to kill it. We act as in our country as if human beings are our property. Yet then we also claim that we have a right to be a parent, and that right allows us to own other human beings, which is wrong.
Wait, how old are those embryos when they're frozen?
A few weeks.
Yeah.
A few weeks?
They're not very old.
You were in a burning hospital.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Please give me the...
Yeah, and there are 2 children crying on the bed. Like, please carry me out. But next to them, there's a tray of 10 frozen embryos. They're grabbing the tray of frozen embryos.
Answer this question. Are those my frozen embryos?
They're random people's children.
I think that
I
actually think that makes a difference because.
Okay, well, I just told you it doesn't matter. So
no. Actually, I'm saying I need to know more information.
I gave you all the information. It's 2 random babies. Yeah. They're very Asian, and then it's 10 frozen embryos. They're all also very Asian.
None of the babies, neither the born toddlers or the frozen embryos are mine in this situation. Because I think first you have to ask that question. Because
I already answered it.
Well, no, I would say some people when you would ask
it,
I'm gonna die.
Just answer the hypothetical.
You're
like arguing with you're like boxing demons.
It's a loaded question, Stephen. I'm trying to answer.
It's the same as saying, would you press the red button and kill 10,000 people over here, or would you press the red button and kill your entire family over here? And you had to pick one. Which would you pick?
But I'm not asking that question.
But it's the same question, Destiny.
But it's not the one I'm asking. You have no relation to any of the children. Yeah.
I don't know. The question would be, I don't know. I don't know what.
You don't know?
Okay. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know. Can I
so
reach
weasel.
those children? Can I
what
reach
a weasel.
them? I think the majority. Listen to me. Can you
rescue the 2 babies because they're alive. Right?
question?
No, you're not
The majority of people would say they would
I'm not
reach.
asking what the
The
majority- I don't even
majority of
care what
people
the
would
majority- I don't care what the
say
majority of people would say.
they're
I'm not-
going to
I'm not-
reach
I
for the
don't- I'm not-
toddlers.
I'm not
But
asking
that
what the majority
doesn't
of people say.
saying that you
Hold on,
reach for the
I'm not-
toddlers.
I don't
Can I
think-
answer the question?
You're not answering the question.
I absolutely.
I'll
majority.
answer
No,
really
can I
quick.
answer my question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the majority of people would say that they would reach for the human toddlers versus the human embryos because they recognize themselves in those toddlers. Those toddlers can also feel pain. Those toddlers are crying out to them versus the embryos who are absolutely silent. But that analogy doesn't change the fact that a tragedy is unfolding and human life will be ended.
It's the same, Destiny, just to remove familiarity, because I mentioned
To
your
be clear,
family.
you did not answer
Hold
the
on,
question,
just,
but
to,
go
just to be clear,
ahead.
to remove familiarity, because I know in one hand it's your family and it's 10,000 individuals on the other that you don't know, but let's make it a little different. Let's say it's 2 toddlers and 5 elderly people in their nursing home. There's 2 toddlers crying in the lobby, there's 5 elderly people in their beds. Who do you save?
Grabbing the toddlers every time.
If you grab the toddlers,
I hate old people.
Right, but if you grab the toddlers, that doesn't mean you think it's good that the old people died. It
I
doesn't
do.
mean that you
I was
don't-
glad when COVID happened.
Come on, Destiny. It doesn't mean that you think old people don't have value. It doesn't mean that old people aren't persons. It just means that you're going to go towards the ones that you feel most emotionally in that moment connected and you feel you can save.
Gotcha.
Similarly with the burning building, it doesn't mean that those embryos, oh, gotcha, they're not persons, gotcha, they're not humans. It's just that, no, just like with the elderly people, I'm going to run and try to save those toddlers.
Okay, so let me.
it's
I'm gonna
it's the
try
same
this
answer.
again. Okay.
And
babies.
just after
Yeah.
you respond, I do have to get through a couple chats.
Sure.
But go ahead, Destiny.
Okay, I would love to hear answers. Okay, 2 babies are right here. Okay, crying, help me. Okay, they're both 1-year-old. Okay, they can't run out of the building or anything. Okay, and then here is a tray. There's a tray of 10 perfectly in vitro fertilized, perfectly preserved specimens. You pop them into a fake uterus or a real one, they'll grow into people, right? What's the morally correct choice? The 2 crying babies or the 10 perfectly preserved embryos?
There isn't a morally correct choice in the sense that you are arguing that then if we choose the children, the toddlers, that somehow means the embryos don't have value. Well, of course we're going to choose the toddlers. They're just like I would choose the toddlers over the 5 elderly people in their beds. That doesn't mean the embryos or the elderly people aren't humans.
Okay, let's say you had a choice between 2.
Do you understand that though? Do you understand our
I don't know. I'm
position?
trying to understand. I'm asking another question. Let's see if it's.
But do you understand that?
I don't understand anything. That's why I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand?
That's why I'm asking a
What
question.
don't you
okay?
understand?
I don't understand anything. That's why I'm
What
asking
don't you
a
understand,
question. I'm
Destiny?
gonna ask, then you can tell me.
Destiny, this is not your thing. You have to say what you don't understand. This is
I'm
not
asking a question to elucidate. You
No,
can
you're not
I don't understand the
explaining-
difference between the toddlers and the old people. That's what I'm asking. So
Okay,
let's say
you don't understand the difference between what?
between like why the toddlers and the old people matter. That's what I'm
Okay,
gonna ask another question.
can I
So let's
answer
say-
that
no,
question
No,
for you?
because I can ask another question. It'll perfectly elucidate.
But hold on, let's slow this process down because we go super fast here, which is fun.
We're
but
not going fast. It's a bunch of rambling. We're not engaging in anything.
well,
No, we just keep going in
no,
circles over and over
we're going in
again
circles a
with
bit,
this
but
slippery slope.
the
That's what we
reason
keep
what I
doing.
said I would like a response to it, Destiny, is because in my statement, what I was explaining was that the elderly people in the nursing home or the elderly people in the building are humans, are persons, and me choosing to save the
pick these up, man.
toddlers doesn't mean that those elderly people aren't humans, aren't persons, or don't deserve the right to life. Similarly, me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that me not choosing to save the embryos means that they are not persons, not humans, and don't have the right to life. Does that make sense to you? Or,
No,
or
that's
what
why I
doesn't
wanna
make
ask another
sense?
question.
Can you explain
What doesn't
I-
make sense about
I
that?
don't. The age thing. Okay.
Oh,
So
why?
Wait. So are you saying that the elderly people in the burning building in your scenario are more worthy of life than the toddlers because they've had more consciousness and lived experiences?
Well, let him say it. Let's
that your
not
argument?
put words in his mouth. What do you think?
Well, I'm
Destiny?
Oh my
answer
God! You
the
wanna know what I
question.
want to?
I want to know what you think.
Oh my
Seriously.
God. Okay, yeah, let me tell you.
Tell me.
The guess that most people probably do, me included,
Yeah.
you'd probably be weighing like roughly amount of life left about, right? Like if we go on the hyper most extreme example, you can choose either a 1-day-old baby or somebody 1 day away from death. You'd probably save the 1-day-old baby because they've got so much more life to live.
But that doesn't
If you
negate
had
that
to choose,
person's alive.
Hold on,
and has
one more.
value,
Let's
right?
fix. Hold on.
I thought that meant you could murder the old person.
Hold on, let
Thank
me
you.
fix that. So let's just fix to solve that
So
problem for you. Let's say the 2 toddlers, you knew because you are a psychic or something. You know,
I
you
am.
had this you fortune teller.
That's
you
funny,
knew
bro.
that they would both die in 5 days.
Yeah.
Would you still save them, or would you try to go in and save the 5 elderly people in their beds?
5 elderly people.
Okay. Well, then there you go. That's you chose to make the decision. I probably still, even though if I knew in the back of my mind they're going to die in a car accident later and they're crying right there, I'd probably still grab them
Emotionally.
You think
and
it's
drag them
more,
out.
we're not talking
Well,
about you think morally it's more correct to save the children that are going to die
I
in
think
5
in that
days than the
case,
older people you could wheel
I
out?
don't think you
Oh,
can
they were
actually
trying to build
morally
the
say
team.
whether or not children are
Okay,
gonna
gotta be
die
careful
at
for
5
that.
days.
Well,
You're
but
like
it
making
might-
a lot of
Why it's called a
assumptions.
hypothetical.
But I think the bottom line is,
Jesus Christ.
whoa, loud noise. I think
Got
in
the
my,
truck.
Oh, he's got an.
coming
The thing
through.
is, he's got an air mattress upstairs, and I think his mom just jumped on the bed.
I think what I'm trying to say here is that in that
Wait, can I
scenario,
just ask my one question?
well, we're getting to the bottom.
What's your-
We're
We're
getting to the bottom.
Ask
We
your
are getting to the
question.
bottom.
I'm so sick of the
Destiny.
same
wait,
question.
let's-
Destiny
let's,
just likes to ask the questions to try to.
Here, let's
Well, no,
do.
no,
No, because he
we're-
doesn't actively answer.
Well, let's let him say. Let's let him say. Let's let him say.
Order in the podcast studio. Let me do a couple chats here, and then we can, if you guys want to pick up again, we can. So we have Doc Venablis here, Mr. Density. Terry S. was not in persistent vegetative state. She was severely brain damaged. She was still able to interact with others. The videos are still available for you to view. By definition,
Thank you.
that interaction excludes PVS.
So
what is PVS?
persistent vegetative state.
Okay.
So they're saying
That's what I
thank you.
tried to prove to Destiny, but he said it didn't matter what the family and the video said.
Yep,
That's
true,
just
and I'll explain
recap
why
the
that's wrong
conversation.
scientifically. They don't like medical explanation, but I'll give the medical explanation.
Give us a
medical
quick.
Yeah, very quick is people with a brain stem can still respond to incredibly basic visual stimuli, and they can do so in ways. That's why when you watch the video of like Jackson the baby, he does it.
I think you're talking about Alfie, not Jackson.
That's it, or Alfie, or whoever, or Terry Schiavo. It's the same thing. So the videos you see are that. Now, obviously, the families are like, oh my God, she's alive, she's communicating everything. But like the doctors all say this chick is super dead. The brain analysis afterwards showed this brain was super dead. She was never waking up. There was never gonna be any improvement. It wasn't just severe mental disability. Half her fucking brain was gone, and she wasn't even probably having a conscious experience. What you're seeing is the very rudimentary expressions of things your body can do to very basic stimuli.
But I need
What
to
does
s-
that have to do with abortion? This is
they
like
already-
we've talked about
I was
death
just answering the question about Terry
and
Schiavo.
coma so much today. But what I've already explained to you, when you're talking about someone in persistent vegetative state or somebody who is severely brain damaged and we're not sure has the capacity to have consciousness, what does that say? Well, how does that change the fundamental question, which is, does the human in the womb have value, who definitely has the ability to have consciousness?
God damn it.
Who's unlike the person
doesn't
Your
have
who
your
is in a
response, and then we have to
Yes, if
continue.
it doesn't have the parts yet, it doesn't have the ability to have
does
consciousness.
have the parts.
It has the
The
ability
parts-
to develop the
parts are
parts.
already
No, the part. I know. What two-cell organism? Where are the parts? Where are they in the two-cell organism?
The code is
That's a
already
blueprint.
in
A
place.
blueprint is not the thing itself.
But it's
In
a-
2 cells, where are the parts?
But
Where is the brain in 2 cells?
It's not
So
just
you're
a
back to the
blueprint, though.
fairy.
It's
You're back to the
actually
no,
like
no.
itself.
It's
A blueprint, if you put a blueprint alone in a room, okay, and you put the wood, line up all the wood around the room, okay,
yeah.
the blueprint doesn't magically
correct. So
direct
what
the
you do
pieces
is
of
you
wood
have
to
a
build the
blueprint,
home.
and then you give it other things. That's what the umbilical
No,
cord in the mother's womb
but
is
that's
for.
nutrients. That's different.
Stalking next to the
Everybody
microphone.
knows
Nutrition.
Stop
It's
it.
a self-assembling machine, but it still needs. But the self-assembling, the blueprint, genes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there a brain?
in my
is there
analogy-
a brain? Is there a brain in your DNA? Is there a
brain?
heartbeat in a DNA?
Your
No,
DNA
it can develop into it if it's the
Is a
has
blueprint.
the-
Yes,
it's part of
thank
the
you.
genetic
for
code.
you to develop a brain
Yes.
and a heartbeat.
Develop, because it's not there yet. True, I agree.
So let's continue
But-
on
but-
with some of the
okay,
chats
you're-
here.
you're like the fairy.
We have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the
Davon
donation.
Jackson, yes.
He's simply saying the potential for consciousness is not the same thing as having consciousness. Non-existence is probably better than being born to parents who don't want you. I'm anti-abortion as contraception, though.
I don't.
Okay, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you, Thank you very much. We have Carmen here with the $69 super chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, the sex number.
Yeah, that one. All right, Destiny, your arguments are as
baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God can give a man and a woman. In my opinion, if you are in favor of abortion, what did that say?
I'll read the rest.
Yeah.
Then I'll bet you are in favor of legalized murder. Hashtag abortion is murder. Hashtag abortion is murder.
Absolutely
It's a hashtag.
based.
Hashtag, by the way. Okay, thank you, Carmen, for that donation. Appreciate it. We have Carmen here again. Destiny, your arguments are as baseless as they are
Almost missed it.
stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God
You're
can give.
literally reading the same.
Give him.
He
Oh, it's the
donated
same
second.
one.
Oh no, he donated.
Oh, they
$50
sent
for
it
that one.
twice. They sent it
Oh.
twice. Okay, well, Carmen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen.
Appreciate it. Double time on that one. We have Sweet Tooth here. Sweet Tooth, thank you for the $69 donation. Why is it when Destiny
I know, right?
you females
Bro, I
attack
wake
you
up at
for
10
it, but
a.m.
you
now,
use it
right?
later
Because
in
I go to
combo?
sleep at like
Why do you
2,
get
so
mad when Destiny when you interrupt, but you have been doing
I'm
it
a
the whole
responsible
time.
adult
Since
now.
it started, you girls are just missing an O there, are just too emotional. Sweet Tooth, Thank you for the. Do you guys? Anyone have a
Thanks for the
response
misogyny,
to?
I guess.
Okay.
I just wish Destiny had another person
Dude,
here.
she
'cause
cries
I do
misogyny
agree
every
it's a
5
good
seconds,
balance to
Jesus.
have two pro
Nope, this was
lifers
better
in
if
front
it
I
of
know,
us.
right?
I
It
actually feel
would've been
bad
even
for
more of a
people
shit show.
listening because I feel like the people listening.
Bro, I actually have
probably
like a
wanna
big
more of
exam on Monday. I
discussion
should
about
really
other
be
arguments
studying.
here about
Tomorrow is gonna be a
abortion,
study day,
like
bro.
bodily
100%.
No, those are
Like-
dog shit arguments.
no,
Why would I have
Holy
like
fuck.
those
the-
arguments?
excuse me, I'm still talking. Like the person who just brought up the question about, you know, a person being born having a bad life. I feel like people who probably tuned into this debate probably wanted to talk about other circumstances beyond persistent vegetative state and people in a coma, because we just
Gotcha.
literally had the same argument.
If you
for
want to see
like
really good arguments in
2.5
favor of
hours.
pro-life, go watch my YouTube videos from like 6 or 7 years ago when I was pro-life, because my arguments for pro-life were really good.
Well, you should watch mine.
Way
Mine are
better
pretty
than
awesome.
What
whatever.
changed for you, Destiny?
Yeah, actually,
go ahead.
we never got to that.
Yeah,
Why
what
did you
changed for
become
you?
pro-abortion?
Because I did a greater analysis of when death happens, and then I realized that saying that life begins at the moment of conception doesn't make sense unless you say death begins the moment all of your body disappears. It doesn't make sense.
Why do the markers for life and death have to be the same thing? the
Well,
beginnings
because
of life?
generally when we talk about why a thing exists, if we're trying to figure out like when a thing starts, sometimes we look at when a
But
thing
we know
ends.
we agreed earlier when human life begins. You just assigned person to it at consciousness.
Yeah.
So we do know
Just
when
like
life
we know
begins.
that like human life continues past death, but we wouldn't really assign that any type of moral.
I know,
like,
right?
things still happen. There's some metabolizing and shit that happens to the body after you die. But
Can
like,
I finish?
the body's not-
I'm sorry,
if
can I
there's actual
finish?
True death, the body's not acting in a coordinated fashion anymore.
Yeah,
Unlike
maybe
what
not in a coordinated
happens-
fashion, but there's still stuff
that's
going
what
on. But we would
happens
say that
with
like it's
human
dead
life in
because
the
the
womb.
brain has ceased
But
to
you
function.
usually give a little window of time. Like there was a woman as an example who you probably
Yeah, but
heard.
you're not giving
she was
that
in,
window
Well,
of-
just to clarify, she was in her coffin and she actually was tapping on the coffin because they declared death too soon
Sure,
for her.
we're not
right?
giving a
So-
window of time because we want to extend it past when death has happened.
But
in that case, we missed when death
Destiny,
happened.
there's a
Yeah.
window of time before consciousness where the child, the life, the human is alive and will develop consciousness very soon.
But if it doesn't have the consciousness, I don't care.
But when you're dead and you're really dead, you're not going to become alive again.
Yeah, but if you're dead and you're really dead, then you're dead. Then we say you're dead.
So back to my original question, why is having the definition of death that's medical so important to you for a marker for personhood in the womb, even though before consciousness, the human is still alive?
Because there's a lot at stake in the conversation.
I don't know when
I
Ice is gonna wake up though.
Analyze
He only went to bed
both
like
sides
an
of,
hour or
like,
two
what
ago.
exactly is
What do you
happening.
mean
So
by
figure
that? A lot at stake.
As in you've got on one end, you're balancing potential lives that are being lost,
So I'm
and
playing
on
my
the other
single
end, you are
player,
threatening the autonomy
on
of
which
the
we are
individual
way
body.
behind.
So you do care about bodily autonomy just up until
He
your
just admitted
marker
that.
of consciousness. So this is about autonomy in the end.
If we're just talking about a surgery, yeah, it is just about autonomy. Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing
But
to
your
acknowledge.
bodily autonomy doesn't give
So
you
my
the right
bo-
to kill somebody. But if you're not killing a person, then
But you
absolutely
were
your
just saying
bodily.
the reason that this consciousness definition matters so much to you is because of bodily autonomy and because of competing
No, I'm saying the
goods.
reason why the whole abortion argument and figuring out when conscious starts or stops, if we care about that, the reason why
Yeah.
it's important is because in the realm of abortion, that's what's at stake.
Comfortable.
You're weighing the potential loss of a woman's autonomy for no reason, if you're wrong,
Oh,
versus
dude,
the weight
my
of
cats are
murdering
so
children if
funny.
you're wrong. That's why it's
And
important.
I would say if you're
even though-
weighing those two things,
You always want attention,
murdering
but then when I pick you up,
60 million children
scratch me.
would probably be higher up on the moral wrong.
It depends on the probability
So
of you
to
being right or
clarify-
wrong on any
so
given
to clarify,
argument.
if I am an embryo who's going to develop this consciousness in just a couple
You
weeks,
are not an
just
embryo.
a couple
Yeah,
weeks,
you were never an
hypothetical,
embryo.
you love these, okay?
I
Stay
do.
with me here.
Okay, I'm here.
In this hypothetical,
Yeah.
there is an embryo who's going to develop consciousness in just a couple days.
Yeah, that's
oh
not
my
a
god, they're
hypothetical.
picking up berries.
You-
Thank
it's
fuck.
not a hypothetical.
Winter's
That's
over.
what happens,
True.
yeah. So in that case, though,
Uh-huh.
you would say the bodily autonomy of the woman is more important those 2 days prior to consciousness than that child's, that human's, excuse me, you don't like the word child, that human's
Thank
right
you.
to live.
True, yes.
Why?
Because it doesn't have the conscious experience yet.
Why
There's
does that
nothing
matter?
Because that's the thing I think that we protect when we're talking about endowing
What if
people
Even
with
though
moral
that
consideration.
consciousness is I, mean, I guess we're going to go back in the circles.
You're
Let's
talking
go back.
about.
Let's
let me-
go back to
One
the-
linen?
The most
Can I ask a
fundamental thing. The most
question
fundamental
of-
thing is you're talking about protecting a thing that I don't believe exists yet.
What
so you're
about
saying like we have to
at
It's
protect
time to
It
get
doesn't exist.
Game of
What
Thrones up in this
about-
bitch.
What if, because
If it
medical,
didn't exist, you wouldn't have to kill it,
medical
so-
technology keeps improving, right? So we all acknowledge that it used to be 28 weeks.
Oh
you
my
had to be
God, you're
born-
making another
no.
viability argument. I don't care.
No, but I'm just asking you this question. So at 19 weeks and
If you could,
Wait,
if you
excuse
could
me, can I
viably
ask my
take, no,
question?
I'm
Can
not,
I
I
ask
don't
my
argue for
question?
viability.
No,
Why am I
at
saying
19
viability
weeks, if we have,
hypotheticals?
excuse me, if we have
Excuse
medical
me.
technology that allows a child who's 19 weeks,
Bro, she has apparently 4
and
teenage
6
boys.
days
I
to
feel
be
so
born
sorry for those children.
Yep. Then you should be able to take it out at 19 weeks, 6 days, and use it as
Holy
target practice.
fuck.
So that child who's born in the hospital,
Yep.
who NICU is
Goes
helping
right to
sustain
the
life,
range.
can be totally
200
thrown away in the
yards.
garbage.
Yep, magnifying scope and everything.
That is the
Yep.
problem with the consciousness argument.
That's not a
it's
problem
not
at all.
logical.
It's wholly consistent.
No,
Just like how it is immoral if a person is going to die, if a person is going to die, if a person is going to die in one day, is it ethical to kill them?
No, it's not. Of course
not. Because they're conscious,
your
right?
argument, but if I'm unconscious, if I'm
Hold on, no, let me
unconscious,
ask a single question.
and I'm
Okay,
gonna die the
I'm
next
standing
day,
over a person.
it still isn't right
I'm
to kill me.
standing over a person. Wait, what?
If I'm unconscious,
we're not talking
and
about
when
unconscious.
you
Let's say
are
there's a-
because you care so much about
I'm talking
consciousness.
about lack of consciousness.
I'm
Completely, not
un-
just being
I'm-
temporarily unconscious.
No,
Let's say
but
there's a
that is
person. I
lacking
got a person right here.
consciousness.
Person's
It's
whole body.
lacking
Okay.
consciousness when
I'm
you're
getting ready to stab this guy.
unconscious.
Is there a difference between
Destiny,
stabbing
when you're
him?
unconscious, you're lacking
Is
consciousness.
there a difference between stabbing him 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after he dies?
No, yes, of course, because death is the important marker.
Then you
Yes.
asking me, is there a difference between killing a child 5 minutes before it has consciousness versus 5 minutes after? I'm going to give you the same answer.
But
Do you
consciousness,
see
No,
how both
because
of these
Destiny,
things
you
work
still didn't
exactly in
listen
tandem
to
with
what
each
I
other?
already
But
said like
you
a
don't
half
have
an
to
hour
kill,
ago.
Hold on, you don't have to kill a dead person, Destiny, as we both know. You do have to kill a
person is-
pre-conscious
You don't.
baby.
Obviously, we're not killing the thing I care about. That's the whole point
In
of
an
the conversation.
abortion, you
are
kill a
acknowledging
pre-conscious
that the
baby.
child in the womb is
Cancel.
alive.
Stop.
So if you're killing a child in the womb 5 minutes before the child in the womb
The question we're talking
develops
about isn't whether there's a
consciousness-
living thing, it's whether that thing is a person. Why do we keep going back to this?
So it is
because
living.
because when you
Of
said
course it's
because
living.
you
What do you think,
asked
it's dead?
Well, earlier you weren't.
you
were
asked
kind of
Lila
quiet.
about somebody who is
is a
dead.
dead thing that becomes alive with the magical fairy
Someone
wand?
who is dead
Yeah.
is not alive. Do you agree
I
with that?
totally
fact?
agree with that. Yes.
So stabbing a person who is
Dead,
dead
Wait, what?
Yeah.
is not the same
Oh.
as stabbing a 19-week,
Wrong checkpoint.
6-day-old
Mhm.
fetus in the womb
Uh-huh.
hours away from turning 20 weeks when
Uh-huh.
your like little magic conscious fairy
Yep.
invades my uterus and suddenly implants a conscious
The
in that baby.
similarities is that stabbing a dead person isn't harming anyone because there is no one of which to speak. Stabbing a fetus that hasn't developed a conscious experience yet
And
is not harming anybody
Destiny,
because
by
there is,
your logic-
because there is no
reckless.
one of there to
By
speak.
your logic-
there is nobody to speak of. There is not a
Destiny,
person
by
to
your
speak of.
logic, stabbing an unconscious person has no moral problem because they are unconscious and
Only
there's
if
not a
they're never
person
gonna
of
be
which to
I'm like
speak.
totally stealing
the
right now, by
child
the way,
is going to
from Ben.
become
We've
conscious,
returned back-
Destiny.
But they were never conscious.
I just
Why
like to
does that
point out
matter?
that Destiny
you
and
Can I
become
just
Megan-
explain why
hold
that
on.
matters?
Oh,
If you
I
become
noticed.
unconscious,
Why does
Run
pre-consciousness
away!
matter?
still like to speak of that
Why
it's not
does-
your conscious experience?
Why does pre-consciousness matter so much?
It doesn't matter.
It does
arguments.
matter.
If you've
You
never
just
been
said.
conscious, it
I
doesn't
never
matter.
want to hear the word consciousness ever again after this
Here,
damn
let's.
podcast.
We
Like, my
got
God,
some
how many
chats.
times have we said it
We
today?
got some chats. Let's
One
do,
more thing on the burning
let's do
building.
One more thing on the burning. Oh, was
building.
can I ask my one thing on the burning building?
Well,
let's say. Hold on,
one
wait.
more-
Here.
Can I just say what I was going to say?
Order!
Can I say what I was gonna say?
Order!
So
Order!
on the Titanic, right?
Make it quick. Make
saved-
it quick, Lila.
Okay, I'll make
Make
it quick.
Make it
They
quick.
saved the women and children first, right?
I don't even know if that's true. but go
Okay,
ahead.
well, they say whatever,
say hypothetically,
whatever,
yeah.
right? Typically, we save the children or the women first. That doesn't mean that the men are less human or less persons than the women and the children. No.
No.
There you go. So similarly, if you happen to save the toddler but not the embryo or not the elderly person, that doesn't mean the elderly
why the
person
numbers
or
were
the
brought
toddler
up.
or
Don't do
the
it.
embryo or the elderly person is less human or less of a person.
Okay.
Okay, so we
So
have
the moral quality
we
of the things
have
has not
some
changed.
chats here. We got Dank Naked here. Thank you for the donation.
Dank naked.
The word fetus means offspring in Latin. If
tried
you
to
kill
say
a
that
fetus,
earlier.
you're killing human offspring. What is in that womb is human. We can tell the difference between an elephant fetus and a human fetus. Dank Naked. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Desi told me
donation
earlier
there.
he didn't care what the word fetus meant when I asked him.
True.
We have-
I don't win debates with the dictionary
We
definition.
have Pyrotechnus. Thank you for the donation. What about an egg's possibility to undergo parthenogenesis and develop into a fetus without sperm fertilization?
Holy shit.
I can't even. I don't know. I can't.
You don't
parse
know
that.
what parthenogenesis is?
Unfortunately
Fucking
not.
Idiot. Fucking dumbass.
Seriously, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm.
If you're talking about like taking a skin cell and putting it in an an emptied egg and putting in the genetic code and developing that into an embryo, in that case, yes, it would still be an embryo and still be alive and still has personhood.
We have Doc Venablis here. An argument can be made that consciousness is present at the genetic level as evidenced by transgenerational inheritance of memories and learned tasks, as well as epigenetic expression, so consciousness may well be present at the
I
time
like
of
that argument.
conception.
I mean,
Come
you
on
could-
down and join the
Might as
table.
well throw that I mean, that definition of consciousness honestly sounds more convincing to me than some of the
That would mean
things I've
dead
put at this
people have
table.
consciousness too, because all their DNA
No,
is
because a
consciousness.
dead person is not going to grow.
But they still, but the DNA is still
A
there.
dead
Those
person is-
intergenerational inherited memories are still in
No,
the.
because a dead
Yeah,
person.
that's what their
But
definition
that
was.
doesn't solely define what makes a human life. That's an aspect of a human life, according to that
Oh,
commenter.
the memory in your genes.
The
Okay.
that is an aspect, but that
Is
human
Hideo
life is
Kojima
still
working on
living
Metal Gear
and
Solid
developing.
6? Is that where?
It's destiny,
wish-
a dead person is dead. So that's the difference.
I totally
wish.
agree. And a not yet alive person is not yet alive, and consciously.
Wait,
Yeah.
excuse me,
Absolutely,
see, you
but
keep
bringing up that
conflating-
conscious
You
point.
just said
God darn
alive.
it.
For
You keep
consciousness, Smith.
conflating alive, and you keep agreeing with us when we call you on it that a human being is alive in the womb, right?
What-
Even
I-
before consciousness develops, you agree that a human being in the womb is alive because you keep saying
Yep.
before it's alive. You keep
Okay.
you keep saying this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not answering you. So just for the audience to understand the tactics, right? Never in this
America.
debate do either of these people think that I think that whatever
Well,
exists
religion,
before 20
actually.
weeks is
That's
dead.
why
Bringing
it's a
up
huge
that
topic,
alive
religion.
thing is trying to win using etymology. You're trying to win using a
You
word.
just said it's not
to
alive.
try to
We were
define.
using the language
yeah,
you're
because when I'm
using.
saying not alive, you know what I mean is.
No,
have
I
the
don't know what
conscious
you
experience.
mean.
Okay,
need
so
to
then you
explain it.
genuinely think when I said that. Let me hear you say that.
I have many
You think that when I
people
said
who
that,
tell
I
me
think that a
that
fetus
it's
is
not.
dead?
No,
I
I
have a lot of
think
people
that
tell me that.
I think that
What do you
when
think
you
I'm
Well,
saying?
I think that when
Here's what they're arguing about, and where I also would like make a point. You're not killing a kid. You're killing the possibility of a kid.
you
You know what I mean?
accidentally reference the pre-conscious human as a living human, I think, and then you kind of correct yourself and say it's not. That's not what I mean. Meaning you call
Yeah,
a
yeah.
person a
Yeah, me
living
neither.
human, then you also call the embryo pre-consciousness a living human, and use the same terminology. You're accidentally showing the point that your arbitrary measure of consciousness is not a good definition for when a human life begins.
Okay.
So that's why we get stuck on that point for you.
What's actually happening is you either totally don't understand my argument, which is strange because I repeated like 8 times, or you understand the absurdity of your argument. So the goal is to try to catch on like as many as like, what do you mean when you say human? What do you mean when you say child? What do you mean when you say fetus? What do you mean when you say life? The definition I've given, I'll say it
the
one more time
point
for
is
no
you're-
point, that like I define somebody as having personhood, as being a person at
single
20 to
strap,
24 weeks when the
goddammit.
conscious experience develops. If I say that like, oh, it's not alive yet, I'm clearly don't mean that it's a dead lump of cells that becomes alive. What I mean in terms of like having the life of the person that we're talking about, I might misspeak because we all use these words like differently sometimes, but I very clearly, syntactically and
Yeah.
semantically defined exactly what I
They
mean.
don't get that.
If I use one word in place of another, you should still understand what I'm meaning, unless you're so desperate to try to win on like a word technicality.
But
because you actually
maybe,
lost the
maybe
logic of anything
if we
else
give
you're
the
trying
child to
argue.
the
That is-
government,
I know
right,
what
and we put it in
It's
foster care,
100%
maybe it
right.
won't
You
turn into a
understand
massive
logic.
criminal.
Correct.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
you're the one who has to create
No,
a
that's why
slippery
I've never
slope
tried to
and
call you out or
varying
catch you on like, oh, but you said
degrees.
this word.
You'll
that
still
means
have
you're
a
wrong.
pretty
I've never
shit
done that
fucking
before.
life, though.
Words matter, and we're talking about
This isn't a
whether
conversation
or
about
not-
words matter. It's
no,
trying to catch me like a
no,
Like
technicality.
80% of the
We're
time.
talking
Logically,
about
your
whether or
position
not
is
human
indefensible.
beings should be able to live or die. They actually matter, and what you're harboring, Destiny, is an innate bias and privilege against children who are younger than 20 weeks in the womb.
True.
And so you keep using dehumanizing terms or saying it's not alive, and then you're like, oh wait a minute, I meant it was alive, but I just said it wasn't alive. Well, which one is it? I think part of it is, as Lila was referring to, it's kind of written on the human heart, and as someone who has a son yourself and you've seen ultrasounds, we all know what is inside of a mother is a human being, and it is alive, and it is unique, and it is precious. We don't always like to admit that because that human being could be highly inconvenient to us.
Children are
when we're
highly
talking
inconvenient, but okay.
absolutely, children can be inconvenient to some people. But what you're harboring is this privilege and bias against a child before a child turns 20
it's
weeks.
developmental discrimination or
Gotcha.
age discrimination.
Gotcha. And I'll reiterate my point. I am biased. I'm biased against beings that do not exhibit consciousness or have the ability to exhibit consciousness.
Unless they're in a coma.
That's how you decide somebody
think
is
you
dead.
asleep.
Once somebody is dead, I'm just going to keep. Well, you can cut us eventually, but I'm not going to let her ramble for like 5 minutes and then not repeat my argument because she's just repeating her argument. So I'll just restate mine. I do discriminate against things that don't have a conscious experience because there's nobody being harmed. When you abort something that's 10 weeks old, you can't speak of a person that is being harmed. It was a clump of cells and it's gone. Just like when you stab a corpse, there is no person there that's being harmed because the conscious experience is gone.
That is wrong because the corpse is dead and the human being in the womb is alive, and
And
you
the corpse
know
is
it.
dead because
The corpse is dead. Their
Because
body is no longer
exhibiting
acting
a conscious experience.
And no, their body is no longer working in a coordinated fashion. So I think it's very insincere for you to continue to say
But-
that the 9
But a child is literally on life support, right? or a fetus is like literally on life support. You turn the life support off, guess what happens? It's like
19-week child in the womb is the same as a dead human being, because we all know in this room that the 19-week child in the womb is not like a corpse. But you want to keep saying that because it helps you justify your position that abortion should be legal up to 20 weeks, because you have to take that discriminatory view based on age, based on development, in order to justify
and
your
you
beliefs.
can use like all the loaded words.
But you're
you want.
right, Destiny.
Yeah.
Your position is correct. You believe that children up to 20 weeks can be killed, and you don't give a shit about them. So congratulations, you have been philosophically consistent with your beliefs. What I'm telling you.
All of these are emotional appeals to.
What you're telling me is that you
not a single one for a
your
reason.
child is raped, and that person should be forced to carry that child to
me.
term, because otherwise it would be immoral to abort a clump of cells that don't even have an
What I'm
experience yet.
saying is,
And you would
your
arrest that
position
child. You'd
is
arrest that
a
11-year-old.
excuse me. What I'm saying is, your position is reckless. It creates varying degrees of personhood, which I have said over and over again, leads to awful things throughout all of human history, and can't hold up when medical technology will prove you wrong, as I proved you wrong multiple times about a child who would feel pain at 12 and a half weeks, toddlers and twins who can actually interact with each other at 14 weeks.
Good luck with
And I'm gonna go with
that on the other side, though.
You are
I'm going to go with the position that doesn't compel
philosophically
11-year-old girls to forcibly be carrying a child
to clarify,
term. That's my
I
position.
have a clarifying question for
it.
Destiny.
Yeah.
So if consciousness is everything to you, and anything you do before a child is conscious or a human is conscious in the womb is totally fine, would it be morally acceptable for somebody to intentionally, maybe that was like some fetish they had or something, intentionally get pregnant, and this has actually happened horribly, intentionally get pregnant, to intentionally get abortions, but they're doing the abortions at 19 weeks. So as a fully formed embryo a fully formed fetus
go
can
for it.
feel,
Knock yourself
and
out.
you're okay if that person gets abortion after abortion. It's
abortion
totally
after abortion.
morally, it's
He's
totally morally
consistent in his
acceptable.
Go for it,
position
yeah.
that
I am, thank
children
you.
can be killed.
So I
Children,
could have 30 abortions,
30, you could have 35.
a 19-week-old baby,
Unlimited abortions, however many your body
and you
can
think
produce.
it's completely morally
Yep,
acceptable.
100%.
Okay, well, it is a consistent
Well, let's try to get through some of these
It's
chats.
horrific,
We
but
are.
I personally think
I think we can end it
arresting
right
the
here
11-year-old
because
for
we've
murder
already
for getting an
admitted that
abortion
it's a
after getting raped by
consistent
dad, I
position
think that's
that children
horrific.
can
But
be killed.
Well, that's
we all
See,
have
now
our.
you're bringing up
That's
other
not what-
arguments, Destiny.
that's
You
not what
said
we
it's
said, Destiny.
consciousness.
What do you mean?
Was your argument against abortion?
He would
Yeah.
actually arrest the 11-year-old. He said if the abortion was past 20.
I
Leslie,
would if they're
right,
past
that's
20
right.
weeks,
You
yeah.
would
So you're,
I-
But
I'm
in my
not-
world, she would have the opportunity to at least get examined
But
and
in
then have
the
an
real
abortion.
world, typically you don't find out when you're a rape survivor of a very young girl who probably is not having regular menstruation. You usually don't know you're pregnant until well into the
Well,
second
maybe for rape
trimester.
survivors, we should have better support in society for them, like immediately
Well,
screening for pregnancies and stuff.
Well, that's
after.
another
But you
thing.
don't know.
But-
They don't know. Typically, the fact that they're raped isn't known. They don't share that. They're not like calling the police right away. They're 11 years old.
Well,
they're
they
usually
better
in-
make it known then. I don't know. You have to figure out some way to do it. What do you are you trying to change
Yeah.
my whole position because of the system that exists as is?
Well, I
like
think
sometimes
I-
an 11-year-old might be forced to carry a child to term and they don't have the ability to get external help for their actual child. That doesn't mean you should be able to murder the
I
baby.
think. Well, I'm glad you're against murdering.
I try to act like the
child
position I'm the most proud of.
post
Yes,
20
I am very
weeks.
anti-child murder.
I just
yeah.
Hold
wish
on,
you
let me
would
just. I
acknowledge
just got
the
to come
child's
in.
life
I do
before
just have to
20
come
weeks.
in. Let's try to get through these chats just because we are running a little bit late here, and then we're gonna have to wrap up here pretty soon. So okay, let's try to just get through these chats. If you do want to say anything to in response, I just ask you keep it brief.
Yes,
that
sir.
way we can just get through all of these.
Gotcha.
All right, we have Matt L here. Thank you for the $49 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Better come
Depends on the
example.
mother,
patient
right?
had a traumatic brain injury where, if left to its own devices will heal in approximately 9 months to a point of regaining consciousness, as you have defined it. Would termination of this human be acceptable? I
No.
believe this
No.
is
No.
no. Okay. All right, Matt.
Okay,
thank you
why
for
is that the case then for a
Because there
child?
was a conscious experience. It
Why-
still had the capacity to play it. There's some healing process, and then it will deplete again.
Back and forth on this brief.
Yeah,
if
it's
you
okay.
guys,
We went through it. There's no answer
Sure.
for
The
why.
answer is the child has not had a conscious experience. There's no conscious
But
experience
there's
to speak
no
of.
logical reason why.
That is
having,
logical. It didn't exist.
But why does that provide not having the moral
I am
protection
Steven.
of
When
the
I go
law?
to sleep, there was a Steven, and there will be a Steven.
I
If I
get-
have a traumatic injury, there was Steven, there will be a Steven.
Yeah,
When I was an embryo, there was never a Steven to speak
Destiny,
of.
Destiny, you've said that many, many times.
I
But
have,
the
'cause
point
it's
that
logical. It
that we have
makes sense,
said is
100%.
within weeks the child
Within weeks, so
will-
it hasn't yet.
But
Whether
why
it's
does
5
it
seconds
matter?
or 5 years.
But why does that matter?
Because it's not there yet.
But the child is there. It just hasn't developed.
You
that
acknowledge
The
the child
conscious
is
experience is
actually
not there
present.
yet. Whether we 5 years, 5 seconds, 5 millennia beforehand, it's not there
And
yet.
you're also just denying that children, which we know scientifically actually have REM cycle sleep. And
I don't.
dreams
First of all,
18
I don't
weeks.
even know that. I don't even believe that. I doubt we even know that.
Okay,
but yeah.
science.
All right, we
Google it.
have Fernando Marrero Jr. Hey, thank you, man. He says whatever. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Title
There you
drop.
go. Title drop. Yo, Rams. Thank you for the Canadian 69. Appreciate it. The youngest age of fetus medically proven to have survived outside the mother with medical support should certainly be considered human. Okay, Rams. Thank you.
We have Vanessa Tam. Thank you
Oh,
for
shit.
Canadian 50.
Oh, interesting.
Merci
People are
beaucoup.
saying that the REM cycle sleep for fetuses is around 23 weeks, which
Okay.
would actually be consistent
There's
with what
other
I think
studies
that
that say
Sure.
18
conscious
weeks.
experience. So cool.
We have Vanessa Tam here. Birthing the baby fetus is the only way it's coming out of the mom. So why not help the pregnant mom during pregnancy, and she can birth the baby live and adopted
Absolutely.
versus dead and dismembered?
Well,
That's
there's
exactly
this whole
what we do in
thing
the pro-life
called
movement.
So you guys.
If I tell
that's
you
probably what-
that the really annoying one. How do I put this? How do I put this? If I tell you that the really annoying one that uses all of the buzzwords and discrimination, misogyny, that one. If I tell you she looks like a balloon, would that surprise you in any way?
What we do in
You
the
probably know a
pro-life
little bit about this, okay? There's this thing called pregnancy, okay? There's a whole 9-month process between
What's it
actually
called?
getting
What's it called?
pregnant.
I'm
It's
not
called
real
pregnancy.
sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
There's a whole period in there that sucks to deal with, varying levels of suckiness. But yeah, there's probably a good 6 or 7 months there of time that can be saved, and then a whole bunch of like irrevocable changes to the human body or whatever that you could probably avoid if you don't go through that whole period. But yeah.
All right.
Destiny, death is defined as the complete and irreversible cessation of brain activity.
Sure.
That's not the same to say that if that's the definition of
Sorry.
death, if that's the
Yeah.
definition of death,
Mhm.
a child weeks before consciousness at 20 to 24 weeks in the womb doesn't have that definition of death. It's
It
not
doesn't even
has-
have the brain activity.
But it doesn't
Child has
have
brain waves.
irreversible, and it doesn't have a cessation of brain activity that will never come back. It's going to develop its brain activity
Going to develop.
shortly.
I agree. It
A
will.
child has
It
brain
will develop,
waves
and once it
within the
develops
first
it, I'm
tri-
going to care a
within
whole
the-
lot
Do you
about it.
see that even your definition of, well, I'm defining it the same way that death is defined, they're not the same. Do you see that?
No.
You don't see that.
You could have a
That when
definition
you-
of
when
going
you
broke is when you lose all of your money. But guess what? You're also broke if you don't have any money. You don't get any
He
money.
has a new definition of death. Death is what he's saying. He's made up
What-
his own definition of death.
What is your
Yes,
definition
just
of
for
death?
this, whatever one helps me win the debate.
Destiny,
Apparently.
can you hold up your doodles?
Do you
to the
acknowledge
camera?
that
It's
that
different
preborn
if
children
someone
in the
is
womb
dead
have
and
brain
all their
waves
brain activity has
before
ceased and will not
consciousness?
come back versus
the
a
thing is,
child
you're
in the
getting
womb,
hung up
an
on the
embryo in the
word
womb
ceased.
who has the potential and it actually has the capacity for brain activity in time.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I know there's a difference, but this difference is not relevant. The
He doesn't-
important
That's
point.
the whole debate, though, Destiny.
It's not. The
Because
point
you're
is.
saying it's morally okay to kill the child that has the capacity for brain
Okay.
activity but hasn't
Who is
developed
being
it yet.
harmed when you abort a 16-week-old fetus?
Hold on.
You're destroying that 16-week-old.
Here, let's just try to get through these chats. If you want to bring it up at the end, we'll
Okay,
try.
go.
All right, we have Real Life Outdoors. Hey, thank you, Dest. Do you think there's a philosophical significance? I think that's what he.
Do you think there is a philosophical significance in non-existence, existence, and cessation of existence? Why do you feel humans put so much importance on endangered eagle eggs than human fetuses? Junior question, do you feel it's purely a population issue?
A lot going on there.
Quick responses to these super chats.
Yeah, there's.
You gonna get it?
All of these, but there is no quick response to that. It's super complicated. Why do we care about endangered eagle eggs? We probably feel some obligation to save like unique animals or some things in environments, and that's why we're obsessed with like pandas and shit. I don't know if it's necessarily logical or reasonable, but I mean.
Do you,
Well, and
do
I
you think
think-
there's anything wrong? You know, it's smashing bald eagle eggs.
$20.
Have you done anything morally wrong, or it doesn't matter because it's not really alive? It doesn't have consciousness.
Well,
right?
I fucking eat meat. Why would I care about smashing eagle eggs?
Same for me,
think
which
the
is why I
point
haven't
of
gobbled
the-
it
The
yet.
point of the questioner
Fertilized, but-
is
Of
why
like
do we maybe the point of the
looking
questioner is why do
who's
we
all
not
getting
care
it, 'cause it's-
about
it is
aborting
co-op.
children in the womb,
In our
but we care about
laws.
eagle eggs, and it's true. It's a good point. It's a very
Sea
good
turtle
point
eggs are
because
protected
there
under
are
law.
many, you know,
It's
and
$20
I'm
until the
a
9th of May,
conservationist. I
so
believe in
5 more
protecting
days,
the
I guess.
environment. That there are forces, even environmentalism, that say that we should protect endangered species, but we shouldn't protect human lives. So that is a huge. I think it's not logical and it's not correct.
All right, we have.
Stop it.
Oh, whoops.
Get some help.
Didn't mean for that.
Oh, this is my favorite guy.
you want to read
Destiny, there is no point in using analogies when there are hardcore facts about this discussion. Also, using a range for consciousness comes down being a theory, which is a synonym for assumption. Therefore, it's not concrete. Trash debater.
I have another one here for you.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't make logical sense, and
True.
it's not
Oh,
consistent.
Well,
Not a
okay,
organism
run.
Being a thinking, feeling being.
No one said it was.
Oh my
thinking
God.
Pain is
feelings
considered
yet,
an
Destiny.
immediate conscious sensation.
And a toddler can't
Tried
drive
to
it.
bring that up
The
multiple
ladies
times.
are correct, and Destiny is wrong yet again. He talks fast and it sounds good, but perhaps he should use words correctly.
Do you agree
and do
with
some
that?
research.
Do you agree with
You're
that quote?
welcome for the advice, Destiny. I
Pain
agree with
is
everything.
considered an immediate conscious sensation. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's wrong?
No, I don't think I necessarily agree
You
with that.
just disagree with science.
Thank you, No Banuga.
Did you read
Because
the whole thing?
that's actually the
that's really
pre-conscious child, by your definition of conscious, anyways,
Can
does
feel
react
pain.
to stimuli and can feel pain.
I'm pretty sure like amoeba can feel.
But
What
they're not
about-
an amoeba; they're a human
What
life.
about
So there's
human
a
who
difference.
can't feel pain?
There's a difference.
Are they still conscious? Do you feel like
Probably because I'm not using feeling pain as my description
But
for
we
being
just
conscious.
saw that the pain is definitely
Oh
a
fuck!
sign
Well,
of
the donator
consciousness.
said it. I guess I don't know. I'd have to think about that one too.
Well, we still haven't really gotten down to that.
Yeah,
exact
I've got the
definition of
I've got
consciousness
the
to
war
its
zone,
extent.
the gray zone warfare money still sitting in my Steam
I would think of it as
account.
arguing
I didn't
for
know the burden
killing-
of me was
if
to
I
solve
was
the hardest
arguing
question
for
of all
killing
of human
human
fucking
beings, I
biology
think
and
I would have
neuroscience.
I would have that
Jesus.
definition like memorized.
You don't even have a
I
definition
guess.
for puberty, and you seem to tell me that
If,
you can
if you're
exactly.
arguing whether or not human beings should be killed, violently ended in the womb,
If you're
whether or not they
arguing
should
that
have
women
the
should
right
be
to
forced,
live
their
or
bodies
die,
should be turned into prisons where they have to carry something to term.
There we go. So
11-year-olds.
it's not about consciousness. You're
11-year-old
going
pregnant,
back to rape argument,
raped
and now you're going to the
11-year-olds.
bodily
Oh my
autonomy
god,
argument.
pregnant.
Let's read some more super chats here.
Raped 11-year-olds.
Don't know.
We have tactical lupus.
I've no idea.
50, excuse me, rambling about nothing on the loop the whole podcast. Yeah, bad faith.
It
the whole time.
depends, because sometimes
Even
my
though
like a
Luke is
refund
annoyed, they haven't
sometimes
heard
comes
anything
much quicker
Destiny
than
said,
other
throw
times.
one on the house.
I don't know.
Analogy,
Yeah.
Parts aren't a whole. Okay.
Hey,
An
he's got
embryo
a
is
cuter
a
picture
whole.
too.
Just
All right.
What an absolutely base dono guy. Okay, Ayush Chuksi. If you take out fetus at any point during pregnancy and it can survive, it would be wrong to take its life. That said, at any point the fetus is body part of female, and they should have the right over it and should be allowed to make choices based on that.
Ayush, thank you for the super chat. We have Dank Naked here with the 50. All I'm saying is when I put some cake batter into an oven and if someone pulled said cake batter out and spilled it onto the floor, I'd exclaim, "What are you doing to my cake?" Not, "What are you doing to my cake batter?"
Oh my God.
Goodness. Destiny.
Someone's a thinker.
Okay.
No, first of all, that the argument is still defeating. Cake batter on a counter would not be a cake.
A cake is a thing.
True.
All right,
Human being
we have Dr. Ocho
Well, an embryo
here.
is still a human, just like a toddler is just like an adult.
Dr. Ocho with the super chat. Thank you, man. Kristen is incorrect. Being generous by not saying lying. REM sleep, REM sleep doesn't happen in the womb until 28 weeks. Okay,
And
according.
there was another study I saw today that said 23 weeks. I saw another study that said 18 weeks.
Okay. Vex Liberal, thank you for the big $200. Wow, huge.
All human cells contain the
Huge.
blueprints for an entire human genome universality.
Is it a unique human?
We don't consider. Yes. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
We don't consider skin cells to have the parts for consciousness, nor do we give them more consideration. Wait, what do you mean?
That's
No, we
right,
don't.
because a skin cell has your blueprints, has your DNA.
When you
It's
say
not
your,
a
who is
unique-
you? What does that
you.
mean?
If you
like me,
scratch
what is
your
me?
arm
Yeah, but who is me
and
when you say me?
cells come off onto the table, disgusting.
Yeah, if I rip my arm off and I put it on the table, is that
Those
me? Is the arm me?
cells have your DNA,
And they're a part of you.
Yeah, but
not
like,
a
let's say I
whole.
rip my arm
Right?
off and I put my arm up there. Is that arm?
It's actually really brilliant. It's such a brilliant strategy because it's actually really interesting to watch, and you're like, what the hell are some of these arguments, right? So it's actually a really smart idea.
Me?
The only problem is you have to deal with these people day in, day out.
it's a part of you.
Well, it's no longer.
I can
part
just,
of me.
I can still just turn it off, you know?
So this is me, and the arm is not me, right?
Well, and single
But it's
cell
not a
destiny
unique,
was still
whole
destiny.
living human being.
You were
What
a
if
whole
I-
arm, even as an embryo, you were a
the
whole.
skin cells that flake off you are
Yeah.
not unique whole human
What if
beings.
my head flaked off me? Would that be me, or would
That's
the body
disgusting.
be me?
That's why I'm glad you're not sitting next to
Interesting.
me.
Okay, we have Dank Naked here with
Do you think my head is gonna fly off my body?
Destiny asking the most bad faith question.
True.
The toddlers will have a higher ability to live than the embryos.
Wow.
As humans, you are programmed to protect your young. Of course, you'll feel an urge to protect toddlers over embryos. Doesn't mean those embryos aren't alive.
Thank you.
We have.
Perfectly stated.
Correct.
Thank you. I believe that was Bryce, by the way, with the super chat. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Yo, Angel Cardenas, thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. I can't believe the has the okay. Talk down to Destiny. When she thinks a seed is the same as a tree, they ask 100 questions, and when Destiny tries to answer one, they ask 100 more as he's answering, then get mad because somehow he's interrupting. Okay.
True.
Angel,
Thank you for repping me.
okay. Rams, merci beaucoup for the Canadian $69. Thank you for the soup chat, man. Unfortunately, the only way with evidence-based medicine to find out what the youngest fetus age we are able to save is to extract fetuses and try to keep them alive in a large study. Unfortunately, I wouldn't even do that to animals.
That would be immoral research.
Okay, and then we have Nanya Business. Thank you, man, for the soup chat. If it doesn't exist, Destiny, then why the need to abort it? You make no sense.
That's a fair point.
True. That is such a good point because I thought it was like nothing, and then all of a sudden just pops into existence.
Yep.
Fuck me, that was a really good.
That was my question about the
Debate
magical
over.
fairy.
You've lost. You've
I didn't even consider
okay.
that.
Mike Davis, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat, man.
Wait, is this the Mike Davis?
It is the Mike Davis. Do we have his photo somewhere around here?
This Destiny Misfit weirdo is a really slow brain making an argument about consciousness. If we were to ever meet, I'd knock him unconscious straight into airplane mode. Would it be cool to kill him then?
Well,
wow.
Can I
the
arrange?
pro-lifers in the room would say 100% no.
Yeah.
Should we arrange?
Because Destiny's consciousness, ability for consciousness or development of consciousness does not equal his value or personhood.
You're still a person.
If you're a human, you're a person.
Destiny, would you accept a boxing match with Mike Davis?
Well, it depends on the environment we're in. Like, if he's got like those non-slip shoes and he's fighting in the native like Wendy's environment that he's used to inhabiting, I might lose.
Can't
that
make
one.
her
I'm
read
not
the
sure.
book.
I'd have to think about it, you know.
Okay, fair enough. We have the Lifeline Apologetics. Hey, thank you, man, for the soup chat. Really appreciate it. Destiny, since you hold there's no consciousness at conception personhood, do you believe a woman should be able to drink and smoke from the earliest point of pregnancy if she doesn't get an abortion?
I would say no, because you're committing harm to a future person.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So is it committing harm to a future person to dismember them at 19 weeks?
No, because you're preventing that future person from existing.
Okay.
Nice try,
I actually
though.
don't
I like how you thought.
I actually don't
never
have
thought
to
of
say
this.
anything
When
about
I
it
debate,
because
like,
you
pro-life
just
people, they think that they can like catch what
you just
Yeah, she really thought she had a gotcha there, and then he answered like immediately. Her face was like, "What?"
Have you considered that? Like, oh,
Destiny,
you're totally messed
but
up.
hold
there,
on,
like,
Destiny. They do
yourself.
exist. In order to abort them, something exists. What exists?
Something, but not the person. That's the whole point of the entire argument. The conscious
Right.
race doesn't
That has
exist. yet.
literally been his argument for the last 3 hours and 17 minutes. Jesus Christ. It's like talking to a wall.
But they're going to be
But
they
you're
have the
saying that
capacity for
person,
consciousness. his same
the
runaround.
6-week-old child in the womb when the mother's drinking and doing drugs doesn't, which we have been arguing this entire evening, has the capacity to form consciousness, which is your, baseline.
The
belief.
unethical
doesn't
part
matter
isn't
to
that you're
him, though.
harming the 6-week-old. The unethical part is you're harming the
Well,
thing
how do
that's...
you know? How do you know that the child isn't going to be aborted at 19 weeks? Maybe the mom decides.
Well, if you plan
to
on
abort.
aborting it, then it's not unethical.
Then you can do whatever you want.
Yes, based. As many trips down the stairs as you find necessary, as long as you know you're getting the abortion.
you
knock
can
yourself out.
kill a human, and that's moral. But you can't drink and potentially give the child fetal alcohol syndrome or make the child be born with a drug dependency. That's immoral.
When am I saying you're okay to kill humans?
At
or-
19 weeks and 6 days.
Before the conscious
it's-
experience, you can
He's
abort
not
the thing.
comfortable with
yes.
that language.
Okay.
Well, no, because your
you can
intuition
end,
pumping. Yeah.
You can end the life of a human being,
Yeah.
which is a unique genetic human being,
Yeah,
which we've
because I don't
already
care about any of that shit. Yeah.
So you can end that life. That is not immoral, but
Correct.
it is immoral at 19 weeks to smoke crack cocaine
Yes.
and
Because you're harming the future person. Like they're gonna be about, and then you're gonna harm them, right?
But they are that person. That's
They're
the
not that
difference,
person yet.
They are
If
that
I go
person.
on top of this building,
you just
are that
defeated
person.
yourself. Like this is.
I like how you
These
said
people
that.
are so
Alright,
dumb.
If I go on top of a building and I
think you
put a
have.
piano there, okay?
I think
and
on
I go
purpose
push
as
that piano
well.
off the building. Let's say that I push it off onto somebody immediately. That would be unethical, right? Well, what if I set a timer to push this off in 5 minutes and then I walk away, right? And I know a person's gonna be walking by in 5 minutes. Well, is it ethical because I'm not harming anybody
Well,
right
and
at a
when
particular
that
point in
person-
time? Hold on. The unethical part is that in 5 minutes, a person will be there. So I'm setting up a scenario where in the future, somebody's going to be caused by my actions. They're going to be caused harm by my actions. That's the unethical part. The unethical part isn't me putting the piano there or putting a contraption there and then
But
walking away.
Destiny,
The
there-
unethical part is setting a future person up for harm.
But
So
there-
for a fetus at 6 weeks old, you want to smoke and drink and do all that, that's fine. If you get an abortion, that's whatever. But if you do that and then you carry that child to term,
gonna
or you
take a
intend to
while.
carry that child to term, you're harming that future person.
Right,
That's the
and
issue.
I think that we totally disagree that consciousness doesn't define a human.
That's fine,
That
so
you can
obviously,
be
yeah.
unconscious and still a human. You can have less
No,
consciousness and
we
still be
never
still human.
agreed on
We
any
went
of
through all of that.
No, we
yeah.
didn't agree on any
Just one
Well,
thing.
you,
was
I think
there
that was
something?
your point, though.
Was
you said
there?
a toddler is a little bit less of a person than a
Yeah, but there's still a
20-year-old.
binary of do you have consciousness
You
or not. Once you
already
have it,
admitted
you can
that.
talk about degrees of consciousness.
And that
but
binary, I think, is where the illogic comes in. There's
It's
no,
not
there's no
illogical at
reason.
all.
There's no reason for why a child that has the capacity for consciousness and just needs time to develop it. Why you should discriminate?
Hold on,
against that
you can
child.
say that there's no reason, but it's not illogical. There's a binary of are you an NFL player or not.
What's
However, there could be people that are better NFL players than other NFL players, but there can still be the binary of if you are or you aren't.
What's illogical is to draw the arbitrary line.
It's not arbitrary at all. It's very concise. When conscious experience happens, you're protected.
It's not precise because you can't define it.
It's not precise because you can't define a particular point in
Oh
time.
no, it's Destiny, dude. It's fairly centrist. Well, more left-leaning, I guess, than right. But
what does arbitrary mean?
To determine.
if you like immediately call Britain has a self-defense, for example, right? So he does have like he does think about subjects.
I can agree with you. I can agree with you.
Which is why I enjoy watching it.
Keep saying
Oh, the comments. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't.
I can agree with you that it's arbitrary, but the point is.
Because being that, like, okay, yeah, I get it now. The punching, yeah.
Everything is arbitrary. If you're gonna get that fundamental, unique genetic code is
They
arbitrary.
were talking about the debates.
Is arbitrary. Like, it's all arbitrary if you go really fundamental, but we're not here to solve ethics.
We pick when life begins.
My bad.
Yes, and I pick when life begins based on when I think life ends, because I think that's about what we're worried about protecting. What are we protecting when we talk about protecting human life? It's not a body, it's not a cell, it's not a heartbeat. We're protecting their conscious experience. That's about what we're looking at.
We'll come back to that. Let's come back to that.
When you
there's
have a complete system. I mean,
I'm like sick of having to re-say the same things over and over again.
Don't worry,
let's
the sickness is shared all across the table. We're gonna all projectile vomit into each other.
We're gonna get through the chats.
Let's go, get through them.
We're gonna get through the chats.
Take control over this conversation.
Apparently, just a point of two chatters, Jennifer and Jonathan, said that I've missed their super chats. Jennifer, maybe we're coming up on it, but I don't see any of your super chats. I don't know, but something about, did we do one related to the Khmer Rouge?
Nope.
No, I don't.
I thought I saw something, but
wow, so you just fucking ripped that person off.
Well, maybe my guys accidentally unclicked it. There was like an argument about
harming babies.
What's that?
It was something about harming babies.
Was it under the threshold? In any case, okay. So let me do this one. We have one here from Polarized. I'm not going to pull it up, but he has a question for Kristen. It's a very simple question. If an embryo is a human being, for you, Kristen.
Oh, I thought, is there more to the question, or
that's it? Is just
well, it depends on what type of embryo it is.
That's human embryo, a human being.
Yeah, if it's a human embryo, it's certainly a human being.
Somebody save it. Nick, can you keep it center? Keep it center.
Sorry.
Rip. Welcome to the whatever studio. Okay, let me get through these super chats while Nick fixes that. We have Dank Naked here. Destiny, there's a difference between a dead body and a fetus developing a brain. How bad faith are you right now? The fetus is going to develop a brain. A dead person is dead.
Naked. We've said that like, I don't know, 30 times.
I'm just too dumb to understand that point. It's not getting through to me.
You don't want to understand that point.
Because it would defeat my whole, it's inconvenient. It's an inconvenient fact for me. It would just obliterate me entirely.
Yeah, well, at least you know that.
I do. This is like the
God, she's so obnoxious, bro. Magic.
All right, we have Devin Cena here. Thank you for the 50. Nazis murdered disabled children because of their impacted consciousness, mental faculties. Was that okay, Destiny?
Yeah, I think mental disability is the exact same thing as having no conscious experience at all. That's what they said, so I believe that.
What level of mental disability do you think the Nazis are justified in murdering children? Please explain.
Well, probably the ones where your brain isn't even really working, I would say it's probably justified. Like in the instance of Terry Schiavo.
That was a pretty terrible statement you just said, that the Nazis were justified in murdering disabled children.
I don't think the Nazis were trying to kill people that weren't having conscious experience. I think they were trying to murder people because they were trying to get rid of like the unclean from society. I think it was a bit different.
But you just said...
Okay, so if a woman has an abortion at 19 weeks for a eugenic reason because of the skin color of the baby, because she...
Oh, that could be unethical, sure, yeah.
That would be unethical.
But I thought it wasn't a thing.
Earlier, it wasn't unethical for a woman to get pregnant as a sexual fetish and continue to have abortions at 19 weeks because the 19-week-old baby is not a baby and not a human, not a person. So why would it be unethical to kill a 19-week-old who based for a racist reason?
I don't know if it's unethical to practice a sexual fetish. It might be unethical to design society with a racial vision in mind.
So it is wrong to kill at 19 weeks for a race-based reason.
I don't know if I care about killing the thing. I'm thinking more of the designing of a society based on race.
But you just said it was, Lila asked you, is it wrong to kill a 19-week-old fetus, a child in the womb?
You're asking me as if something is wrong
or
about...
gender. We could ask about gender because that happens.
I think you're acknowledging that you're killing, though, is what you're acknowledging. No? You don't think it's killing?
Let me explain. Okay.
Please do.
You're trying to
I guess they want to go down the eugenics line.
To practice eugenics. And I'm saying in general, I would say that probably eugenics is wrong.
Whoa. I didn't ask that actually. Is it wrong to practice eugenics on a 19-week-old before consciousness?
Hold on. That's the issue. I don't care. It's always wrong to practice eugenics.
Even on a
in this
19-week-old pre-consciousness.
On anything, it's
But
probably
if
wrong
the
to practice
19-week-old
eugenics.
pre-consciousness has no moral value, why would it? Why is it possible to even be racist against that 19?
I mean, it's morally wrong, that's for sure. It could be a massive benefit to society as a whole, but it's definitely wrong morally, right?
I didn't say you're being racist against 19-year-old. I say you're practicing eugenics. I don't know if there has to be.
Why would it even be eugenics to kill the 19-week-old?
I would say it would probably be unethical. If
Then
you were to say
more,
that
bro.
people should
Fuck
only
these
breed with
straps,
people of their own
that-
race. That form of practicing eugenics is unethical. Even though you're not
Yeah.
killing
That's
anything
quite
at all.
what I said.
Hold on, I know.
Yeah.
You're okay.
I'm just asking you to answer
I don't
the
know if I
question.
can. The thing is, I
wrong?
can't. I can explain
It's a
every part of this.
hypothetical,
No,
which
no,
is
no. It's not
yeah.
the problem. Is hypothetical. The problem is I can't explain anything without getting cut off. Okay. You're asking me. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're asking me the question is it unethical to is it unethical to kill a 19-week-old thing by virtue of doing it because of eugenics? And what I'm saying is practicing eugenics is unethical. In your mind, you're transferring the idea that I'm saying, oh, you think it's unethical to practice eugenics by killing a 19-week-old? You must think it's unethical then because you're killing the 19-year-old. No, killing the 19-year-old or the 19-week-old has nothing to do with whatsoever. It's the practice of eugenics. Whether it's 19 weeks old or 21 weeks old, I would say both are wrong. However, the additional thing would be that killing the 21-week-old would also be murdering a child and practicing eugenics. Killing the 19-week-old would be unethical because you're practicing eugenics, but not because you're killing some baby.
But
that's the
Destiny,
difference.
by virtue of your argument,
Yes.
you cannot practice eugenics on a 19-year-old because they're not a person yet.
Do
so
you
there's
think
no
that?
moral
Okay, here's
harm.
a question.
That's your
Hold
argument,
on.
Destiny.
Do you think it's eugenics to sterilize
Can you
people?
answer? Can you answer?
No,
what
because
I
that's
just
not.
said?
I don't think that's what eugenics means.
Okay, let's define then. Eugenics is, I'm doing, in this scenario, it's a racially motivated act of oppression, violence against this 19-week-old fetus.
Okay.
That is pre-conscious, so it's not a person in your book.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what
So
that
is it
definition
wrong?
of eugenics is. My understanding of
Well,
genetics.
would that be wrong? What I just said in that hypothetical, would that be wrong?
Practicing eugenics, in my mind, for racial
But
visions
would
and
it
at
be
the
wrong
end
to
is wrong.
kill a 19-week-old pre-conscious fetus for racist reasons? Would
Yeah,
that be
but not
wrong?
because you're killing the fetus, but because you're practicing eugenics.
But why is it practicing eugenics if it's not killing a person?
Because we have different definitions of what eugenics means. That's why I just wanted to go back and define
Okay.
eugenics. My
Define.
understanding is genetics, or I'm sorry, my understanding is eugenics is when you have a societal breeding plan. So, for instance, this could be a practice of
Yeah, we want. This guy is like really good at X, and this woman is really good at X. We pair them together, and we hope that the baby shares genetic markers, blah blah blah, to also be really good at X. It's like the race thing is how the Nazis used it, all right, or how the Nazis wanted to use it. The actual setup of eugenics is not for because we don't want black people, we don't want white people. No, it's because you want to breed the right attributes. Like we literally use eugenics all over the place when we're breeding animals or when we're cross-breeding flowers. What the fuck do you think that is? Like, oh my god, bro. But it is immoral to do it with humans. I mean, to a degree, I feel it's immoral to do it with animals too. Like, look at some dog breeds, dude. They're all fucked up just because we wanted them to look like a certain because we wanted them to look cute, right?
eugenics is saying black people are not allowed to have children.
Like even in the eugenics what we perform on animals, it clearly shows why it's immoral.
You have to have abortions. It doesn't mean you have to kill anything,
course,
doesn't it? Right?
yeah.
Well, okay, so if we're saying that is illegal,
That's
or-
not what I'm talking about.
If we're saying that's eugenics, telling people who can or can't have kids is eugenics, then I would say it's unethical to practice eugenics for a racial vision of mine. Even if that means aborting a 9-week-old, even if that means having an abortion of a 5-week-old, but that's not wrong because you're killing a 5-year-old. It's wrong because you're practicing eugenics. But eugenics isn't defined by having an abortion of a human living being, of a person.
You're putting
or
a
whatever.
moral quality on this unconscious fetus.
No,
that
I'm
you
not.
didn't
I'm
put
putting
on
the
before.
moral quality is on the practice of eugenics.
But you're only saying the eugenics is bad because it's ending the life of this child for eugenics reasons for this human.
Eugenics right in front
But
of
you,
all
the
of us.
reason, but
God,
Destiny,
listen to us.
Destiny,
I said that eugenics was designing socially, socially deciding who can or cannot have children. And now you're telling me you said eugenics
Destiny.
was about killing a baby. I never
no,
said that.
Destiny, you're saying it would be wrong to kill a 9-week-old for race-based reasons. No, is that correct or yes?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But then on the same hand, you're saying that 9-week-old is not a person and doesn't have moral status.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
The wrong that's being committed
have to
isn't a
expand.
wrong. The wrong that's being committed isn't
I
the
mean,
wrong
it's
against the 9-week
his
child. The wrong
inconsistency.
being committed is the social wrong of eugenics.
So it's just the intention of the thing.
No, it's the
Because
sure, but it's,
killing them has no
it's not
moral
the
val-
intention of
quality.
killing a baby. It's the intention of eugenics.
So they get moral
what are they
value.
doing?
Hold on, they get moral
doesn't make any
value
sense.
if they all of a sudden get moral value if they're being killed for racist reasons, but if they're being killed
They're
for
not
other
getting any
reasons.
moral value. I wouldn't punish the person for murder, or I wouldn't punish the person for having an abortion.
Wait, what did they do wrong if it's just a thing? If
What are you doing wrong if you tell
a
black people not to have children?
19-week-old
What's the wrong thing? Nobody's being harmed.
If a 19-week-old child in the womb is not a person, and it's just a thing, and has absolutely no value. I understand what you're saying is that because you don't, think that a human has
All these guys need logs and
value
all
and
that.
is a
Fuck
person
off.
until they have consciousness. So, but what are they actually doing? They're not actually doing anything. They're not even practicing eugenics because there's nothing there to
It's a
practice
non-person
eugenics
in your
on.
view. It's a non-person
You said
in
that
your
it's a
view.
non-person. It's not a thing.
If you say only white people should breed with white people, is that practicing eugenics, even if you haven't had any kids yet?
You're not defining. That's
Well,
different.
I
depends-
literally
depends-
defined
well,
it.
there's
Wait, hold on,
positive and
wait,
negative
wait,
eugenics.
wait,
Let
what
me
do you think my
explain.
definition
You're
of
not
eugenics is?
defining what that 9-week-old thing is. Then what is that?
It doesn't
thing?
matter what it
It does
is.
because you're saying it's wrong to kill it. So what is it?
I'm not saying it's wrong to kill. I'm saying
Yes,
it's wrong
you
to practice
are.
eugenics.
You're saying it's wrong
Practice
to kill it for
eugenics
eugenic reasons.
Yes.
What
So
is
explain
practicing
what it
eugenics
is.
on?
Practicing eugenics
Can
is
you practice eugenics on like things like cars? What do you practice eugenics on?
theoretically you could, sure.
Can you practice eugenics on like refrigerators?
Theoretically you could, sure. Let's say that I find out that
No,
a certain
because
refrigerator
refrigerators and
is.
cars can't reproduce. You've already
I'm
said.
sorry. Were you going to let
what
me
the
answer the
definition
hypothetical?
of
Or were you just going to keep
no,
rambling like
because
you do? Oh, okay, my
you
bad. No,
already
no.
said
Yeah,
what
she's
the
gonna keep
definition of
rambling.
eugenics
She
was.
loves the sound of her own
Okay, let's
voice,
do a couple super chats.
even though
here.
nothing
Let's
comes
say that I
out.
found there was a car that
Hold
was
on,
owned
wait, wait.
99%
Holy
by
fuck,
black
bro.
people, and let's say that I armed that car with an ability to stab you in the balls, makes you can have kids.
The
Would you argue
balls?
that that's the balls?
Stab in the balls.
Stabbed in the balls. It's Cadillacs that only black people drive. Would you say that's a form of eugenics?
That would be wrong, and it would be.
It would be eugenics, even with no
And it would be
babies
racist.
present.
But you're still stabbing somebody. You're still harming someone. Like the 9-week-old.
Sure, but you're not
still
killing a
harming them.
kid. It's eugenics.
You're killing what you don't want to call a kid, but it is a kid. You're killing a human that you don't want to call a person, but it is a human, and you're still upset with killing it for racist reasons, but for other reasons you're okay with it, and that doesn't make sense, Destiny.
It totally makes sense.
Let's do some super
do it.
chats here.
How many more of these do we have? Ryan?
We're getting there. We're getting
Jesus.
there. We're getting there.
So a molar preg do
I'm
not get rights
changing
because they
my
are
flight, as
non-viable. Pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities that will never be viable on their own, but can still become full term. Anencephalic babies never develop consciousness given time. Comments?
Pregnancies with lethal never develop on their own. Well, actually, that actually is false. So pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities. So the question is, does having a different genetic code or something that could end your life, does that change that you are fundamentally human and that you are valuable? A child who has been diagnosed with anencephaly, or a child who's diagnosed with Down syndrome or cystic fibrosis or whatever terrible syndrome you want to
These fucking straps, bro.
doesn't
Like,
change
for
the
real.
fact that the child in the womb, that child,
Ugh.
that fetus, sorry, I didn't mean to trigger you, has rights and is valuable and should be protected. I don't think just because someone has been diagnosed in the womb. By the way, the New York Times even said earlier this year that 80% of genetic tests that come out and say that a child has Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis are wrong. That was like the New York Times. So that doesn't actually change your value, and it doesn't say that that human is no longer worthy of life.
Wow.
Okay, we have Crystal Cole here. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Crystal. Thank you. There are multiple definitions of consciousness. One is related to awake, asleep, under anesthesia versus consciousness in terms of metaphysical human awareness. You can be unconscious according to the first definition while being conscious according to the second definition. Crystal, thank you very much for that super chat. David Keiko, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. If I am the last boy on earth, is it immoral or virtuous for me to pull out and
Nice dono, dude. Good one.
I need to read these first.
Yeah, you really should.
All right.
Not cool.
Jennifer, this one came through.
We're reading $20 donos now?
No, just
This brokey fuck.
Jennifer, just a point of clarification here. The read trigger is the actual question you want answered has to be $49.99 and up. It can't be cumulative. So just a heads up, but something about the Khmer Rouge. I guess if you want us really quick, we'll give you a slide on this one.
Killing babies and bashing
that's
babies
bad,
against
I
a
think.
tree, we would all agree is bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah. All right, Jennifer Hemingway, any relationship to the author? Okay. What is the question?
Is it bad to bash babies
Yeah, I'd
against
say
a
it's
tree
pretty
and kill
bad.
them?
I reckon-
I would say it's pretty bad.
I reckon that's pretty bad.
I'd really take a hard
All
line
right.
stance against, yeah.
We have the lifeline apologetics here. If early term abortion fails the pill, hypothetically, if the child is born, the pill could have damaged the child permanently, just like drinking and smoking example. Would it have been wrong to take the pill? Is she stuck and has to try abortion again?
If you're gonna have an abortion, it's probably like a foolproof method, not something that can fail and have like a fucked up, damaged kid, because that would probably be
The
unethical.
majority of abortions in the country today are committed via chemical abortion. They have a 15% annual failure rate.
Wow.
So are you against chemical abortions?
If that's the actual stat, I probably would be. I have a feeling that's probably not true, but if it was, I would probably be against it.
Actually is, but okay, yeah.
They usually have to go back for a percentage of the cases of surgical abortion.
Yeah,
to
because it's
complete the
incomplete abortion.
Gotcha.
All right.
Which is why there's abortion pill reversal, which can sometimes save the life
I don't know
of
why
a
they do
child.
that
Save a
sometimes.
few thousand lives if you take the first abortion pill in the regimen.
Oh,
you
and now
can
it's
save
given
a-
back.
You
You can
stand
save
with you
the life of your child.
Or if you have problems with the first one, just keep taking more and more, okay? Nothing says you can't take like 2 or 3 Plan Bs, you know, Plan C, Plan D.
Do you think Plan B is an abortifacient drug?
Does that mean abortion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
do you
think
think
so.
Plan B can cause an abortion?
Is Plan B the one that it prevents implantation?
Yep.
And yeah, probably, yeah.
Thank you for having a consistent definition. Because
No
I
problem. My
actually,
definitions are all very consistent, so, you know.
Well, no, I mean, you've had a consistent definition of when you think babies should be killed. You have been very consistent throughout all this. I think
have,
it's
thank
wrong,
you.
and I think it's reckless, and I
know.
think it's very dangerous. But you've had a consistent position. But I would thank you for actually admitting that Plan B, which a lot.
Why are you saying admitting?
Well, no,
I agree it's abortion.
let me finish because
How the
when
fuck
I
did you-
talk about the dangers of Plan B, I will often be told by interviewers that I'm lying, that Plan B is merely a contraceptive, it's not abortifacient. But it actually says on the back of the Plan B box, may prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg. If you Google the word fertilized egg, it comes up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Embryo.
The strongest
So you
pro-life
actually admitted that.
arguments-
So I would.
I'm not
I would
admitting
thank you for
anything.
that.
Obviously I don't care.
But it
Yeah,
can be
probably abortion.
abortifacient.
Bruh,
But
what's
the
this guy
strongest
doing?
pro-life arguments, in my
Make up your
opinion,
mind.
are usually ones that consider the teleology, the development of a human, rightfully so, begins at not conception but implantation. And I find that those pro-life arguments are more convincing than the ones that believe it happens at the moment of conception, because if it happens at the moment of conception, there are like millions of babies that die every single day tragically that we never hear about and don't even know about and don't care about, which is like a very weird position to have, whereas like implantation more closely follows, because you agree that it's possible to fertilize an egg and the egg just doesn't implant. It just, yeah, it goes out. To think of that as like the death of a human or the death of a person is like very strange.
Just because that happens doesn't mean that those
Sure, I'm not.
those
I understand. Yeah,
embryos
I understand.
aren't
I know.
human
Are
beings.
human beings that deserve all the rights, whatever. But the idea that it begins at implantation, I think, is more satisfactory. But if that's the case, then having Plan B wouldn't be considered an abortion.
Do you
because
believe
implantation-
IUDs are abortifacient? Because I was reading something yesterday that Planned Parenthood had put out on their Instagram, and they were saying that Plan B isn't very effective for people like me who are overweight, and so they were suggesting that women get copper IUDs inserted in them, which we knew copper IUDs, they're not preventing the release of an egg, but they actually.
I thought copper IUDs like sanitize and kill anything.
Well,
coming
that's
in.
sperm, but if you're doing it after the fact, after you've already had unprotected sex, the goal of the IUD is to make the womb inhospitable to human life.
I
Do you
don't know
think
anything. I've
IUDs
never heard about that before. That might be true, but
Yeah.
I've never heard that you can do an IUD as an abortion measure.
Yeah, it was
before.
it was very new to me that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is actually now lobbying as if IUDs are emergency contraception, but they use the word contraceptive. They won't actually use the word abortifacient. So I was just trying to find out, are you actually consistent as well? Because you did admit that Plan B can
I
be
won't even admit
abortifacient.
that to you because I don't know if that's true. I'd have to research it on my own. I've never in my life. Usually, like scheduling for IUDs and all that like takes a while. I've never heard of using an IUD.
It was on the Planned Parenthood's Instagram page. I was I was pretty shocked by it, as well as that they were now recommending this drug, this device, which actually can kill a baby. It prevents implantation of the new human being into the uterine lining.
All right, we have a super chat here from Trauma Davy. Thank you. For anti-abortion, what is people reproduce by shaking hands? What if people reproduce by shaking hands and the child magically appeared in 10 minutes? Would it be unethical to let go a second before? I mean, this is...
I would say, no, it's not
No,
unethical.
it's not unethical. Just like it's not unethical to not have sex and not conceive a child.
All right, Trauma Davy, thank you there. And we have just 3 more here. We have Gotcha. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. For the pro-lifers, if an enslaved African-American woman in the 1800s unalived their fetus to protect the fetus from an from an enslaved life, would that be immoral?
So like a mercy killing, is the way that they would probably see it.
I
So
think
that's kind of
so,
how
yeah.
And I think yes, killing someone
It's
because
immoral.
Yeah, it's immoral. It's killing someone because they are going to be enslaved or have a bad life is not right. We should instead work to free them and get them a better life instead of end their life.
Gotcha. And Gotcha sent it twice here, so Gotcha, thank you for the subsequent. Maybe is this one directed at Destiny? He wants Destiny's take on this one. Destiny.
For the pro, no, this is a fucking dog shit argument. You can't make arguments in favor of abortion by killing people that might have shitty lives. It's the stupidest fucking argument in the world. You would never take a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old.
We have found so many things to agree on.
Common ground.
Yeah,
Common ground. There you go.
Most pro-choice arguments are stupid. If you read Judith Thompson's original paper on like the defense of abortion, her defense of abortion is one of self-defense, but she very clearly outlines, if you read her paper, that Judith Thompson defends the right for you to have an abortion. She doesn't defend the right for you to kill the fetus. That's why if you make an argument for viability and you cite Judith Thompson's paper, you haven't actually read the paper because she doesn't even make that argument. And even towards the end of her paper, she admits that like having like a 7th month abortion because you want to go on vacation is probably like an immoral or a shitty thing to do.
Well, and the whole problem with her argument is that the child, whether it's pre-viability or pre-consciousness, in your case, still deserves to live and still deserves nourishment from their parent.
Well, that's a
And the
complicated argument because if you're making, but that's a
is
very
different than
complicated
being a
argument because if
stranger.
you're making argument with self-defense, even if things aren't acting with intent to kill you, you can still argue that you have a right to lethal self-defense against those things. For instance, if a 4-year-old is running at me with a knife and he's gonna come and kill me or stab me to death, and I have no other way to avoid him but to shoot him in the head for whatever reason, technically you have a right to defend yourself against that child.
Well, in that case, you would, first of all, what responsibility do you have for the child running at you with a knife? And second of all, you should try to disarm the child.
Sure.
That's why in cases where even if you feel that's why in some places, if you feel you're being attacked and then you attack the person back with lethal violence, you shoot them. But it's like, hey, you could have run away. You didn't have to stop there and shoot them. You could have run away, or you could have.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Then there are counter arguments and there are counter arguments too. So, for instance,
But
the
back
counter
to the
argument.
child
Sure, but
with
the counter argument to
pregnancy.
that counter argument would be if you engage in sex, but you're doing every single thing you possibly can to avoid a person appearing. So, for instance, if you're taking contraception and using condom and they still appear, do you then have full moral liability for them doing whatever? And I think Thompson in her paper uses the example if you leave the window open and like a people seed floats in and like lands in your house and suddenly grows into a human, just because you left the window open by a crack, but you thought the screen would cover it, are you now morally responsible for the development, the protection, and the nourishment of it? But that you can go back.
Right, but I think again her argument is flawed because regardless of whether or not even how much the person wanted to be a parent, they're still a parent if there's a child inside them, and that child still deserves to live and has the right to live.
All right, we have Gredneck here. Thank you, Gredneck, for the donation. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Still pro-life, both sides super smart. Destiny answers nonstop logical, and the girls try to get him on the tech. This is going nothing but in circles, Brian. Get a man on the P-life side next time to not just get emotional answers. It is very redundant. Damn. Okay, well, there you have it. Yeah, it would have been good to maybe have like 3v3, like have one guy.
Fuck no, it's already hard with like 3 people. Throwing in more people just get everybody screaming at each other, right?
All right, we have Mockery here. Thank you for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. If you don't value life specifically as a human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? If you value a fetus because it's going to become conscious, would it be immoral to stop a blank because you're interrupting the process that leads to a unique life?
Stop sex, I think.
Stop. I think he's saying non-consensual.
But
let's not talk about that. But we'll do the first question. If you don't value life specifically as human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? So I assume he's talking about beef or chicken or pork, kangaroo. Have you ever had kangaroo?
Delicious.
Both.
I only care about human conscious experience. I didn't say human because we're not having a vegan debate here. We're just having a.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think humans are different than animals, than non-human animals, and I think that they deserve
Do you think that
protection more than
humans?
more than
Do you
animals.
think if animals in the womb have consciousness, they have more value than a 19-week-old fetus in the womb?
No, because I don't care about animal consciousness at all.
Okay. Well, we're totally caught up on chats, so
Good for you, Brian.
yeah, I know it took us a while, but we're there.
And Destiny, I just want to say appreciate you dealing with two of us here.
I half appreciate you. You guys are in extreme bad faith. Both of you do, but I'm here for it.
I was not intending that, and I hope you weren't intending that either.
I don't think we argued in bad faith at all.
Absolutely.
So I think we were able to isolate your justification for abortion, and we went in circles many times because at the end of the day, I think it's an arbitrary line that you've drawn. You choose to not think that.
Can you
have that
restate?
free.
Can either of you restate my argument in the best light possible? I'm curious.
That a human being does not have rights to personhood and the right not to be killed until that human being, in your view, develops consciousness at 20 weeks, which you cannot define and tell us what consciousness is. So you can kill that human being until 20 weeks. It doesn't matter because it's not a human being. It's not even a thing. But it is wrong to practice eugenics and then kill it before 20 weeks because it's eugenics. But we still don't know what
But
the hell
any
you're
other
killing
reason is okay.
because you won't define what it actually is.
Okay, and
That's
I'll do
your
this one
position.
time just to show the audience, right?
Can you
your
do that
position
for our
is
position? Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Your position is that if we're looking at the existence of a human being, there is a unique life that is created at the very moment of conception. The blueprint that is going to determine everything you ever will become happens at that very moment. You can trace back the beginning of your existence at the moment of conception, and it is the most clear and consistent way to define exactly when your life starts, when that unique organism exists, and then when it begins to grow and become a baby,
I hate straps.
Blah, 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 blah.
Not quite correct, because it's not just the blueprint destiny, it's also the
I'm
substance.
sorry, I've slightly
It's also
misheard,
a
but,
really
like,
important point,
my summary,
though.
it's not that important.
It's
my
really
summary of your
important.
position
Well,
is a million times better than your summary of my
if you-
position, which is dog shit. But that's
Wait,
okay.
wait, no,
Whatever.
no,
What's
but
wrong with my
but
summary of your position?
just to clarify, because it's not. But just to clarify, and I appreciate you giving a stab at it, but it is incorrect because it's not just a blueprint like a blueprint in a car or a blueprint in a building. Destiny, it's also the substance of the thing, and the
Just
thing.
to be clear,
a
it's
human,
not. It's you don't even believe that.
I do believe
You-
it.
it's-
It is
hold on,
actually.
hold on.
Everything is there.
It's a single cell embryo that, with time and
Do you
nourishment, will
believe in
continue to develop
physics?
to an infant. Will continue to
Do you
develop.
believe in physics?
Absolutely.
Okay, you believe in time and space.
Absolutely.
Okay, in one cell, the only thing there is the blueprint.
And the potentiality to continue to develop and multiply.
Sure.
But
it's
it-
the
but it- but-
blueprint.
but it's-
there's a mechanism to begin building the blueprint, but,
But
there's only one cell. It's just a blueprint.
A blueprint
Everything is
is never
there.
gonna. A blueprint of a house is never gonna build itself.
It will if other people are nourishing it.
Not quite, Destiny.
Sure, it has a
because
little bit of self-assembly,
not
but
quite,
again,
Destiny.
it's
it
a
doesn't
blueprint.
match.
It's
it
not
doesn't
the
match,
thing it's-
Destiny.
okay,
It
never
doesn't
mind.
match
Okay,
because in your to make it a more exact argument or exact analogy to your blueprint, it would be as if, again, like I was trying to say earlier, but I think we got redirected another direction. But as if you put in your argument would be as if you put a blueprint on a plot of land, you stacked up you put all the nourishment
can I
there.
just say
Let me just
self-assembling
finish. Let me just
blueprint?
finish. Let me
It's
just
such
finish.
a dumb
Yeah, you put the
technicality.
blueprint there with all the stacks of wood, and you walk away, and you say, okay, well, the house will just build itself. The child, the difference between the blueprint and the stacks of wood is it needs workers to go build it. In the case of a single cell embryo, it is a whole person that's going to self-actualize and
It
develop and
reads-
multiply its cells to reach different levels of age and development, as we all do as human beings, not just preborn, but once we're born, toddler, adolescent, etc.
Oh, Flan Life,
the
thank you for
analogy
the
doesn't
gifted
match.
50. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
It's
done.
fine. Destiny just
Okay.
believes in that conscience fairy that implies
Okay,
certain things.
we have, let's just see here, we have Lifeline Apologetics. Destiny didn't answer. The hypothetical assumes the abortion fails and damages the fetus permanently. If the abortion fails, is she stuck in the choice to attempt abortion again to prevent the potential damaged future child? Fans of the ladies hope to work with y'all someday.
Yeah, you should probably attempt abortion again. Yeah, otherwise you are harming a future person. Yes. To use the
So it's
piano
a-
analogy,
it's-
let's say
once
that you
again,
go to, let's
you
say that
say
you go to
it's
push,
immoral
let's
Can't
say
see
that
shit.
you're gonna
a
say
future
it's, value, okay?
person, but
Let's
it's
say that
not
you go to
immoral
push
to
a
kill
piano
them.
Let's keep it
immediately-
nice. Let's
say
keep
you
it
push a
nice,
piano
guys. Come on.
immediately off a building and there's nobody beneath it. Let's say that you go to push it, but it only like half falls, and then it's gonna fall in 5 minutes when somebody is beneath. Yeah, you should try to push it again to avoid harming a person.
That your argument does not make sense because you
Argument
say
makes perfect sense. You
it's
just don't
immoral
understand
to harm a potential person, but it's not immoral to kill, in your view, a potential person.
It's immoral to harm the future person.
A future
If you
person.
have an abortion, no
but
future
is it
person
immoral
exists.
to
according
kill
to
a
your
future
argument,
person?
According to your argument, all humans before 20 weeks are future persons, Destiny.
No, because
That's
if
where
you
the logic
don't,
breaks out.
if you have an abortion, there is no future person.
There would have been if you didn't have the
But
abortion,
there
Destiny.
isn't. There would have been implies there is not.
There's
But
still,
somebody
that person
took-
still existed. You just killed it.
No,
It's a
they didn't
decision.
exist. That was the whole point.
But
They
it's
never
that-
started to
They
exist.
really don't want to
What
understand,
was in
dude.
the womb, then? Was it
A fetus.
It didn't exist.
It's quite a
fetus
simple
existed.
argument.
The fetus
Not a
exists,
person,
right?
a fetus.
The fetus,
Yeah.
the child, the
No,
Latin,
whatever
for
you
dumb
want
one,
to embellish
the
it and
person,
draw it
yeah.
up. And
But
make
how can you justify saying that harming a potential person, a fetus in the womb, is immoral because that may long term in their life hurt them, but it's not immoral to kill them?
Because in one sense, you are harming a future person. In another sense, you're preventing that person from existing.
He doesn't care that they
One-
would have become a person if you wanted to choose kill it. Is it-
I know you're like saying it
No,
like
I-
half like
no,
trying to own me, but
no,
you're actually
no,
correct.
No,
It's actually correct.
I
yeah.
understand your argument. I
There
just
is a
think
fundamental difference.
I
yeah.
think I don't agree with it obviously, but I understand it, and it is what it is. You'll keep giving the same answer, so I understand.
We got it.
All right, we have
All right,
Chad
let's quickly
here
make some
from-
arrows
I
before
guess
these
I'll
guys
just read
show
that
up.
one while it's up.
Hopefully they show
Angel
up soon
Cardenas,
and not like
W Destiny,
because I can't move out of the city
are
until they
ignorant.
show up.
Do you, Do you guys want to
The
respond to the
village.
Karen accusation? Isn't-
No, we were
The
asked-
collection of
we were-
buildings.
I mean,
It's
we
not
were
even a village.
asked to come here and talk about our pro-life beliefs, and I feel like we did that. We did not insert ourselves into this debate.
Okay, we have BOF. Could you hide that? Destiny, how certain must you be that a fetus is conscious to consider abortion wrong? Let's say there's a 10% chance that the fetus is conscious at 21 weeks, 20% at 22, 30% 23, etc. At what point would you ban abortion?
Like I said, the part is like 20 to 24 weeks, so I'd probably just cut it off right at 20 weeks. Is like where people say the development is.
All right, we have DMZ Demise. Thank you for the 69 donation. Really appreciate it. The two women are not accepting that he has clearly drawn where his line is. The practice of eugenics, wrong abortion prior to a certain period he feels acceptable, primarily that it be done before the kid could feel pain or has brain stimulation.
Unless it's done for a eugenic reason, which was the whole debate we were having.
Yeah.
Then you're opposed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have an argument with a room full of kids and you say, "Hey guys, you guys should like probably not have children or like wait a long time to have children," that's fine. But if you only say that in rooms of black kids, that's not fine. The same action, but it's bad because in one sense you're practicing eugenics, in the other sense you're not. The bad thing is the eugenics part.
I don't know who you're practicing eugenics on with a 19-week-old fetus if you said it's not a thing.
Well, if you're
It's a potential thing
you're
to him.
practicing
It's
it
a
on
potential.
society. That's what eugenics is practiced on a societal level.
Yeah.
Like that's what.
What?
I don't think it works, but
Okay.
Let's get this chat. We have Weeaboo.
Yeah.
Thank you for the donation. It's not good to base your values on potential. If a person inherited a gene that made them predisposed to being extremely violent, do we preemptively put them in jail? It's difficult to make decisions on things that haven't happened. Weeaboo. Thank you very much for your super chat. Appreciate it.
Perfect.
And then we have Dragon Zombie 2000. I'm neutral on this topic, but I really feel Destiny's just Gish galloping. Not sure what that is. He's not really making any convincing arguments. He's speed talking his way out of corners to avoid addressing Lila's actual points. Lila's absolutely crushing
I feel like
it.
so many
Respect.
people don't listen to what somebody else has to say, and then they just make up their own headcanon and then argue against what they think you would have said. It's really annoying.
thank you.
Destiny, your
I mean-
response?
Oh,
or Lila, your
No,
response?
you go ahead, Destiny, first.
Absolutely true.
I mean, the pro-life argument is very simple in many ways. It's about human rights for all humans. You don't get to put personhood based on developmental markers. Personhood is for everyone. If you're a human, you're a person. If you're a person, you're a human. That's the bottom line. And so you don't do age discrimination or developmental discrimination or consciousness or unconsciousness discrimination. You're a human, you have human rights. And that's why we oppose intentional violence against humans. And that's why we didn't talk about it in this debate, but maybe we could do another one at some point where we get into, how to stop abortions, all the other arguments for abortion and against it, how we can make our civilization more
Who's the
just
best?
and more loving to a place where there are less abortions, women don't even choose it anymore, we're supporting them more. I mean, there's a whole lot more that pro-lifers focus on,
Ooh.
a lot beyond,
Okay.
the debate
Victor
on
and
this
Jane.
consciousness question.
Sure. Okay, let's see here. I think we're all finally caught up on all the chats. So, closing statements. And you have to get going, right?
I've already,
Lila,
I've
what's
already missed
how's
flights.
what's that?
I've already missed it. I'm good. I'm
Oh, you're
You
good.
missed your- Oh, no.
Time wise, are you how are you guys
I
doing
want to get
time
the
wise?
fuck out of here. What do you want to talk about? I didn't know I was
You're
gonna
not
have
having
actual
Destiny
fucking
wants to be unconscious.
4-hour debate on abortion. This is like the joke topic where it's abortion and veganism are the two that I never do long form debates on. So you wrote me into.
Destiny wants to
nightmare.
go to sleep and have experienced blissful unconsciousness.
I want to go do drugs. That's what I
But no
wanna
one's
do right
allowed
now,
to
okay?
kill him,
But
and he's unconscious.
what do we? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, what else do you want to talk about?
Well,
We're gonna keep going here.
we could if you guys want, we can
Oh my
we
gosh.
can continue, or if you guys
I
feel
need
like
sex
we've
and
hit
news.
the duration of the podcast has been sufficient, then we can wrap it up.
Sure. Is there anything you really want to hit or something? Or
Because
Well,
I know
I would love,
yeah.
actually, not necessarily now because I know I have to drive 3 hours and I think,
Yeah.
you have a flight and stuff, but I would love to do a podcast to talk about sexual ethics and talk about, the whole reason we have the abortion crisis in the first place. One of the reasons is we have laws that permit abortion and people are just getting them. The other reason, though, is I think societally, culturally, post-sexual revolution. I think that's a very interesting conversation. So
Abortion has become a parachute, get out of jail free card for
I love
behavior.
how children are described as like punishments, like the
I
consequence of your
know, we
action.
agree on that.
Very
Yeah,
sad.
Well, that's what you were describing
No,
them as.
that's how.
Like, get out of jail, like having a kid is being in jail, and the parachutes are to save you
That
from
is
that.
how abortion, when you do polling and you do research for how many people view abortion in our country, that is how they view abortion, is that it's a wrong, that it's ending the life of a human being, but it's a necessary wrong for them to continue whatever they feel is the trajectory of their life, and that child inconveniencing them justifies ending their life. And that's why I think what Lila was saying earlier was it was sad that we actually didn't get into this at all in this conversation, is about what are we doing as a nation to transform our culture where no woman feels like she has to choose abortion again, because that is part of our work in the pro-life movement. It's not just simply educating people about science and biology and reality, or passing laws. It's also tangibly coming beside women and changing policies, and whether it's on college campuses or in the workplace, or advocating for tangible support services and resources. I don't feel like we appropriately got to that point.
Yeah, I would say we should reduce abortions by giving more contraceptives to people and let them keep fucking. That's my.
I actually have one question for the pro-life side here, and I've heard this come up from people who are either more liberal or pro-choice. What would you say to someone who says it's hard to take pro-lifers or conservatives seriously on the abortion issue, considering their social Darwinism on nearly every other issue? Now, you might reject that premise, but
I would reject that premise.
Okay.
I would absolutely reject that.
But I've often heard it said that one of the arguments you might hear is, well, they're only pro-life in this one particular instance, but they're not so in favor of once the child is born. This isn't my position.
Sure. I would say that's
I'm
wrong.
echoing
what we have done in the pro-life movement for 50 years, while Roe was the law of the land, was create a whole social safety net, pregnancy centers, maternity care centers that vastly outnumber the fewer. There's more than 3,000 of them that outnumber the fewer than 600 Planned Parenthood abortion facilities in our country.
It was like really
And
hot
these are
yesterday, and
nonprofit
now it's like
entities
getting
that
cold
are
again.
in the hardest hit neighborhoods.
Fucking hell, dude, this weather pattern is
their
fucked.
own. We're door knocking, delivering diapers and
Like,
formula
I'm wearing
actual
shorts because I thought it would
doors
be this
in
weather.
neighborhoods,
It's not.
surrounding abortion.
I'm actually quite
facilities. So
chilly.
that's actually not who we are in the pro-life movement. That's not what, when you look at the money raised within the broader pro-life movement, the majority of money that is raised in the pro-life movement actually is for the tangible support services. So I would say that actually is unfair, and it's very untrue of a statement. I would say we can have different policy debates about a lot of things that are very important that determine how humans thrive in our nation. But I think we need to also enter in those conversations with good intentions with one another, not assuming that each other or those on the other side of the aisle just hate human beings. My position on, immigration or school choice or...
I'll pause it here. I want to point out, there's something I thought about just now, which is actually quite funny. So yesterday I was going through like Cenk Uygur stuff, right? Because I think the guy's hilarious and he never fails to entertain. Like, this has been a 4-hour debate, and not even once did I think, or did anyone bring up the fact that a lot of people on the right, in this case, the pro-life, no, wait, on the left, sorry, that they're always accusing the other side of like, you only give a fuck when it's inside the mother, and once it's born, nobody cares about anymore. Like, not even once has that been brought up. But I guarantee you, if the debate was with Cenk Uygur, that would have been like constant, dude. He would have constantly like, I don't know what had popped up in my head, but like, just, it's true too, man. Oh, that guy is so simplistic.
Or healthcare might be different than yours, but that's not meaning that I'm starting with the assumption that I hate human beings and I think human beings should suffer. I would say I have very good reasons for why, for example, I oppose socialized healthcare, or why I think there should be choice in education, and parents should be able to choose to send their children to charter schools as opposed to sending them to failing public schools. I'm not saying that because I hate children. I'm saying that because I think it's a good policy prescription that can benefit society. So I think that's actually, when you come to those arguments, both sides are actually saying that they value.
Like, what the
human
fuck, dude? It was
life.
like 30
What's
degrees
different
last
in the
night.
pro-life movement is we're saying
Yesterday.
that valuableness, that human dignity that we're giving to a child who's at the border or a child who's stuck in a failing school in Detroit. We believe that child in the womb has that same dignity because we are all human beings, and fundamentally the one thing that we all have in common is our humanness, and human beings deserve basic human rights, and that first right is the right not to be killed.
Did you have anything to add, Lila, or that?
Well, I mean, we just released our new North Star Coalition kind of position statement saying we need complete legal protection for all humans in this country, the abolishing of abortion, and we also need to make our country a friendlier place to raise a family. And so that goes to things like a child subsidy. I think that if you're a parent, you should get a cash benefit, money back for that child. I think we need to make birth free in this country. So I do think that there are some things that even conservatives can get behind to say, listen, we should be funding things that make our family, our country more pro-family.
Got it.
Yeah.
And maybe last thing to go out on a lighter note, should we react to that Dave Chappelle clip?
I'm not for abortion, but I'm not against it either. It all depends
on consciousness.
on why you're pregnant. If you have you need to shut the fuck up on this one. Not only do I believe they have the right to choose, I believe that they shouldn't have to consult anybody. And ladies, to be fair to us, I also believe if you decide to have the baby, a man should not have to pay. If you can kill this motherfucker, I can at least abandon him. It's my choice.
The reaction from the panel.
I love when comedy reveals the truth about how our abortion laws in America don't actually make sense. That, men have no rights to say whether or not a woman can choose to pay someone to end the life of her child. He has no say in the decision at all, even though that child was created with half of his DNA. Yet if she decides to keep the child,
unironically based.
Wants
Holy
an
shit.
abortion, he could be put in jail for failing to pay child support.
He's making a good point
I
for
think
once.
That's unfair, and it doesn't make sense, and I think it emasculates men in our society. I know many of us in the pro-life movement believe that child support should actually begin at conception because that would be fair, right? She has, as a mother, you have a special role, and your body is gestating another human being, so men cannot do that. But the man should step up, but we should allow him to be able to step up. So I think it proves the irony.
Some logical consistency.
Wait, what? What do you mean consistency? That's totally logic. Those things are diametrically opposed. Oh, the guy should pay child support from the moment of conception, but he should be allowed to not? What? Wait, which is it? Does he need to pay child support from the moment of conception or not? I'm confused now. That didn't make no sense to me whatsoever.
Consistency in that skit? Yeah.
I thought it was funny, but every point he brought up was dog shit.
Not the best.
Well, none of it
well, I
makes
mean,
sense.
he also made the no uterus, no opinion.
Yeah, the problem
argument,
is that
but-
everybody should be interested and invested in whether or not children are being murdered in the United States, whether you're a man or woman.
I mean, he's not exactly making a scientific or philosophical debate about fucking. He's telling a joke, guys. For crying out loud. It's a joke. It's Dave Chappelle. You know what his job description is? Making jokes.
Opinion is fucking beyond stupid. Also, the problem with financial abortions is the way that family courts are structured and the way we think about paying child support is we're always thinking about not in terms of what's fair to the mother or father, we're thinking about in terms of what's in the best interest of the child. And in the best interest of the child, if you're going to have a child, the child needs financial support. If the government's not going to be able to pay, then the father has to step up and pay, or the mother if the child goes to the father. So child support isn't something that's supposed to be fair, or you can have a financial abortion if the woman can have a physical abortion. Child support is just supposed to mean that if a child is born, it needs
where
to
are
be
these fucking
financially
guys
cared for,
coming?
and some of that
Jesus.
financial support should probably come from the two people that made the child.
Any
Usually
day
it's
now,
the father paying
fellas.
child support because usually the mother's a caretaker.
It's an interesting point that you're making, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Destiny, because our court system, when it is oriented towards the child's welfare as opposed to the desires of the adults, I think that's just because the child is the one that needs the advocate there and is the one that's the most vulnerable. I do think sometimes our court systems are not focused as much on the child, and our legal system is not focused as much on the child. Obviously, abortion is case in point because the woman decides in some cases, obviously, to have the abortion, or she's coerced into it and she has it. And then in other areas in reproductive technologies. Because reproductive technologies, most of them are all about the adults desiring to have a child. And in the process of creating all these children, a lot of them are killed or endangered, and that's harmful too. So, but overall, I think
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make
on the
sense.
same
It's
page.
like the Lacey and Connor Peterson law here in California. In California, you can kill your child in an abortion, no questions asked. That's a celebrated right. But if you are murdered by your husband or your partner on your way to an abortion facility, you as a woman are murdered and your child is murdered, he can be tried with committing 2 murders. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah. Well, and I have a question here for Destiny related to the Dave Chappelle clip. So, you know, he's sort of talking at the end there. What did he say? My wallet, my choice, or my money, my choice. This is obviously directed at someone who's pro-choice. What do you have a stance on legal paternal surrender? I've heard it's called.
You can't do it. No.
You can't do legal paternal surrender.
Wait, when you say paternal surrender, are you talking about like the financial abortion, being able to say, I don't want to have any paternity, I don't want to be able to...
I mean, I think the term that people who are in favor of it, they prefer not to use either paper abortion or financial abortion, but would you be in favor of that?
I mean, in a world where the government would subsidize and take care of all of it, sure. But when it's not happening, no. You probably have to pony up for the financial support.
Okay.
I think that's totally fine. The penalties of, I fucking hate talking about this issue to these audiences, but the penalties of being a single mother that has to take care of a child for 18 years is so infinitely greater than the penalties of paying some child support, of which half of fucking fathers don't even fucking pay anyway. The idea of like comparing those two things is one of the most retarded fucking things I've ever heard of uttered by virgins, and is actually one of the stupidest fucking things to complain about the burden of child support when you're abandoning your kid to a single
don't
mom.
say the word
That is
retarded.
unfucking believable.
I think we have
Stupid
some
fucking
common
point.
ground there, Destiny, because I do think that that's part of the reason we have so many abortions actually is because yes, it's women are choosing these abortions, but most women who have abortions actually are single moms, and so they're already dealing with raising a child on their own and a broken relationship with a man who's usually not in the picture, and sometimes, like you're saying, defaulting on child support. So I think that is a major problem.
Well, Destiny, I guess my response to you there would be, you say that the ramifications impact women a bit more greatly, but I mean, when it comes to the financial component, for example, men, if you know, we did away many years ago with debtors' prisons, but men who fail to pay child support, perhaps they're in some bad financial position. They're going to get locked up in jail.
Go to the court and work it out. Rearrange your child support is usually based on your income, your ability to pay. You figure that out when you know. I pay child support, but I know that like it's based on your income and everything. Like it's not like they're going to take a guy that's earning $1,000 a month and he's got to pay $10,000 a month to his rich single mom who's driving around in a Ferrari because of all the money she's making on child support. Like, or if it's really that big of an issue, as much as I hate to say it, like wear a condom, don't get somebody pregnant. Like,
but what if the guy is indigent? So
what if the guy's what?
Indigent. Is that the right word?
Impotent? What are you talking
Indigent,
about?
homeless.
Indigent.
Oh,
Like
Like homeless, no money.
Oh,
he
and
can't
he's
afford.
probably not going to pay shit anyway. What do you mean?
Right, but I mean, I'd have to look into it further. But my understanding is, even if you don't make any money, if you fail to pay child support, that puts you at risk of being incarcerated.
Well, I think the courts get into the details of the situation, because if you are like you're
hoping they would
homeless
use the
because of
road.
some medical injury or something, or you have a mental health condition, they will take that into account, because usually there's court proceedings where the woman's trying to get the money from the from the man. So it depends on the circumstance.
You know what? You did make another interesting statement there, though, Destiny, and you said that, well, the man, if he's concerned with the financial ramifications of pregnancy and having a child, then, well, he should just not have sex. That's a rather pro-life.
Yep, that's
that's
literally
like
what I
very,
tell students on campuses every time.
it's a
on
very
campus.
rather Bronze Age pro-life position of you to take.
That's right.
I don't think it's a pro-life position at all.
Well, it seems like almost
It's a cautious position, right?
Listen, my rule is I only nut in women that make more money than I do, okay? So if I get somebody pregnant, they got the money to take care of their shit. I don't knock up any fucking broke bitches. That's how you live your life. Boom. There's nothing Bronze Age about that. Also, I'm pro-choice. My wife gets knocked up. We're getting an abortion. We're driving down to the abortion clinic. Like, boom. Have the conversation beforehand. Like, I don't know what to say. You have some amount of ability to exercise your reproductive rights with a woman. I mean, if you're worried about her getting pregnant, be careful. Either use multiple forms of birth control. Don't use birth control. Make sure she's got a really long staircase. I mean, whatever you have to do. But, I mean, once the child is born, it has to be provided for. You can't just say, like, oh, well, I didn't want to. Oh, no. Because now you have a living person whose life is going to be materially impacted by the financial contributions you make. So at that point, you have to consider the best interest of the child. You know, would have, could have, should have had an abortion or should have fucked or whatever. You're past the point at that point.
Piece of garbage trash.
Sure,
oh my god, dude. Can I have an AI that's not brain dead for once?
Carrying deliver kids, but like all red pillars like to say, life isn't fair. It's not always fair. Men and women aren't the same. Men have to pony up a little bit more on the financial responsibility side. Women have to fucking deliver kids and have periods and be annoying in general. So like, life isn't fair. That's just reality of the situation, right?
Well, I think we agree a lot with you on a lot of that, Destiny.
Except for the long staircase comment.
You were saying something earlier that was interesting. I don't know if you want to talk about it, Destiny, before the camera started, about you used to be pro-life, now you're pro-choice, but you have a son, and then you made some comment about you wouldn't, something about your son.
I would have been pro-choice, would have super aborted.
What's that?
Yeah, I would have had an abortion if I would have been pro-choice parent, but I was super pro-life when my kid's mom was pregnant, so we had
useless
a
fucking AI.
I can't have an abortion if I'm pro-life because then I feel.
Why would you fucking run into him? I'm clearly running away from him. You fucking.
No, I tell it to him. What do you mean?
You told your 12-year-old son.
30 minutes ago when the save was. Of course, it saved right after I died.
Like we want to be split or whatever, but like
oh
I still
my
love
god,
him.
dude! Early access games.
It doesn't. He knows I love him. We hang out. We have fun. Like I talk to him. I love him. But like I'm not gonna say
I love you now,
to him
but I could have killed you, or if I would.
Before he existed.
But he was in existence because he was alive.
Okay. Are we gonna redo the whole 4-hour conversation?
Human beings aren't in existence? You're saying they're not persons, but they're still in existence because they are alive.
What I'm saying is
their
that
hearts are beating.
I want developers that aren't garbage.
Shit like an idiot. He sees he has two separated parents, so obviously the situation is not ideal. But I love my kid. Of course I do. Like I wouldn't. Like now that I have him, I wouldn't kill him. Right? We could have had an abortion. I mean, maybe at some point.
But you tell him that you would have aborted him.
I don't know if we said that. Like I make jokes about it, but yeah.
But
I can bring him for the next conversation, and we'll see.
Hopefully, he thinks it's a joke, because I mean, it probably would be hard to hear.
Oh my god, bro!
But maybe he might be traumatized. I'm a little traumatized, and I wanted to be the spinning image of me.
To be told, yeah, I would have killed you.
Absolutely.
There's still a guy left.
All right, we have our last chat here. King of Arena.
I didn't even see this guy.
Donation, man. I'm on the fence about whether a fetus is a person, but since killing a person is significantly worse than an unwanted pregnancy, it seems better to risk being pro-life than pro-choice. I'd think even a half or third chance.
How did I lose 107 items when the guy's still standing there? Did it just magically fucking float away?
I am wrong. That even if you're not 100%
useless
sure,
developers.
Reset this whole argument.
No, I'm just reaffirming what
completely
the commenter
useless.
was saying. Even if you're not 100% sure if a fetus is a person that you think has rights to life, I think we always need to err on the side of caution, and that's why I was calling your choice of saying person who doesn't begin at 20 weeks as
the
reckless.
Whole argument again.
I mean, it's the hunter.
No, I'm just
it's the hunter hypothetical. If you're hunting and you hear rustling in the bushes and it might be a human, but it might be a deer, do you just shoot before you can confirm that this isn't a human, this is a deer? And you would say, well, let's make sure I'm actually hunting a deer, not a human here. So, but there's going to be.
But hold on, when you go hunting, there is a chance that you could shoot a person in a deer suit, right?
But if you knew that there was a 10-year-old wandering through the woods near where you were hunting, it's more the hypothetical.
Yeah, but even so, you could be shooting a guy in a deer suit every time you shoot, right?
Well, if you knew that there was, again, in the hypothetical.
I'm not saying you knew.
Oh, we lost our life.
I'm asking.
In the hypothetical.
Hold on, can we engage with the hypothetical?
Yeah, well, I was.
There could be a person in a deer suit, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's real life. There could be a person in a deer suit, right?
Okay.
But what you would say is it worth me to eat meat knowing I could be killing human? What you would say is the probability of me eating meat is very, very, very high if I hunt and kill this thing. The probability of that being a living person is very, 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 very
right, and you can can take the hypothetical to an extreme.
Sure.
Like you can say, well, because you can say when I get in a car, I might kill someone.
I'm just saying
in a car accident, is it worth the risk?
Asking like, can I do this thing if it causes this bad thing? You have to weight those probabilistically because that's where the whole. That's the most important part.
We already know it's
with an abortion, you know that it ends the life of the thing. But even if you're like, oh, I'm not sure if it's a human or not. So this is not your position, Destiny. This is some pro-choicers. Yeah. They're like, I'm not sure whether or not it's a human. I don't know when life begins. And the pro-life response to that is to say, well, if you don't know when life begins, saying it's okay to kill something that could be a life, even by your definition, is not just and not
And I understand,
justified.
and I'm saying that locking an 11-year-old for having an abortion because she's
But
pregnant.
now you're going to an extreme.
You can call it an extreme. That's real life. I'm just saying
who's
that,
going to
Which,
emotion now?
which I
I'm not
think we
going to
actually
emotion.
disagreed on that case.
Well,
Because I
I
was
am
saying we
emotional,
shouldn't
I'm
lock up the 11-year-old.
You accused us of going
So-
to emotional arguments, but you've been the whole time saying you have a very straightforward, fact-based opinion that it's just consciousness, and you're.
Well, sure. Well, hold
I
on.
do
She's giving me a
bias.
potential risk, and I'm giving you a potential risk.
I do just want to say, like, I
Yeah?
know we're leading the end of this here, a little kumbaya. I do think overall Destiny is trying to argue his best, and he's doing.
I don't
a
need
good
your
job. I think
charity.
Kristen
I'm not
did-
trying my
I know
best.
you
I was
personally-
bad faith
Well, and I
all
know
night.
Kristen, and I know she has
And I
great
hate
intentions.
women.
So I just want to. I know the bad faith thing has been leveled a bit, but I will just say I think there's a lot of good faith, imperfect debating happening here. But
I
a
think
lot
you
of
two
good
are
on the table,
evil.
so.
Okay. Unironically, you guys are like out here like
That's
trying to
probably
get
the
abortion
nicest
rights and
thing
everything
that's been
banned
said
from
about
the all
me
of human
versus
society and shit. I think
comment,
that's kind of
so.
evil shit. Restricting the rights of women.
Well,
Not
I
good.
think dismembering a child in the womb is absolutely horrific.
Well, we can
and
at least
brutal
all agree
and
to-
should be
Restricting the
banned.
rights
We
of
all think
women
each
to
other
do
is
what?
evil,
To end the
okay?
life of
Yes.
being
I
equal
didn't say
living
you're
human.
evil, Destiny.
Well, I
I
am
do
evil.
think
I'm
it's evil to
advocating for
commit an
fucking
act of
child
abortion.
murder. What is more evil than that?
It's
gotta be a pretty evil position.
Well, in your mind, because of I think cognitive dissonance, you're convinced yourself. You've seemingly almost perfectly
Nazis
convinced
convinced
yourself.
themselves that killing Jews
you,
was good.
You
That didn't make it a
seem
good
to
thing,
have
right?
Convinced yourself that they are not human lives, that they don't matter, that they're not persons. Therefore, it's okay to kill them for almost any reason except for. almost
There's
any
just
reason.
another player
So
on the map.
In that case, because if you sincerely think
You can
that,
do everything
and
I
think there's
can.
cognitive dissonance at play, you know.
There's not.
I think they think there are some good intentions that you have. I mean, I
Okay.
sincerely think that.
Gotcha.
I
We
do
did find
think that
common
the
ground.
position, the pro-abortion position at its heart,
So there's just-
though,
there's
is
two of you?
not just
Right.
illogical, but it's evil because it has led to
Or
the killing
maybe-
of 60 million children in this country.
I don't actually know.
And that's absolutely horrific, and that's why we are working at Live Action to stop that and save lives and serve women and help and do all the things that we're doing, educate, etc. So
60 million people. Would you say that's like 10 times more or like 100 times? Where are you at on the?
it eclipses any other human rights
Why are you
abuse in
looking
our
at me?
history
No
and in
idea.
the 20th century.
I'm sorry. That was an advanced.
All right, Destiny, can you show the camera the doodles you've been drawing?
I don't even.
I know
was
they were
taking
they were
notes,
very
I
good
just-
doodles
yeah,
this
you
whole
just-
time.
It was
There you go.
wonderful. In any case,
Where was my? I was a little jealous because I'm a
he
doodler
asked,
too, and you're
well,
like
he
brought
asked
that to
for,
Destiny.
yeah, he asked for some.
Oh, I had
pen and
to ask.
paper,
Well, you
so-
didn't need that because I let you guys finish your statement, so you were.
Well, no, I mean, Destiny,
Yes.
you went really fast and you were like changing the topic. I mean, we were, I think, both doing that in fairness. So next time, you know what we could do?
I think next time we need a whiteboard.
A
for the
moderator.
arguments.
You did great, Brian, but someone who, no, not down in Brian, but we
And
do.
cut the camera.
No.
We do need a
I
I have
round.
no idea how many.
Brian's off,
No
but
idea how many.
more, put the question up, and then we
Google.
each take a turn answering, and then have like 2 minutes.
Oh,
I mean,
get like a timer.
like
Or-
a timer, and then
You have 30
So
seconds to
anyways,
respond.
yeah.
True.
But it,
Yeah, this is my first time.
That's okay.
This is my first time.
I like to
You
see
did
the
well,
whiteboard
Brian.
where you just draw out the.
Yeah, it's all on the host.
Okay, so Lila, where can people
The
find
save
you?
at least.
Thank you. So liveaction.org is our pro-life organization. So we have all kinds of arguments for life, responding to his position as many other.
Today's update's kind of crazy. I never thought I'd be making this video, but you know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Was I wrong? Not really. Kind of. Maybe. You be the judge. You idiot! Relax, bro. I'm gonna do something that's gonna make you look a little bit better.
Picking coconuts in Barbados.
Yeah. Just kidding. So I thought this whole Abba and Preach, Daisy, Fresh and Fit debacle, the whole arc was done.
I made a video on this, so I kind of want to hear what's going on.
Twists. One twist you guys already might know of. She didn't keep the baby.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
kill
no
my
shit.
baby because I planned the baby with him. But just everything, like after everything's going on, like really, like I'm not gonna be a single mother. I don't want my baby grow up without a father. Even until now, he's not showing up.
Definitely not in Japan.
Predicted this in the last video.
Or
I
China,
said,
sorry.
listen,
No,
now, me
sorry.
personally, this is how I think it's all
Wrong
going.
agents.
I don't think
Sorry,
she should keep the
sorry.
baby. I think everyone
I meant
should keep
China.
the baby. And I think it's the best thing for everybody. Okay? I know I memed about having this kid named Abba Preach. I think it's funny, but I don't actually want that to happen. I don't want some kid to be born in these circumstances. And now, her not keeping the kid.
That kid will be fucked up.
Abba Chen. Hey man, it's sad what they did to you. It's sad that you don't get to come into this world. But I ain't surprised. And considering the parental situation, your boy think it might be for the best. I mean, you got a deadbeat dad who don't want to be involved and a mom who's kind of using you as leverage and some kind of... It's a bit of a weird situation, no? Does her not keeping the baby make sense? Absolutely. But what does it also mean? It means that Daisy's lying, right? It does. She's talking about, I'm religious. In my religion, we don't kill,
In my religion, we don't kill.
Then you get rid of the baby. Something don't add up. There's enough of these little tidbits where I'm like,
Yeah, of course, dude, you wanted to get paid, bro.
Hey, listen, Preach ain't always gotta be here.
That's why it was funny.
Because I hit up Preach and I was like, yo, you gonna show up? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, bro, you need to come with that energy. What energy? I was like, boys being boys. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you just roll through and then I just grab your junk, make sure that shit's still looking funk. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're boys being boys. You're comrade in arms. Now come here so I can hold you in my arm. And he's like, nah, I'm staying home with my wife. I'm like, whatever, nigga. That's gay. Spending time with your girl, gay. Don't want to hang out with the boys that cuddle up, gay. So Preach not here right now, but I'm here with you guys to give you the important updates. Because let's be honest, that's what y'all want, okay? So Abba, were you wrong? Kind of, not really. I hedged just enough. But let's be honest. I made Daisy seem a little bit more credible than she actually was. And the truth is, she was lying about a lot of things. But the twist gets crazier. Because as I'm reaching out, talking with her, you know, get information initially when we were going to do the first video, the weeks go by, and she keep messaging me. But she messaging me weird stuff. Now, I'm not going to get too many details, all right? Generally speaking, when someone DMs me, I keep it private. However, if they tell me lies, and I repeat them lies, or they start acting shifty, which then hurts my credibility, you don't get none of that privacy because you use our private correspondence to be a shifty person.
You know it! I'll make you the fucking sodomite that you really are, you fucking pussy!
Myron, you realize that if you made me a sodomite, that would make you a sodomite.
Down the Mongo again!
But here's the thing that was weird to me. Yeah, homegirl's trying to flirt with me. She's like, yo, I know you want me. And I was like, huh? She's like, I know it. You want me. Now please download Snapchat. I'm like, nah,
what the fuck?
Apps. She's like, please do it for me. And she thought that shit was gonna work. I was like, nah. It's like, so why are you talking to me then? And I was like, listen, you just had an abortion. I just make sure you good. That's it. And you know, she's trying to lay it on thick. And I'm like, listen, I'm like, lady, why are you being so aggressive? It's not like we out here sharing every detail about our lives. Like, why are you trying to say something? This is weird. Like, let me get this straight. You just date one YouTuber, okay? It goes horribly. You get pregnant by him after you accelerate the whole process insanely fast. Then you thinking about going through an abortion, which you do end up doing, and you lie about the timeline. And then with the person that was helping you to expose all these details, you trying to start some kind of illicit relationship. Huh? Listen here. I like to cover days of our lives, but I ain't trying to be in it. My name ain't Walter. I ain't from Barbados. I don't like coconuts, and I ain't into tricking. That's not for me. I want my personal life to be free of abortions, free of drama, baby mamas, and everything in between. I'm not down for that. Now, I think it's really weird that you trying to get back into anything that's even remotely close. So why are you trying so hard? And here's the thing, let's be honest. Let's be honest. A woman that looks like that and takes pictures like that ain't laying it on thick with a nigga that look like me. I ain't saying I don't get it in. I ain't saying girls don't check for me. But a girl that look like that take pictures like that, ain't making no advances on me. Unless it's for that shmoney. No, we don't have to lie to ourselves. Don't get me wrong. I do get my DMs. They don't look like that. Okay? And I ain't a dreamy type. I ain't no MLK. I ain't no sleep, no American dream, no nothing. I live in reality. I date real normal people. Maybe they come knock once. This girl done did it like 2-3 times. And I said, oh, I'm like, there's no way you're that person. We don't have any reason. So of course I'm suspicious. She claimed that she'd kept the kid. Turns out she'd already had the abortion about 2 weeks before. So she'd been lying to everybody, right? Because she ended up getting caught in a live stream drinking, and everyone's like, wait, aren't you pregnant? And then she's like, oh, no, I wasn't drinking alcohol. Then she had to walk her back and said, guys, I'm not keeping the kid. I just got the abortion. She'd already gotten it while. That's why she was drinking on. She'd been lying, folks. She'd been lying about that portion. The day she went to go get them ultrasounds and all that stuff, by that point, apparently she'd already gotten it done. That's right. Somebody apparently got in touch with her pimp. Yeah. They found out she really was a night worker. Yeah. But I ain't gonna give you the details on that. That'll be Tree of Logic is gonna do that. And what's more, she was going through Walter's stuff, some of his jewelry boxes. Yeah. We got us a bad one right here. Or guys, go check out Tree of Logic because she's gonna be dropping a vid with all the receipts and everything. But all this to say, what does all of this mean in the grand scheme of things? Walter, you're a sucker. You fell for that shit? Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. She hyper aggressive, but she ain't skilled. She don't got that finesse. I mean, one of the really good details she did is she paid for part of that bracelet, 15K. You know, that's some next level tricking where you trying to do the long con. That's pretty good. But outside of that, her DM game was trash. The fact that you fell for that isn't because she's talented or she's some con artist. Is that you really wanted to believe
it's just horny.
she was super into you. Because the way I seen her text me, I was like, oh, girl, your message, you must be running game with 30 different dudes. Ain't no way. My girl got a football roster full of dudes. She probably texts him like this. Walter, you're supposed to be an expert, but you fell for really lame game. And you nutted inside her and you got her pregnant. Now, we all grateful that she didn't keep it because that baby would have deserved way better than y'all two as parents. How do we wrap all this up? The dudes in the red pill don't practice what they preach. Now, as for me, we're being honest. We gave her a little bit more charitability than she probably deserved. But, hey, man, you know, it's all good because we didn't say she is one thing or another. The only people who said she wasn't an escort was who? Fresh and Fit.
And she's running around and telling Abba and Preach and all these other simps, oh, I'm not an escort,
this
and
one's
they're
fun.
believing it.
No,
Oh,
it's not.
okay, I believe it. Letting her tell you all these lies. A question for you, bro. What proof do you have that she's an escort? This girl comes from a rich-ass family.
Yeah, bro.
You know how difficult it is to get a fucking visa as a Chinese national to come to the United States as often as she does? She comes from a very wealthy family, bro.
Here's where you're wrong. One, she's on court, and two, I didn't buy a bracelet.
Bro, you thought that shit was gonna work on me? You don't know how I roll. Cause we out here being boys with the boys. We out here holding each other's junk, walking down the street. Sometimes your nigga got his knee all banged up from working out and shit. So he need a little bit of a support, like a cane. But I'm like, bro, I got something better than a cane. It's hard too. She did.
Oh my god, dude.
That's not gay. That's called holding up your homies.
Cringe.
Making sure they get to their destination. Everybody coming, you dig? Boys being boys. That ain't gay, bro. That's camaraderie. You wouldn't know nothing about that. You dorks out there playing video games and shit from home. Ain't never had a man hold you through the night and let you know how much you loved and shit.
What the fuck?
Care for, how you deserve to be seduced and shit.
That's funny, dude.
Bro, my homie came back from camp and I had to help him clean, so I ate his ass. Just wipe it down. That ain't gay.
That ain't gay.
That's called sanitation. That's
what the fuck? Bro.
Because it ain't gay. Boys being boys.
Yes.
Sometimes the homies come through and just fucking take me from behind. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? They're like, man, we on that Fresh and Fit. I'm like, oh shit, that ain't gay. That's just boys being boys. You ain't never had a dude rub the inside of your thigh with some coconut oil?
Dude, they hate each other so much, bro. Fresh and Fit and these guys. It's so funny. It's always the funniest. Like, he's doing like a little spiel of them, obviously, right now. Oh, that's funny.
Huh? Make sure that smooth and silky going down your leg. Make sure that little bit of dribble coming out your dick. Make sure that shit get cleaned up real good. Lick on lips. That shit ain't gay. That's just making sure your pipes are drained. Call me the plumber. That shit ain't gay. That's just boys being bold. That being said, to conclude, I think that it can be said that Daisy, she's not an escort. She loves me for me. Okay? You wouldn't understand that because you don't have game. But me, I have game. That shorty over there, bro, she like me for me. Now, coconuts in Barbados.
It's true what he's saying as well, right? The fact that she did end up being like an actual escort and all of that just makes it so much worse for the guy, right? His whole fucking spiel is that like he's like this red pill man guy. Yeah, I got game. Look at all these bitches. Bro, some random whore got you. Like, you paid 15K to her for a fucking bracelet. You basically knocked her up. She was trying to get money from you. She almost had you. Like, holy fuck, bro. And you're the guy people need to go to for this whole Red Pill Manosphere thing? Yeah, I don't think so. Holy fuck, bro.
That being said,
Oh shit, I
who
didn't.
decided
Wah!
2 + 2 is 2? No, stop. Anyways, guys, that's it, man. I want to close out this chapter. No babies being born. This girl's shifty. These dudes are frauds. At the end of the day, has anything really changed? No. The world is more of the same.
I was trying to enjoy this Kendrick versus Drake beef. And then I had Ling Ling over here trying to do something nasty. You trying to give them ammunition for a future diss track, you crazy lady?
Nice try, buddy. Anyway, that was pretty funny. I wanted to see that because
I guess socialism is when no.
like I said, we made a video about that whole nonsense. It was pretty funny. Still is. It still is super funny. Holy shit. I swear these straps are doing my head in. I still need like 4. For just the research, right? We ain't done. We need way more than 4. Oh shit! They did a podcast on the Fresh and Fit guys did a podcast on it. We have to see this. We have to see this. It's only 48 minutes. Oh fuck! I need food though. Oh, I need to go make food because I'm starving. I'm well fed in game, but in real life not so much. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be like 5 to 10 minutes. Fuck. We're gonna save. Because I'm just gonna let it lay. I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay. Ooh, I'm still alive. Perfect. Yeah, it smells good, don't it? Not for you, for me. All right. Let's get some drama in here. It's boring these last 10 minutes, so we gotta have some drama now. Yep. Oh. Jesus Christ.
All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Hit Podcast, regular edition. It's Friday, part one of a 3P, guys. We got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, we're going to be talking about some things and clear the air. We got a debate coming up with Destiny Suleiman, which I'm actually really excited for. And then we got an after hours, hopefully, if we have enough time. But quick announcements as usual, guys. Rumble.com/FreshAndFit. As you guys know, that's the home base for the Fresh and Fit Podcast. So if we ever get canceled, you know exactly where to find us. I know a bunch
Yo,
of
man,
you
what's up?
message me on Twitter and stuff. Hey, where are the videos? I don't see the after hours videos. They're
How you
all
doing,
on
sir?
Rumble, guys. Rumble.com/FreshAndFit. All of the videos are there. So if you see a video that we streamed on here and then for some odd reason it's gone, it's going to be on Rumble or on Locals. You know, and obviously we're kind of cleaning up the channel and everything else like that. So make sure to go to the home base. And then also CouchClub.tv, where we have all the behind the scenes content over there. But you know, let's just cut right to the chase, man. Because
Chillin's
as far as this Daisy
good.
chick goes, man.
I've got you in my sights.
And to be honest with y'all, I really didn't want to do any of this. I didn't really want to have to go public with this stuff. I didn't want to have to do these videos. You guys know me. I don't necessarily like to do drama. Anytime I'm doing a video like
Bro,
this, it's
all he
typically
does
to
is
respond to
drama.
some
Fuck off.
ridiculous accusations. At this point, you know, this woman has tried to destroy my partner's name, brand, credibility, character, and I'm just not going to stand for it, especially in the face of
No, he kinda
blatant
did that on
lies
himself.
for her own personal gain, right? So we're going to systematically
That's
just
true,
go
though.
through this. She's told
That
you
part
guys
was
a bunch
true.
of lies, and we're going to point out the discrepancies, and you guys can go ahead and decide who you think is telling the truth here. But I got a bunch of evidence, a bunch of facts here, and facts don't care about feelings. So
Goddamn straps.
let's go ahead and give a quick little recap here about who this chick is, okay? So as you guys know, thank you very much. Fresh was dealing with this girl, Daisy.
That's not
We met
annoying
her
at
back
all.
in November. They've spent approximately 21 days total together. They've known each other for a few months, but she goes back and forth between here and...
And in that time, he knocked her up and bought her like a $15,000 bracelet. Actually, a $30,000 bracelet, but he paid half.
New York City and China. But if we're going to accumulate the total amount of days spent together, it's roughly 21 days. And you guys know, I've talked about this, but I'll say it again. Fresh messed up dealing with this girl. He messed up for having unprotected sex with her. He messed up from, ejaculating and doing all this other crap without a condom with this girl. It was stupid. And we take full accountability for that. And he learned his lesson. I'll tell you
He
all
got
that.
played,
definitely learned his
but he's
lesson.
supposed to be the
Never
player.
happen
That's the
again.
problem.
But that does not refute the fact that this woman had some nefarious intentions, which we're going to go over today. I don't want to go and sit here and say, oh, Fresh is a victim, etc. They're both adults. It is what it is. He fucked up. There's no way around it.
That's trying to find me.
But I think it's important that you guys understand the full story of what's going on here and see everything objectively, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own decision. So first and foremost, we're going to debunk some of the lies, right? So we went over the backstory, right, of how they met, etc. And then after they met, Fresh took her to Barbados. They went over there. They hung out for a bit, and she wanted an apartment here in Miami. He said no. Everything switched up. She got angry, and she abruptly left she left Miami after and went back for New York. And then roughly a week later, she left on or about March 25th. Roughly a week later, around April 1st, she calls him, and then obviously the infamous phone call where she says, I'm pregnant, I'm going to keep the baby, what are you going to do to me, etc. Fishing for a reaction. We've all heard it, right? So after that happened, I made a video where I went into her dark past, where she was involved in some activities that you know, may or may not be illegal here in the United States and back in China. You know, and her past definitely caught up to her. And she tried to say that the things that we brought to light were a lie, which I'm going to show you guys today. They definitely weren't a lie, and we got the proof to show it. So, first and foremost,
it's more
she
like
said
Mount and
she
Blade.
is
I wish it was like For
a
Honor.
Lady of the Night or an escort, right? Let's go ahead and roll that clip real fast. You guys are probably going to be familiar with this one.
Increíble.
If you call me an escort, prove it. Prove it.
Firstly, do you take PayPal?
No.
Cash only?
No. We can transfer. Do you have cash?
I would prefer to pay you half first and then half after. It's never worked out well when I've paid up front.
Why? I'm here. What are you worried about?
One time, I paid the girl up front. I was pleasuring her. She said she came up 3 times and that she couldn't do it anymore.
So cringe, by the way.
I have been scammed in the past.
Yeah, but I'm a girl. I need to be more secure. If you're not making excuse, that means you are not willing to pay.
Pause real quick. And I want you guys to pay attention to her voice, okay? Because we're going to play some clips of her speaking. You tell me if it's the same person by voice. And don't worry, I know some of y'all are like, wait, where's her face? We'll get to that. Go ahead.
I mean, I have no problem believing that it's her, but you can't really prove it.
It's not just me fucking. But yeah, usually I'll go for 2, 3, 4 hours.
Non-stop?
We stop for maybe 30 minutes, relax, look in, and then
I cannot stay for 2 and 3 hours.
you can't stay for 2 or 3.
I can stay, but I cannot have sex for 2 and 3 hours. Like, who can do that?
It's not just sex for 2 or 3 hours. You will have to trust me on this. You will not be uncomfortable. You will not be painful. If you are, you may go. I will not force you to stay.
You can pay me half, and I will stay here for 1 hour.
1 hour doesn't mean you're only going to stay for 1 hour.
Can we just point out that how creepy and cringy this is on both sides of this fucking...
Then I will stay here for 1 hour and I'll leave. Because for you, 1 hour
Like
is
negotiating
enough.
terms for fucking sex. Like, okay, bro. That's so fucking weird.
Honestly, the onus is on you to make this experience wonderful so that I will want to see you again.
Okay, so let's get started.
Are you sure?
Okay. So I know some of you are like, whoa, this is a fake video. Who is that? Guys, the individual came forward. We promised him we would conceal his identity to protect his identity. You could hear that that's clearly an Australian accent. He's not Australian. Well, Australian accent, but he's not necessarily from Australia. Won't go deeper than that. However,
Yes,
this
I made
video was
hamburgers.
taken, somewhere in the summer of 2018, roughly, or 2019. But the point I'm trying to make is that that's not fresh, guys. But you could clearly hear it's her voice, and that's her, right? And this was before some work was done, which we're going to show you guys the before and afters as well, okay? But that is her basically, you know, I mean, I think it's pretty
Wait, can you hear it?
So after that video comes out, of course,
because I turned the
what's
camera off.
strategy? Deny, 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 right? And we got a clip here where she denies it. So let's just get into that clip.
Make false allegations. If you really believe this is her, which it isn't, give us the unedited version of this video. Okay? Because clearly, when you look at...
Oh, don't worry. You guys will get the full unedited version of this video in court. We have it. And the individual that's involved is willing to testify. So, don't worry. It will absolutely be made public when it needs to be, but not right now. Okay? And, so, as you can see here, right? They're trying to say that it's not the same person. Go ahead, click. Keep playing it.
Both of them, all right? You can see that the woman on the right is totally different. Not only just the body, but just the face. Just the face.
Why would that video taken at the first place, though? Why would that guy take a video of meeting a woman in a hotel?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
I have no idea.
Pause. It's painful when the shoe's on the other foot, huh? Right? Because she records fresh, no problem, breaks the law. But then someone does it to her, and look at how angry she is. She didn't expect that to come. Because, again, this story broke worldwide. You know, the attention that she wanted, she got it. And people are like, whoa, I remember this girl. And people came forward with a bunch of dirt on this chick. She's done some things in the past and scammed some people, which we're going to talk about that more later on. So people definitely had an axe to grind with this woman. Let's continue on.
That right there, I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you. All I know is that this is used to just humiliate you. That's all that is. Okay. If you really look look at it though, Daisy, it's kind of racist.
All right.
Because they're
Pause.
saying that.
I think that's enough there. So, what's the allegation? The allegation is the woman that's in the video is not the same woman. Oh, really? Okay, let's have fun with this. Exhibit A. Let's pull it up, Bills.
I'm ready.
Yeah, pull it up. So here's her Instagram, right? As you guys can see. Not altered at all. This is her Instagram, daisyfit_China, as y'all can see, right? We're going to go over and show you guys what she used to look like. Go over. You can see the woman in the video and the girl on the left, pulled from her Instagram, right? Some similarities there. A little bit fair skin, but same facial structure. If you don't believe that, go to the next one. Here she
Bro,
is
that pose
from
alone.
that video with a
Make
tattoo on
sure,
her back, and here's
make sure you pull your shoulders way back so they can see your fake tits. I don't know why. Bro, who poses like that?
another one from her Instagram working out. Okay, same tattoo in the same area. Looks like it might have been covered up and had some work done, but that's an interesting coincidence, huh? Next picture. We see here from her Instagram again that there's clearly been a certain amount of work done in the face, in the breasts, etc. Look at the drastic difference between the photos, okay? Next, we're going to go ahead and show, this is her before. This was pulled for one of her social medias. I think it was either her Chinese Instagram or one of her older photos from Instagram. Notice the tattoo that says Daisy on her hip, okay? That's her. Now, we're going to go and show you her now. Oh, same tattoo in the same area pulled from her Instagram. Okay?
Bro, who takes pictures like this,
It
man?
is
What the fuck?
the same person, my friends. Okay? It's the same person, but she's had a good amount of work done. And for the people that still don't believe me, that think that I'm a liar and I photoshopped or whatever, let's hear it right from the horse's mouth. Where are you from?
I'm from China.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a fitness model and fitness trainer, and I also work in plastic surgeon business. So I work with the most famous plastic surgeons in China.
Is it big in China?
It is very big. So
Common
every
surgery.
girls get their nose down, eyes. Because Asian we have like small eyes. Girls, they want to get like bigger eyeliner. They want to look like Western girls, and they get their boobs down.
So the most common surgeries are for women are breasts and the eyelids.
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
Run, you fool!
Oh, we ain't done though. But wait, there's more. Let's continue on to the next one. So
Oh, I'm
clearly
at a
she
fucking
has a
seminar.
ridiculous amount of work done. You guys have seen the before and after photos. This woman has adjusted her look significantly to include her face. Okay, and she even admitted that she worked at a plastic surgery clinic, etc., which makes sense, doesn't it? All right. So what's the next tab? So in this clip, you guys are going to see that they're going to dispute paperwork that I brought forward that showed that she was fired from a certain job for it being involved in criminal activity. Let's run the clip and see how they try to refute my claims. Or should I say Jin Chen. And we had the documents to show that you got fired and why you got fired. Again, this is all in Chinese.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go back to that. Hold
How
on
you
a
got fired again?
Okay. Have you seen this before? What am I looking at?
What does that even mean? Like,
Pause.
I don't know.
I want you guys to watch her body language very closely when she's confronted with this evidence, okay? Roll it back, Bills. Pay attention to her body language and her eyes.
Oh shit, oh shit!
It looks to me. Go ahead.
my is that this file was talking about how I got fired by stealing company's money. That form says nothing about that.
Oh.
What?
He said I steal company's money.
But the form says nothing about stealing money. What? But is that form connected to you in any kind of way?
No, I don't
so
know.
it's not. So the form is not connected to you. It's not about you. And what he said is because you read Chinese, so you would know what it says. And he says that it says that on the paper that whoever's on there stole money, but that's not what it says in Chinese.
It's not.
Girl, sue the crap out of them. You got a slam dunk case.
By the way, I already
okay.
teamed up the
Pause the
agents
video.
in New York.
You triggered my trap card! I have to put the Punisher shirt on for this one. So they're claiming that the documents aren't real and she doesn't know and that's not her and she's not involved in criminal activity, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what we got here, guys? run to the next tab, please. We have those documents, right? I had them translated, right? And she also claims also that the person that's involved in the documents isn't her, right? So 2 things. First, she's saying she's not the documents aren't legit. She didn't get fired for doing any type of criminal activity with stealing, blah blah blah, all this crap, right? And she doesn't know about it, all this stuff. Let's go ahead and show the documents that we got. So what I went ahead and did, right, is we got those documents officially translated, my friends. Okay, we got them certified, translated. Shout out to my guy WeRise. He translated the first set, but we had a little bit more time this time, and we went ahead and translated them officially. And what I will say, and you can see the stamp of approval, etc., they're pretty much damn near the same thing we said before. But you know what? Let's just have fun with this and show you guys and read through the real reason she was fired. Okay? So go ahead, and we're going to scroll down here. And you can see that's the police report. We'll address that one later because they try to say that wasn't real either, which we'll talk about that in a second. But here's the termination of labor contract. And I want you guys to pay attention to points 4 and 7, okay? 4. The employee seriously neglects duties, engages in malpractice for personal gain, and causes significant harm to the company.
Can I stop missing the head?
Guys, that is basically embezzlement right there, okay? Then it says the employee is held criminally liable according to law. And I want you guys to pay attention. Where was this place? What's the name of this business? It's called the Shanghai Bimeng Performance Agency Co. Limited, right? I think we got a business card. Don't we got a business card for this? Oh, I think we do. Oh, we got the business card that says the same exact thing with her name, Daisy, on it. So what are the chances that you're going to find someone named Daisy that also goes by Jin Cheng as her real name? Okay, we got some evidence to link her once again. Don't we have some medical records, Bills? Yeah, I think we do. That she put on the internet herself. Oh, what does that birthday say? Chen Jing, 12/7/1995. Oh, what a coincidence! So, not only have we been able to link her to
Guiding
this
Winds
company that fired her through her business card that has
Works.
her name Daisy on it, which is a very unique nickname to have, that also has the government name as Jin Cheng, but also we went ahead and matched up the ID of those documents, right, that showed her getting fired, alongside the own medical records that she posted. You are the same individual. Stop lying, okay? I've effectively linked you now to the same Planned Parenthood document that has your name and your birthday in it, that has the same birthday linked to the documents that got you fired. You're the same individual. You're trying to say, that's not me, these pictures don't look like me. Last time I checked, let's show the before and after one more time, Bills. You did a drastic plastic surgery, right? And you changed your look significantly, right? You can lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to us. We know that you've had work done and you've changed your look. That's why you're trying to sit there and say that it's not the same woman. It is the same woman.
Finally.
Same voice, etc. Everything links back. You're the same girl in the video. You're the same girl that got fired. You're the same girl that the police report is written about. You're the same individual. Too many consistencies. Same tattoos, same birthday, same nickname, same government name, same mode of travel, etc. You are the same, okay? There's no defamation here because everything I said is the truth, okay? We have officially translated documents from an interpreter that show that you are in fact the individual in the pictures and in the documents. All right? So let's go ahead and what's next here? We got the
Miami
next tab.
chapter.
Yeah, yeah. So now we're gonna get into now that we've we'll go back to the fire documents real quick.
The fire documents?
Yeah.
Got you.
And if you scroll down, right? Because I think I really want to drive this home too. Scroll down some more.
Hold on, let me make sure there's no doxing.
Yeah. No worries, no worries.
Let me just double check.
And we're doing her a courtesy by redacting some of this stuff for her.
Let me do one quick edit, Myron. One quick edit.
All right, he's gonna do a quick edit while we do that. We got chats? No?
Let me actually see.
Yeah, well, I'll read some chats while he does this quick little edit. See, look at us. We're still compassionate, guys. We're still compassionate here.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me make this bigger for you. Gotcha.
I think he means he's trying not to
So
break
we
the
got here
law.
From Johnny Green says, hey, FNF, I made a patron request a while ago about help getting a green card. As of today, I became a resident of the United States of America. I owe you, Myron and Fresh, my life for this milestone. Congratulations, bro. I am Jay. Russell goes, what's up, FNF, big bro, Big Mo, what's up?
Yo.
So y'all know I love music, but I just became a police officer, and it's the best ever. It's another 60K along with my studio and business, music business, which finally gets me over 100K. WFNF for motivation. Let's go. Yo, shout out to you, man. We're actually helping guys become better. That's what it's about. And Destiny and Suleiman are in the house, guys. So debate coming up right after this. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do this house cleaning real quick, and then we're gonna get into the real content here. Where we at here?
Yvonne.
We ready, Bills?
Yvonne, almost.
Okay. And then we got Tree of Stupidity needs to be voice only. She's hideous and crusty, looking like an old leather work. Oh, God damn, bro, you guys messed up. That's from Ivan Leal. What's up, FNF? Oh, and then
I apologize.
Says, bro, these videos just make Fresh look worse. He should have just dealt with it like a man. Get a DNA test and do your part as a father if it's true. Proving all this just makes him look really bad. My friend, let me ask you a question. If you saw the character of this woman, where she had these plans to expose him and do all this other stuff, would you really want to have a kid with her either? Let's be objective here. Would you want to have a kid with a woman like this that's clearly been lying for personal gain?
What does that have to do with the question, dumbass? See, this is what I mean when I say people just create an argument in their head that they then project onto you.
No. You wouldn't either. So shut up. Like, some of y'all need to shut up. Like, if you guys were put in the same position, you guys would not want a kid either, man. So shut the hell up. All right.
The whole point is that it got into that position considering your entire fucking shtick, you dumb fuck. I mean, he's not dumb, he's doing this on purpose, right? Because obviously they have to keep up the appearances that they actually know what the fuck they're talking about, which they clearly don't.
What do we, all right, so let's pull up that document again. Scroll down. So now that we've effectively linked her to actually being fired and we know it's the same individual, and just so you guys know, real quick note here, this police report was filed by the same individual that was in the video with her, which we linked through the photographs, okay? He's the one that wrote this police report where she ran off with his money. So it's irrefutable that it's the same individual. So not only did she steal from her company, she also stole from this individual because she was supposed to go and exchange currency for him, and she never came back. And that's why he filed this police report here. Right? Scroll down a little bit, Bills. Scroll down. Some more.
Want me to zoom in?
Yeah, zoom in a little bit. And then you can see here, guys, these are all the reasons that they fired her. I highlighted 4 and 7, but there's a bunch, right? Unsuitable for employment during the probationary period. The employee seriously violates the company's rules and regulations. The employee seriously neglects duties, engages in malpractice for personal gain, and causes significant harm to the company. That, guys, if you're doing things for personal gain at the cost of the company, you are stealing. If you're not working when you're on the clock, if you're taking longer lunch breaks, etc., that's effectively stealing from the company, okay? There's many ways to steal from a company. It doesn't just necessarily mean stealing money, okay? The employee simultaneously establishes an employment relationship with another employer which severely affects the completion of work in our company or refuses to correct it after being requested by the company. The personal documents provided by the employee to the company are false, or the labor contract is concluded or renewed by coercion or taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities, causing the company to agree against its true intention. The employee is held criminally liable according to law, etc., etc. So y'all can see, it says they say that she's incompetent. I'm not surprised. She's definitely fumbled a bunch of times during this whole press run that she did. But regardless, guys, you can see here that we're dealing with someone that isn't necessarily credible. Can't even hold a job, right? Now, as you guys know, she went around and she did a million podcasts. I think she did like 10 plus interviews. She went on H3. She went on Abba and Preach. She worked with, Duke the Simp and a bunch of other people. She's done at least 10 plus videos, etc., milking the crap out of the situation, right? And, hey, a girl's working hard, right? Got to take a break, got to get a vacation. What does she do? She comes to Miami. Well, stupid. She made a mistake. So she comes down here, right? And this is from her own Instagram. And you guys can see here at Kiki on the River. For those that are unaware, Kiki on the River is an expensive restaurant down here in Miami. It's down right up on the water in downtown Miami, where the wharf used to be. I had witnesses. I wish we caught it on video, but people saw her vaping. And I was like, wait, hold on 1 second. Isn't this girl pregnant? Why is she in Miami partying and vaping? Then I saw this. Next tab. Oh, she's drinking wine. What? So let me get this you're claiming that you're pregnant. You're going through all this stress. People are making fun of you. People are making death threats, all this stuff, which all, by the way, you made this public, by the way. You didn't have to do that. You did this to yourself. But that's a whole other story. So you're in Miami partying, drinking alcohol and vaping, right? Having a good time, going to strip clubs, etc. You're living a lit life. You're, putting signs saying, sue your baby daddy, thinking it's all funny and everything else like that. But you're drinking and partying. So aren't you supposed to be pregnant? This doesn't make sense, right? I don't know what that drink is. I don't know if it's a mocktail or alcohol, but we know that you definitely had some wine. Then it gets better. The very woman that interviewed her, right, exposes her. Let's run the clip. It speaks for itself, guys.
Thing. So being online is not my thing. So yeah, the whole thing about her not keeping it, there's more to it than you guys would ever know.
Pause. Wait, there's more to it. Let's see.
So yeah, it is that. So I'm just saying, like, let me just say this. I gotta be freaking careful, dude. I gotta be freaking careful. I will talk in code, okay? I will talk in code. If you're going to keep up a ruse, don't be caught with your ratchet BBL girlfriend drinking wine. There, I'm done.
Pause. She couldn't help herself. She had to expose the very girl that she interviewed and got a bunch of content from. She had to do it. Just so you guys are wondering, what's a ruse? A ruse, guys, is basically a lie. When I was on the job, and I'm very sensitive to that word. You guys know I used to work in law enforcement. We would use ruses all the time, whether it's sending an undercover agent in to do something and they don't necessarily know that he's working undercover. A ruse is based in deception, okay? So, wait, let me get this straight. So, you're pregnant, but then you're in Miami partying and vaping and drinking alcohol, and then you post this stupid article to justify it because everyone's flaming you for drinking alcohol, right? Drinking a little alcohol early in pregnancy may be okay. And she puts this stupid ass thing because everyone's roasting her on Instagram, right? Then she drops a video where she says, I'm not going to keep the baby. And I think we got a clip of that. Let's go ahead and run that clip real fast. After she got exposed. And our lawyer, shout out to James Sexton, he predicted all this. And I'm going to give Mediocre Tutorial Reviews a shout out because he's one of the few YouTubers that actually went back and talked about all the information that shows that this woman is lying. So let's just play the intro of this part because it's actually hilarious. She gets exposed.
Recover after that because it was very traumatic for me. Or if that shakedown doesn't work, it turns in a couple of months. I lost the baby.
A few moments later.
All the stress that's been going on for the past month, it caused me a lot of emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
A lot of panic and
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
like it's just like a lot of going on.
Oh, I gotta say for these dumbasses, man, I got something to say. Oh, man. All right, pause. So not only, right, did she get exposed by someone that she did a pod with, but she obviously had a ruse. And let's and you know what? I'm not done yet, guys. Y'all think like I said, this is gonna be the last time I address this woman. We're going all the way. We're putting a nail in the coffin. You could go ahead and make a million responses about this. We're never gonna respond to you again. This is house cleaning. I'm gonna go ahead and make you look crazy because you've been lying all over the place. Let's pull up that Planned Parenthood photo real quick. Yes. Because she was running around because in my head I'm like, wait, hold on. So you're in Miami, you're drinking alcohol, you're vaping, you're partying, etc. Are you really pregnant still? And then it kind of hit me. I looked at this document a little bit harder, right? And in it, if we could pull it up, Bills. It says that there was, if you scroll out a bit, it says something about Planned Parenthood of Greater New York, okay? And it says encounter for elective termination. And I'm like, wait, well, hold on, what is this? I don't really know what I'm looking at here. So what I did was I actually got a doctor. Got a doctor on the line right now for y'all, okay? Let's get a doc on the line so he can help us decipher this document right here.
Dr. B84, you with us?
Dr. B, what up?
Help us decide. Hey.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome. So Doc, instead of me looking at this thing and try to decipher, I figured I'd bring in a real professional. So first and foremost, what are we looking at here?
So basically, it's a document that shows that you were seen in the clinic setting or emergency room or a hospital, but in this case, it's probably a clinic.
Okay.
And it's basically paperwork, very standard.
Okay. So, from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Doc, would a clinic like this be necessary if you're just trying to see if you're pregnant, or would a clinic like this be used more likely to actually go through with an abortion?
It's more likely the latter.
Okay.
So if you just want to know go anywhere, emergency room, your primary care doctor, hospital. But if you want to actually go get an abortion, you have to go to a Planned Parenthood site.
Gotcha. Because I thought it was a little weird that she would go through all this length just to show that she's pregnant. You could do that for much cheaper at, multiple other places versus going to a Planned Parenthood. Is it cheap to go to one of these?
That I don't know off the top of my head. That's a little bit more complicated to answer, but it wouldn't cost much if you have insurance.
Okay. Well, she's a foreign national. We know that here on a visitor visa, so she probably had to pay out of pocket. What's the? Can we? Anything else here on the document, Doc, that we should be aware of as far as? I mean, because obviously we can only speculate. We don't know if she actually went through with it, but it seems here that this was done on April 4th, 2024, and it shows the DX you said is diagnosis. Can we scroll up bills real fast? Where it says elective termination, or encounter for elective termination of ... Oh, did we lose him?
No, he's still there.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So, in your professional opinion, do you think what do you think the likelihood is that she might have done the abortion on this day, since it shows that this under the DX?
It's likely. Again, this is just discharge paperwork, so we don't have the official medical records.
Gotcha.
But based on what I'm seeing here, I'm going to assume it means elective termination of pregnancy.
Okay. All right. No, fair enough. So we don't know for sure, but typically, what do they say all the time, right? If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And, to go to a Planned Parenthood clinic, simply to see if you're pregnant just doesn't seem feasible. This tends to be from people that want to get abortion. So we don't know, but, she's drinking alcohol and partying in Miami, and then we got a girl exposing her saying if you're going to run with a ruse, you better not get caught drinking. So, I think a logically sound person might think that she already got the abortion and that she just wanted to go ahead and do a press run and make the most of it and get as many views as she can. I don't know. We can only speculate, but hey.
That would be hardly surprising, which doesn't change the fact your boy wasn't the exact opposite of what he portrays himself to be.
Open up a YouTube tab. We're going to do a poll. Do y'all think she still has a kid? I don't know, man. But let's go ahead and see what you guys think with all the facts that we presented here. Doctor, thank you so much for coming on the show. I appreciate it.
Well, no problem.
All right. So next, we're going to get into the next thing. So we debunked that.
Appreciate it.
What's the next tab, Bill?
All right. So next, we're going to get
Bro.
into the next thing.
Yo, everyone can hear that shit, dude.
What's the next
Here, just turn to this. Is what are we on now?
We're gonna
the allegations.
STI allegations.
STI allegations. All right, let's run the clip here real quick and speed through this. So she goes ahead with this dusty fucking hater, and they make these comments. Let's roll the clip.
We've tried already, Daisy. I think the best part of now is to let the legal system handle it. And Fresh and Fit, you look at y'all gonna end up like Tasha K, all of y'all. Y'all will say, "Oh, dude, you're saying, Fresh talking about the STDs. You might end up like Tasha K." No, they're about to go through their Tasha K moment right now. y'all not playing, right? If we don't listen. Hope.
Yep. So he went ahead and tried to make some comments that Fresh has STDs. Let's play the next clip because I think he says it in there. First, he says that we're going to get sued, which is hilarious because I've told the truth.
Because this guy knows he's dirty. That's the shit that pisses me off the most. Anybody defending this shit, you're a monster. You don't even deserve to be on this earth. Like, I'm dead ass serious. Like, you don't understand because you're playing games with people's life. That's like if someone with HIV who's HIV positive and they know for a fact they were HIV positive, but they willingly had sex with someone who wasn't HIV positive, and they didn't know the partner was HIV positive. That's a crime.
Stupid.
Oh, really?
You can go to prison for doing that.
Pause.
Okay? So this guy has this.
It's ironic that he said that we're going to get Tasha Cade when he's the one that's actually going to get Tasha Cade, because that's exactly what Cardi B won her defamation lawsuit for. Was
Bro.
because
Imagine having to produce paperwork that shows you don't have an STD. These guys think they're winning. No. I'm pretty sure you're not winning here either.
she accused Cardi B of having STIs when she didn't. And what does it look like here? We got tests from Fresh that he is actually clean.
They're treating this as a win.
Duke the dummy, okay?
This looks so bad
You,
optically.
my friend, might be looking at a defamation lawsuit for saying this stupid shit. You might get Tasha Cade, you fucking dusty bum. Okay? Stupid. Incredible, right? What else is next? What lie next we got to debunk? we got a debate to do, man.
We got the lane.
You are fake news.
Okay,
We got
and
the
then
clown himself.
And then, interesting enough, as you guys know, Daisy went on the H3 podcast, right? And we can see literally the man on the bottom right dressed like a clown. That's Ethan Klein.
Alright.
Clown World, man. Clown World. So let's play the clip real quick.
They got to pick a lane there. All right, is there more voice memos?
There's one more.
One more.
There's one more. It's 13 seconds long. I'm gonna play it. 1 second.
Too much happening right now that I can't.
Too much popping.
Even with you, I want to, but I can't. I'm just gonna hurt you.
Such a fucking idiot.
You know?
That's so crazy.
That was it. That was what
Pause.
Daisy just basically said.
That was one of many recordings. You guys are probably wondering, where did these recordings come from, Myron? Well, those recordings, guys, were taken on or about March 25th here in Miami, Florida, when they were poolside talking, because after her and Fresh basically, had the disagreement about the apartment and he didn't want to be with her anymore, they had this discussion. As you can see, Fresh is letting her down nicely. Rice being a nice guy about it. Hey, I'm going to hurt you, blah, blah, blah. Saying what he's got to say to, kind of end things. And then she went off to New York after that. And she recorded that conversation. Well, Miss Daisy, I don't know if you're familiar with American law, but that's illegal. And I think we have it right here because you recorded it multiple times. Florida is known as a two-party consent state. This means that under state law, all parties involved in private conversation must consent to that conversation being recorded. This differs from one-party consent states where private conversation may be recorded as long as one involved party consents. So not only did you record him on the phone...
See, but there's a lot of people who have no idea about that shit. I literally once got randomly recorded at work by one of my colleagues, and he used that recording to try and make me look bad to the bosses. What he didn't realize is that I don't give a fuck, right? So when they came to me asking if I said X to someone, I was like, yeah, I said that. Right? Why would I lie about that? Right? But then later, I found out that guy, the reason that they came to me to ask me about that was because that one guy had a recording made of me at the fucking workplace. He was walking around with his cell phone recording shit. Really fucking creepy. And also super fucking illegal. So they immediately went, before they went to me with the shit, they were already talking to him. They still went to me, which I think is insane. Right? But before that, they were like, yo, you know that's illegal, right? Are you fucking retarded? Spoiler alert, yes, the guy's retarded, but... And I might, actually, I think. He had a job, but, yeah. And I was, super nice to that guy, too, man. What the fuck? That's the crazy part. That guy's weird. Literally breaking the law in not just a small manner, right? That's wiretapping, bro. Recording someone. No, shit doesn't happen. Recording someone like that could get you in real problems, bro. Had I decided to push that, he was in serious shit. That's a massive, massive privacy violation in Belgium. We are essentially a two-party consent state as well. If you do that as a single party, oh, you better be ready for a world of shit.
The first time trying to get a reaction out of him, You know, when you said that
At that time, though, I was still a nice guy, right? So I let it slide.
Because now you're not gonna keep the baby all of a sudden.
In retrospect, I feel like I really shouldn't have, but
While you were in
whatever.
Florida, and you have multiple recordings. Each of those is a different charge. You do realize that, right? And you're here as a foreign national on a visa committing felonies. Incredible.
I should have trolled him a little. I should have like at least like gotten the cops involved just to like fuck around with him. But then in the end, not press charges, you know?
Man. I think there's a certain agency that doesn't like it when foreign nationals commit crimes here. I don't know. But anyway, this is hilarious, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I mean, I think we just went through everything. We systematically debunked a bunch of their lies. She's saying that's not her in the video. We showed that it's her in the video. We showed her, you know, ridiculous amount of plastic surgery that she's done to alter her ego, showing tattoos, showing birthdays, showing documents. She's saying it's not her. It really is her. We have official documents showing the translations when she's trying to claim that it wasn't translated properly. No, there's really no coming back from this.
Oh shit! I don't even have the fucking.
Else that we had?
Just chats and then one more special
chats, and I got a very special announcement for y'all. I'll read these chats real quick.
Yeah, we'll do chats first.
Okay, I'll read the chats. Again, guys, I didn't want to do this video, bro. I really didn't, but you know, this girl forced my hand, man, because no one else is gonna come out and put all this evidence in one centralized location so y'all can see the lies. So we just did it for you guys, so you always have the reference. Please tell me revealing all this now is cleared with Sexton. Don't worry about it, man. It's me doing it. That's why Fresh ain't here. Fresh is, you know, obviously doing what he's got to do.
Tylon 25.
Tylon goes, WFNF, if I go to war, I need Myron on my side. True friend through and through. Keep leading from the front, fellas. Absolutely, man. I always defend my friends. Fuck the haters, man.
Yes,
Goku the Goat says... okay, never mind. We gotta ignore him.
Screw him.
Yeah, W Mine for sticking with Fresh and defending Fresh through thick and thin. A true friend for real, and sadly... rare to find these days. Yeah, man, you gotta stick by your bros, man. I'm not gonna let her run his name through the mud on lies. And
to a certain degree.
Right there, just because her feelings were hurt and he doesn't want to be with her anymore and he didn't want to get her an apartment.
I thought that was a dumb statement last time. I think it's still a dumb statement. Like the whole ride or die thing.
Wondering, yo, why did she do all this? Well, I'll tell you guys why she did all this. She did a huge press run.
Pretty sure there's a bunch of steps between ride and die where you're like, I'm out. You know?
Just like the same reason she got fired before. So she's not a stranger to doing this stuff for personal gain, hurting others for personal gain. Because she could have handled this privately, guys. This didn't have to be on the internet. But since she wants to bring it on the internet, now I gotta go ahead and, you know, expose you, make you look crazy. Because you should have just dealt with this behind closed doors. If people make fun of you, make comments and all everything else like that, and it affects you, and you're so stressed and whatever, you should have thought about that before you went public with something like this. You really should have. But you don't have skills. You're not mature.
Mining
you made
sucks.
A bad decision, and now you're
I still have. I got one of them. Out of all of that, one.
Liar, for being a criminal, for getting fired, not being able to hold a job, for being an escort, for being a very. Just a not good person, man. You know, as in the words of Donald Trump, you're a very nasty woman. You're a very nasty woman.
Also, another thing.
Yeah.
ICD-10 code is code for encounter for elective termination of pregnancy.
That's the code.
Yes, and that's the code that was on the
Someone
paper.
got on the paper. That's the code. Okay.
And that was Dr. B.
And also, you know, this is just speculation, by the way. But you know, you did all these podcasts with different people. And then you said you got a lawyer and they told you not to say anything, but then you had to go back to the internet and talk and all this other stuff. You know what's interesting? I heard from a very credible source that works for XQC's team that you tried to reach out to them as well and do an interview. And Kai Cenat's team. So what does that tell you guys? Was this woman really, you know, hell-bent on helping women to understand dealing with
Of course she was in it for the money, dude. Like everybody knows this, bro.
Game, and she made a GoFundMe, now it's gone all of a sudden. Like, bruh. What is this? Like, what is this? Is this woman credible at all? Clown world.
But here's the thing.
But you know what?
Neither are you guys. That's the whole fucking point that we were trying to make.
You guys know we're one of the most hated podcasts. You know, we take the L's and we turn them into W's. So I'm gonna take this time to announce something very special.
Bro, the fact that they think like this is a W is insane to me. Like the guy literally had to get like STD tests done to show them on stream that he wasn't fucking diseased. You think that's a win, bro? Holy shit. How dumb do you have to be?
Let's go ahead and show the fucking banner, baby.
Why do you give so much money to dumb people? I swear to God.
For the love of Fresh, new show coming soon. Alright? This girl obviously put Fresh in a weird spot. So we gotta go ahead and find this guy, a girl that's not gonna be a crazy cloud chaser going on H3 and all the Ops podcasts, alright? So we're gonna go ahead and film this thing.
With the women they hang out in? Good luck.
It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be a good time. Hope y'all ready. And yeah, man, you know, you could go ahead and talk smack about us and try to hate us and drag us down and everything else like that. We're gonna go ahead and adapt. There's a reason why we're indestructible, baby. And I think with that, that's pretty much it.
We just got
The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
All right, let's end the show. We love you guys. We'll be back with the debate.
Rumble rants.
No, we'll do it on the next one because we got to get this thing going. I'll read the Rumble rants that came through. Because we got it, guys. We're gonna read the debate. I'll read the rants that came through just now on the debate show right before we start. All right. We love y'all, ninjas. Stay tuned. We'll be up in about 15 minutes or so for the debate. We got Suleiman and Destiny coming.
Oh, that
up,
was
so
a whole
don't
lot
go
of
anywhere.
nothing.
Stay right here.
Like, yeah, no shits, bro. Like, doesn't make him look better though. Meow. 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 Why are you all so needy for attention? Hmm? I just gave you everything. Cleaned your toilet. I gave you water. I gave you food. And here you are again, whining. Okay. Tomorrow an attack again. Probably gonna lose again. Wonderful. Trying to find another good debate or something. Something interesting, you know?
To be clear, earlier when I asked you, can two people, sure, I'll repeat the question to you. Two people try to resolve a moral quandary. Two people have a moral question, and they come to the answer, and they have two different answers for it. But they both say that they've received revelation through God. How do you resolve that disagreement and figure out who's right and who's wrong? This is the problem with grounding your meta-ethics with divine revelation, and it's why presuppositionalism sucks.
Complete silence.
It's ultimately circular at a foundation that is inaccessible to external parties. Do you understand? Yeah, we discriminate all the time against all sorts of people for a variety of reasons, yeah. For instance, when I go to McDonald's, I'm discriminated against trying to go into the play place. They won't let me in because I'm too old.
But not black people. And God was not a homosexual or a coomer. Destiny, you're a stupid fat. Therefore...
Tonight we're bringing you a special event.
That escalated.
Destiny and Kristen Haggard.
Okay,
They're
I'm
going
on
to be
board. Let's
debating
go.
The Great Reset. It's a debate we've all been kind of looking forward to. I'm going to bring each one out individually. There's going to be between 7 and 10 minute opening statement from Tristan Haggard.
Hey, that's
He's
fucking
been,
Stellaris in the background.
Wanting
Get
to make
it.
sure that he can get his position across. I'm going to start with Tristan. How you doing tonight, Tristan?
What's up, guys?
So should I just
Oh,
refer
no.
to you as
Fuck.
Tristan PhD, 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 PhD? Is it?
Well, there's 7 PhDs, but I mean, you could whatever. I mean, I'm
What was I
actually
making?
decided my pronouns today. I mean, my pronouns might not even be YouTube friendly, so I'm not gonna make you call me by my actual pronouns.
Okay.
You can just call me Tristan. That's fine.
And of course we have Destiny. How you doing tonight, Destiny? It's good to see
Hey,
you
I'm
again.
doing great. I'm excited for tonight.
Yeah, me too. Hello, Destiny's chat. You might remember me, BPF. We've gone a couple of rounds ourselves. We're gonna let Tristan go ahead and open. Tristan, if you want to do that, floor is yours.
Cool. Just to clarify, is there going to be like a specific format for the debate? We're gonna have like timed responses, anything like that?
Guys, we'll essentially open the floor up after you get through your opening. Destiny, you'll have his own opening, and we'll open the floor up for some back and forth for a little while. We may guide the conversation at some points if it starts to get a little too loose. We'll kind of tighten it up, but we'd like to see a good back and forth if we could.
Cool, for sure. Yeah. So there's not going to be like a formal debate where you have an opening statement and then
just the just the opening and
Just
then
have conversations, man. For the love of God, these debate bros drive me nuts. I just want to have like proper conversations.
He didn't know he was going to
Like an actual conversation. Here's the
It's like
topic.
I'm
Go.
being paid by the minute. At least that's what my people tell me. So, I mean, we'll drag this on as long as possible, and we'll milk this cow. All right, no, I'm joking. Cool. Shall I begin?
Yeah, begin.
Because in a conversation, right, somebody falls through the floor a lot faster than in a debate. Because in a debate, it's all structured and regimented, and you can have like your little talking points. But in a conversation, you're gonna fall through. You're gonna fall over a lot more quickly.
Right,
If your ideas are
proposed
completely
topic
nonsense.
Today is the Great Reset. Now, as I understand my opponent's position, his stated position is that there is no global Great Reset, and reorganizing after a crisis is a good thing. My position is clearly that there is a Great Reset. This is easily documented and very easily demonstrated. And the Great Reset is a PR term for a complete overhaul of our social, economic, political, and even biological realities. The 50th annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in June 2020, hosted and convened by Prince Charles of the British royal family, was named the Great Reset. Excuse me. The World Economic Forum is an international NGO started by Klaus Schwab in 1971. They promote the idea of public-private partnerships, language that was actually developed by the Rockefeller Foundation to normalize the fusion of corporations and industry with government, with the stated goal of, quote, engaging business, political, academic, and other leaders to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. So, this is the World Economic Forum's about page right here, where you can get information about who the World Economic Forum is, what their mission is, and what they do. So, Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, was published in 2020. Klaus Schwab, the leader of the World Economic Forum, the guy who started the World Economic Forum, says that the virus gives us a, quote, great opportunity, and the world must act jointly and swiftly to revamp all aspects of our societies and economies, from
Yeah, for the follow. Much appreciated.
education to social contracts and working conditions. The Great Reset is an open agenda.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Revolutionary, utopian,
Does that work
international
on anyone?
proposed by transnational stakeholders of global megacorporations, international banking, NGOs, big foundations, and billionaire philanthropists. Vague, loaded PR terms.
Oh,
are
come
used
on,
by
stupid
mass media
fucking-
to
thank
market
you.
this emergent technocratic overhaul that is utopian and revolutionary in its nature. Those PR terms include the new normal. These are all terms that are used by these people. These aren't terms that I'm just making up. The Fourth Industrial Revolution, another term. The green recovery, the green economy, based on stakeholder capitalism, or a, quote, circular economy, and the sharing economy within a smart society of smart cities will be the new normal, right? So the World Economic Forum on their website publishes much of this stuff. There are thousands of articles on the website from the World Economic Forum. They represent essentially a global conglomerate of corporations that promote this idea of public-private partnerships. Prince Charles actually framed this global Great Reset as a wartime, quote, military-style campaign and Marshall-like plan, end quote. for the transformation of all aspects of our lives steamrolled in under the excuse of the COVID-19 crisis into a permanent wartime global response to the climate crisis. All right, so the use of COVID-19 to usher this in, and then the pivot to using all these same measures to fight the climate crisis is essentially what the openly stated goal of the Great Reset is, according to the World Economic Forum. So the complete overhaul of the social, economic, political, and biological realms being enacted openly and internationally as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and so-called climate crisis by the WEF, who entered a, quote, strategic partnership with the UN in 2019. Right, so they entered a strategic partnership
forgot how
with the
much I
UN,
needed.
which is open public knowledge. This is a global partnership moving towards
Every
global
time.
governance. All right, the IMF, the World Bank,
5
politicians,
stone,
transnational
3 rope,
corporations, and even religious
gets
leaders,
forward.
including the Pope, have publicly advocated for this sweeping global reform agenda of utopian technocratic management of people and resources. So, the Pope, in a 43,000 word long encyclical published in September 2020, Pope Francis, this is a quote from the World Economic Forum, put his stamp on efforts to shape what's been termed a great reset of the global economy in response to the devastation of COVID-19. So this is not just a social movement, it's not just a political movement, it's actually even a religious movement. So this global revolution, what Klaus Schwab calls the fourth industrial revolution, he wrote a book, it was published in 2016, got it right here, the fourth industrial revolution. This fourth industrial revolution is not just social, it's not just economic, it's not just political, but it's also biological in nature. Okay, it's a total revolution. Just like Huxley's final revolution, Aldous Huxley, who wrote extensively about such a revolution. And this is why
How do I manage
section
these?
of Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, which I got a copy of right here. Klaus
And they
Schwab's
just do that
book,
automatically to be honest.
entitled COVID-19, The Great Reset. The third section of this, the third section of this book says that this revolutionary overhaul will be a, quote, redefining of our humanness, end quote. Klaus's 2016 book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution, expanded on this concept and how this reset is ultimately a transhumanist transformation of man. Klaus said, quote, this revolution will lead to
it's a burn
fusion
machine.
of our physical, digital, and biological identity. Okay, this is a religious movement. It's not just a movement of the economy. It's not just a change in the way we we see the response to pandemics. This is essentially a revolutionary movement seeking to redefine humanity, as Klaus Schwab says. So it's a religious movement, and it's based on faith in scientism. It's a faith that has a creation myth, Darwinism. It's a faith with a priesthood, an exalted expert of technocracy. It's a faith with an eschatology about the perfected secular technocratic order emerging from the great
Make a
transformative
quick,
crisis
a
opportunity
quick
COVID-19
shield
and
if
the
I
climate
can.
crisis. It's a new covenant, a new social contract that seeks to redefine humanity and bring about a new smart transhuman. So I got a clip here from Klaus Schwab. Just gonna real quickly play a quick snippet here. I think you'll be able to hear this. It'll go through my microphone.
This is so cringe.
The fourth industrial revolution will impact our lives completely. It will not only change how we communicate, how we produce, how we consume, it will change actually us, our own identity. It will, of course, gives life to such policies and developments like smart traffic, smart government, smart cities. What we will.
So, again, this revolution, the Great Reset, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, that Klaus Schwab and company say that needs to be ushered in response to this, is about the redefining of humanity. Smart humans, smart cities, smart grid. This revolution is a push for a new, redefined, transformed man, as proposed and explored in Stanford Research Institute's 1974 research project and book entitled The Changing Images of Man, which begins with a quote from Yu Thant, a Burmese diplomat and the third Secretary General of the United Nations, giving a Malthusian call for global government in response to several crises. The quote is this: "I do not wish to seem overdramatic, but I could only conclude from the information that is available to me as Secretary General that the members of the
I
United
swear the
Nations have
crafting
past
takes
10
way too
years
fucking
left
long, dude.
in which to subordinate their ancient quarrels and launch a global partnership
Like,
to
get that shit in
curb
half.
conflicts, to improve the human environment and diffuse the
At least.
population explosion, and to supply the required momentum to development efforts. If such a global partnership is not forged within the next decade, then I very much fear that the problems I have mentioned will have reached such staggering proportions that they will be beyond our capacity to control. The changing images of man calls for a new global mythos."
This is exactly what I mean when I rather have conversations. This guy's just literally just reading something.
"To unite humanity and transform culture and man himself. The new man of the Great Reset is sold to us as a Superman, a Nietzschean Ubermensch who evolved beyond good and evil, transcending and evolving past his mythological, less evolved monkey and mouse ancestors, to build a revolutionary technocratic utopia where a digitally interconnected techno-biological fusion of humanity forms an internet of bodies." All right, that's a term from them, the internet of bodies. This type of superorganism in a Platonic republic was theorized by 18th century utopian revolutionary Henry Saint-Simon, who said, "Humanity should be ruled by a priesthood of industrial chiefs, much like Plato's philosopher kings, with men of science as the new priesthood, directing the spiritual vision of man who's no longer made in the image and likeness of God, but remade in the image and likeness of a machine." Bertrand Russell, heralded by many as a great philosopher and logician, articulated the worldview that justifies and drives this revolutionary fervor of scientism that the Great Reset is a result of. Russell assumes, like the technocrats of the Great Reset, that the problems of society stem from overpopulation. The climate crisis of the present-day elite is, of course, a rebranding of the Malthusian overpopulation mythos that Russell put his faith in. Man is viewed as an environmental toxin whose existence is detrimental to a deified nature. Right? Nature becomes deified. The prescription to fix the problem of man was, just like today, world government and the scientific management of man at every level. In his 1952 book, The Impact of Science on Society, Russell wrote that that we should see the crisis of man requiring a total overhaul, a great reset of the global order. He said, and this is a quote from Bertrand Russell, from The Impact of Science on Society, "A clear choice must be made within 50 years. The choice between, the choice between, excuse me, can you hear me?"
Yeah, we can hear you. I had to cut in a little bit, just to let you know you're at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my opening statement because I'm not even halfway through. So.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? This is what I mean, dude. This guy's been yapping.
I didn't know we were doing book review today. Okay.
Right?
It's
Yeah, so I'm gonna finish my opening statement at least. Like, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen after this. So I was told I could make an opening statement.
Yeah, for like not a half hour, bro.
The Impact of Science on Society. Russell wrote, "A clear choice must be made within 50 years. The choice between reason," and he capitalizes reason, "and death." He also capitalizes death. And by reason, I mean willingness to submit to law as declared by an international authority. Russell claimed that, quote, "The need for a world government, if the population problem is to be solved in any humane manner, is completely evident on Darwinian principles." Russell's 1931 book, The Scientific Outlook, defines man as purely material. It says that distinguishing mind and matter is a mistake. That's a quote from him. And he exalts the discoveries of Pavlov, along with Darwin, another one of the saints of Russell's religion of scientism, because his experiments provided a framework for subjecting the scientific law, what has hitherto been called voluntary behavior. Right? So Russell believed that human voluntary behavior is just subject to scientific law. Man is just a machine to be modified.
Thanks for the loot,
Right? So the
suckers.
smart city grid, social carbon credits, and the contact tracing initiated as COVID-19 crisis management are pure cybernetic Pavlovian behaviorism. His scientific outlook is openly religious in scope. Russell waxes poetic about a scientific worldview and says that the value of science as metaphysic belongs in another sphere. It belongs with religion and art and love, with the pursuit of a beatific vision, with the Promethean madness that leads the greatest men to strive to become gods. Right? So Bertrand Russell's worldview embodies this drive, this Promethean view, as he called it, to become gods. H.G. Wells, reared by T.H. Huxley, also known as Darwin's bulldog, the grandfather of eugenics, and depopulation advocate Julian Huxley, who co-founded UNESCO and the World Wildlife Fund, and the famed writer Aldous Huxley. Wells wrote several nonfiction books on the desire for a global technocratic government and the desire for a proper global crisis to initiate such a system. His 1928 manifesto, H.G. Wells called for a world commonwealth to, quote, be a world religion. Wells claimed that man's soul is no longer his own. It is, he discovers, a part of a greater being which lived before he was born and will survive him. So this idea of man as being just part of this greater organism of the great brotherhood of man that needs to be scientifically controlled, also proposed by H.G. Wells and many of the other modern thinkers of this revolutionary ideology that we see manifesting today in the Great Reset. So James H. Billington, he was the 13th Librarian of Congress. He taught history at both Harvard and Princeton. He wrote of the history and nature of the revolutionary spirit of the West that we're seeing now manifesting as the Great Reset and the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. Billington's book is a profound exploration of the faith of the revolutionaries, this Promethean journey of a will to power, as H.G. Wells and Bertrand Russell just spoke about. Billington's 1980 book is called Fire in the Minds of Men. Highly recommend that anybody interested in the history of revolutionary thought read that book. It is a very academic approach. It's James H. Billington.
Am I not making them? Am I not telling them to make at least one?
Professor at Harvard and Princeton. So in this book, he says that this faith is this faith of the revolutionaries is a religion. Here's a quote from his book, from the introduction to Fire in the Minds of Men. The origin of a faith, perhaps the faith of our time.
Okay, fine. Make two then.
Is what he's talking about here. Modern revolutionaries are believers, no less committed and intense than were the Christians or Muslims of an earlier era. What is new is the belief that a perfect secular order will emerge from the forcible overthrow of traditional authority. This inherently implausible idea gave dynamism to Europe in the 19th century and has become the most successful ideological export of the West to the world in the 20th century. All right, so there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of publicly available discussions, presentations, and even advertisement for the International Great Reset, as they've called it, and so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. These are world leaders openly advocating for this. It's not hidden. It's not a secret conspiracy. It's an open agenda. There are thousands of articles from the very people implementing this to overhaul our lives. They want to essentially bring in a new economic, social order. And this is not just an economic and social and political revolution. It's also biological and calls for a new social contract. That's what Klaus Schwab's a direct quote from Klaus Schwab. We need a new social contract. It's a new covenant. Okay, so it's being brought in under the excuse of the coronavirus pandemic. It's essentially a what Prince Charles called, quote, military-style campaign and a Marshall-like plan, end quote, to restructure our social, economic, political, and biological lives in response to a crisis that is framed to the masses in a way that makes it perpetual and even unwinnable. The war,
bro, my fucking eyes glazed over like a long time ago. This guy needs to wrap it up.
Against an invisible, ill-defined, and constantly transforming enemy like global health and climate change is what's ushering in this great reset. There's no endpoint, there's no victory proposed, just the constant need for more control over and more transformation of man. The great reset is to be implemented through private-public partnerships, a PR term for basically global corporate governance. This technocratic reset includes, but isn't limited to, a rapid wartime mobilization towards a global government, a centrally planned global economy, and a new social contract. Okay, so I'll go ahead and just summarize this last section here. Almost done, don't worry. The centrally planned global economy that Klaus Schwab calls for, a new economic system of stakeholder capitalism. Okay, this is a new economic system sold to us using terms like zero growth, net zero.
Wait, who the fuck am I supposed to talk to?
The sharing economy.
Ah, the wrong fucking elder.
It's a global economy built around digital identity and social credits, carbon credits. It's being proposed and it's being marketed to save the planet and to save us and to bring about equality and all these things that sound good. When you actually look at what these people are looking to implement, we have no say in this. We have no real rights under this system. And this is being endorsed by global leaders, including the Pope. Excuse me.
Want to buy
Pope
horses.
Francis endorses this economic overhaul and the Great Reset by blessing the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, an initiative founded by Lady Lynn Forrester the Rothschild. This council includes Bank of America, BP, Johnson & Johnson, Salesforce, Visa, and tons of other partners, including the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, and the UN Special Envoy for Climate Finance. Okay, global governance includes a standardized international digital ID as proposed by the ID 2020 organization, which Klaus Schwab saw as a cornerstone of his fourth industrial revolution that would bring a, quote, fusion of our physical, digital, and biological identity. So your DNA will be your data. The Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies, Smart City Grid are all built upon this concept of global digital ID. Okay, the centrally planned economy, global digital ID, this is all a redesigned social contract, the new redesigned social contract that the World Economic Forum called for long before the COVID crisis catalyzing event. And it's designed to function within a framework of the fourth industrial revolution of digital identity and global citizenship in a new economy. Humanity is just expected to embrace this complete totalitarian reset of every aspect of our lives and what Klaus Schwab calls a redefinition of our humanness, a redefining of our fundamental beliefs of who we are, how we should live, and the meaning of our lives. This new normal is revolutionary, technocratic, and utopian in vision. It's actually a global
Bro, this ain't a summary.
biosecurity
This is just
surveillance
you reading
that defines
everything.
humanity and humans as environmental toxins, as bipedal bioweapons, to be treated like cattle that can and should be tracked, traced, and controlled via digital behaviorism through the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies. It's a new normal of behavior modification through global corporate governance and digitized Pavlovian training. Right? You're basically Pavlov's dogs. It's a new normal of biological and brain modification even through big pharma and big tech. Klaus Schwab told Time magazine that, quote, the fourth industrial revolution is that it's not a revolution. It's a system. I'm sorry, it's not a product revolution. It's a system revolution. It's a revolution of all the systems that we live in. Right? The product of that new system is a new man, actually a transhuman. The Great Reset is openly touted as a social, economic, political, biological, and even a religious revolution. This Great Reset is not only undesirable, it's inherently dehumanizing. This revolutionary faith assumes man is an automaton, a beast to be controlled. It transforms man, who from the Orthodox Christian perspective is made in the image and likeness of God, transforms him into an animal that's inherently bad for a deified and mythologized nature, an animal that must be controlled, tracked, traced, and reduced in number for the greater good, a materialist good, defined by a self-proclaimed belief, the stakeholders who will eat the steaks while the masses eat bugs and GMO soy kibble rations. It's based on false premises of a dehumanizing religion of revolution, a faith in materialism and humanism that exalts man as the measure of all things, who can, through his will to power, create a perfected global society. St. Eugene Popovich, his critique on
This
European
guy's still not
humanism,
done.
described this evolutionary so-called Superman and said, quote, in all respects, this is a man without God and without a soul. In other words, a godless and soulless man, a robot. A robot is a robot by its non-recognition of either God or the soul. After killing God and the soul within himself,
Christians.
the European man has been gradually committing suicide over the last several decades, for suicide inescapably accompanies deicide. The Great Reset is undeniably real. It's an open agenda, publicly declared, that intends to restructure all of human culture, human behavior, and human biology. We should reject this revolution and the fundamental assumptions that it's built on. There we go. Sorry, went a few seconds over there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Destiny, I'm gonna give you equal time to
He won't
respond
need it.
to that.
Yeah, and just so he knows, you have like 25 minutes, so,
Right.
and Destiny, take your time.
Yeah, I just, honest to God, I just want to get to the back and forth. But I guess if I got a lot of time to talk, I'll just to lay this out. So Typically, when people lay out what would be referred to as a conspiracy theory, what we typically do is we lay out like a collection of vague or imprecise statements or a collection of facts that are indeed true. But then what we do is we do a lot of work behind the scenes to kind of weave this web that brings it all together into some sort of like malicious, horrible thing. Similar to like a teenager that might think that his parents are, you know, plotting against him to destroy his life. You know, why do my parents tell me that I can't go out late? It's because they don't want me to have a social life. Why did my parents take my computer games or my Switch from me? Because they don't want me to hang out with my friends online. They want me to be a loser. Why do my parents, you know, like make me do all these stupid things at school? Like I just want to go out and do like these more fun things. You take this collection of facts, and then based upon your kind of like preconceived notions of how the world works, you're able to spin a story of these aren't a group of people that are concerned with your well-being. These are a group of people that want to destroy your entire life. So typically the way that I tend to approach the breakdown of these types of ideas is we have to go through the particular examples of what it is you're saying is being done during the Great Reset to see if we can find some of these more nefarious or treacherous ideas or things or policies or proposals at least or ideas at least, and then see are these actually as bad as we say they are. I notice that there's a lot of buzzwords being used in here. We've got stakeholder capitalism. The concept of stakeholder capitalism, to my understanding, is not really that bad. The idea is that all of us have a stake in the well-being of our big corporations and our countries that these corporations inhabit. Therefore, those corporations ought to be beholden to the people that power them, namely the citizens of the countries that have these corporations. I don't think that those things are necessarily, you literally just read a book for like 25 minutes, okay? You can do this for like 2 minutes, okay? Don't worry, okay? I don't think that these concepts are...
The guy's a PhD, man. He did literally read a book for like 25 minutes, and then 2 minutes into it, he starts laughing and snickering. How about you have a little modicum of respect for your fellow human beings?
necessarily bad.
I know. People probably, in general, don't treat you with a lot of respect because, well, you're advocating the Great Reset. I mean, yeah. Okay.
I think that using buzzwords like this to try to say that, like, oh my God, like there's some eugenics program or, you know, Darwinian evolution of capitalists, blah, 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 blah. It's all boring at the end of the day. I'm kind of looking for, as we go through this, because I didn't hear a single proposal that was actually bad. I just heard what amounted to basically like a 4-star Amazon review of a book. So, yeah, if we want to get into it, I'm really curious, like, what is, we visited these 3 words a lot. A socioeconomic, a political, and a biological change or reorganization of people going forward into the future. I'm curious, like, what is an example of, like, a policy that is being proposed by the Great Reset proponents or something that we think is a bad idea or is going to harm society going forward?
Oh, is that supposed to be a question?
Yeah, I can write it out with a question mark if you need.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Well, Well, first of all, I mean, you made a lot of false equivalent statements there.
I can't see shit.
Characterizing what I just laid out as some sort of conspiracy theory, that's a straw man. You're tearing down a straw man of a conspiracy theory, which I'm not proposing. What I'm saying is that the global Great Reset is an open agenda that anybody can read about. You can read.
Sorry. Proposaling. Yeah, that's not a word. Not a word. He said proposaling.
Saying is that the global straw man of a conspiracy theory, which I'm not proposing. What I'm saying is that the global Great Reset theory, which I'm not proposing. What I'm
He literally says proposaling. Yo, a PhD says proposaling. PhD in what? Being alive? Because granted, you are alive. You mean proposing? I had to look it up, dude. I was like, no way. Is that a word? I gotta. There's what the fuck, bro? Proposaling.
Saying is that the global
Okay, dude.
Great Reset is an open agenda that anybody can read about. You can read Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, which actually proposes that we redefine our very
not proposal,
humanity.
is this?
So you think it's a good idea to redefine our humanity? Or you're not even here? My argument's not even worth listening to. You just walk away.
Just give me a second.
Destiny has left the room.
No, he's coming back. Give him a second.
Let's get a beer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. So my question was, I just wanted one policy, but I know you're about to ramble for like 20 minutes about. I just want a policy or something. I don't need like all of this. You just did this for like 20 minutes. I'm just curious, like what's an
No,
example?
excuse me. You didn't even listen to what I just said.
I listened to like half of
it,
it, and I can guess the other half.
You walked away from. Oh, you can guess the other half. Yeah. All right. So Destiny, you think that all the policies promoted by the Great Reset are good ideas? Yeah.
Probably
You
not
think these
all.
are
There's
great
probably a
ideas?
great deal that I disagree with.
So you think stakeholder capitalism is a good idea? Can you go ahead and tell me what's good about stakeholder capitalism?
When I hear people talk about stakeholder,
I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna show you off for the camera.
You just asked me a
You
question.
cool with
I'm
that?
sorry,
She's
my
definitely
bad.
not cool with that, by the way.
You have to let him respond.
No, he didn't finish. He didn't finish.
Destiny does get to respond. Tristan,
I didn't finish
Tristan,
asking the question. I haven't asked the question yet.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2
Let
minutes.
me ask
2
the
minutes.
question.
Ooh, 2
All right,
minutes.
so Destiny claims that stakeholder capitalism is a good idea, and that it's basically giving Destiny a say in what major global corporations do.
But you're such a cutie.
How do you think you're going to have a say in what stakeholders are doing with these
Yes,
global
you
mega
are.
corporations who are going to set policy for you and how you live? How will you have a say in
That's all
that?
I ask.
What is a stakeholder? What do you mean when you
Every
say
now
that?
and then, let me pick you up.
You're the one who said it's a good idea.
I just asked you.
least
Hold on,
say
wait,
whatever
hold on, wait.
shit.
Oh my God, hold on. Just 'cause I
Every
deal with
now
a lot
and
of
then.
like schizophrenic people in my community and shit, so it's like this is gonna drive me crazy.
minutes.
I'm just asking you a question. I don't need you to give me a speech or
I'm
ask me
good.
20
But, like-
questions when I ask you a question. I'm just
so-
asking you
so-
simply like, what is a stakeholder?
What is a
Luna.
stakeholder?
Yeah.
Is an ill-defined concept that Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum propose for this new global economic system.
Okay.
Stakeholders, they say, are the planet. Hey, shut up and let me finish. They say that the stakeholders are the planet, you, the people, right, as well as these global corporations, heads of corporations, and the shareholders. So stakeholders are the planet as well as the global population. Right? How are you going to be a stakeholder in this? These are ill-defined terms.
You
They
just
don't even
said,
define
yeah,
it.
so you keep saying, how am I going to be a stakeholder in this? I'm a member of the planet, right? So I am a stakeholder.
You're a member of the planet. And what is the planet?
What?
Are we doing flat Earth as well, this debate? I don't know how
No,
much I
you're
signed
a
up for.
member of the planet.
I mean, I'm a human being.
Yeah, we
I
live on planet Earth.
Okay, so, okay, fuck.
We have
I
a
to do
vested
this.
interest in making
Hold
sure
on,
things
so
go
let
well
me-
on planet Earth.
Of the planet.
Because I'm a human
Please
being and I
define.
live on this planet. So let me just talk for a second, okay?
Yeah,
Um,
you're a human being.
You have to give him a chance.
Okay.
You have to give him a
Yeah,
chance,
it's fine.
Tristan.
Do you want to add anything more to this? So just so you know where I'm going, because I'm not trying to ambush you. It seems like you don't know what a stakeholder is versus like a shareholder. Now I'm about to explain that. I'll give you one
They
more
don't even
opportunity.
explain. The World Economic Forum itself does not even
Okay.
explain what a stakeholder
That's
is.
great.
It's a loosely defined term that they can redefine as they choose.
Did he just shh?
Okay.
Just like a green economy. What is a green economy?
Bro.
What is a green recovery? These are ill-defined terms that can always be shifted.
Well, to help put us back on track,
Okay, well,
answer his
yeah,
question.
no,
and
we're-
give us what in the regular definition of what a stakeholder
Wait, here,
in
yeah,
the regular economy is.
I'll explain this. So the concept is that you have shareholders and then you have stakeholders. Now, traditionally, the fiduciary responsibility of a company is to the shareholders. A shareholder is somebody that owns equity in a business, or maybe has loan money. But generally, like a shareholder is somebody that owns a part of a business. Now, the problem, though, is that businesses that are only responsible to shareholders have negative impacts sometimes on other people that are impacted by that business. So for instance, let's say that we have a business that handles, I'll use an example like toxic waste or something, right? Now you might be a shareholder in that company. However, it might be the case that there is a town that you dump that waste in. Well, in a way, these guys are kind of stakeholders in the company. So a stakeholder, my understanding of what a stakeholder is stakeholders are typically people that are impacted by the activities of a business. So like the stakeholders are typically much larger than the shareholders of a company. And if a company doesn't have to be concerned about the stakeholders of a company, but only the shareholders of a company, you have problems where the incentives are misaligned such that a company can do things that dramatically enriches the shareholders, but ends up fucking over a lot of the stakeholders. That's the problem. So we can talk about like internal shareholders for a company. Like an employee, for instance, is going to be a stakeholder. I think I might have say stakeholder. An employee might be a stakeholder because you work at a company, but you don't really have shares in the company, right? And an external stakeholder might be maybe somebody that is like a customer to a business, or it might be like a town that a business like operates in.
Bro, imagine having to explain what a stake versus what a share is to a PhD, bro. Holy shit.
So when somebody says that we need stakeholder capitalism, my understanding is that rather than having these mega large corporations fucking over the entire planet and burning everything down and taking everything for themselves and enriching just the people that are rich enough to have a share of the company, stakeholder capitalism says, well, hold on. These companies need to act in a way that benefits all of the different groups that they impact as well.
Yeah. And who defines who defines what's good? Who defines what's good for the planet? You think you're going to have a say in that? How are you going to have a say in that?
How am I going to have a say in that? Well, so when the government... you're not going to let me answer. You're just going to keep rambling? Is that...
I'm trying to finish my question.
No, you're not finishing a question. You're asking a question you're steamrolling after to give the impression that you have like more authority in the conversation than you do. Actually, I'm just going to talk over you, okay? So you're asking me, how do you have any impact on a corporation?
Tristan,
talk over me and I want to clarify the question.
Tristan,
Oh my
I'm sorry,
God,
man.
dude.
I'm sorry I had to do that. I had to mute the mic. There's too much chaos. You have to chill out for just a second. If you ask a question, you've got to give them a chance to respond to it, man. Just give them a chance to respond to it.
Finish formulating the question.
Okay, finish formulating the question.
In your stakeholder capitalism, which you say is so great, how will you have a say in what is good for the planet, and what is good for society, and what is good for the stakeholders, which you obviously identify with?
It's called
You
voting.
think you're a stakeholder. So how are you going to be putting in your 2 cents on how this is to be implemented, on how we determine what's good for the planet?
Gotcha. So the way that we do this is legislatively. Oftentimes, Congress will write legislation that will have an impact on the way that businesses operate. As a stakeholder in how these businesses operate, you have some input when you elect people to Congress or to your state or local governments
Now,
for how
where
you want
was
these
I?
types of things negotiated. So an example of this
No,
might
let this
be
thing-
as part of the negotiations for large multilateral trade
Over here or
agreements.
something.
Might
you
be.
okay?
So you're just gonna speculate on how you might, in a hypothetical situation, have a say in this.
Okay, I'll tell you how you have a say in this then. When
How do you-
so it can be through protesting, for instance. So
Through
all
protesting, okay, yeah, you're gonna protest.
Can you
you're
tell me
gonna
what
have a say
happened
in
to the
what
Keystone?
happens.
Can you tell me what happened to the Keystone Pipeline or the Dakota Pipeline? I didn't think so. So shut the fuck up, right? You can have impacts over what goes on in your environment. There have been massive projects that have been canceled. Can I finish a single thing?
Oh my God, you said a naughty word. I'm just gonna go leave now.
There have been massive
PhD,
projects that
bro.
have been
Holy
canceled
shit.
because of either protests or because of people directly
sound like you're
influencing
about
their leaders, their elected leaders.
And Soisberg out. the
I'm
whole
not
time.
Soisberging, dude.
please, bro.
You've talked like 10 times as
not
much as me.
spurting. He's trying to answer the question.
Yeah.
For outsiders watching, let him finish the answer, and then you
He's
guys.
not
have a
answering
back
the question. He's giving.
I
false
just gave you-
equivalences that
You,
Stop using
Yeah, but-
debate bro terms, bro. We're not like gonna. This is a false equivalent. You've done it. You've engaged in a level 4 straw man. Like, dude, chill. Be a human being, okay?
No, you don't believe in logical fallacies.
I believe in logical fallacies, but when I'm talking to another human being and I'm not trying to win a debate on Reddit, I usually just say like, "Hey, bro, you said this thing. I think it's not right." That's usually how I talk. But if
That's
you
what
want,
you
we
do.
can
You-
employ
you-
like the
you've been-
language
you've
of
been
fucking
insulting.
like philosophy and try to say like,
You've
"Oh, well,
been
actually, you've
insulting. Yeah,
engaged
no,
in
I
a level
I
3
would
false
prefer-
equivalency, and
I
the
would
propositional
prefer-
logic doesn't necessarily follow deductively. If we would actually analyze
Yeah.
this, like."
I would much prefer that we had perhaps timed responses, so
and
that
that's
each one
fine.
of us.
We can do 2 minutes.
Yeah, we can do that. But when you ask a
Oh
question,
God, dude,
Tristan,
you just
at
can't.
least
I
give
don't
your
want to have a
opponent
conversation.
15
Is essentially what this
Give
guy
him
is
a
saying.
time to answer the
Okay,
question.
let's
I'm just
do.
pointing out.
I vote for this. This is, by the way, now I'm a stakeholder in the show, and now I'm going to vote on the show to have input. Okay, there's an example. I vote that we move to time response then, because this guy can't handle back and forth.
Okay,
all right?
we're gonna do 1 minute timed responses starting now. We'll start with you, Destiny.
Go ahead.
I don't even know what. Oh, so the example was, how do we have
We know you
inputs
don't.
on what thing? Was it whose? Is your name Destiny too? Did I?
Yeah, no,
Am I-
it's
okay.
time.
All
Man.
right, my
He's
bad.
got
Holy
1
shit,
minute.
I got mind fight. I thought my twin was here. Okay, so the way that we have input is through either protesting. So, for instance, there.
I vote we have 10 responses. Immediately starts talking. Bro. Yo, 37 minutes in, this PhD looks like a fucking dumbass.
Been 3 major pipeline things that have been canceled in the United States,
Holy
or it might
fucking
be through
shit,
our
dude.
elected officials. For instance, the TPP largely died under Obama because it didn't have very much support legislatively because people weren't too keen on being involved in the TPP. But even as an example of the TPP, if it would have passed, part of the provisions of the TPP was that while you were negotiating
Oh, fuck.
certain
Strap?
types
Ugh.
of provisions,
Oh,
like what
this
does
is
labor have to
fucked.
look like overseas, part of the people that had a seat at that conversation were local labor unions. For instance, like the AFL-CIO had direct input on this legislation saying, hey, hey, if we're going to have people in Vietnam manufacturing stuff for us, they need to have these rules and restrictions to make sure that we're competitive. That's an example of being a stakeholder in other businesses, and it's an example of how we can achieve something that legislatively.
All right.
You're
Okay,
up.
cool. So that was a non-answer and completely ancillary to what we're actually talking about here. This has nothing to do with AFL-CIO. This has nothing to do with the TPP. We're talking about the model of stakeholder capitalism as proposed by the World Economic Forum in this new system,
I was
the
looking at
systemic
Runting.
overhaul of our lives that is encompassed
was
by
it
the
Gopher?
Great Reset. So the Great Reset, as Klaus Schwab says, is a fusion of our digital and biological identities. Right? So this means that your data is going to be your DNA. You're going to be redefined. Your humanity will be redefined. Do you think that's a good idea to redefine humanity? And do you think you're going to have a stake in this redefinition of humanity that Klaus Schwab proposes in COVID-19, the Great Reset?
All right. So, do you think it's a good idea to redefine humanity? I mean, I guess we redefine humanity all the time. I don't know what the question. I don't know how to respond to that.
I don't redefine humanity.
Can I
all the
finish?
time.
And can I finish?
Yeah, he's still
Jesus
got
fucking
40 seconds.
Christ. So when you say, do you think it's a good idea to redefine humanity? I need like an example of like, here is a way that we redefined humanity that would probably be bad. So for instance, historically, it was assumed that once your heart stopped, you were dead, right? Well, now we found ways to restart people's hearts. Now you're considered dead when your brain activity has ceased for some point of time. Does that count as redefining humanity? If that's the case, I would consider that to be a good redefinition of humanity. I don't want to bring up like slavery and black people being considered humans because I don't know where you stand on that. That might open all other kind of worms. But in general, I don't think redefining humanity is always a bad idea. We're doing it right now in the United States as we wrestle over what the abortion laws should or shouldn't be. That's an example of redefining humanity. When you say, will you have a stake in this? Yeah, I have a vote. I vote for people that I believe in, and hopefully, and I have a voice on a platform that I can talk to people, and hopefully I share my beliefs, and then hopefully that has some influence at the end of the day of how these play out legislatively. And then I will ask you a question, because you keep saying this. You keep using this term, fusing our digital and biological identities. What do you mean when you say that?
So this is not my quote. This is a quote from Klaus Schwab. You believe that the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Great Reset are inherently good, right? You believe that they're good. You think those are all swell ideas. It's funny because I came in here to actually have like a discussion and a debate.
Clearly not.
Right? Now a debate is going to assume that both parties are willing to change.
Discussion was never an option for this guy.
Bring arguments, and both parties actually
That's a
have
lie.
a perspective. Now it seems to me like you come into this debate just to debate. It doesn't seem like you actually care about a position. Doesn't seem like you actually care about my position at all, which is why you completely tune out several of my responses. So you say that this is all great, this is all a good idea, right? You ask me, what is the fusion of the digital and biological, and let me get the exact quote from Klaus Schwab.
Fusing
here.
our digital and biological identities. What does that mean? That's my
Ask
question.
me, what is let me find the full quote from Mr. Klaus Schwab here. And again, this isn't my worldview. This is Klaus Schwab's worldview.
Well, but it's the one that you're attacking. How could you not know the worldview that you just spent like 25 minutes laying out as horrible? You said this, you uttered this phrase like 5 times. Fusing our digital and biological identities.
Excuse me. No, I didn't say I don't understand the worldview. I gave a 25-minute exposition of what this worldview is, the revolutionary worldview and the revolutionary faith that it's based upon materialism, humanism, and this revolutionary guiding spirit that we see pushing the Great Reset. I just gave a 25-minute presentation on exactly that. So to say I don't understand the worldview here, here's the quote, Klaus Schwab talking about the fusion of our digital, of our physical, digital, and biological identity. So let me just pull this up here. And we
To
can
be
play
clear,
this
you don't
for
know what this is. You have to go find the quote,
forward.
right? Okay.
Excuse me?
To be clear, you don't know what that means. Fusing our digital and biological identities. You just think it's bad, but you don't know what it is. Just
No, I
making
didn't
sure
say
we're
I don't
understanding.
know what it means. I didn't
Well, then
say I
why do you
don't
need
know
to
what
go
it
and find the
means.
quote? Why can't you just tell me in your own words what it means?
Here, why don't you? All right, listen. Can you slow down for a second?
Go and play.
Take
You've
a
talked
sip
4
of
times
your-
as much as me, my dude. I'm sorry if I'm moving too quickly for you.
Okay, just listen. You can listen to Klaus Schwab tell you exactly what he's talking about here, and tell me what you think he means, because you think this is just a swell idea.
I'm
You
not
think
here to
this is-
debate Klaus Schwab. I'm here to
Oh,
debate
you're not here to
Tristan.
debate?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not
Well,
here
I'm
to debate
debating
Klaus
Klaus
Schwab. I'm here to talk to you, dude.
You're here debating for Klaus Schwab's ideas that you don't even understand. So you think this is all great, but you don't even understand the ideas. You're clearly not actually here to debate. You don't actually understand the topic
so
at
you
all.
can't. Okay, so
And you're not even here debating in good faith. But
You do.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll let you hear Klaus Schwab himself give you the exact quote that you were asking about. So here it is. Okay, you ready to listen? You gonna keep your headphones on this time? You gonna stay and listen?
Dude, Click the play button. Shut the fuck up and click the play button.
I hope we get this other guy. The
I'm
Klaus,
not
this
sure
Klaus
if he's
Schwab guy
listening.
sounds like an interesting dude. Maybe I should just talk to him next time instead of like his proselytizer or whatever.
Okay, so.
Wait, you're actually playing me a video? Holy shit. I'm sorry.
You want to hear the quote, right? You
Oh,
wanna
he's just
actually
giving
hear-
you the quote from the video.
It's my bad. I understand. That was my bad.
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities. When I wrote the book, I started to write it for years ago. It was published 3 years ago. It was sold very interesting over 1 million times in the world. And what is interesting is that 800,000 copies, more than 800,000 copies of those 2 million were sold in 3 countries alone: China, Japan, and South Korea. You may be interested. Who was the biggest?
This needs to be made now. I need it. Or I can't start on that.
At the same time,
They made the Soviet yet? They have, right?
the Korean military.
So again, the idea of transhumanism has been used, has been proposed by militaries. You have DARPA, very interested in transhumanism, in the fusion of the digital, biological,
Comes in stacks of 3.
physical, digital, and biological identities, right? So the idea of transhumanism, human augmentation. You have the Ministry of Defense from the UK with a recent white paper, human
Okay, can I
augmentation.
make a quick request?
The dawn of a new phenomenon. All right, look, if you're just gonna interrupt,
You're like
every
playing
time-
videos and rambling. I just want to be like really concise.
No,
here.
I'm not playing videos and rambling. First of all, that's not what I'm doing. I'm
You're-
actually making an argument.
So you're not. I'm not asking you for an argument. I just wanted a definition.
Hold on. No, this is a debate, and we're here to make arguments. I know you're not actually here to debate. I know you're not actually here in good faith. You've actually. You've actually let him probe the position.
Tristan, he's asking for a point of clarification.
Yeah, I'm literally just asking. Because I don't. You're right. Okay, I don't know what the fuck we're debating right now. I am lost, and so I'm asking you, Tristan.
So why would you come to a debate when
I'm
you have no
asking
idea? You're gonna
because I
debate
didn't realize how
ideas.
I didn't realize how out of my league I was. This Klaus guy is hit me with some big thoughts, so I'm asking you for guidance.
Cool,
okay?
okay.
Now you're telling me that this guy is saying he wants to fuse our digital and biological identities. I don't know if I should be scared of that or not. So I'm asking you, Tristan. Can you tell me
I'm
what the
not
fuck does
sure
that mean?
Should we be scared of that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Well,
Like,
you're telling
these-
me that it's not, so I'm asking you, why is it not? What is it? That's all I'm asking.
Right, well, he's pointing to this transhumanist reality where we will be essentially using biosurveillance devices ubiquitously and what they call the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies. Right. So in the introduction, I'm sure you caught those terms. I used those about 4 times. So the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies are frameworks to connect all human organisms to the internet via surveillance devices that will be on us as well as inside of us, which is why Klaus Schwab says that the 4th Industrial Revolution will transform us. So it's an idea of transforming ourselves, human augmentation, transhumanism.
Okay.
So, I mean, this
So,
is essentially
so-
something that the military has been talking about for a long time. DARPA, the Ministry of Defense also like these ideas.
Okay. So would cell phones count as this, as surveillance devices, because they're devices that we keep on us at all times that like can keep track of our location, or?
And Klaus Schwab's talking about like implantable medical devices,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Can you
Like,
give me an
monitor
example?
devices.
Do these things exist?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of like an organization that's implanting these, or people that have gotten these that didn't opt in for them, or like, is there any example of this happening?
What are you asking? That didn't opt in for them?
No, yeah,
You're saying
like
forced?
Yeah, has this happened to people? Are there like
Is,
people
it,
being-
is that what it have to? It would have to be forced. I mean, nobody's being forced to have these implanted in them.
Well, if people are opting for like, if people are opting into something, then it doesn't seem like it's very conspiratorial. Then it just seems like people choose to do.
You're the
something
one who
that-
keeps saying that this is conspiratorial. Nobody said anything about a conspiracy. This is open.
Okay,
right? This is not a conspiracy.
Sorry,
This is
when
an
I'm
open-
sorry. When I said conspiratorial, I just meant like a there's a giant plan for something, not like fake. Okay, so I'm just
No, this isn't. This is open. It's being
Yeah.
planned. It's being promoted by the World Economic Forum, global
Okay.
corporations.
Yeah. So can you give me an example of like one of these biosurveillance devices that you don't think should exist?
Did I say they shouldn't exist? See, and again, you're trying to straw man my arguments.
I'm not.
make
Can you
fake
please
arguments.
stop using debate bro terms? I'm just
No,
asking questions. I don't even know what the fuck you believe. Wait, so you think these are
You don't
good
even-
things?
You're playing a sneaky little game here where you're not letting me actually explain.
This guy is like
my
psychotic.
position, I do explain my position at the very beginning. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have technology. My position is not that we shouldn't use cell phones, which you just tried to straw man, right? These are not debate rogue terms. These are actual logical fallacies. Do you believe that you can use logical fallacies in a debate? You
No.
came here to debate.
Okay, yes, hold on. Let's back up for a second, okay?
Do you believe that you can use logical fallacies in a debate?
Absolutely not. Okay, let's just.
Okay.
Wait, let's just.
So,
can we just wait? Can we
here's
just?
one example.
Hang on, hang on. You got your minute. You got your minute in. Let him respond to some of what
He
you
asked me a question, and I was going to answer the question.
Okay, we'll get back to it. I promise. Go ahead, Destiny.
Okay, I just want to pull back for a second and just chill. Okay, I'm just curious, Tristan. Like, what's like your favorite TV show? Like, do you like Game of Thrones or? Are you into?
I'm here to debate the Great Reset. I'm not here to play pretend friend. I'm not here to play weird
right
games.
now. This is
I'm here to actually debate.
Okay, yeah. So
I'm here to actually debate.
Okay.
So you want to completely derail and you want to talk about Game of Thrones?
Okay. One of two things.
You just want to admit that you're completely out of your element, like you said earlier, and that you didn't even come here to debate.
Okay. So usually I do this analysis post debate, but so right now one of two things is happening. Okay. Either
You
one.
have no arguments.
Yeah, so either one, you are actually like experiencing psychosis right now, and you've completely broken from reality, in which case nothing I say is going to get through to you. Nothing you say is going to get through to me. Or two, you're just somehow just got off on the wrong foot. You're very emotionally invested in this argument, or I'm too emotionally invested, and we're literally not connecting on anything
I
we're
couldn't
saying.
care less. I'm here to actually debate. I'm here to actually debate.
But
not
you're
throw
not
straw man out. You're describing.
Okay, you're not debating. No, we're not debating right now. Okay, I don't
You're
even
debating.
know. I don't even
You're
know
here
what
to
your
debate.
I don't know what your position is on anything because every time
I stated my position for 25 minutes at the beginning.
you didn't. You just stated you stated this Klaus guy's position that you explicitly said you disagree with.
You want me to state it again?
Okay, so I'm asking you for a very simple. I'm just a simple question. Okay, so you now maybe
You're going to shift and change it to something else now.
No,
You're not even
I'm not.
debating.
I'm not changing. I'm
PhD,
going
ladies and
back to
gentlemen.
the question I asked earlier. 'Cause
Well, why don't you just call me psychotic again?
Does that go for these days in America?
I said the second
80K?
option is maybe we're just like
Yeah,
too heated.
Why don't you just call me some names and then tell me that you don't want to debate again?
Hang on. Let him talk for a second, man.
All I'm
Let him talk.
asking is, okay, so the biosurveillance thing. I'm not No, we haven't even gotten to the field. There are no goalposts yet. Okay, I don't even know how to score in this conversation. All right. So
Yeah, because you won't let the conversation actually get started.
Conversations are two-way streets. We have to be able to understand each other's points and then respond to those points. Okay.
Dude, if this was a formal debate, you lost 3 minutes into it, man. This is you're throwing out ad hominems, making false equivalent statements. You're using every logical fallacy you can get your hands on, and you're refusing to actually debate. Do you have a question?
This guy's living in a different
Ask it,
reality.
and you keep interjecting. All right, can I ask it?
Ask a question.
Okay, so my question is a short two-parter, is what is biosurveillance? Like, or you kind of answer that, but like, what is an example of like a biosurveillance device that you're opposed to? And then two, do you think that biosurveillance is even a good or bad
I'll do
thing?
one at a time, right? We'll do one at a time.
Yeah,
So what is a biosurveillance device? Did I say that I'm inherently opposed to biosurveillance devices? No.
Okay.
No. So again, you're trying to straw man an argument that
How am I straw manning you when I'm
Bro, he's
asking-
literally
okay,
asking you, are you? Oh my god. No, I'm not. You're trying to straw man. Wait, but you just answered the question. What the fuck, bro? This guy's a PhD? This just shows, man. If you know how to parrot something, you can get very far in this world. You're still a moron, but you can get very far in this world.
I just keep going. How am I straw manning you when I'm
You know-
asking a
you know what a
question?
straw man
How am I
is?
straw
You know-
manning you when I'm asking a question?
You tried to claim that I said that these shouldn't exist.
I'm sorry, but when you mention these as a bunch of like kind of bad things, it sounds like you say they shouldn't exist. But that's why I'm asking you clarifying questions. I'm not here to straw man you. I can just shut the stream off and just straw man you, or I can shut this off and just straw man you. I'm not trying to straw man you. That's why I'm asking you a question. Okay?
You're not trying to debate either. Right.
No, because we haven't gone to the debate
He
yet.
just
Because
wants to clarify.
Yeah, I
Just
don't even know what the
clarify.
fuck you believe about any of these things. Okay, so
I just gave you a 25-minute introduction. Did you not hear my introduction?
I heard it, but you didn't say. Yeah, because you didn't say anything. That's why I'm trying to get
I
to the
didn't say
meat of
anything,
something.
but do you want me to do my introduction again? And
Please,
then we just
no,
close
dude.
this
It was
out?
the first time was
Christ,
fucking
no.
murder
Please,
already.
God, no. Okay.
Thank you.
All I'm asking you is like.
Yeah. All right, listen. Here's one example. Implantable living pharmacy could control body sleep-wake cycles. Project receives DARPA contract, that's the military, worth up to $33 million over 4.5 years. Northwestern University-led team of researchers has signed a cooperative agreement with the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency to develop a wireless, fully implantable device that will control the body's circadian clock, right? So wireless, so it's controlled externally, your circadian clock. So I'm sure you think you'll be a stakeholder in DARPA's wireless security, wireless implantable device that can control the body's circadian clock and the wake-sleep cycles. This is one example. There is a myriad of these. There are implantable microchip.
Didn't DARPA also have a division that went over like mind control, and they were like literally stare at goats? That one, the men who stare at goats. That movie. There's a lot of fantastical shit that the U.S. government spends money on. Right?
What's it called? Contraception.
Not just the U.S. government either.
Implantable microchip contraception. Let me just pull. All right, so.
Okay, can we just focus on this one thing instead of like?
No, you asked. I'm answering your question, dude.
We're
You
not
know,
gonna. We're just gonna keep rambling.
So here at the Washington Post.
Listen, you guys both did say you would have a 1 minute back and forth. It's fair to let him probe. He's just trying to flesh the position out. So
He doesn't want to hear the position. He's made it.
But I think he does. I think just give him a minute to flesh it out. Let him flesh it out so he understands it better. Go ahead, Destiny. You can flesh the position out. That's totally legitimate to do.
So in talking about this device, do you think this device is a good thing or a bad thing?
Do I think this is inherently good or bad that this exists? That's not my argument.
No, but he's just
The
asking
argument is not
for
that this device is good or bad. The argument is a comprehensive.
Tristan,
great
you're the
reset.
professional, and Tristan, Tristan, you're the professional in the room on this. You studied it. We're trying to figure out what your position is on it since you know so much about it. Take a position on whether it's good or bad. It's not a bad thing if you think it's bad, and it's not a bad thing if you think it's good.
The argument is not that an implantable microchip is a good or bad idea. This is one small aspect of the Great Reset, which is what we're here to debate, right? Now, you want to zoom in on one aspect? That's fine. We can talk about this. A microchip that is a remote control contraceptive device that's implanted under skins. Do I think this is a good or bad thing? From my position, right, I believe that morality is objective, right? So contraception, reproductive health services, abortion, we inherently think that this is a bad idea. Right, that we shouldn't be killing babies. We shouldn't be using contraception. Man is made in the image and likeness of God, and we are actually commanded to be fruitful and multiply. So this specific device, that is not my argument.
Of course, he's a religionist.
Argument, though, in this debate, and it does, and that is not actually important to this debate. The debate is about the comprehensive Great Reset.
Okay.
Right. So if you actually rewind and listen to my initial opening statement,
can I go a little bit? Can I
really quick?
If we're made in the image of God, God looks terrible.
Let me just try and help. So Destiny, this is what he's saying.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna broaden this and then I'll ask for him to clarify.
Okay, cool.
So Tristan, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not trying to straw man, escalate, whatever ad hominem. Okay. So this was my assumption of this conversation. Now maybe I wasn't paying attention well enough. Maybe I said okay. So it sounded to me like what you were saying is that there is a large force moving, both in large corporations and in governments and in these intergovernmental agencies and everything that are trying to enact or enforce on us this Great Reset. And in this Great Reset, they're trying to move humanity in a certain direction, socioeconomically, politically, biologically. They're trying to move us all in a certain direction. And it sounded like the way that you were talking about this is that this is probably not a good thing. So, for instance, earlier when you mentioned about redefining humanity, you made it sound like that was a bad thing. You don't want to redefine humanity. So my assumption is that you have this large migration of us into some area. And in order to migrate us, socioeconomically, politically, biologically, transhumanly, whatever, in order to migrate us there, there's going to be a whole subset of actions taken that are moving us in that direction. And my understanding is that you would be opposed to all of those minor actions because all of them lead to what would essentially be the Great Reset. So what I'm trying to ask is, what are some examples of these smaller actions that are being taken where you see that and you're like, that thing right there, that's a bad thing. It doesn't serve humans. It doesn't serve any of the greater good. That's just something that's being put in place to move us towards the Great Reset. That's an example of something malicious that's being undertaken by the government or by some large corporation that we should be fighting back against. That's what I'm probing you to try to figure out. What are those things?
You're just trying to state my position for me again. Now, I'm not here for you to make up a position for me. and then tear down that position. That's called a straw man, right? So you didn't actually listen to my introduction.
He didn't listen to what Disney just said. He was like literally asking him, "This is what I thought you were saying. So what are you actually saying?" "Oh, that's a straw man. That's not what I'm saying." Yeah, that's what I just asked. Like, this guy's no fucking. This guy is totally not listening. Yeah, that's a PhD, man. That's supposedly a PhD. I don't believe it. Let's look this guy up. What's his fucking name? Takes on one of the craziest debaters in a long time who claims to be a PhD. Okay. Suddenly.
Clear here.
Suddenly
I
it
believe
makes
that the
sense.
Great Reset is not a good idea. I believe that the Great Reset is inherently not a good thing.
How you doing, Dan?
You are arguing for the or for the negative. You're
So normally I would like do the analysis after. I don't know how to I don't know if I can like get through to this guy at all. I have no idea. I don't know what I can say. I feel like he's crazy, like he's psychotic. I have no idea. I don't know how to get through.
right. So this is what I came here to debate. We're debating the Great Reset. I'm not here for you to make up a position for me and then tear that down. Okay. I'm
Can
not
I
here to
ask just real quick? Can I ask? Like, do Andrew or Pedro, do you guys feel like I'm trying to strawman this guy, or am I fucking crazy?
Well, here.
Just chilling.
I just read.
I'm
a
trying
good
not to
comment.
buy the
Okay.
Half-Life
It's
survival
saying
game.
The debate was over the existence of factual evidence leading to the Great
So far, so
Reset
good.
and whether it will happen.
Haven't
or
bought it
not.
yet.
But Tristan, I think, while I agree, very, very complicated, was laying out pieces of evidence, like you did identify, Destiny, that will lead to that, right? So it's a matter of fact that it's happening.
Well,
right?
so the thing, yeah. So here's the interesting conversation about the Great Reset isn't like, are we changing as we move forward as a species or whatever? Because that's a process that's constantly happening, right? Like even calling it the fourth industrial revolution. Is that implying that you were opposed to the third or second industrial revolution? Like I don't understand the implication of that. Is somebody going to say, for instance, like I'm not gonna sit here and say that like, oh yeah, like nothing in the planet is
technically
changing.
no,
Of course we constantly
but
are. And especially during great times of crises, things will shift around
they're
more
not
than normal.
endorsed by Half-Life, but everyone can tell it's fucking. They're trying to like,
for instance, if you file for
yeah,
bankruptcy,
it's
to
in the
reorganize
in the same,
it's
you
normal
know.
on a familial level, if something dramatic happens in a household, family members might move out, somebody might be committed to an institution, and it's normal on an individual level.
That one.
When you hit rock bottom, you might make a dramatic change in your life. So we can argue that there is some form of change happening, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's more important to look at the changes that are happening to make sure that people aren't taking advantage of a situation to pass something that we might not be okay with. For instance, like the Patriot Act versus somebody taking advantage of a situation to pass something that we do want to happen. For instance, like Elizabeth Warren strengthening the Consumer Protection Bureau to make sure that people aren't like committing as much financial fraud or something after the 2007 crisis. That's like where the conversation I want it to be at. It's like, okay, well, if you think that some things are changing in bad ways, what are those things that are changing? Let's talk about that. You know, is Soros behind the scenes, you know, pulling the trigger on some projects that are going to fuck us later on? Or is it just like naturally economies and governments and peoples like reorganize as like crises happen, because that's always what happens. That's what the conversation I would hope would be about.
True.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is what that conversation should be about, right? And when we're talking about fundamental changes to culture, fundamental changes to humanity as are being proposed here, I mean, these people are proposing a redefinition of what it is to be human, right? Now, when I asked you that earlier, you said you think that's a good thing. I mean, that would assume.
I didn't say that. Now you're strawmanning me, okay?
No, you did say it. Okay, so you don't think it, you said you think it could be a good idea to redefine
there, I
humans.
said it could be, but I don't know what you mean by redefine humanity. I needed you to clarify that. You didn't want to. You just talked a million times. Yeah.
Well, this you see Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, when he talks about this in his book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, he doesn't actually define what we believe humanity to be initially. He just says we can redefine humanity and gives a vague statement that this is a good thing, right? This idea of a new social contract that they're proposing. I mean, they have articles where they talk about we need a new social contract.
Sure. So what are they proposing that's bad? What are they proposing that you don't agree with?
So do you think that this is a good idea to have a new social contract?
Why are you answering my questions with questions? I'm just asking you. I don't know what the fuck you even think is bad about this. I have no idea like what your position is.
They don't even clearly state what they want this new social contract.
Okay, if they don't even have a clear statement for what it is, then why the fuck do you care about it? These guys sound clueless, like clueless dipshits.
Because when you actually look at the worldview that they hold, when you look at the power that they wield, we're talking about the biggest corporations in the world. We're talking about like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This includes Monsanto,
yes,
Shell.
Okay, I don't need an example of everyone. So this is my question: how are they wielding that power in a negative way? Then that's what I'm asking next. Then
you want to keep cutting off. You want to keep cutting off, and not let me define these things. They want to redefine humanity. What do you believe humanity is? Now, from my perspective, man is made in the image and likeness of God. From my perspective, morality exists. There actually is morality. There is right and wrong. So if we're going to talk about is this good? Is this bad? Is this a desirable thing, right? We're going to have to talk about how we define what's good, what's bad. If we're going to talk about redefining humanity, we're going to have a definition of what humanity is, right? So when you say something, hold on,
really quick.
Listen. When you say
Pedro, stop cutting him off. Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, Tristan. Go ahead.
So
chill, guy.
The guy's face. The guy's face. Oh my god, the guy's face. I have not yet, no. I got sidetracked. Okay, sorry. We gotta look at the guy's face.
Listen, when you say
Pedro, stop cutting him off. Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, Tristan. Go ahead.
So
chill, guy. I just wanted to try and put it back on track. So you both, it seems like
that was funny.
I'm trying to ask a question. Let me ask a question. So we're talking about fundamental aspects of reality being changed.
I've not yet finished it, no.
Is this good or is this bad? Destiny. Do you believe that there is objective good and objective bad? Is there right and wrong? And are these objective or subjective?
I would say that these are subjective.
Holy shit, sorry.
So right and wrong is subjective.
Yes, I would be considered a moral anti-realist, yeah.
Yeah, is truth objective or subjective?
It depends on how deep you want to get into that. I don't know. I have to know where we're going with this to
Are
know
there
what level.
universal truths? So, like, you don't believe that morality is objective?
If I'm giving you the most fleshed out answer possible, right, I would say that obviously I think that as humans we need some epistemic foundation to have meaningful conversations, but I would say that if universal truths exist, it would be foolish to assume that humans have the capability to access said universal truths. I don't know how deep of a meta epistemic argument to get into. I don't know how that's relevant to this conversation though. So
this has everything to do with this conversation.
I don't think it does. I don't think we need to get into like crazy like
right and wrong, good or bad. This is a conversation.
I think that we don't need to have a meta ethical discussion to talk about the Great Reset. I think it's like most people would probably.
If we're talking about destiny, if we're going to talk about what's good or bad, right or wrong, and you don't believe that there is any inherently good or bad, right and wrong, anything. If you don't believe that,
holy fuck, this is gonna take forever to build it.
Then how can we even have an argument? Do you believe there's objective truth?
I think we act as though there's objective truth. Otherwise, everything devolves into absurdity, of course. That's why I literally said we have to have some epistemic grounding for what we say, whether we can access universal truths or not.
You don't think we have access to universal truth?
No, why do you think we do?
Do you think that's universally true, that we don't have access to universal truth?
I don't think that we can know whether we have access to it. So you tell me, how do you know that you have access to universal truth?
You just made a universal truth claim.
No, I didn't. Don't.
Yes, hang on. Let's go back to the.
You just made a universal truth claim.
Are you a presuppositionalist too? Is that where we're at now? Jesus Christ.
This is what you just said.
No, my question to you then is, how do you know that we have access to universal truth? Can you answer this without using God?
That's the only thing that we can ground universal truth in.
How do you know?
Right? The only way we can have universal truth, right or wrong, is God.
This guy's fucking... Oh my god, dude, religionists. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't have an answer for what you're asking me, so, God.
Yeah, alright.
What? So you deny the existence of universals.
Are we gonna do presuppositionalism now? Fuck, this is like an AIDS conversation. I'll bring in like Darth Dawkins, and you guys can go back and forth for 12 hours.
It's not presuppositionalism. He is actually bringing up a good argument. It's called examining the worldviews.
This is a presuppositionalist approach to epistemics, because basically what he's saying is that the only way that you can know that you have access to this truth is because it's granted to you divinely through God, and through God granting you this ability to have access to truth, you know that you have access to it because God has granted it. It's ultimately circular, like like everything is. But it's a presuppositionalist argument to set up like moral questions and epistemic questions. But it's like, fuck, this is like a whole other philosophical like bullshit that we have to get into. I don't know why.
But the problem was at the beginning of this whole line of argumentation is you asked good or bad, Destiny. That was you.
Yeah, so there's different.
You said that, and now what's happening is you both agreed on a change is occurring, and now you have to examine each person's worldviews to see if that thing is actually good or bad.
Sure, but so
that's what he's doing.
So when you have a conversation of like what is good or bad, right? You're typically not asking this on the highest level of ethics. You're not asking like on a meta-ethical level. So for instance, let's say I get into a car crash out on the street, and you know, like a cop walks by, or the person I hit is like, oh my god, like was this good or bad? And you're like, well, what do you define as the goodness, right? We all typically in society work on these shared ideas of like what goodness and badness is. We don't have to have meta-ethical debates with every single person we talk to that uses the term good or bad. This is like purely debate bro, like semantics. Like nobody in the real world actually engages in conversation. The only people that argue about meta-ethics are philosophy people going after their PhDs and masters of nothing else they want to write about that speak way too much German, okay? Nobody cares about this shit.
Destiny, we're talking about philosophy. I care about this. You're here to debate the morality of the Great Reset.
No, I'm not here to have a meta-ethical debate. I was here having an applied ethics discussion. We're three levels beneath it. I'm not here to talk meta-ethics with you, okay? I'm here to have an applied ethic. We're talking about the actual policies as they are applied in the Great Reset to think we generally agree if they're good or bad.
You want me to grant you and assume all your metaphysical presuppositions so that you can make an argument when you don't even believe that there is objective truth. You want me to pretend like there is objective truth in your worldview so that you can ground that worldview. Is that
the
what you're
beauty
saying?
of normative and applied ethics is that most
It's gonna
of us
take a while,
agree on most
guys.
meta-ethical
This
things
village hall is
anyway, even if
huge.
we don't come from
That's
a
a
similar
logical
place.
fallacy of most.
I mean, it's not
Please
huge,
stop
but
using
the building
debate
part
bro
is.
terms. Holy shit, it is so
not
fucking
debate
cringy.
bro
You
terms.
are, okay?
This is not a
Two
debate.
people,
This is
I
not
can
a
have a
debate.
conversation with a
You can't
Christian.
have a debate.
I can have a conversation with a Muslim. If they're asking me something like, hey, is me chopping your arm off good or bad? We don't have to come from the same meta-ethical position to have an agreement that this is a bad thing. That's the beauty of society. A lot of people can come together with totally different meta-ethical foundations and all function and operate perfectly fine under the same legal framework that is laid out legislatively in whatever country you're in. You don't have to share meta-ethical assumptions or agreements with other people to have the same applied ethic levels. You're being fallacious there. Boom.
No, there's so many logical fallacies that you just used. And when I call out your logical fallacies, you interrupt and you scream, these are debate bro tactics. Dude, this is how a debate works. If this was a formal debate, you lost it about 15 times over, dude.
But it wasn't.
It's an informal fallacies.
It's an informal debate that has back and forth. I do understand your point. Don't get me wrong. But how can we move the conversation forward?
There is no conversation.
We can't. Forward about ethics. How can we move the conversation forward about ethics?
Well,
this isn't a conversation about ethics.
Here, I'll help you do it right now. I'll help you both do it right now. Just listen. I'll help you do it right now. Instead of calling out it as just a fallacy and just throwing that out there, and I totally get what you're saying, Tristan. Why not ask a question that probes, that leads onto another question that ultimately leads to, yes, that is why this is not right, because that is what you just described, a fallacy.
He doesn't believe that right or wrong exists. This is the thing. How can we have an actual discussion if he doesn't even believe right or wrong exists, that good or bad are objectively real? This guy doesn't even believe that there are fundamental objective truths. He thinks that truth is just relative. He thinks that
Wait, but good and bad aren't really real, right? That's all. It is relative. Because that's determined by the society that uses the concept.
You're using my same jam. I'm on the same jam. I gotta say,
So
right?
why would I let him
What you have to do, your job as a debater, is to breadcrumb him into the cave of knowledge.
No. My job as a debater.
Like, if you really want to get into it, there is no right or wrong. Right or wrong is something we as a society have agreements on, and then live our lives and base our society on those agreements. Because if you go way back, right? If you go way at the beginning, what is really right or wrong? Literally nothing, right? Like, we determine what is right or wrong. Shared. It's like, oh, okay. There's 50 of us and there's 500 of them. It's probably wrong to get rid of one of us, because then there's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, these types of... It's a simplistic way of putting it, but like those types of like agreements, there's no right or wrong when you come down to like as state of I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm not as good with words as these guys are, clearly. It's just like, yeah. Without someone to determine right or wrong, there is no right or wrong. So right or wrong is inside each and every one of us. And we don't all have the same fucking ideas about that. Alright? Clearly. That's why a lot of people are in jail, because we determined what they did was wrong, but they don't think that.
Job as a debater is to end the debate when he admits defeat. This dude has done nothing but throw out logical fallacies.
Okay, you know what? Okay, how about this? I'll be Catholic.
He can't even ground.
Okay.
He can't even ground morality and ethics.
I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic for this conversation. That's my meta-ethical position. Okay. Okay. Where do you want to go from here?
That's your see now you're clearly debating in bad faith.
I'm not debating in bad. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. Okay. We studied the catechism. We did all of our shit. I went to a Jesuit fucking all boys high school. Okay. I'll debate from a Catholic perspective.
You argue just like a Jesuit. So, anyways, this is the debate is actually over, Destiny. You lost the debate, dude. This is done. You're clearly not even debating in good faith. Like there's no point in proceeding.
These people are so
You don't believe that
cringe.
objective right and wrong exists, yet you want to debate the ins and outs and the rights of wrong and wrongs of the Great Reset, which
80
I
points.
objectively proved is real, is global in nature, right? So if you want to debate someone else in the future about the Great Reset and play these stupid little games and pretend like you can actually ground ethics and morality in your worldview and make objective moral statements and objective moral claims while denying objective morality, then you can do that. But why would I allow you to continue this? Why would I allow you? You've lost the debate. It's over, dude.
So do you think that two people can only have a conversation about policy if they have the same meta-ethical grounding?
We're having a conversation about ethics and morality. That's where
Wait, hold on. Did you hear my question? Can you repeat my question to me?
This is not how you debate, dude. You don't ask somebody to repeat the question.
Because you didn't answer my
Because
question.
you didn't hear it. You have no idea what he asked you. I wouldn't. If someone asked me a question and I responded to something totally different, and then they ask, "What was the question?" I'd also be like, "Alright, not relevant."
This is insane, dude. Holy shit. Dude, I know a girl that you two would be perfect for each other. Okay, so I'll ask again. Do you think that two people with a different meta-ethical position can have a conversation about ethics or policies? Or
we're having a conversation about ethics and policies. And in order to have this conversation about ethics and policies, about morality, we're going to have to talk about the fundamental measures that we use to determine if something is good or bad, right or wrong.
Okay, so
you don't believe it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so you're saying that if two people have different meta-ethical foundations, they cannot have any meaningful conversation.
That's not what I said. I said this conversation right now. Okay. I asked you, how are you going to determine what's good or bad, right or wrong?
This conversation is not. This conversation, to be clear, was about the Great Reset. It wasn't about meta-ethics. So my conversation is: can two people with different meta-ethical foundations have a conversation about the Great Reset, or is it impossible?
Yeah, we're having a conversation.
We're not having a conversation about the Great Reset. You've brought it back to meta-ethics. So my question is, again, for the fourth time, we're not having a conversation. No, we're not talking about the Great Reset. We're talking about meta-ethics. Okay, that's what we're talking about right now. My question is:
you're all over the place, man. I don't know. It seems you keep like moving your jaw all around. It kind of seems like you might be on some sort of drugs. It's kind of strange.
Come on. You don't have to. It doesn't have to.
I feel like some drugs would help you a great deal. You should check out some great antipsychotics that are available in the United States. Something to bridge you back to the real world, maybe. But
you cannot ground your reality. You cannot ground your morality, rather, in your worldview. You've admitted that. You want to have a conversation about morality and ethics, but you don't believe that morality and ethics
so
are
in the future,
real.
you should say, like, I don't want to debate you about the Great Reset because I don't even know my own shit. You should say, I want to have debates about meta-ethics. That's what you should say in the future. Just say that. Just say that.
Again,
just say that. And that way, because then I'll skip this shit. Go, who the fuck wants to argue meta-ethics? What a pointless fucking conversation. Or epistemic truth or whatever. Like, Jesus fuck. Like, I have philosophy friends I can talk to about this shit. I'm going to talk to fucking random bald dudes on the internet about fucking meta-ethics. Like, what a waste of time. Holy shit.
Yeah, swearing a lot makes you right.
I'm sorry. Is God judging me for that? My
Can we
bad.
go to the evidence of the Great Reset?
No, we're not.
That's funny.
I laid out the evidence.
We can't talk about that. I don't even believe in objective universal truth. How can I understand anything about the Great Reset? Right, Tristan?
I've already laid out I've already laid out the
Right.
facts.
Can we get back to that? Can we get back to those facts? What do you think about, for instance, what this guy Schwab said? What are your, what's your feedback on that?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out, like, what is, when he says redefine humanity, what the fuck does that mean? What is his definition of humanity?
They want to move us towards a transhumanist future. I told you this includes an internet of bodies, an internet of things, where everything is tracked and traced by a central global authority run by corporations and governments in public-private partnerships, as I said in the introduction. That you
Yeah.
didn't
So my
listen to.
question to you is that you just described cell phones. So, but you don't think cell phones are evil or
I
bad
did
or
not
whatever?
just describe cell phones. We're talking about as well. We're talking about.
Can you tell me what you
surveillance
just said that doesn't apply? Wait, what did you just say that?
You just want to steamroll.
No, I'm not
Yeah, you just-
steamrolling. What did you just say that didn't apply to cell phones? What part of that doesn't apply to cell phones?
We're gonna be sitting here for a while.
And a cell phone's an implantable medical device.
You didn't say
connected to the internet.
implantable when you just gave that definition, and you didn't
You
earlier.
asked me for you. Look, dude, this is.
Yeah, it's like this records you 100%. It lets you know. It lets other people know where you are. The microphone can be turned on remotely. The camera can be turned on remotely. This has all of your metadata, and everyone, like, if you have a Google account on your phone, and that's linked on your phone, like, all of your data is in this little box. And people never leave and never go anywhere without it. If their phone is gone from them for 5 minutes, they're like, where the fuck is my phone? Oh, it's right there. Oh, thank God. This is okay. What's up, Upside Down? This is okay. But shrink it down and implant it, all of a sudden it's bad. What's the difference besides size? Because this might as well be implanted, all right? The amount people are on this thing, it might as well be implanted. There's no difference. How you doing, Upside? Welcome to the debate channel.
You're not debating in good faith. You're not even debating.
I'm the one in bad faith. Yeah.
Well, he can probe the evidence.
No, this is ridiculous. This guy's lost about 5 times over.
Bro,
I've given him
the fact that he thinks it's about, oh, I won the debates, and I wanted to say something when he started that, because he said my opponent, and like, oh, bro, that's why I hate debates, like the opponents. Are you saying size matters? It does. It really does. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. They're lying.
examples of.
To a certain degree, it does. Because too big is also not good. Hence, size matters.
The implantable.
Too small, no good. Too big, no good. You want it just
Yeah,
right.
I'm asking you if these things are bad or not, or if you think they're good or bad.
We all know I ain't lying. We all know this is true.
Funded by Bill Gates is a good idea.
It could be, sure. I'm asking you. Do you think it's if you think it's a bad idea and I think it's a good idea, now we found something we can have a debate about. Now we can actually talk. But you won't take a position on anything. You just tell me what the Santa Claus guy is fucking saying.
Position. I already told you, birth control is inherently bad.
Okay,
right?
so but your
Killing
problem
babies
there, your problem there doesn't have anything to do with the Great Reset or any of the technological techno babble or transhumanist bullshit. Your problem is you're just anti-abortion.
This is the silliest, most ridiculous debate.
This is like me. This is like
Let me turn the light on. It's
making
getting
the
dark in here.
argument that like I think that Mustangs. You're saying this is your argument. You're saying I think Mustangs are horrible cars and they're evil. We should never make them. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? Wait, why do you hate Mustangs? And you're like, well, because wheels are bad. And it's like, wait, what? So then your problem is with the cars, with the wheels. So you're giving me an example of like some implantable fucking birth control, and I'm asking you, okay, well, why is this bad? And you're like, well, I'm opposed to abortion or birth control. It's like, well, okay, so it's not.
You use logical fallacies. You just
and straw men, false equivalency, ad homs, two-quo fallacy.
You think those are okay? All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, dude. You've clearly come in bad faith.
Absolutely.
You say, all right. So you believe that? Hold on. I answered your question. I told you that I think that the implantable microchips are a bad idea. You think that Bill Gates developing implantable microchips that can be remote controlled are a good idea.
If you're talking about something for birth control, depending on the application, I think that could be a good. I don't know what remote controlled means. You understand that you have to.
You don't know what remote control means? Okay, great.
Do you want me to give you an example of why that statement might be a little bit more complicated? I don't know what your background in tech is, right? Right? I don't know if remote controlled.
It's a moral question. It's a moral question.
Okay, first of all, if something is implanted in your body, it's probably always going to have to be somewhat remote controlled, unless you're going to have to dig into it every time to fucking do something with it, okay?
Screaming in a high-pitched voice without making an argument. And trying to.
He was actually making a good argument.
And displaying really exaggerated emotional states.
This guy's supposedly a PhD. I'm not sure I believe that shit at all. Like, what an imbecile.
So you think that implantable microchips to remote control microchips for birth
control has to be a lie.
Could be a good idea.
Yeah.
Then the question becomes, all right, how do you determine what a good idea is and a bad idea? What's the standard for these objective moral claims that you're trying to make about the ethics behind some of these devices that you want to zoom in on and pretend like is the entire argument when it's just one little
I'm making a
piece
straw to
of
make
what
that
the
so I can
answer
make
that
a village
question,
hall.
right?
I was gonna say
How do you
house.
determine what's good or bad, right or
Yeah,
wrong.
so typically in a liberal society,
But
we
it's
give
whole.
people the autonomy to make decisions over their own
Nah.
bodies. As long as they're making these decisions over their bodies and it's not causing a bunch of harm to other people, I think generally those are okay ideas. So if somebody decides that their choice of reproductive control wants to be some implantable birth control thing, and I see no problems with having birth control, then I say like, okay, well that's probably an okay thing, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you determine what's good or bad, right or wrong? That was my
Now we're
question.
back. Now we're back to meta ethics. Do you want me to tell you
That's
like?
where any ethical conversation has to go, dude. You don't.
Okay,
see,
so
why
to
you
be
just-
clear, earlier when I asked you, can two people of different meta ethical foundations have a conversation? You would answer. So now you're saying the answer is no, they can't. Okay.
No. Look, why do you get so uncomfortable when I ask you to actually
I'm not
define
uncomfortable.
how
I'm
you-
just incredibly bored because I don't debate meta ethics. Okay. It's the
Why
most-
not? You won't debate. You won't debate ethics. Why won't you debate ethics?
I'll debate ethics. I just won't debate meta ethics. Do you want me to explain what that means?
Why will you not debate meta ethics?
I don't want to debate meta ethics because I don't believe that there can be any truthful statements made about meta ethics, and I think it's all just a
You
bunch
don't
of
believe
people.
that there can be any truthful statements made at all.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay,
The crafting
you
in
see
this
somebody
is a
doing
little
something that is bad.
slow.
How do you know that thing is bad?
How
The
do you
game is
determine
amazing,
what is
but the
right or
crafting
wrong,
Yes.
good or bad?
makes me want to
In
jump
my
out the
worldview,
window.
We can actually ground
In a
ethics,
video
we can
game.
actually ground morality, right? What is good and what is bad are determined by God, right?
Okay, so
we're
here's my
creating-
question. Okay, that's
Like
what you
this,
answered.
but you don't want to let me answer. You won't let me answer.
Jesus, dude, you,
You don't
take
actually
so
let
long.
me
God,
answer.
fuck, brevity, dude. Come on.
Oh, brevity. Oh, bro, you wanted to actually answer the question?
You're not
wanna
answering the
actually-
question. You already answered. You told me that it's God. So I have a follow-up. But now you're about to say a whole bunch of irrelevant shit that isn't going to impact my next question.
Oh, man.
But go for it, dude. If you want to keep rambling, go ahead.
Come on.
You're just rambling, dude. So yeah, I ask you a question, and when you answer, you're just rambling. You're just rambling, bro. Look, in my worldview, we can actually ground and actually justify good, bad, right, wrong,
Okay.
logic, reason. In your worldview, you have no justification for logic for reason.
Okay, why are you
You've
talking about my
actually
role? This
denied
isn't part
logic.
of your answer now. You're just rambling. You
You've
understand?
you've actually denied
Okay.
objective truth.
So
You've
Tristan,
denied
here's my
objective
question.
morality.
Tristan, I have just one question for you, okay? Let's say
No,
somebody
see-
else, let's say somebody comes up to you and they say murder is good. And then you say murder is bad. And then he says, well, how do you know murder is bad? And you go, because God told me. And then you ask him, why do you think murder is good? And he says, because God told me. How do you resolve that disagreement?
Dude, this is the stupidest hypothetical. That's not
Is
an
it?
argument at all.
He's not gonna engage with that because he knows he can't say shit about it. That's funny, bro.
That's, dude. Can you do that again? That was really
Sure,
fun.
I'll repeat the question to you.
Yeah.
Two people,
Because it was really hard to understand, right? This guy's not a PhD.
try to resolve a moral quandary. Two people have a moral question, and they come to the answer, and they have two different answers for it. But they both say that they've received revelation through God. How do you resolve that disagreement and figure out who's right and who's wrong? This is the problem with grounding your meta-ethics with divine revelation, and it's why presuppositionalism sucks. It's ultimately circular at a foundation that is inaccessible to external parties. Do you understand? I could tell you that God has revealed anything to me, and I automatically win the argument. Do you understand the problem with that? Do you see why this is?
That's not the idea. You're straw manning
Okay,
the argument.
I'm not strong. Then can you tell me, then answer the question. Two people that both believe in God, have a different answer to a moral question. How do you figure out which one is right and which one is wrong?
Truth isn't given to us simply intellectually. You try to intellectualize truth. You try to intellectualize morality, right? Morality is something that is metaphysical.
Notice he has no
It's
answer.
Transcendental. We require something that is transcendental to ground objective truth and objective morality.
Just so you know, when
in.
you're done with this ramble, I'm gonna ask you the same question. So go ahead
So,
and ramble as much
okay,
as you want.
so
But go ahead.
Dude, this is ridiculous. So you're not actually letting me answer the questions.
Because you're not
Answer
answering
right
the
now.
question.
Go, answer. But I'm going to tell you. I'm going to ask the same question because you're not answering. Because you don't have an answer to that. And this is the problem. Fundamentally, this is the problem with people like you that try to make. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Again, you're just steamrolling. The debate was over 15 different times in this.
Yeah, but
So
not
I just
for
want to draw
not for
everybody's
the
attention to the fact that
not
this
not
is the final
not the way you
question.
thought it was.
Tristan will be done. He's shut down now. This is where all presuppositionalists come. Because guess what, guys? Moral fact is unobservable. And when somebody tells you that they can know moral fact through an internal experience, and when by definition your internal experience is inaccessible, the content of your mind is inaccessible to any other party, then we can never verify those contents. So if two people have a disagreement over what they both perceive to be as divine revelation, that disagreement can never be resolved, which is why meta-ethics is a garbage fuck waste of time, especially with a presuppositionalist that thinks that God is giving him the fucking answers. There's been a number of terrorists and cult leaders and people that have raped and murdered and shot and whatever people who all say they got divine revelation from God, and every single one of them was just as right as the other person. So I will repeat the question once more to you, Tristan. How do two...
One guy on this podcast, like there's two hosts, right? And the one guy is like turning away from the camera, clearly unable to stop himself from fucking laughing. This is so funny, dude.
How do two people that disagree on a moral question
fucking
resolve their
destroyed.
disagreement when both of them say that...
When your answer is God did it, please never have a debate. It's an indefensible position from the get-go.
God directly revealed the answers to them.
See again, you accuse me of rambling. I start to give you an answer. You immediately interrupt and go on a long, methy ramble while nodding your head around like you're freaking.
This is the dodge that I told you guys about. He's not going to engage with this question because this is what shuts down the pre-sup arguments.
No, I don't see you keep rambling about pre-sup arguments. You don't even let me make an argument.
You're still not answering. You're spending a lot of time talking about why you won't answer, but you're not going to answer this.
Destiny, let him answer.
We're here debating the Great Reset.
Let him answer to it.
Okay. Yeah.
Answer to it, Tristan.
Oh, am I allowed to speak now, or is Mr. Methy Mouth gonna be able to steamroll me again and go on an incoherent ramble while telling me that I'm rambling? Okay, so when you're talking about ethics, when you're talking about morality, when you get to the meta level, right? You can observe the systems, the systemic, the systems that one grounds their morality in, right? To see if it actually allows for the possibility of things like knowledge or ethics or metaphysics, right? So if you inherently deny that there is objective truth, if you deny that there's objective truth, you're actually making an objective truth statement by saying that, which when Destiny lost the debate earlier, he claimed that there is no objective truth. That's an objective truth statement, right? His worldview has been shown to be incoherent. He came here to debate the Great Reset. We're getting to the question of, are these ideas that are proposed in the Great Reset good or bad? And he can't give me an answer to what his objective standard for good or bad is. Right now, from my worldview, coming from my perspective, right, we believe that morality is objective. We believe that human beings are made in the image and likeness of God, which is why redefining humanity, right, human beings redefining humanity, when we are inherently fallen, right, we are inherently fallen, we were created in the image and likeness of God, and through the fall and through the noetic effects of sin, we can't just we can't just make claims about what we believe humanity is just from simply observing humanity without revelation, right? So you can't, he's not even listening, so you cannot ground you can't ground ethics, you can't ground morality in your worldview. In my worldview, we believe that morality comes from God. We believe that good and bad, right and wrong come from God, coming from a Christian, from an Orthodox Christian worldview.
Bro, that's how can you have that worldview, dude?
That is grounded in revelation.
It baffles me. It really does.
Good and bad, right and wrong come from God. Without God, you can't have
proof
good,
and
bad,
evidence.
right or wrong, which is why Destiny
I don't
does
need that
not
shit.
want to have a conversation about how he can define what is good, bad, right, or wrong. He wants to talk about broad generalities and make statements like, well, a lot of people believe that you can just talk about applied ethics in this frame or in that frame, and he wants me to grant him his worldview. I'm not going to do that, right? Objective truth exists, objective right and wrong exists. We're talking about fundamentally restructuring our very reality and our definition on what it is to be human, right? So we're going to redefine.
It's a pretty good soundtrack for this guy's rambling, I'm not gonna lie.
Human through this Great Reset, as proposed by Klaus Schwab, and which Destiny says
reminds me of Final Fantasy somehow.
We're going to have to find
not the ramble, the music.
Is. Right, we're gonna have to define what right or wrong. We're gonna have to be able to determine what is.
Did I use all of the
right
wheat? I just used all of the wheat, I think, so that there's no seeds.
So he doesn't believe in objective.
Right. Let's give him a chance to respond to that. Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, so my question was, two people have a disagreement on whether or not something is morally right or wrong, and they both claim that they know those things are right or wrong because God tells them. How do you resolve that disagreement?
That has nothing to do with the argument that I just made.
So you told me, you tried to answer this in a very roundabout way by saying you can observe systems, but earlier you uttered the phrase, you can't intellectualize it. Now, observing things with your senses and then trying to put together answers based on those observations sounds like intellectualizing me. So I'm asking you, as somebody that has a solid meta-ethical foundation of the world where God grants you moral truth through divine revelation, how do you resolve a disagreement between two people that say that they're both inspired by God? How do you resolve that disagreement?
It doesn't matter.
Tristan, wait, Tristan, wait. Don't just respond. Take a second, because there is an answer here. There is an answer here. I think you both are just very heated and going back and forth.
I'm not heated at all. It's just a simple question.
Cool. I'm just saying, take a second, think about the question.
He's chill. It's all right.
Yeah. So two Christians in a room claiming something. One has to say what in order to actually prove they're, in fact, the one with the objective truth.
Yeah, see, it doesn't ultimately matter what a single man says is true or is false. What matters is what is objectively true. Truth is revealed by God. So we're given truth in Holy Tradition, in the Holy Scriptures, right? And from the Orthodox perspective, we have the Holy Scriptures.
This
and we
guy's
have Holy
impossible to
Tradition,
talk
we have
to.
divine revelation that is given to man's heart, right? So how can two people argue and determine what is
Zelda.
true within that framework? It doesn't matter what two people will argue in a hypothetical situation of two people in the street trying to say, this is bad, this is good, this is right, this is wrong. What matters is what is objectively true. And that's not determined by us. What do you think about that, Pedro?
Oh, so you're putting me in the seat?
No, you
Well, because Pedro, you made it sound like you knew that there was a
tag me
answer.
in. You can tag me in, sir.
You said you think there's a great answer, so like
So the
jump in.
moderator hat is off, right?
No, you stay out of it. Stay out of it.
Okay.
Well, I want to hear what you think. Because I mean, you said you think there's a way that you could figure that out.
Oh, he's trying to get you to bail him out. Nice. You can do it if you want. He needs the help.
Well, actually, you know, I want to engage Destiny. I want you to hold this line of questioning for after the debate and run me through the same drill, and I'll show you the stark difference.
No, he wants the answer. He said he
no,
wants
no, 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 no.
I want to hear Pedro's. See, I care about
you can
what's
stay,
true.
Tristan. You can stay.
I care about what's objectively true. I don't. To Destiny, this is about winning a debate. To me, it's about what's actually true. Like,
So to be clear, we're not debating yet. Like I don't even know what you believe about anything. We haven't gotten to a debate. None of this right now that we've done so far is a debate. Yeah.
Hear this? Can I just jump in?
Yeah, if you want to, Pedro. Yeah.
Yeah, Pedro, jump in.
Jesus Christ, holy
so
fuck.
Tristan, just take a back seat. All right, Destiny. So what I would do if I was in face to face with another Christian and they asked
Oh
me,
no! Not with another Christian. That's easy because you can appeal to like my
cool.
So let's say you're
Yeah.
like with a Muslim, right? You're trying to figure out like I believe in the Hadiths and blah blah blah, and you're like, okay, well I believe in Scripture. How do you resolve?
Well, but your God is not real and mine is, so obviously I have the truth. That's how they resolve that, because these people have no fucking brain.
Of these different divine revelations when two people feel like they've been divinely inspired.
We would take them to the tenacity of the scriptures. We have 5,400 Greek manuscripts. We have over 140 pieces of excavated, preserved papyri. We can go back and look at the original languages and see who, in fact, is actually talking about the real God, and who, really, with Muslims, it's who Jesus.
Well, that's weird, because on this piece of paper, it says, my God is correct. This is such a dumbass argument.
Was who can actually more accurately describe them.
Yeah, yeah.
For Mormons, I would go to the Bible in the Old Testament
Yeah.
actually define that
That's a
there's
good
only
point.
one God, because they believe there's going to be like multiple
Destiny
gods.
lost the debate 3 minutes into it. Okay,
Pantheon.
dude.
For Jehovah's Witnesses, I would just go down to the identity of Jesus Christ once again, because we believe he's Michael the Archangel. I'll take them to the scriptures.
Sure,
Each
so
and
what
every
if
one of these
somebody-
is in the tenacity of history. I don't need tradition, by the way, to do this. I could just go to what we have excavated.
So yeah, so what
in
if somebody comes and they say, well, I'm actually a believer in a religion, and I think that a demon has revealed these things to you to mislead you, and I've been granted this by divine.
So the scriptures talk about that. So I actually definitely believe that what's his name, Joseph Smith, definitely saw an angel in the forest. I think it was a demon, a fallen angel. So what happens there is whenever you come into contact with an angelic being who gives.
Bro, as someone who doesn't believe in any of this shit, all I'm hearing is just complete nonsense, right? It's just, oh, I can feel my brain cells trying to run away, dude.
You another gospel, the scriptures automatically say this is a demon before you. it's very
Yeah, but
easy.
what if somebody says that the scripture itself, the original scripture, was right? And by the way, the scriptures of which there were more of, right? There are multiple books that don't make the current scripture, right? That have been gone through councils that have been voted on in the past for whether or not they're included or not, right? There are gospels that show Jesus with Mary Magdalene. There's the different councils that have determined which books are in or out.
I know what you're talking about, the longer ending and the short ending of Mark, all this good stuff. This has all been fleshed out within Christian debates.
So, but what do you say if somebody?
All we have to do is actually look at the original languages. Goes back to the Greek Septuagint and the Hebrew languages, and we can find out who's actually telling the truth. Our history goes back into 10,000 years. We have the most tenacity of any kind of written religion available to us. So very easy. So we have history on our side.
Yeah,
we have evidence.
But what I'm saying is
No. You have zero evidence. Zero evidence. You just have some piece of paper that says you were around. There's a big fucking difference.
the problem with divine revelation, though, right?
This is why you can't talk to people like this, because they don't actually live in reality.
Are going to disagree with you, and they're going to say that like the coming of Jesus, he was not the divine prophet that was God, right?
Right.
And other people could come out and say like it could be as radical as these languages were implanted by aliens.
Can I
Yeah, go
take
for it. Yeah,
The Jewish question,
go for
the
it.
whole Jewish thing, the whole Jews. Okay, so what I would do is go with the Jews and go once again back into the Torah, the law, because that's what we actually agree on. That's the Pentateuch, the first 5 books given down to Moses. And from that, we can actually derive the prophecy that would give us the description of the Messiah. And then if I go just into the New Testament and then I start referencing all those passages that describe Jesus, oh, look, we have Jesus who matches perfectly what happened in the Old Testament that was prophesied. This is the Messiah, Jewish people. You're waiting for, if I had to talk to the Jewish people right now, I would say you're waiting on something that's already happened. It was Jesus Christ.
What would you do if
keep
another...
Keep going.
Sure. What would you do if another Messiah came and somebody claimed that this was the new Messiah? How would you resolve disagreements over whether it was or wasn't?
I would do exactly what the Apostle Paul had an interaction with a people group called the Bereans. The Bereans took him to the scriptures and they said, hey, we need to check all this. And Paul, the apostle, who is one of the people carried along by the Holy Spirit of God, he pretty much said, good on you. You did right by testing me by the scriptures. So every single time what we do is go back to what? The objective truth, which is in the scriptures. Not my tradition, because traditions change. And not to say that I don't have any traditions. I do have traditions. I'm a fallible man. But that's where we go. Wait, no, Tristan. So just let me get through this line. I'm trying to get you to the other end of here, brother, because what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna hand you back the cake. And we're gonna go.
So okay, so let's.
Between two Christians.
Yeah, so
between
I'm
two
gonna step
Christians.
out then.
I'm gonna step out.
Yeah. So anyways, if we're talking about ethics, we're talking about morality, we're talking about how do we determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong, right? The debate is about the Great Reset. What is the Great Reset? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it right? Is it wrong? Right? So you wanted to zoom in on the microchips thing. You wanted to zoom in on the Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies, right? Determining if these are good, bad, right, or wrong. Where do you want to go with this now? I mean, you don't want to talk about meta ethics because you can't ground your ethics in your morality. You don't believe they're objective, right? Where do you want to go with this now, Destiny?
It sounds like an ad hom, but I think you're legitimately psychotic. I don't know what to say. Anytime I try to push you on a particular thing where I can't finish answering the question, you just ask another 2-minute question.
What is the topic of the debate, dude? You want to debate
so
the
the
Great
topic
Reset
was
or not?
supposed to be about the Great Reset. So I was trying to ask you
we
about...
got into ethics. We got into morals and ethics. How do you determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong? You said you don't believe that good, bad, right, and wrong objectively exist. Then you call me psychotic. So I mean, you're ad hominems. You're I guess that's your argument, or that I'm psychotic. But do you want to debate the Great Reset? Do you want to debate the morality of the Great Reset? What do you even want to debate?
I wanted to go into parts of the Great Reset, like actual examples of things that you think are bad. Yeah. That's what I wanted to talk about. But then you wanted to talk about meta-ethics, so I don't know what we're
because
talking
when
about.
we're going to talk about what's good, bad, right, or wrong, that naturally is where it goes.
So then stop saying this is a conversation about the Great Reset. This is a conversation about meta-ethics.
Is it? Do you want it to be that? You said you won't go there. You said you won't do that.
No,
this guy does not understand language.
Okay. So, anyways, do you have any more questions about my initial statement, my opening statement, which was comprehensive, which proved the nature of the
do you think the Great Reset is good or bad?
Yeah, I think the Great Reset is inherently undesirable right? I don't even think you should desire this, even if you're coming from, you know, an atheist materialist standpoint. It's not going to benefit your.
Why? I'm not asking you if I desire it, dude.
Again, you
Oh
don't
my
you
God.
don't let me finish any statements. You consistently interrupt. You steamroll. You use ad hominem attacks. You make that your argument.
Fallacies, yeah.
You think that you can use that
false
fallacy.
equivocation.
Well, do you have questions about his evidence? That's where I. I
Well,
would
yeah,
like
but we're
to-
never gonna get to that. Yeah, I want to know about some of these horrible Great Reset things to see if he thinks they're good or bad or right or wrong or what they are. That's but.
Right. So I see what's
It's
going
so
on.
disingenuous. It's so disingenuous the way you go about this. It's ridiculous, man.
So
I've
the
never
problem is
debated-
that, like, so what Tristan has done, so what I laid out at the very beginning of this debate is actually in like my 30-second statement. So the problem is that people build these grand narratives around this collection of facts, but when you start to analyze these facts one after another, they just fall over like dominoes, and then the entire
haven't analyzed
conspiracy
any of the
falls.
facts.
I
You've
know, because
analyzed
you
none.
won't let me, because you want to talk about fucking meta-ethics, okay?
Oh man! So again, you straw man the position. You call it a conspiracy theory.
Straw man,
Right. Look,
conspiracy.
you wanted to talk about remote controlled
Ad hom.
microchip contraception. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, and I asked you if you thought this was a good or bad thing, and you said, well,
and I
think...
told you it's objectively bad. You say
Yeah,
it's
but
good.
it's not bad because of the Great Reset or because of technology. You think it's bad because you disagree with birth control. Do you understand how that's not relevant to this conversation?
Absolutely, just like I disagree with redefining humanity.
What
right,
to
with
what?
fallible
What do you disagree to redefining humanity as what?
You won't let me finish the sentence. Just like I disagree with the idea of fundamentally redefining humanity, because I believe that it's not man's place to define humanity. Right? It's not your place to define humanity. I don't care if you believe you're a stakeholder. I don't care if you think that sitting in your coon pod and eating freaking bugs all day is going to make you a stakeholder, that using your social credits to purchase free outside time, you know, but in the behaviorist control grid that the Great Reset wants to implement, if you think that's a good thing, how does that make
I did
it
not touch the
actually
volume,
good?
by the way.
Right? Like, I mean, you think that
Wasn't me.
You think that contraception is good. I think that it's bad. Right? Like, we can just sit here and compare, oh, I think this is good or I think this is bad. And if it all comes down to an appeal to hedonism, right? If it's all just, oh, well, this makes me feel good, so I think it's good, that's ridiculous. Right? So I think that the utilitarian perspective, the hedonistic perspective on how to determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong is silly. I don't think that it's a viable framework, and I fundamentally reject that that foundation for determining what's good, bad, right, or wrong.
So,
does that answer your question?
Can you give me an example of technology by the Great Reset that you think is bad because it's related to like this redefining, not because it's against like something that you already think is bad, whether it's part of the Great Reset or not?
Can you restate that question clearly, please?
So you're not opposed to remote controlled birth control because it's part of the Great Reset. You're opposed to it because you're opposed to contraception. So can you give me something that's part of the Great Reset that you're opposed to because it's like
redefining humanity.
Okay.
Redefining.
Can you explain to me who's trying to redefine humanity and what part of that redefinition you disagree with?
Well, the Great Reset represents a group of people, global in scale, right? These are a lot of world leaders. You have Prince Charles talking about a new covenant for nature, right? A new deal for nature is another one of these terms that's often used. You have Klaus Schwab. You have the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates
not just
Foundation,
like
I mean like, let me just interrupt. I can't let you finish an actual.
Okay, my bad. Keep going. Go ahead.
You can't finish your actual argument. I'm not going to let you actually make a statement without interrupting.
You can finish, man. You can finish.
So again, he's not even listening now, but he asked me to tell him who is trying to redefine humanity. I just gave him a list, right? So this new digital identity system that they mean to bring in, I'm also opposed to that. I think that not only is objectively wrong, I think not only is it objectively wrong to track, trace, and control people as animals, but I don't want to give Bill Gates and Gavi access and control over a global standardized digital identification system as proposed by the ID 2020 group and Gavi. So, I mean, that's another thing right there.
Okay, do you want to talk about just that identification system then or something? Or Every time I asked you a question,
You're
you
asking
mentioned.
me for a specific, and
Yeah,
I give
just
you
one.
specific,
No, you're
like,
not. You're
oh,
saying the
I can't
Rockefellers did
call-
this, and this guy in Prince Charles did that, and this guy.
You
I don't give a.
asked
I
me
don't want to
who's
go.
trying to redefine humanity, and I just gave you a list of the people involved in pushing this idea of the redefinition of humanity under the Great Reset. And then you're like, oh, I just can't hear all this. It's like you lose memory of what I'm actually answering. Like you lose the memory of what the question actually was halfway through my answer, and then you start trying to deflect and make me jump through new hoops as you move the goalposts of your questions. So like this is not even a debate, dude. I've got like about 5 more minutes of patience.
Can you stick around to answer some questions from the
from the audience or from you guys? I will most definitely stay as long as possible. But you know, maybe I know Destiny doesn't really have a position. I know he has no idea, has done zero research on the Great Reset. He hasn't even read Klaus Schwab's book, dude. You haven't even read Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19: The Great Reset. Your initial position in this debate is that there is no global Great Reset.
He's like literally holding up the book.
There clearly is. So like your position is ridiculous, and you're debating just to debate. You're not debating because you have an opinion. Because
Okay,
you
can
want
I ask you a different question? Do you think that
you don't even care. You don't even care.
Do you think evolution is like a thing, or do you think that's not a thing? Do you think that's all fake?
This has nothing to do with
I'm just curious because it's kind of part of the Great Reset, right? First we make up
evolution is a theory. I think evolution is a theory, and one of the foundational theories of the Great Reset.
Okay.
Do I think it's a thing? Yeah, I think it's a
Do you
thing.
think it's?
So,
But do you think that
anyway,
it's accurate? Do you think it describes things accurately?
Do you think that it is? Do you think that it's true?
Yeah.
Objectively?
Yeah.
It's objectively
I didn't
true.
say objectively.
Even
I
though
think
you
it's a good
deny
description of the world. So you're not going to answer that question. Hold on.
You
Do you
don't
think?
believe
Do you
in
think?
objective
Do you
truth,
think
but
that?
you think-
Do you
Seems
think
to fit.
dinosaurs existed on the planet at the same time as humans did?
I think dinosaurs existed on. This is a debate about the Great Reset.
I'm
You
just
asked
curious.
me-
I'm just, bro. I lost the debate. I'm just trying to see what else. I'm just curious what else you got.
Oh wait, bro. Let's go back to talking about Game of Thrones, bro. Like, let's just slow it down. Talk about like your favorite. Like, what's your favorite movie, bro?
I'm just curious. Do you think that dinosaurs and humans were on the planet at the same time? I'm just asking.
Bro, do you think that like dinosaurs and humans were? Do you think people hunted dinosaurs? That'd be so.
I'm
cool,
just
dude.
curious. Do you think that humans and dinosaurs were on the planet at the same time?
This is ridiculous. That has nothing to do with the debate.
That seems
This
like a
has
pretty easy
absolutely
question to
nothing
answer. I'm just asking. Do you think humans and dinosaurs were on
Answer
the
is
planet?
no.
at the same time?
Ridiculous. It's
So
ridiculous.
one of the questions.
You clearly don't want. You clearly don't want. to
One of the
debate.
questions that I have.
You don't want to debate. This is
is for Destiny, and the question states, Destiny,
Uh-huh.
can you clearly define what you think the Great Reset is? I don't think we need Tristan to. I think he fleshed it out pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like everybody has different kinds. So I don't even know how many like mainstream politicians use this term Great Reset. I haven't heard any. I know that there are people who write books on this or whatever. Like my understanding of like what a Great Reset would be is that in a time of great crisis, there's going to be a lot of money spent on different projects.
This needs to
and
go
it gives us the
at
opportunity
least
to reset
twice the
something
speed that
in
is going.
society
This is
in a way
ridiculous.
that might be better. So for instance, one example, in the United States, some people say that our current like healthcare infrastructure is really shit. Maybe as we reorganize and as we kind of get our economy rolling again, maybe there's a way to get rid of, to de-integrate healthcare away from the place of employment and find a way for the government to give us like a public option or some sort of like universal healthcare. That would be an example of like a Great Reset. Or maybe we have like different ways to roll out like new labor laws or something to help workers. Or maybe we have different ways for companies to operate that is like part of like the Great Reset. That's my understanding of when people talk about like a reset. It's like the concept of like the Green New Deal. As much as I'm opposed to it, like the concept of the Green New Deal is that we make a whole bunch of new jobs and spending on infrastructure, but we do it in a green way, so we're moving in a different direction going forward. That's like the Great Reset. It's just reorganizing things in times of great crises, namely the coronavirus crisis.
Tristan, did this debate go like you thought it would go?
I really had no idea how this guy would debate. I thought he actually came to debate in good faith. I mean, he conceded in the very beginning, I'm not prepared for this. I'm out of my depth. I don't know anything
That was
about the Great
clearly
Reset."
a troll.
I mean, he steamrolled the whole time. He incessantly used logical fallacies. And when I brought up his logical fallacies, he goes, debate bro tactics. I don't even know what that means. Debate bro tactics. I mean, this guy has been the sneakiest, snakiest debater that I've ever seen. But, you know, I mean, it is what it is. He doesn't like letting me actually get my points across. As soon as I start making a point and explaining my position, he derails and goes off the rails with some new points.
You explained Klaus Schwab's position quite clearly, but not yours.
It's been ridiculous. I had no idea how this would go. Obviously, I prepared for this. My opening statement was comprehensive. Anybody who wants to
It was
understand my
25
position
minutes.
on
He
this
was
and what the
mostly
Great
reading out of the
Reset
guy's
is,
book.
listen again to the beginning of this so-called debate, which wasn't actually a debate, with my opponent, who I thought would actually prepare. But he conceded the debate about 10 times. Doesn't believe that morality is objectively real, but is going to argue for these objective moral positions.
Of course
said
it's
that
not.
truth is not
Oh my
objectively
God.
real. There is no objective truth, right? Which is an objective truth claim, which refutes his own position. The dude he doesn't even believe in truth. So like, it's been bad faith the whole time from him. This is sad, but it is what it is.
So
wait, I'm actually genuinely curious. Who do you think has talked more in this conversation? Tristan.
Who I think has talked more?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't have a timing. I don't have a timer, but it sure, it feels like when you speak, it feels like
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I am a bit of a Destiny fan, but for the content, like I don't agree with most of what he says. Well, no, that's not true. I agree with a lot of what he says, to be honest, but I also don't agree with a lot of what he says. But his debates are always a good time.
incredibly excruciatingly long periods of time.
So do you genuinely think we're close to 50-50 in terms of who's been speaking like more? We've spoken about this, or you think I've spoken more than you? I'm just curious.
That has nothing to do with the debate.
I never said it did. I'm just asking you. Not everything has to do with the debate, right? I'm just asking you a question.
We're here to debate.
So I'm just asking you a question. Who do you think spoke more?
I'm just asking a question. Who do you think spoke more, and why do you think that's important?
I'm just saying how keyed in you are to reality. Just curious.
What's your
But
favorite
okay,
Game
never
of
mind.
Thrones?
Sorry, go ahead. What's the next
Who's your
one?
favorite Game of Thrones character, dude? Like, let's talk about Game of Thrones. Do you like French fries? I like hot dogs.
This guy's obsessed with Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Okay.
What was you had a couple there, Pedro? What did you have?
You want me to chime in?
No, the question. I didn't see the question. Sorry.
Oh, okay, my bad. Let me just bring it back up here for everybody. Okay, so we actually had a few super chats come in, and I'll apologize right now because of me picking a red font. They just came in all blurred, so I'm just gonna read it here. For $3, Dan Zammit, he says, Destiny. We see global organizations and people in power saying the world is overpopulated, but in reality, the birth rates are steadily dropping beyond replacement rates. Do you find this concerning?
I don't know who's saying overpopulated. My understanding is that so I'm 32 now. In the early 2000s and in the late 90s, we talked about overpopulation a lot. It was like a huge.
This was in
thing that the world
2021,
was
by
gonna
the
be
way.
crowded. But my understanding is that as people have seen birth rates slope off,
Maybe that's
all
why
over
they were
the
talking about
world,
Game of Thrones.
Now
Was
the
that then?
mainstream thought is
No,
that
that's
I think
COVID.
it's the 9 billionth person
Shit
will
was
ever be born. I think it's
retarded
9
already
billion.
back then.
It will never reach that number because as countries industrialize, that might be higher. It might maybe 10 or 11 billion. But as countries industrialize, birth rates slope off. I don't think anybody's saying that we're like overpopulated. And if they are saying overpopulated, my guess is going to be that if you dig into those statements, it's more like we're causing environmental harm in certain areas because of consumption. It's not this idea that we're overpopulated and we need to depopulate the planet.
All right. And our next super chat, I'm just gonna.
Could I ask Destiny a question?
Oh yeah, you get to interact.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. So you don't think that overpopulation is a good thing? I mean, people like Bill Gates, who are proposing this global identification system, are also developing remote control microchip implantable technologies for birth control, right? People who what's funny about that? I mean, I've proven that's an objective.
You pretended to ask me a question and you used it to monologue again. You're like a soliloquy machine. It was just funny to me. Sorry, go ahead. Don't worry about me laughing.
So yeah. We just okay. So Bill Gates openly says we need to depopulate. There are too many people. Develops contraceptive implant microchips that can be remote controlled, and is heavily invested in this ID 2020 global identification infrastructure. Do you think that's a good idea to all be put on a global identification system by this ID 2020 group that's manned by like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through Gavi, the Rockefeller Foundation, big corporations like Microsoft? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's something you would sign on to?
Am I going to be able to answer this without I'm interrupting?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so
isn't it funny how he actually
don't
accuses me
let him
of the
answer.
very thing that he spent this whole
but
debate
let him answer. Let him answer.
Exactly what
Hang on, let him answer. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Destiny. You
Gotcha.
can answer.
So, It's very hard for me to answer a question when you ask me something like, are you okay or not okay with this incredibly complicated technology that exists on a very macro level? I don't have
That's
a
what
way.
this debate is about. Let him finish.
I don't have a way to answer whether or not a global ID system is good or bad. A global ID system might be something like passports, or a global ID system might be something like you are being injected with microchips while you sleep so that the government can keep tabs on you. This is why I wanted to get into more specific applications of these technologies to talk about whether or not these things are good or bad, because I can't look at a broad meta or a broad macro level description of some technology and answer if it's good or bad. I need to know the application of it. I need to know something more specific about what it is.
Stupid bandits.
Okay, so
all right. Oh, you're gonna interact?
You can interact
Achoo!
with it. I'm sorry.
Achoo! Excuse me.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you mentioned like passports. The ID 2020 group, funded by Bill Gates, Rockefeller Foundation, they actually are promoting global vaccine passports. You think that's a good idea?
A global vaccine passport.
Standardized internationally, yeah.
Well, my understanding is that passports are already standardized internationally. Whether or not a global vaccine passport is good or bad, that's a really rough one. The thing is that
Clearly,
I think it's probably okay. Countries
Dual.
should probably have a right to determine who they let in and out of their country, unless you would attack like a country's sovereignty and the ability to decide how they control their borders.
So I mean,
wow, your
this
girlfriend
is
wasted
happening
money,
right now,
bro.
the global vaccine passport rollout. I mean, this isn't like
She needs to up her
hypothetical.
game
This
in
is being
gift
rolled out
giving.
now under the excuse of COVID-19, and this is something that was planned long before that. ID 2020 was promoting these ideas back in like 2018 at least. So I mean, yeah, I mean, this is something that's not just in response to COVID. It's something that was desired even before that. But
Yeah, but I
think-
mean, like, I don't see it, like, depending upon where you're coming from. So I've done.
Can't
a lot of
refund the
international
gift though.
Depending on where you're coming from, where you're going, you already
Or
have
can
to
you?
do like certain vaccines
I don't think you
or
can.
medical examinations based on the risk of where you're coming from. I think if a country wants to determine that, like, hey, in order for you to come,
I
to
just
this
hope it
country,
works for
need
you,
to meet,
dude.
Like this medical requirement, we already do it for immigration.
Like there might be a good game
I don't
there.
think
I
that's
just
necessarily the worst thing in the world.
didn't work.
Well,
Right?
it's not just for that. Though. I mean, it's for going to restaurants as well. I mean, this is for going to sporting events, going to sporting venues, possibly for.
Like, I actually
interstate
like the
travel,
setup for
has
it.
Been proposed by the
It
Biden
just didn't work for me.
administration,
I have
Dr.
never
Earl.
heard of the Biden administration proposing for interstate travel. You need a vaccine passport. I don't believe that is true.
They're talking about that as a possibility of something that may be needed in response to this.
That's
I mean, this
impossible. That doesn't work. In the United States, we
Impossible.
don't. Yes, we don't check.
I think it's ridiculous too. I don't think it.
No,
I don't
I'm not
think
saying it's ridiculous. We don't have the infrastructure to check. We don't have any type of passport in the U.S. like that. That doesn't. Yeah, that's not a federal thing.
This is what the fourth industrial revolution enables. Is
Okay,
this
you
type
just
of
walked out of
technology.
all of that because you just made a bunch of shit up. But okay.
I just made a bunch of shit up. So again, this is what the fourth industrial revolution and the Great Reset will enable through the smart city grid, right? Which is actually based on a global centralized standardized identification but identification system that is digital, right? Digital identification that's universal and worldwide. Everybody has a digital ID. Right, so this is what this
I've never heard of a digital. The only thing I've heard of that's even remotely comparable to this is a passport, like an actual. But I'm sorry, when you talk about passports earlier, I'm talking about passports, like actual passports, not like.
Yeah, well, even the passport could be, the international passport for international travel. This could that could be implemented there, and it already is in some countries that you need certain vaccines. I mean, I don't think that's a good idea, but I mean,
Wait,
we're
why
talking
not?
like.
Wait, what do you mean? You don't think a country has a right
Hold
to
on,
say?
hold on. But what I'm talking about, like venues, restaurants, stuff like that. I mean, the vaccine passport, they already have this in many countries.
Do you think a
this.
restaurant has a right to refuse certain customers if they want to?
Do you think a restaurant has a right to refuse black people if they want to?
No, because black people are a protected class in the United States. Whether or not you're vaccinated, it's not a protected class. It's not part of the Civil Rights
Why
Act.
should black people be a protected class?
I mean, do you want like the legal theory? Do you want the moral theory? Or I don't know. What do you want?
Well, you don't believe in morality, so I guess the legal
Oh
theory.
God, you have to go back to meta ethics.
What's the next question, Pedro?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
just real quick, like the legal answer, I think, is the Civil Rights Act is what gave us like protected classes, and you can't discriminate against protected classes. The moral argument is that like there are certain classes of people you probably shouldn't be able to discriminate against in society because it like causes like the destruction of society. If you can discriminate against like veterans or you know, like women or black people or whatever, like it causes like large fuck ups in huge areas of society that the market can't correct for.
Do you think that it's okay to discriminate against some people in society?
Yeah, we discriminate all the time against all sorts of people for a variety of reasons. Yeah. For instance, when I go to McDonald's, I'm discriminated against trying to go into the play place. They won't let me in because I'm too old.
But not black people, right? That's not.
I think black people are allowed at McDonald's. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay to deny unvaccinated people, perhaps.
If a business, assuming that my understanding is that like whether or not you're vaccinated is not a protected class in the United States, so a private business has the right to choose whether or not they want a vaccinated or unvaccinated person. I think.
But they don't have the right to your medical information, though. So.
I don't know if they can demand a card to see it. I don't know. Maybe that's something that'll be challenged in the courts, and then we'll see how that goes through. But
it's funny. So you think it's okay to discriminate against some classes of people, but not others? But it's strictly from a legal standpoint.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay. So you're using this word discriminate. I don't know if you know what it means, right? So for instance, like if somebody comes into your store naked, you can discriminate against naked people, right? Have you ever seen the sign no shoes, no shirt, no service?
To discriminate is to discern between different things. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about denying services to people.
Yeah, for certain people, yeah. So some types of discrimination are, of course, good. We discriminate all the time in terms of who should, like, we discriminate against who can drive. If you're 4 years old, you can't drive. There's some level of age discrimination there, right? But when it comes to, like, renting places to people, or when it comes to hiring people, or letting people in places of business, there are, like, sexual identities are protected, there are racial identities are protected, veteran status, I think familial status, like, these are things that we've decided are protected. Now, maybe in the future, maybe somebody will say, hey, I don't think somebody should be able to ask your vaccine, so we'll amend some part of the Constitution or amend some part of the legal code, I guess, to say, like, oh, well, these are protected classes too. That could be a thing in the future. I don't know.
Okay, so if all the corporations decided, if the stakeholders decided that it's okay to
shareholders, not stakeholders. Go ahead.
If the stakeholders determined, meaning I guess you're a part of that because you believe you're a stakeholder.
But the stakeholders don't make decisions right now. Shareholders of corporations do. You're using the word incorrectly because you don't know what it means. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I did. I do know.
You didn't. I asked you Andy to define it. You couldn't. But go ahead.
Shareholders are included in the stakeholders in the stakeholder capitalism model.
Okay.
You actually admitted earlier you had no idea what stakeholder capitalism is.
Gotcha.
You had no idea what the Gregor said is when you conceded the debate in the very beginning. But you think that it's okay to discriminate against some people, right? But not other people. And how do we determine who it's okay to discriminate against? How do you determine that?
Well, legally or morally?
Morally.
Yeah, we're going in a circle, but gentlemen, I gotta move us
morally,
forward.
how do you determine that morally?
I mean, morally, you see, like, does it serve the interests of society or not? So, for instance, in some cases, age discrimination is good. 4-year-olds probably shouldn't be allowed to drink. In other cases, age discrimination might be bad. I don't want to rent this apartment to somebody that's 60 years old. I don't like old people. That's probably bad, right? And then whatever our moral code is there, we agree on that societally, and then we codify it into law.
Okay. When the Nazis decided to discriminate against the Jews, that was okay because the Nazi society agreed together. That was.
Clearly in the Nazi society it was because it's codified as part of the legislation. I'm not a Nazi though, and I'm not talking to you about Nazi law.
I'm not saying you are. But
I never said you said I was. But I'm saying, like, if you're asking me, like, from a Nazi's perspective, clearly they thought it was okay. It was part of their legislative system. It was part of their, like, whole military complex. Yeah.
But you say that you believe that's how you determine what's morally right and wrong. It's just who the greater.
No, I'm just telling you where laws come from. I'm just answering.
No. When I asked you how you determine what's good or bad, you said, well, society determines that.
Oh, if you're asking me on, like, a meta-ethical level, then we're going to go all the way back to our earlier conversation about how, like, I don't really answer those questions of good or bad on a meta-ethical level because I think those.
Oh, you can't go there because you know your whole worldview falls apart once you go there. You
got me. You trapped me again.
All right.
You got me.
Go ahead.
Moving forward.
Yeah,
let's move forward.
I need to pivot away from this one fast. Go.
All right. So Salokin donated $5. We appreciate that, sir. And his question is to Tristan. Did dinosaurs and humans exist at the same time? How old do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean about dinosaurs.
He doesn't know what that question means? Really?
Alrighty. Okay.
No, he's got to answer. Wait, hold on. That guy donated. He's a stakeholder. He's a stakeholder in the stream.
What you mean by dinosaurs? I mean, are you talking about? What are you even talking about?
Have you ever seen the movie Jurassic Park? Those guys. Was Jurassic Park nonfiction or fiction? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a very cool atheist question. Is Jurassic Park?
Job 41. Job 41. Job 41.
It's an atheist question? The fuck?
The atheist literally lives in a fantasy world.
What the
right,
fuck,
created
bro?
by Hollywood
This guy's
of a
fucking
mythologized
hilarious.
reality with this made up, freaking.
It's like the
this
fucking
made up-
Matrix.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
indeed.
So that's a very atheist perspective.
Fucking A, bro. You know what? It was scientism, I think. That's where scientism comes from. These fucking atheists. They think they can use science to determine what is right and wrong in the world. It's fucked up. Same guys that are controlling the
You,
Great
you
Reset.
can't use science. Do you actually believe that you can use science to determine what's right and wrong?
Well, I do, because I'm an atheist. And I believe in scientism.
Do you
Science is
believe
my
that
God.
science can determine what's right and wrong?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
believe that?
Fucking A, dude.
Do you actually believe that? I mean, see, you're not even here to have a good faith conversation. That's like what a strange way of.
You know which prophet I believe in? I believe in the prophet of Sam Harris. He's my God. Okay.
Well, that's a false god. You should come to the real living Jesus Christ who died for your sins. my friend, Destiny, let's have a talk after this, okay? Let's just have a nice talk. I swear I'll answer you directly. We have a donation from OrthoDog for $5 to Destiny. Are you willing to have a debate or discussion with Jay Dyer about the subject of the Great Reset?
Wait, fuck. Was that addressed to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk to literally any other person besides this guy about the Great Reset, sure. Because
All
the
right, and we would
conversation is
love to host
guaranteed to
that
go
on the
better.
Crucible. Yeah. Yeah. All right, and then we have our next one to Tristan from Good Grief, who donated $5. We very much appreciate that, sir. Tristan, is this God in the room with you right now?
Yeah, we believe that God is everywhere, filling all things, right? So in the creed, we affirm that that God actually upholds everything. I mean, do you believe that science is in the room with you right now?
He's asking you, Pedro, or the super chat.
Oh, me?
The super chatter, no, the super chatter. Do you believe
Okay, tag me in, sir, at any moment. Okay, so let's. We're gonna. I think we need to. If Destiny wants to, we can have a post discussion.
This is such an insane, like, what the hell is that? We're not saying science is this entity outside of fucking existence, bro. You are, though. Religionists are fucking
about this, but
crazy,
I'll put up the
bro.
next one. It comes from Peacecraft, who donated $3.
Can I ask one question real quick about that in terms
Go
of the
for
God
it,
thing?
sir. Yeah.
Tristan, do you believe that God knows all things?
Yeah, absolutely. God is omniscient.
Does God know what it feels like to take a dick in the ass?
I mean, just again, proving how demonic and
I'm just curious, because
disgusting
you said God has knowledge of all things,
is.
right? Does
this? I mean, again, complete disgust, complete disgusting blasphemy coming, and it's not surprising, you know. And these are the types of things you would think about and speak, and it's just sad. I mean, it's just absolutely sad. But no, God was incarnate, and God was not a homosexual or a coomer, and God was without sin. So no, did not engage in sodomy. When God became incarnate and became man for us men and for our salvation, right? He did not.
These
engage
people are
in
fucking
sodomy,
lunatics, bro.
degeneracy, and any of that.
But he is omniscient, so he knows what it's like. He doesn't have to engage in it. He doesn't need the experience to reveal the knowledge. He should know.
Yeah, he's giving it to you,
Yeah.
Tristan. Just you gotta find the delineation point. It's
No, I mean, there's no answer to that. He's
Well, the
gonna
answer is
blaspheme.
yes. God is omniscient. Therefore,
just
he
does-
knows what
it
it's
just
like to
does
take
the-
a big juicy cock right up the ass. Absolutely.
Well, it sure sounds like you do, doesn't it? I mean, the fact that you think about these things and you think about them so much that you actually speak of them, right? So,
I said that God was omniscient. That's very interesting to me. You know.
How dare you
All
speak
right,
of
so,
homosexuality?
moving on. Peacecraft donated $3.
Holy
We
fuck,
very
bro.
much appreciate that, sir. I'm very curious
Religionists.
to know what
Jesus Christ.
Tristan's thoughts on the protocol of the Elders of Zion. Also, if he's worried about microchips, I wonder how he lives life without a cell phone.
Okay, nobody said that microchips aren't inherently bad and that you can't live life without a cell phone. Yeah, I don't have any thoughts on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Yeah, Destiny, you got some really highbrow and highly intelligent fans there, dude.
Yeah.
I need to make some food because we're gonna
Okay,
starving
can
soon.
I elucidate?
Destiny,
can I elucidate for
really
that question?
quick, can I interact with you for a
well,
second?
just one quick, because I can elucidate on that question.
Pedro, let him go.
Yeah, I'm just curious because so to make the question more clear, okay? So it was about microchips, right? For being in cell phones and shit. So my question is, does God also know what it's like to fuck somebody in the ass? Because he would know both parts of it, right? If he's omniscient.
Yeah, Destiny. I have to ask,
you
man.
what actually runs this guy. What actually runs this guy's life? What actually runs this guy's mind? Right? I mean, it's just this is so sad. Like, what a sickened soul you have to speak these things and to think these things. I mean, thank God
He's
you
so
probably don't have
offended.
children. And
He's so
you know, I mean,
offended.
it is what it is, man. I mean, this is sad. Like the fact that you would say that.
Oh, this is the best part of this whole fucking 2 hours.
I'm ashamed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I went
God
too
have
far.
mercy on us
That's
all
so
for even
funny.
sitting here and listening to this insanity, right? And of course, you know, you've shown yourself to be completely disingenuous, to be unable to actually have an actual debate or conversation throughout this whole chat. So, what a great way to finish it. What a winner, man. What a winner.
Okay.
Truly,
I am
truly
sorry.
stellar
It was
performance,
a degenerate question. I
Truly
was possessed by a
stellar
demon. My bad. Okay.
What else?
What's the next question?
Pedro?
We got another $5 from our friend Salakin. Sorry we missed it the first time, but he wanted to say sorry. I didn't get my second question answered to Tristan. How old is the Earth? How old do you think the Earth is, Tristan?
It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what is true. We believe that the Earth is created. I'm not sure the exact age of the Earth.
Ballpark.
How many? Do you want that in days or hours?
Is it 10,000 years?
I think in like thousands of years would be good.
According to science, how old is the Earth, and how do we know that?
Damn.
What,
just
4
dodging all
billion
the
years?
questions, man.
Something going on?
You want me to tell you how old the Earth is? You want me to tell you how God created the Earth? You want me
Well,
to
the
tell
question
you
was how old the Earth was, so I imagine that's probably what they wanted.
How old is the Earth, Destiny? I don't know how old the Earth is. I answered the question. How old
My
is
understanding is the Earth is around like 4.5 billion years old.
How do you know that?
There's a whole bunch of like I think like radio isometric techniques that they use to study like carbon decay and shit to try to make estimates on. And then there's
How do you know that carbon dating is accurate?
How do you know any of the Bible is accurate? Do you speak Hebrew?
How do you know that carbon?
Yeah, I
dating
don't
is
think so.
accurate?
So all right, what's next?
Alrighty, so we have a.
Can't answer the question again. Can't answer the question.
You can't even read scripture in its original writing. So how do you're relying on man who is faulty by definition, right? To translate these.
We don't base our interpretation on. I'm Orthodox, coming from the Orthodox perspective.
Yeah.
So we don't believe in sola scriptura. But again, like.
Do you have a book? Do you have a holy book that you read?
We don't believe in sola scriptura.
I don't know what that means.
You know
I'm not
what sola
Orthodox.
scriptura
Nope,
is?
I don't. I'm not Orthodox.
Yes, Destiny, I believe in sola scriptura.
No, Pedro. No, hold on, Pedro. Whoa. Tristan is the boat's filling up with him. Don't help him empty the water. Yeah.
No, we don't believe in the doctrine of sola scriptura, which is the Protestant assumption that man gets to read the Bible and interpret the Bible. Man becomes this infallible interpreter of the Holy Scriptures. We believe that that's inherently fallible, that man is not an infallible interpreter of Scripture. And we don't actually hold to sola scriptura, although we do believe the Scriptures. The Orthodox Church is the church that gave us the Scriptures. And those Scriptures are a part of Holy tradition.
How do you know they weren't mistranslated?
Because of Holy tradition.
Pretty powerful answer.
And we have manuscripts going all the way back.
Because he
to
said
the
so.
early church.
Well, you don't, because you
okay.
can't read those, so you don't know about that.
No, we do. I mean, I'm a member of the body of Christ.
Yeah, but you don't. You can't read any of that scripture, so you have no fucking idea, right?
No, I can read that.
Literally, those scriptures could talk about
Yeah,
Jesus Christ deep throating and getting spit roasted all day long.
This is what I'm
You have no
downloading.
idea. You can't read that language, right?
Exquisite body too.
You can't. You have no idea.
But this
Wait, for those scriptures, are any of
this
those scriptures
fool
older
is
than, like,
playing
6,000?
Gray Zone Warfare
Wait,
first.
If I just interrupt you and speak really fastly, and then say blasphemous, disgusting things.
Excuse me, sir. You're engaged in an ad hominem straw man fallacy right now.
All right,
Excuse me.
Gentlemen, moving forward, we have Salakin with another. Oh wait, no. Sorry, it's Good Grief with $5. Thank you, sir, for that donation. We appreciate it. Tristan, do you
take an
prefer
8.
frogs or dinosaurs?
Look forward to beating your ass soon.
If you had to choose.
I like frogs because I can touch them. I can hold them in my hand. I can pick them up. I like frogs. You can eat a frog. You can eat a
All
dinosaur.
right. Okay. So, Destiny, do you want to interact with that?
I'm good with that one. Good to go. Wait, can you answer this? Does God know what it's like to touch a frog? Just to touch it. Not like inappropriately.
Moving forward. Okay, we have. Did we live at the same time as humans? And that was a donation from dinosaurs for $5. So you can see why I read it that way.
You're gonna have to
And
tell
hey,
me that.
dinosaurs, we appreciate your $5 donation. We
Answer
very much
that
appreciate
question
that.
for us. We want to know. Did dinosaurs live?
No,
with
we got abiotic fact.
Answer it, dinosaurs.
Okay, moving along. Just post it. All right, spicy question. So if it's against TOS, don't bother. To both Destiny and Tristan, though more to later, did around 6 million.
No.
Crud.
No. Off.
Yep, off.
Not dealing with that shit.
Gosh, why, guys? Why? We disavow any kind of Jewish hate on this channel. We are not.
I said no. We got abiotic
level.
factor, obviously. Right.
Yeah, but hatred of God and blasphemy, that's okay here, I guess. But when Destiny's gonna say disgusting, blasphemous things, no pushback. That's fine.
No, that's not the case. And it doesn't reflect what our personal opinions are of that, but we have to try to be neutral moderators. And as tough as that can be sometimes to hear, you'll play back this video.
Ask Exquisite, who's playing Grey Zone Warfare for some reason.
I hope so. Those were some
but we try to be neutral. We try to be neutral in our application of how this goes. There are some things, there are some things that you were wrong about. There are some things he was wrong about. There's no two ways about that. But no,
there's nothing I was wrong about, and I clearly won the debate. So.
I'm not talking about who won or lost. What I'm talking about specifically is that.
But Destiny is the debate, bro, guys. How many times is this guy like, "Oh, I clearly won the debate, guys. Yeah, I'm totally the winner." This really sounds like Cope. Like, holy shit, dude.
Well, we can get into another time. But what I'm saying is that no, we don't condone blasphemy at all. But we're neutral arbiters. We have to allow people to speak their mind.
Okay, so from Synth for $1. Thank you for your donations, sir, to the channel. Can Tristan quickly define ad hominem for us? Feel free to press Control W and look it up on Wikipedia.
Ad hominem is when an insult is used as an argument. So if I were to say something like let's do a physique check and take off your shirt, Destiny. Your physique is inferior to mine, therefore your argument is moot. Or Destiny, you're a stupid fat. Therefore, your argument
chill.
Come on. We gotta keep it within TOS. Man.
That is not okay. Damn.
We gotta keep it within TOS. Now,
I didn't know that was not.
To be fair, I understand why you did that because you literally.
I'm not saying that that's inherently the case. I'm just like if someone were to say like Destiny's a degenerate.
Oh, okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I gotta dip on out. All right. I have to. I'm sorry, but I can't risk. I can't risk that shit.
Oh, he's gone.
Well, he had to. There's too many violations.
Of course he has to, dude.
Too many violations of TOS.
The guy's like totally surprised too, man. Look at his face. Oh, he's gone. Like, are you? Of course. That is like not a word that's allowed. Alright, unless you. Oh no. I say the game word occasionally. I technically have a pass for it, but yeah, I immediately walk it back, and I am one. Okay, so yeah. That's where you end. Alright, time to go.
Is moot. Or Destiny, you're a stupid fat.
Oh, chill.
Come on.
Because it's beeped here, but it wasn't beeped when he said it. Okay.
Within TOS. Man.
That is not okay. Damn.
We got to keep it within TOS.
Now, I didn't know that was not.
To be fair, I understand why he did that.
So the Christian guy was like, "Oh, I didn't know that was against the OS." Okay, bro.
Because
the whole reason it's against the OS is because of people like you.
Literally.
I'm not saying that that's inherently the case. I'm just
like personally, I don't have a problem with that word.
Oh, okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. I gotta dip on out. All right, I have to. I'm sorry, but I can't risk. I can't risk that shit.
Oh, he's gone.
Well, he had to. There's too many violations.
Of course he has to, dude.
Too many violations of TOS.
That was crazy. That escalated quickly, dude.
This guy's actually, I think he was actually crazy. I don't know how to talk to people that are like
Insane?
I don't know how
Dogmatic?
to talk to people that are like that.
Unhinged?
I don't know how to talk to people that are like that. I just don't know. Holy shit. You only said it because you lost 20 times? Yeah, there might be like I don't know actually. I tried really hard, like, cause I saw what was happening like pretty quickly. I think I realized, I almost realized after opening speech, but after I started going back and forth for like 5 or 10 minutes, I started to realize, okay, this is like we're never gonna connect. So maybe maybe there's a way to
I'm not gonna lie,
friendly.
you came in at the right time, right? Because the first 90 minutes were just an annoying, almost 2 hours, an annoying slog of the other guy just like not staking out a position at all, and just like, oh, but that's a logical fallacy, that's a blah blah blah, that's a blah 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 blah. And just at the end, it became like interesting because they were so fucking contentious that it was hilarious, right? And that's when you came in, so you got lucky. Like I had to sit through the whole fucking, the guy being like potentially obtuse. That guy was supposedly a PhD. I don't think I believe that.
I tried to say like, hey, we're not having a productive conversation, but it didn't seem like there was anything I could do to actually have a conversation. I feel like I tried. I gave like a macro explanation of like, this is what I'm doing.
That's crazy.
This is how the conversation. I'm trying to figure out like blah blah blah. Like that's literally all I was trying to do. But it seemed like there was no way. And then he kept accusing me of all the things you do. You're just steamrolling. You're rambling. The fact
that's
that
crazy.
I asked him,
I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, do you think that do you believe that wait, fuck, my brain just got zapped because I just saw my phone. Oh, I asked him, do you think that we've spoken for about, is it spoke or spoken? Is spoken a word? Have we spoke for the same amount of time? Have spoke. I think it's
spoken.
Right? Have we spoke for the same amount of time? And he was like, I don't know, maybe, maybe not. And he had like no idea.
No, it's spoken.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Jesus. Holy shit. If he seriously couldn't tell? If somebody engages in like a TOS or like hateful manner, I think your obligation as a streamer is you're supposed to like get rid of that content in a responsible manner. So we don't approve of it, and then I leave the call, because if he does it a second time, then I can get in trouble. But like if somebody does something that is like hateful or would be a violation of TOS, you're supposed to make an effort to remove the content of your stream. Like if you're in a game or whatever, then you just leave, right? I think they, yeah, so we left. It's whatever. I'm not gonna sit around and see if he does it like a second or third time.
Thank you, Steven.
What is your answer to the you can't make claims about if there is or isn't morals if you believe there is no...
Gavin McInnes snaps during debate, punches
it's
microphone?
It's like a complicated, like, you have to get into, like, moral anti-realism, and then, like, you...
Don't do that, or I'm...
That's the, yeah, that's the, oh, I'm a big man guy.
I'm
so
strangle you. It's irrelevant. That's
Joe
irrelevant.
Rogan himself,
Let's go back to the
hypercritical of
question.
vaccines.
The question is
just Joe Rogan
is
spreading
Joe Rogan doing
misinformation.
damage?
Yes.
And my point is, free speech never does damage.
Never. Thanks for having me. Just to be clear, I should have said this in the intro. The original email you sent was related especially to the coronavirus.
Okay, here's where I know I'm already gonna like not agree with Destiny, for example. Is it gonna take him? Maybe. I think honestly the guy was like Destiny actually said, like, I think honestly the guy was probably just a bit unhinged and a little psychotic. Like, I don't think he did that maliciously, or not to attack his channel, at least not like the TOS thing. I don't think he was thinking about that at all. I think he was just like really. I mean, he was looking like an imbecile. I don't think he thought so himself, but I think he definitely knew like it wasn't his best performance, and I think he was just a little bit.
My coverage and everything, yes. So.
He went a little
that over
far.
the past
I don't
year
think it was
especially,
malicious. I'm
if
not
not
sure.
In the history of all of media kind, I think that media has definitely
I honestly think the
made
guy was just a
mistakes
lunatic.
in regards to how it covers a lot of events that have happened in the United States. I think that we've seen a few famous blunders in the mainstream media recently that give us some pause and maybe some concern for how some of these events are being covered. I think it's totally fair for people to be critical of mainstream media, and I think that alternative media can be really valuable for holding mainstream media accountable for some of their opinions. That being said, I think that alternative media needs to be critically evaluated in the same way way that mainstream media is evaluated as well.
Or what about the N-words? What do you mean?
People are very keen
Get him,
to analyze
get him
all
off,
the
get him off, quick.
financial motives, all of the contraindications of things they're saying, all of the different reasons why the mainstream media might be dishonest or not forthcoming about something. But when it comes to alternative medias, we seem to drop all of that criticism, all of that critical evaluation to the wayside, and we just believe what they're saying because they're giving us a story that the mainstream media is not giving us. When it comes to the coronavirus or COVID-19 or the pandemic, I think that Joe Rogan has had a number of conversations on his podcast, but I think it's evident by looking at how his audience engages with his content that the overwhelming amount of attention that he's given has been to what I would characterize as conspiracy theorists on his program. And I think that most of the information that he disseminates is blatantly false, if not bordering on malicious conspiracy theory. And I think that him presenting these things as two equivalent sides to a debate is dishonest. And if he was doing it as a mainstream media player, we would be far more critical of him than we are as him being an alternative media person. So I would say that Joe Rogan has done more harm in regards to the pandemic for information that's being spread into society than he has good in terms of hosting alternative viewpoints.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening. And then Gavin, for you as well, thanks so much for being with us. If you'd like a few minutes for your opening, the floor is all yours.
I mean, I think I want to concede. That was great. And I agree with Destiny. I think we're done here.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. Cool.
It's like a fight when there's just a knockout, like a Tyson knockout at the beginning. Like the crowd all has to go home now.
It starts about
I
that
think
apparently.
the assignment here.
It doesn't say what it's about. It started with Gavin McInnes snaps during debate, punches microphone, and was like, "I'm on board." On Joe Rogan and his Jerry podcast, and whether or not harmful misinformation was spread without pushback in his interviews with guests like Robert Malone, a roller coaster debate from start to finish.
There seems to be a little bit amorphous.
Like, let's be honest, Joe Rogan does have like a bunch of people on where he's like giving no pushback and he's just letting them talk, which I don't think he needs to give pushback either, right? So I don't think this was like a bad thing at all. But I can see where Destiny's coming from. Like, he has a lot of dumb people on or like he started pushing back more and more on stuff like that. Like, I remember it's the guy, the Adam Conover guy. He was like trying to he was trying to whitewash puberty blockers, and Joe Rogan wasn't having it. Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, so I don't really think like pushing misinformation is a very strong. Getting some fringe lunatic on your podcast review is doesn't. Yeah, I don't see the problem with that, to be honest.
The email I got said, "Has Joe Rogan's coronavirus reporting done more harm than good?" And I mean, it's all basically the same argument, but we should start with the original assignment, and that was the original assignment. And I think the problem with that assignment is it sort of splits into two. And the two things are, one, is there such a thing as misinformation, and should there be total free speech and should be able to say whatever you want, which I believe. And I think that's impossible to argue. So what I would suspect that Destiny would want to do is get away from that and say that we need to be, the vaccine is very important and we're in a pandemic and you can't afford to even flirt with anti-vaxxers because people will die, and that trumps free speech. So the assignment was, should Joe Rogan not be doing these COVID things? And I think the only way to win a question like that is to say the vaccine is crucial, we're all going to die. So can we sort of narrow it down to that? Because obviously we all agree that alternative media should exist, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So even if you think that Joe, to go with the new evolution of this assignment, even if you think that Joe Rogan is doing more harm than good, we all agree that he should have the right to do so.
In terms of the right to do so, I think probably. I don't want the government stepping in and making laws against who can say what. I think that's a little bit weird. Although I think we're all largely not interested in that conversation anymore because social media platforms have so much power that the legality doesn't matter anymore, right? If Facebook and Twitter all come together,
There's almost always
and
two
say,
sides.
You know, hey, we're not going to host your speech, or Spotify in this case. It really doesn't matter if it's legally protected by the government. You're
For
still
everything.
pretty screwed in that case.
Yeah, but we're all, but outside of the law, we're talking about what should happen. And do you agree that Destiny, I'm talking to you, obviously, do you agree that we should have free speech for everyone? Joe Rogan should have the ultimate right to talk to flat earthers and people who think that the sun gives you all the nutrients you need and all that shit.
If you want to have the conversation, sure, but I guess I'm less interested in like, should you have the right to do something, and more interested in the conversation like, what's your responsibility to society or the public at large? Like, how should you be platforming these conversations?
So let's recalibrate now. Let's restart. And the new assignment is: has Joe Rogan's show done more harm than good in the past 2 years, specifically related to COVID? Yeah. And the fact that the idea whether he should or not have a platform is now extinguished.
Sure, yeah, we don't. I mean, I imagine we'll probably come back to that, but yeah.
I feel like that's a little simplistic. Because it also depends on the person consuming the news. Because if I'm predispositioned to accept one explanation more than the other, I might just have cognitive bias and willfully believe that one, even though deep down I know it's probably that one. You know what I mean?
Okay, good.
So it does get a little bit more complex than that.
I think we're in such
like there's a lot of people that you will not change their mind on a subject where they're obviously wrong in. How much percentage of the world believes in a god? I don't even need to go further, right? Billions and billions of people. And there's not that many of us.
A nebulous time that how the fuck do you quantify if
I mean, there's
Joe
like 8 billion of us,
Rogan's-
but I mean, like, you know, like 7 billion of them believe in a god, if not more, you know?
And we're really talking about two podcasts, right? We're talking about the
Trump and about bleach and people actually believe. Yeah. Or the fact that they never, what's the word? Disavowed, I guess, white supremacy. Look, yo, I could pull up a YouTube clip right now of like 5 minutes long of him saying it like over and over and over again. But people don't want to believe that. People don't want to see that because they love to hate Trump, and they don't want to have anything go against that view.
Malone guy.
So obvious examples of where they're wrong, they'll just completely disregard that evidence. It doesn't even exist in their minds.
The doctor, and we're saying, have those interviews done more harm than good? That's
It is
specific.
it is at the core of why I hate people. Like, as a group, right? I hate people as a group. I love individuals. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, oh, kill all humans, you know? Definitely not. But yeah, people are fucking dumb.
What we're arguing about right now.
Willfully so, right? That's the problem. Willfully so.
And I don't see how you could argue that information is bad.
Sure. So, this is a kind of an odd question. Did you ever see a long time ago when Jon Stewart went on Crossfire? He basically, some people would argue that he got the show shut down. You familiar with this?
Yeah, it's a huge pet peeve of mine.
Okay. Well, I don't know where you stand on it, but
I stand on that. He did not shut Tucker down. Tucker had a new job.
Okay, sure. Maybe he didn't shut it down.
They
That's
brought
fine.
on a comedian to be a funny guy, and instead of being funny, he totally fucked them over. And
you could say that, yeah. And in the strictest sense, you're right. But again, I bring it back to religion, where the people who say like, well, I can't really believe anything without evidence are in the vast minority. The vast minority. Theoretically, 99% of the planet has some form of mental health problem because they can believe in a god that has zero evidence, just because they otherwise cannot fathom the universe or life in general, which honestly I can't fathom that either. Like, we're not supposed to understand that, you know what I mean? But they cannot say I don't know because that scares them too much. So theoretically they all have mental health issues. But would I really say that they should be locked up because they're crazy? Of course not. Right? Well, some of them definitely, but most people know.
Went on the attack.
Like, if you go blow yourself up in the name of some gods, obviously you should be in a mental institution somewhere.
Gotcha.
And like destroyed the whole segment and used it as a propaganda piece based on bow ties and negligence.
Sure. So, ignoring our personal feelings about what happened, I think that Stuart made a good point that the concept of the show was really cool. The idea that you could have political debates from both sides and you could see like an opinion fleshed out in the middle based on the tension between these two positions. But I think Stuart's issue is that it felt more like theater. And when I look at Joe Rogan, I feel similarly. When Joe Rogan talks about some of these issues...
Dude, there's way more theater in this than on a Joe Rogan episode.
I mean, we can agree to disagree, or maybe you're very theatric, but okay. I think that when Joe Rogan has conversations with people, especially like the Robert Malone episode, I think the issue is that it could be really cool to bring on a variety of people and really hammer out both sides of this debate. You know, are there issues with the vaccine? You know, do we really need to be masking children? Those are cool arguments to have, but it's not just people that are coming on and presenting different tidbits of information. It's people like Dr. Malone that come on and essentially engage in like conspiracy with a bunch of facts that aren't true or supported. And then Joe is very critical of one side.
A bunch of conspiracy without with facts that are not true and are not supported.
Yeah, correct.
So so Dr. Robert Malone was just spewing a bunch of facts, a bunch of fake facts that are not supported.
Correct.
I think he was spewing a bunch of facts. Some of them are controversial. Some of them are open to debate. But to call them conspiracy theories and lies is a stretch.
Well... So, I mean, we can get into individual things. So, for instance...
You can't. Because to do that, you would have to trample a lot of liberties that I'm not comfortable trampling. If I was the dictator in question. You know what I mean? Like, our whole society is built in such a way that I don't feel like our education system will ever be able to instill those values. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly where I was going. Like, our whole education system is just not meant to teach those skills. We just teach you essentially how to be of use to society, and that's it. We don't teach you how to be a good human being. We don't teach you how to do anything proper at all. The only thing we teach you is how to essentially monetize you and turn you into a good little worker at different ladders of society. But yeah. Right, because if you're walking behind the garbage truck, while I do think you have a significant contribution to society, because I don't fucking want to do it, you're still seen as less of a cog, or more of a cog, I guess, less of a independent entity within our society than, say, a top-level engineer or a top-level architect, even though they, in essence, function in the exact same way as just a cog of society as a whole. Right? But that is essentially, we are essentially like a pack animals, right? We work for the betterment of all, not just one group. But our education system doesn't focus. Our education system only focuses on that thing, like the betterment of, hopefully, right? The betterment of society as a whole through creating, I'm gonna use a weird term, to creating worker drones, right? They don't really want you to think for yourself. They don't really want you to actually like figure things out, because then they would teach you how to do that instead of just, oh, here's the answers that I expected to get on the test. I'll give you the test in 2 months. Good luck. Like, we just are in my opinion, right? I'm such an I'm just a dumbass on the internet. Don't get me wrong, but our education system is built up to focus on the wrong things. I don't want to really say wrong things, but it should definitely be expanded into in the sense that what's it mean to be a human? What's it mean to live a good and just life, for example? Like those things, they don't teach you that at all. Like how do you critically process information that is not taught in school at all, because in school you're taught to uncritically just parrot the answers, which is the antithesis of what you need to be able to suss out someone using misinformation to do what he wants you to do.
Since when Dr. Robert Malone talks about how hospitals are coding.
Have you ever seen a Hitler speech translated to English? Since you brought him up. If I give you a Hitler speech that, because they talk German, right, it sounds like it's very "You must get yours," except he doesn't say any of that. He says the exact same things any politician says anywhere in the world. The exact same things. How do you not repeat something when you have no control over it? That's not the right one. Damn it, of course I can't find it anymore. They don't want you to hear what he said in English. Oh, that's typical. Oh.
My work, you think is right. Whether you believe that I have been diligent, that I have worked hard, that I have consistently advocated for you in these past years, and that I have conducted myself with decency, I have devoted my time in the service of my people's welfare. Please cast your vote now. If yes, then stand up for me just as I courageously stood up for you.
I risked my fucking case, bro. Like, what did he say? And look at him. Look at the way he's like gesturing, etc. Right? What did he say there that you wouldn't hear any other politician of today even say that? Say literally nothing. He said everything a politician would say. Like, it's actually, how do I put this? How do I put this? Because I really don't want to, like, I have no love for Hitler, okay? Obviously, right? I'm in the first country he ran over. Well, no, that's not true. But officially. Twice, I might add. Germany did that twice. It's... How can you determine in advance if you're gonna get a Hitler or not? When the speech is just as normal as any other person would have. Right? Because you vote for someone and they say... No. Someone's campaigning and they say all the right things. Your country is in the shitter. This guy seemingly does anything he can to get your country up and running again. Get it together. What do you do then that when once he's in power, it turns out, oh, he's a dictator. He consolidated all the power, and we can't do jack shit no more. And if I say something wrong, I'll probably be put against the wall. What exactly did you need to do to not get into that situation? You see where I'm coming from? So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like you or I could have easily have voted for him back in the 1930s if we were German. You just that's like, it's not like he was like, oh yeah, guys, you see those guys? Yeah, we're if you elect me, I'm gonna kill all of them. Like, right? It's just not gonna happen. I mean, just look at the Iraq War. How did that happen? You know? Like, okay, Osama bin Laden attacked our country. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, we found out he fled to Afghanistan. Oh, okay, cool. Let's invade Iraq. Wait, what? No. Afghanistan. Yeah. Let's invade Iraq. What? You know? It's like, yeah.
Patients to die in a certain way, they've died from COVID.
Well, it's back up to where it was now, right?
Money. And then later on goes to
that's a great example. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay. So that would be an example of a lie. This isn't reported anywhere.
No, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. You see, there's some gray here. We're talking about incredibly complex
kind of waiting for the bandits to
show
show
up. That a stripper from Louisiana and I, a Canadian drunk, are having a debate about how hospitals fill out paperwork. But when these people fill out the paperwork, it is advantageous to everyone to make sure COVID is there. And by the way, this is not doctors like killing people so they can get money back. This is doctors making sure they include COVID so they don't get sued for malpractice when the guy dies and they find COVID in him and COVID wasn't listed on the death certificate and they go, what the fuck? Where's the COVID? We're suing you. So there's all kinds of litigation and financial sort of a push to make sure COVID is on these cases. It's not a lie. It's not a conspiracy theory. These are general patterns in hospitals. For example, if you're a doctor and you're working at a hospital, there's a thing called leaking, where if you say, okay, you've got fucking eye dandruff, and if I send you to the Selsun Blue expert who's down the street, and that has nothing to do with the hospital, you're leaking. You're sending a patient out of our hospital to somewhere else. That's bad for business. Now, you're not going to get fired for that, but we encourage you not to leak. We encourage you to keep everything within the hospital. And if you do that over a long period of time,
that's what I said. In our current society, there's no way without trampling over a lot of fucking liberties that I really don't want to go.
Your career is going better. So these are sort of general ebbs and
because censorship goes both ways.
Flows and movements.
Yeah, I got what you mean.
Or conspiracy theories. It is currently advantageous to include COVID when you're reporting about a death or an illness.
And they need more people.
Because you might get sued if you don't, and the hospital generally prefers it. You don't get a fucking $10,000 check and a wink when you walk out the door. So this is the problem with the interpretation of Malone stuff.
So what do you think?
I mean, it is crazy, but there's a lot of ills in society that we just can't do anything about. Or don't want to do anything about. Building in this game seems long. Yeah, it's not all that fast, but the village hall is like a very big milestone, and it's like annoying to get. Well, I'm just standing around because I've got a raid coming in today. So I can't go to the town because when I'm at the town, guaranteed the raid will start and I have to come all the way back. I may not make it in time. So yeah, I'm just standing around waiting for the raid.
What do you think Malone is trying to say when he presents those facts?
Malone is trying to say that we have totally ignored financial implications of this disease, both from the recording of it and the administering the treatment of it.
So what Malone is trying to get at is the idea that there are deaths being coded as COVID-19 deaths that shouldn't be. That's what he's trying to say. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yes, he's saying in a perfect world they would. If we
Where the
didn't
fuck is
have
she
these
going, dude? Why is she
strange
going so far?
amorphous
And why don't use the damn travel
blobs
sign
floating
then?
around changing things? That yes, in a perfect world it would just be you were in a motorcycle accident. You happen to have COVID, but it's not relevant here.
Can I
It's not
see what
going
they're
on the
doing?
list.
So, but the issue is that it seems like you have an understanding that hospitals have to code for certain deaths all the time. They need to. It could be a matter of billing insurance companies. It could be a matter of transferring to other hospitals. It could be a matter of having accurate patient records. There are reasons why hospitals code for deaths a certain way. The idea that
No,
you
no,
might
it's
get
my
more
guys.
money based on the type of treatment or procedures that a patient needs. This isn't anything
It's my single
new
player,
or
this one.
unique with COVID-19. This isn't the first time that coding a death has been important for getting a financial kickback to the hospital. So to bring it
Yes,
up in
agreed.
regards to COVID-19, yeah. But when Robert
that's where
Malone
we are
brings it
today.
up, no. When Robert Malone brings it up in regards to COVID-19,
So
and
all
I've
the
seen
blue dots are
conservatives
my
bring it up
guys.
over and over and over again. The implication is that hospitals are
I still don't know why
lying
she's
about
here.
COVID-19 deaths. That a guy gets shot and killed.
There must be like
George
some loot
Floyd,
here that
was
she's
marked as
going
a
to get for some
COVID-19
reason.
Death. That people
Well,
are
it's the only
saying
one
that
that wasn't actually.
people are saying that these COVID-19 deaths are essentially being fabricated by the hospitals to earn money.
No, they're not saying that. They're not
That is
saying that.
absolutely the implication.
They're casting a very wide net in order to cover their asses. And I don't think you can dispute the fact that of all of these horrific deaths, I think we're up to 900,000 now. Something like 96%.
The game me
had
and Ice has been
tons
playing.
of other problems.
We're a
So
little
you
further
have someone
along.
with cancer who dies. They also had COVID. We're not sure how much COVID had to do with the drifting into
Only
the
on like day 12 or
metastasization
so,
of the-
though. It goes
the
a lot faster
cancer.
with two people.
So we just put it on there. We cast a wide net. You are trying to change that into that's a cancer death. Let's make it a COVID death. It's not that simple.
It
This is
absolutely.
why,
So,
you
but
know
there
what's
are
funny,
other
by the
ways.
way?
There are other ways
With all
to do
this
these
misinformation,
studies. There are,
you and I are doing exactly what everyone is.
Ask Exquisite, man.
is
no,
accusing Joe Rogan of.
not at all.
We
I don't
are
wanna start without him.
currently Spreading misinformation just by having this discussion. You shouldn't have
Okay,
me
I
on your
muted him.
show.
Am I gonna have to
I'm
fucking?
spreading the
I'm gonna have to do the
misinformation
thing,
right
huh?
now.
Okay, so the issue is that the things that Dr. Robert Malone is saying, I don't know why you're denying it. Maybe it's a joke for you, but I know that you've heard and maybe even said the
No, the
exact same
joke
things. The
specifically
idea is
is
that people
that we're
are trying to
talking
say
about
that the
misinformation
coronavirus is
and we're
being
doing it
marked
right now.
incorrectly on death certificates in order for
Let me annoy
hospitals
my
to
cat.
make more
Let me
money.
annoy my cat for a
That's what the
second.
implication is. And now you're trying to obfuscate by saying, oh, well, a lot of these people had comorbidity. Yeah, that's how diseases work. Of course, people with comorbidities are more likely to die. When being obese is a comorbidity for a disease, and like 40% of Americans are obese, and the older you are, the more
Dude,
likely
you
you
are
are to
talking
be obese.
so fast.
Then obviously,
you sound like Ben
then
Shapiro on Adderall.
obviously-
I
then
have to like.
obviously there's
I
going
have
to be more
concentrate
people
just to make
dying.
out the words.
Okay, I'll try
Can
to
I get
speak.
closed
I'll try
captions
to,
for this?
I'll try to speak. Well, you don't even have me on
Slow
your
it
TV, so
down.
I'll slow it down a little bit. Okay.
Christ.
People
Take
that are
less Adderall and more
people
bourbon.
that are people.
Fuck.
Okay, in terms of who's done more drugs on camera here, I'm pretty sure it's you than me. Okay. In terms of people dying with comorbidities and being more likely to have a comorbidity when they die, that's not like surprising. And if anything, that is to be expected. People who are
Correct.
old in the United States are more likely to be fat, have diabetes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things are absolutely
You have
true.
diabetes?
In the United States, believe it or not, you probably even have
No,
it there
you
in
have
Canada.
diabetes, did you say?
I said people in the United States who are older and obese. are more
Sorry,
likely
I
to
get it's like these things whizzing by my head. I have to sort of grab a word if I can see it
Gotcha.
whip by me like Blade Runner.
So, if people are, there are other ways.
Bro, what is this argument, man? Oh, you gotta talk slower because my tiny brain can't go that fast. Okay, bro, that's not a good argument. Like, maybe just listen and keep up.
We can look at like the number of deaths as well. We don't have to just say like, oh my God, all these gunshot.
Bro, where are these
victims
guys
had
at?
COVID-19,
Come on.
and that's where all the deaths are coming. We can just
Give me a
look
raid,
at
'cause I
excess
really need to go to the
deaths over
bathroom.
here, and we can see, oh hey, the number of coronavirus deaths we're reporting seems to also be lining up a little bit under the total excess deaths we're reporting as well. It's not like we're just taking the words of the hospitals and be like, oh my God, 900,000 people died. Well, maybe they would have died anyway. That doesn't seem to be the case.
It does seem to be the case, actually. What are we at? like 2.7 million Americans die a year, and it seems to be going up about 1.8%, which is what the population.
That's how
is
it generally
going up.
goes.
I think there's probably
This-
maybe a 14% increase over the past.
This Gavin McInnes guy is like one of those Red Pill guys too as well. I'm pretty sure he's like, I don't know. I don't want to. I know him. I just like, I know of him. I'll put it that way.
2 years from the normal American deaths per year, but it's pretty.
I think he's like super right. I'm not sure. Was he one of the alt-right guys or just accused of being alt-right?
Pretty clear when you look at the lack of flu deaths.
Because people accuse everyone of being alt-right, so I can't keep that shit apart anymore.
That's another deaths that we are tunneling other deaths into here. And I don't think it's doctors going, I get it. I'll write COVID, so you give me a check. No, they don't want to get sued, and it's good for business to make sure COVID is in there. But
so this is just absolutely.
Please don't say
this is
that
absolutely
someone.
not
I'm
true.
not saying that there's a motorcycle accident that someone writes COVID on the report. But I am saying that every cancer death, every fat, every old that dies, they make sure COVID is listed. The deaths per year are about 14-15% more than they have been before.
In literally
Sorry,
every,
it's called a bad flu season.
In a bad flu season is 50,000 people dead, not 300,000 or 400,000 people dead. That's a bad flu season. You can look at the numbers if you don't.
No. Slow down.
It can be funny, though.
When you say 50,000, you're talking about forms that say only Spanish flu. No comorbidity.
That's
only
not true.
Spanish flu.
No, that's not true.
When they're
No.
doing this 900,000, it's all this other
Bro,
shit.
I'm telling you, I need to go to
plus
the bathroom.
COVID. And also, those people weren't fat.
Oh,
if
shit, I
you're
need to eat
totally
too.
honest
Fuck.
with yourself,
Do I even
you
have
can
food?
see
Oh,
that
we're all
COVID
gonna
is
die.
fat AIDS. We
Okay,
are living
so
in an era of fat
this
AIDS.
is just
And God is
absolutely-
sending us a message.
Yeah.
And the message is, stop being so fat.
So that's just man.
And if you're an atheist, just change God with nature. Nature's sending us a message. You have an obesity problem.
Do you think that the flu is a special virus that targets healthy people, and COVID-19 is a disease that only affects people with high comorbidities?
No, I think that the flu.
Do you think that the flu can kill you? And when the flu kills you, and when the flu kills you, it's fundamentally different than when the coronavirus kills you.
You asked me a question, auctioneer. He's got the name of a black stripper from New Orleans, but he talks like an auctioneer. You asked me if the Spanish flu affects only healthy people. It affects everyone. But back then, we weren't fat fucking pigs. Now we're fat fucking pigs.
Fuck.
So we die.
I'm super bored
It
now.
sucks.
At least it comes from far away.
It's terrible. Fats and olds are dying
really
at
hard,
unprecedented
guys.
rates. But what did Joe Rogan do? Because this whole thing was supposed to be about Joe Rogan. What did Joe Rogan do that got people killed? Pray tell.
So we were going over the misinformation that was spread on Joe Rogan's podcast, and one of those things that appears like even you've bought into it is that hospitals incorrectly are marking COVID-19 on death certificates when they shouldn't.
I
be.
never said incorrectly.
And every single
They're
country.
casting too
Excuse
wide of a
me,
net.
sir. Excuse me. You're interrupting. Excuse me. Okay. Every country around
Are
the
you
world.
saying I have a more nasally voice than you?
Every single country around the world.
Okay, hang on,
is
hang on.
marking excess.
Hang on. Someone sent me something and it looks hilarious, so we're gonna watch it.
Nobody's stronger than me.
Nobody knows more about trade than me. Nobody loves the Bible more than I do.
There's nobody more pro-Israel than I am.
And nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation. Nobody knows the game better than I do.
There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am.
Nobody knows politicians better than I do.
Nobody knows more about taxes than I do. Nobody knows more about debt than I do.
Nobody builds walls better than me.
There's nobody more conservative than me.
Nobody has better toys than I do. Sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means.
I know more about contributions than anybody. Nobody knows much more about technology.
This is so easy. This is so easy. I can take care of China in my back pocket. That's easy for me. Russia? Oh, that's a pretty easy one.
Nobody's stronger than me.
That was pretty good.
Deaths, and all of them are seeing a marked increase in excess deaths that are more or less
That was pretty
matching
good.
up
I'm not gonna
with
lie.
their COVID-19 deaths. It's not like we have the same number of people dying, but all of a sudden that guy with stage 4 metastasized cancer that, you know, happened to have a cough on his last day on Earth, we're calling that a COVID-19 death. That is just not true. That's not happening.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to Google excess deaths worldwide, you can see like 55 different studies and sources from every country, every first world country around the world that will disagree with you.
But we're all doing the same thing because we're all petrified of this pandemic. And we want to make sure that when you die in Italy of cancer, and there was also COVID, you want to make sure COVID is included. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
COVID
It's not
included
malicious.
does not mean
It's-
COVID
it's-
is cause of death. That's not what we're talking
But
about.
they don't
here.
know. They don't know what COVID did to their immune system
That's
as
the
they
whole-
were fighting the cancer.
If only there was somebody that had years of undergrad, pre-med, medical training, residency, clinical experience that might be able to make that evaluation when they're filling out the piece of paper determining what killed a person. Maybe some hospitals have these people around. Do you think it's possible? Maybe.
It's not gonna be done in time.
It might be rare, but maybe some hospitals have them. Maybe.
It's not that simple, my friend. That's why you and I are not doctors. You can't just fucking sit on your ass and pull it out of your ass. When someone dies of cancer, how much did COVID affect their immune system's response? You think doctors are magic? They go, it might have really fucked their immune system. I don't know. But I'm going to put it on this form so I make sure that I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's.
Writing that somebody had COVID-19 is not the same thing as saying their cause of death was COVID-19. There is not, again, if you look
They
at
don't
the
say the
excess
cause of
deaths,
death was
if you look
COVID-19.
at the
They
excess
say-
deaths in the United States, it's not like, oh my God, we have 200,000 COVID deaths, but only 20 lung cancer deaths this year. Wow, we must have gotten really good at dealing with smokers in society. And maybe those vape pens aren't as bad as all the other old people say they are. That's not what's happening. We're still seeing deaths all across society in relatively expected numbers, but there is a big excess death that seems to pretty conveniently line up with, man, these are also the reported case fatality rates for the coronavirus.
How many Americans died this year died in general?
I don't know the numbers for on
Throw
February
me a
5th.
ballpark.
How many?
Give me a ballpark.
I truly have no idea.
Okay, is it 100? Give me a ballpark. How many Americans die every year? We're at 331 million people. How many Americans die every year?
How many Americans die every year in the United States? If I had to guess, it's probably in the low millions.
Well, I already told you at the beginning of this debate, you dunce. It's 2.7, 2.8.
Okay.
The population is going up about 1.8% a year, and we have seen about a 14% increase. So this concept of we're pushing motorcycle deaths and lung cancer deaths over to COVID is factually true.
Okay,
We're
so
at
wait,
a
you said
million
there's
deaths now.
2 to 3 million deaths a year. What did you say?
About 2.7, 2.8, 2.9.
And if that increases 14%, did our population size increase 14% in a year? What is 14% of 2 million?
14% of 2 million. Now we're doing math quizzes here. 14% of 2 million would be all the black people
Minus
in 2
2.
million.
Could have been worse.
14% of 2 million is over what? 200,000 deaths?
Oh, there's still
280,000 deaths? So is this like lining up with about where we think the coronavirus deaths might be? Like, or do you think that that's just like a totally like we have a do you think we have
We
a
think
14%?
the coronavirus deaths are 900,000.
In 1 year?
Oh!
No. Since
It
the
wouldn't
beginning
swing
of
'cause I fell off the fucking
coronavirus
thing.
epidemic.
Which is like what, 3 years? 2 years? 2.5 years?
Where's my
Yeah,
guys?
just over 2 years. So I guess we're up to
useless.
250 a year.
So
is that where we're at?
Kill it.
So if the excess deaths
Where you
for
going?
like
He's
2 or
right
3
there.
years has been about 200 to 300,000
Oh
a
my
year
God.
over what we expected. Why would you assume that's a natural growth and not just wow, maybe an extra 600?
Oh, I'm not
700?
assuming it's a natural growth. No, let me be clear about this. The coronavirus pandemic is a very serious disease. It is the most contagious thing we've ever dealt with in the history of global medicine. I don't want to go back to the plague, but it's that levels of contagious. It is mind-numbingly contagious. Every doctor I talk to shits his pants about how contagious this is. It's amazing. However, it's not particularly damaging. It's not Ebola
Sure.
or this.
Doesn't have to be, though, right? Yeah.
If it was Ebola or the swine flu, we'd all be dead. This would be the bubonic plague.
Sure. So
luckily, it only affects olds and fats and pre-existing conditions.
I gotcha. If you had to take a guess.
See, look at
okay?
this. We
if you had
started
to
this
take a guess,
debate
if you had
about
to take
Joe
a guess,
Rogan,
if you had
and
to
now
take
we're
a,
deciding if COVID is a serious disease or not.
Sure. So we're not. You were thinking that. I'm not. I'm not thinking that. So let's say in 2019, if you had to guess, okay, how many people think died of heart disease? I'll give you a hint. It's the #1 killer of people in the United
Are
States.
you Googling this as we talk? I don't have a computer.
Yeah, sure. I'm just asking you.
Did you Google that?
No, I have every fact memorized at the top of my head, actually. I talk about this stuff
Okay,
so
so
often.
now
I
you
just-
sarcastically avoid the fact that you're sitting there.
Are you
debating
accusing
someone that
me
you
of
Google.
sarcasm? I would never Google an.
Are you looking up actual information to use against me right now? How dare you? Like fucking debate, like a fucking moron, bro.
Debate, sir. That is one of the most dishonorable things I could ever think of. Well, on the internet, we debate bros take that very.
It's not so
it's
much
like
dishonorable as
it's
boring.
horrible. Yeah.
Like we're in a bar. The debate should be in a bar. You're not allowed to pull out your phone.
Why not? You can't. No. If I say something, you have to accept it. You can't Google it to see if I'm actually if I'm not lying to you. No. I want to be able to lie to you. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, that's so dumb. Holy shit, dude.
Okay, so we're debating in a bar when you say, did you know that 2.4 million excess deaths were reported and 14% is the increase year over year? With that's a bar stat to you? You would pull that at a bar when you're talking to somebody. Okay, well this is my bar stat. I happen to have.
Where's my computer, fuckhead?
Don't you have a fucking cell phone?
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it.
Well, that's not my problem.
What? We're talking about who's looking up shit as they talk.
I didn't say I'm looking up shit, but you're complaining to me that you don't have access to your cell phone. I don't know if your mom took it from you or if you're in trouble or grounded or what. If you have it on, you pull it out. You
But
look
are
shit up
you
and don't
looking
believe-
up shit as you talk?
I would never do that, sir.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. or
I'm
not.
never sarcastic.
Of course he's being
I have
sarcastic.
a high spot
That
functioning
sounds like
autism.
sarcasm,
I
too.
can't be sarcastic. It's not in my nature to be sarcastic.
That also
James,
sounds sarcastic.
tell him. James, I can't be sarcastic.
That's a good question. But we do, don't get me wrong, it is entertaining. But I do have to say, in terms of, for example, Logan, in the any sort of vax skepticism, anything that might be discussed there.
Oh yeah, we were just about to move on to that, but I was just curious how many people Gavin thought died every year of heart disease. I just wanted to know that. That's what I talk about when I go to the bar. Is how
I'm
many
gonna
people died of heart
guess.
disease. Yeah.
I'm gonna guess how many people die of heart disease.
Yeah, about.
I'm gonna say 300,000.
Okay, close. It's about in 2019, I think. I'm just off the top of my head. I think it was 659,041 people.
Oh, that's not close.
Yeah, it was you're within like the order of magnitude. Okay.
You're cheating.
In
I can't debate.
2020, that number went up to like 700,000.
Yep.
So we didn't hide it in heart disease deaths. Okay. Cancer deaths in 2019 were about 599,601, if my memory serves me correctly. That number went up to over 600,000.
Yes,
in
but
2020.
Destiny,
Yeah.
Destiny, there's a Venn diagram where COVID subsumes those deaths too.
No, because you can only have one cause of death on a death certificate.
You're adding 700 plus 200. You're up to like 900,000. That's all of COVID ever. How many people died now?
In 2020,
in the past
there
few
were
years?
350,000 new deaths due to COVID-19. None of these other categories saw a huge decrease in deaths. Most of them went up.
Haven't we
Strokes,
heard-
Alzheimer's, diabetes, all
So
these
it's a
things
myth.
went up.
It's a myth that flu deaths had vanished and they all got pushed into COVID.
Influenza is marked as influenza and pneumonia. Now, there were a lot of pneumonia deaths that were marked. Now, maybe that was because of the coronavirus and they should have been counted as coronavirus. So maybe the coronavirus should be even higher. But the influenza and pneumonia deaths for 2020 were about 53,500, if memory serves me right.
Yeah. So we have to discuss, did flu deaths vanish or did they not vanish? Because the story that I've been told is that flu deaths are down to almost nothing and they all got pushed into COVID. Is that a lie?
My understanding is influenza things basically vanished, yes.
So that's odd, isn't it?
Not really. If we're taking
We
unprecedented
cured
steps.
influenza.
Well, no, but we all took steps to be less infectious in society. Doesn't it make sense that an infectious disease would probably decrease?
Dude, why you want to win this debate so bad?
I'm
you're
not, no,
letting
I'm
old
just
people
asking
die.
a question. It's like
You're
you're saying
ignoring
it's like you're
influenza
saying
deaths.
like you're saying
You're
like
like, I'm not
bro,
gonna
you're saying
fuck
that just
those old
because
It's like, oh my god, we have COVID, and now everyone is sitting at home. And if you do go outside, if provided you're not actually ticketed, you have to wear masks, and people were like going nuts with that shit. Dude. Like mask, glove, another mask. Okay, people were going nuts. You think that wouldn't influenza? Holy fuck, that was. I hope you got what I was saying.
We told everybody to stay home.
I'm a real
Drunk driving
deaf,
accidents
Destiny.
decrease. Well,
I'm
yeah,
a real
that's
deaf.
possible.
And you're like, yeah, I gotta win this, bitch. Sorry, fuck you.
So do you think that it's unfathomable that as we take historic steps to decrease our interaction with each other, that maybe influenza deaths might have decreased quite a bit?
And diseases were obliterated. We lost influenza.
How many people
We
do you
didn't
think
go out.
How
We
many
didn't
people
have herpes.
Okay.
Did herpes?
Okay, this is like after the fact now, right? Because this debate was like over 2 years ago, February 6, 2002. But influenza came back like a bitch, dude, after the fucking thing. Like the first, when everyone started going back to normal, even I went outside. I was sick like 2 weeks afterwards, bro. Like that shit came back with a vengeance.
Please disappear.
Look, both hands. I'm holding.
Oh
both
yeah,
hands
he
up
will
here, so
never.
I'm not looking it up. Okay. How many people do you think die of influenza every year? What do you think is the number?
But apparently he's gonna punch his microphone, right? I want to see him go unhinged. To be honest, that's what I'm here for.
An scintillating debate this is. Hey,
That's why we're all here.
You started
Where
it
we
with the number
guess-
thing. You
we
started with the
guessed
number thing.
Influenza. Hey, guess how many kids had polio in 1927?
So it's fun when you do it. When you have your memorized stuff, but it's
352,712.
not fun when we look at any
Well,
other
mine
data point.
were
I'm
pretty
sorry.
more. They're much more serious. It's how
Oh,
many
very
Americans die every year.
Okay.
That's a little more than how many old ladies couldn't breathe in 2020.
American old ladies. Excuse me.
Influenza. I'm gonna give you fucking.
It's like the number. You don't have to guess. The number. It's like
50,000.
that's a really bad flu season. On average, I think it's like 10 to 15,000. Okay. We don't have
Okay,
all
way
these
too
people.
high.
Yeah, we don't have
Way
all these
too
people
high.
that are dying.
Welcome
of the flu
back
every week,
to Guessing the Numbers with Destiny and Gavin. We will be guessing the population of Papua New Guinea after the break. Please stay tuned. And also, we're going to guess what 377 times 17 is. It's probably a lot. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay.
This debate was supposed to be about Joe Rogan and is he more bad than good?
Well,
And
so
my
the-
contention is, if I may sort of try to steer this beast, and if I'm wrong, then steer it back. But I'd like to steer this beast to Joe Rogan should have the right to speak, and within the same sort of paradigm, Westerners don't.
It's gonna be like
the
5,700
mandates. They're
something.
pissed
Actually,
off.
5,300
The mandates
something.
May
Sorry.
be good. For example, brushing your teeth before and after when you wake up, when you go to bed, is great for cavities. Wearing a helmet 24 hours a day is good. You will not get head injuries. It will definitely reduce the number of injuries in the country. But Americans, and I'm happy to see Canadians, don't like to see this shoved down their throat. So Joe Rogan can have an open platform and discuss whatever the fuck he wants with anyone. They can have any theory. Pedophilia and the Holocaust are the most controversial ones. That's another thing. But he should be able to discuss coronavirus with anyone, any of their theories. And I don't believe harm comes from that. Information is only good. All news is good news.
I feel like this winter is gonna
And
fuck
as
me up,
far
dude.
as
I ain't got no
rebellion
food.
goes,
What if the
rebellion
news is
based
just?
on the hatred
What if
of
the
man.
news is just wrong? What if it's like fake?
Fantastic. Go bananas.
But that's how it goes, right?
I've had flat earthers.
Oh, I can't actually engage with what this guy's saying because I have no answer. So I'm going to engage with what I wish he was saying.
on my show.
I'm not asking if you've had flat earthers on your show. We're asking if he does more harm than good. And if you platform a bunch of fake misinformation and people believe it and it's not real, is that a good thing? Or do you think it's just
Destiny,
like a meme or what?
Can I just call you Steve? Destiny is the gayest
It's
fucking
Steven.
name I've
I
ever come
typically go
across.
by Steven, but I know how much of a kick
Why
you
did you?
get
Where
out
did you
of
come
calling-
up with Destiny? Did you go to strip clubs in the South too much?
Absolutely. That you're getting a lot
What
of
does
mileage out of the
destiny mean?
Louisiana joke.
Are you our destiny? What does destiny mean?
It's your destiny to be incredibly frustrated by debating me when you can't see me on the screen. That your
It's like
destiny is
calling
to do
yourself devotion
math,
or like
you know. Originally,
Shaniqua.
I was gonna be the Count Dracula guy from the Sesame Street because I love numbers and multiplication.
That's
so
funny
much.
at least.
So, yeah.
Be Count Chocula. That's hilarious.
But I
Destiny
started
is-
gaming back in like
it's like
2010 and
sub-gay.
2011, and you know the gay acceptance wasn't as high, so I thought Destiny would be a little bit better than a questionably.
Gays don't even call themselves Destiny. It's like a
Okay.
It's a stripper who's been abused her whole life.
Gotcha.
Anyway,
So do you
Steve.
think that so we were talking about mandates or Joe Rogan? You did a
Steven.
whole
He said it.
segment on
Steven with an
mandates. I don't
N.
know why.
Gavi?
Because I think that
How you doing,
the
Gavi?
danger with Joe Rogan is people won't get vaccinated. And the understanding is that people who don't get vaccinated are stupid and crazy, and they've been brainwashed by Joe Rogan's.
Let's be honest. Gavin McInnes sounds like a bad beer. probably shouldn't be throwing stones when you live in a glass house.
Into thinking that the vaccine is bad. That's not true. The reason that the truckers are in Canada, the reason that there's a
truckers
convoy
in
coming
Canada
up,
have to do with anything? Why are we talking about the truckers in Canada?
because if Joe Rogan's show is dangerous, then the vaccine is good and it's being whitewashed by Joe Rogan to be bad or blackwashed, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
And so all the trucker convoy in Canada is an example of people taking Joe Rogan-like propaganda and using it to destroy the country and destroy their lives.
Do you normally have like a Glenn Beck whiteboard on here where you're drawing like all the lines and shit? Is this like Charlie and it's always I'm trying to follow the. So
If
Joe
Joe
Rogan
Rogan's
is bad,
bad,
then the vaccine is good, and truckers are in Ottawa protesting the mandates and the lockdown because what was the link back to Joe Rogan there?
Well, I'll say it slowly.
Okay,
'cause
yeah.
You talk like a fucking chipmunk.
You're trying to like match my speed, and I'm getting lost because I'm normally the only one on Adderall.
Are you on Adderall? Do you do Adderall? Are you on Adderall right now?
Only for my most challenging debates, so I hyped up for this one. Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad you chilled out. If Joe Rogan's COVID information is bad, then you would
The
have
entire chat is like, no, it's myth, myth, myth. No, he does myth, myth, myth.
rebellions where people say, I'm not
What the
taking the
fuck?
vaccine.
Okay.
Is that some meme over there?
One of such rebellions going on right now is happening in Canada. There's many more coming up.
Okay. I don't see how those connect.
Really?
Do you think the rebellion in Canada is caused by Joe Rogan or Joe Rogan telling people not to, or what is the connection?
We're talking about the dangers of misinformation.
Yeah.
And in the context of this debate, the dangers of misinformation are people not taking the vaccine seriously. Correct?
Okay, that's one
Let's
of
go
them.
steal some grain.
Okay, that's one of them, yeah. Dude, don't do that or I'm gonna fucking strangle you.
My bad. Okay. You don't even know what I look like. I could be I could be huge. I could be like a 6'8" black guy.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I'm not into
with
violence.
massive muscle. Okay, well, because you threaten me.
I
might
fight
be
people
huge.
every day that are
Okay.
bigger and smaller than me.
Gotcha.
I'm not talking about
Equal
beating you up.
opportunity assault.
But,
I appreciate
but people laughing at people they're talking to.
Okay.
Is not acceptable here.
My bad. So we draw the line.
Oh,
it's after
Oh,
the
'cause it's
Destiny
winner.
stripper
Fuck.
jokes, but before.
Okay,
I
so we're not
laughed at you while
stealing
you're talking about.
grain.
That's the.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, he's getting annoyed.
Naming
He's getting
yourself
annoyed.
Destiny?
100%.
That's like naming yourself it, or naming yourself fucking someone who already has a name, like Johnny Knoxville. I'm Stevie Knoxville. It's clearly embarrassing. It's begging for
Why?
ridicule. But laughing at someone when they're making
Destiny's a
valid
girl's
point
name.
assumes that their valid
That's
point is
actually a
bullshit.
meme that his community
You
uses,
can't
which
be
I've seen a
sarcastic.
lot, but I can't believe somebody's unironically using it, right? Holy fuck, bro. Tell me you don't actually have a fucking argument. Without telling me you don't have an argument.
Which you said you were incapable of.
Okay,
you can't be sarcastic
I'm not
and
being.
patronize someone
When I laugh
they
at
have
you,
a
that's
valid
not
point.
sarcasm.
So
it's
what we're
genuine
discussing
humor on
here
my side. Yeah. Okay,
is Joe Rogan's information. Let's assume
Bro, he's
that
starting to
he's
yell, dude.
having these people on his show that say the vaccine is bullshit, don't get it, right?
Right.
That's our worst case scenario
That's
here.
the worst case. If the vaccine is good and he's saying it's bad and they're not getting it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, worst case with that is they have these big rallies where they go across the country saying don't get the vaccine.
Yeah, of course.
Mandates are wrong.
I mean,
could be one potential.
It was. I didn't really give a shit about it from the start. I'm here to see somebody lose their minds right now. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be totally brutally honest. I'm just here for the guy losing his mind, and so far, I'm not disappointed.
Potential outcome. Yes.
All right. Now, my point is, these people who are protesting, everyone assumes they're anti-vaccine. They're not. They're anti-mandate. Even the guy that Rogan had on his show, he's vaccinated. He's not anti-vaccine. He's anti-mandate. And Americans and Canadians don't like being told what to do, even when it's the right thing. And I would argue, this is a little outside the box, that the Civil War was not about slavery. It was the South saying, wait, what are you're telling me to do a thing? The thing could have been, we're changing traffic lights from green to red. And they would have fucking died to the tune of 650,000 because they cannot handle being told what to do.
Okay.
Americans, Canadians,
Wait, he ran
true
the other way.
Westerners don't like being told what to do, no matter how valid it is.
Why do we have laws at all then?
Why do we have
I don't know,
laws
bro.
at all? Because the laws that we have, the murder laws, the free speech laws, they've been tried and tested and true, and we all came up with them together. It's when it's not a unison. It's when the tyrants come up with it on their own, and they say, I've decided this would be best for you. We're doing this mandate. That's when people get pissed off, when we're not a democracy.
Okay, but
This
aren't we
country
voting
and
on
Canada
the leaders
are
that are...
They just
democracies.
spawned weird.
So we have to work together to come up with these plans. When you unilaterally decide to fuck me over, I don't care if it's brushing my teeth 3 times a day. Fuck you.
Until like very recently, in Canada, wasn't there generally popular support behind the mandates?
I don't know. I don't have Google on me.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know what
isn't
you're
that
talking about mandates?
Isn't that
What were the mandates that were popular? Was it you have to be vaccinated to operate on a child?
No, well, it was the vaccinated across the border is a trucker thing, but I'm pretty sure they dropped that because that's enforced on the U.S. side. So no matter how much you protest, that's not changing in Canada. But I mean, all of the social distancing measures, the mask mandates, the whatever vaccine passports. I don't know if they're doing that in Canada.
Wait, social distancing measures are not mandates.
Yo, you want to come
My
down?
understanding is that most people
A mandate
in
is
Canada
you have to get the vaccine or you're fired. That's a mandate.
Is that the only step that they took in Canada to ensure the safety of citizens?
No, you're changing it. You're pivoting
I'm
as
not
you keep
pivoting.
accusing everyone else of doing.
Excuse me,
A
sir.
mandate
I
is
am not
you have to
pivoting.
get the vaccine or you're fired. That's what everyone who's sane objects to.
Okay, but that's not the only thing in Canada that they've done to counteract the
No one's saying.
coronavirus.
No one's saying that.
I'm gonna
That's
die.
not why there's a convoy. The
lucky.
convoy is about do this or you're fired.
Okay,
And
so the
that's
convoy is
rage in
only
America
about.
too.
Okay, so the
And
convoy
there should be rage.
Okay, so the convoy is only about the vaccine mandates then?
Yeah. You think it's about 6 feet apart?
No, I think it's about like replacing the government in Canada because you guys are never getting rid of the vaccine mandates because they're enforced on the U.S. border side. I think that it's just everybody's just mad and
Wait,
He's
what?
Canadian.
some shit.
Hold on. I don't mean this in a negative way. I'm not trying to criticize you.
Oh, thank God, because I
have
thought you were
no
about to say
fucking
something.
clue.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what you mean by what you just said.
What's that? Say that again.
Oh, do we have a soundboard?
That was a funny comedy drop.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Don't do those, Ryan. They derail the conversation.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Ryan. I feel like you just Jon Stewarted my fucking Crossfire show, and now my brain is
Yeah.
fogged.
Why are you wearing a bow tie? Everything
Hold
you
on.
do is a lie.
Let me.
You're trying to have a political discussion, and you're out here doing political theater.
Okay,
Oh,
let me-
Tucker
let me-
lost his career.
Let me bring it back, okay? So, my understanding was that initially, the truckers wanted to protest.
Since I'm
the
going to
vaccine
Canada.
mandates at
Blame
the border.
Canada. Blame Canada. With your little beady eyes.
When you crossed in to the Canada border, that you either have to prove
Nobody
that you've
likes
taken a
them
negative PCR
anyway.
test or a PCR test and gotten it back negative or had to be vaccinated. And originally, the trucker people were going to protest that, but then they realized, oh shit, the United States enforces this same rule. That when you go into the United States, it's the same thing. So they're like, well, fuck, there's no reason to protest this because it seems like, well, it's not going to change on the U.S. side, so why the fuck does it matter if truckers are going back and forth anyway? So now there's like a general debate over all of the
Oh, he
measures
is-
that the Canadian
look at him, dude.
states or provinces have taken to tell people what businesses are closed or the capacities in places or whatever shit they have for the pandemic. It's like a general
Most
protest.
truckers are national. Most truckers are not going back and forth over the border.
Okay, then
So
why were
a
any of
trucker
them
from
opposing?
Vancouver is
It
on
was-
its way
it
to
was about
Ottawa.
the
It's on
bor-
its way to Washington. There's too much tariffs and bullshit and red tape for them to be zigzagging across the border. Canadian truckers deal with Canada generally. American truckers deal with America.
I don't even know if that's true. I thought that
I just made it up, but it sounds good.
Okay, well, you know what? I actually just Googled it, and that's not true. 64% of Canadian
Finally, a
truckers.
joke!
64% of Canadian truckers actually go back and forth between the United States and Canada.
Okay, what are we arguing here? We're discussing
That's a good
whether
question.
we're talking about the bad sides of Joe Rogan's disinformation.
You brought up
And
When
the
are we gonna talk
bad
about
side
Rogan?
is-
I know, right? I know. I'm gonna pause real quick because I need to go to the bathroom and I need to close the blinds. And I don't want to miss this because I'm having fun with this one. We'll be back. 5 minutes tops. Go get a drink. Okay. Bro, how am I still fucking dying? Shouldn't I heal automatically?
We were trying to. I was still trying to build out the connection on your map to figure out how the fuck the truckers listened to Joe Rogan and decided to protest. I was still waiting for that. I didn't get that connection. I played too many video games, and I think the Adderall fucks with my short-term memory. Not that I took any.
I agree.
And I'm having trouble connecting it. But let's move on from this topic. Ryan,
how long is this debate going to be? Because I want to have a long talk with you, Destiny, about your life.
I think James said we weren't going to go over 4 or 5 hours for this. How long did you say?
That's right. Only 3 hours left.
Okay.
We've got about 10 minutes left until we go into the Q&A, folks. So if you have those questions, fire them into the old live chat, and we're going to wrap up the open conversation shortly.
Okay, here's a question for Gavin. I'm curious, okay? Not even a Google question. Do you think that if we took a random sampling of U.S. citizens, we had a group of people that didn't listen to Joe Rogan, and a group of people that did listen to Joe Rogan, who do you think is more likely to be vaccinated?
Obviously, the people who listen to Joe Rogan are going to be less likely to be vaccinated, but I don't think that is due to Joe Rogan.
You don't think that he might
The
play
right
a little bit of a
tends to
part
be
in
less
that?
vaccinated than the left.
Sure.
And lefties don't enjoy Joe Rogan as much as righties do.
But don't you think that
if you polled country music fans and rap, or no, not rap fans, actually, you wouldn't like where that one goes.
I'll go anywhere you want to go. Go ahead.
If you were to poll country music fans and like indie rock fans, you would find way more vaccinated people with indie rock fans. That doesn't mean that indie rock
I haven't
makes people
heard.
get vaccinated.
I didn't know that fucking Green Day or whatever, or that's not indie rock, put out a song saying featuring Dr. Robert Malone, Boulevard of broken myocarditis patients who got the COVID-19 vaccine. Right? Joe Rogan very specifically
Mumford
deals.
Sons,
Oh,
Mumford and Sons have supported Joe Rogan.
Okay, I must have missed that album where they talk about.
He's part of the Joe Rogan scene, and he's supported by Skrillex.
Okay,
Eagles of Death Metal support the anti-vaccine scene. So
I think that it's probably. I think it's pretty safe to say that Joe Rogan has a fan base that is probably less likely to be vaccinated than the general population, and Joe Rogan seems to say repeatedly. He's very critical of the vaccine. He'll kind of say
to say. Is your lawyer helping you with these quotes?
Hold on. I don't have to answer that question in this format right now. Actually, is what I've been told.
What Joe Rogan said. The worst thing I heard him say was he said if someone was 29 and in good shape and they said should I get the vaccine, I'd tell them no.
Oh. Okay. So
don't do it.
He's not giving general advice. It's just how
I'm inclined to agree with him.
That's great.
I mean,
That's because
I'm 51.
You're a victim of misinformation.
Every day. I don't think I need it.
You just came home from the trucker protest, listening to Joe Rogan. You're a victim of the misinformation that I claim Joe Rogan is spreading.
You just said you don't do sarcasm. You're clearly terrible at jokes.
Why do you think I'm being sarcastic?
Why? You practicing? Are you trying to figure out sarcasm? You sound like one of those movies where the alien is trying to do humor, and they're like, "Hello, why did the chicken cross the road? I'm trying sarcasm for the first time in my life."
Seems like it's making you pretty upset. So I feel like I'm landing close.
Yeah, I'm furious. The only thing that makes me upset is when you snicker and giggle. Those are deal breakers. But I don't mind if you try sarcasm. Go nuts.
Okay. What if I sarcastically laugh in the middle of another one of your monologues?
I'll fucking lose it and find you.
Okay. Are you vaccinated? Maybe you won't be able to get into the United States if you're driving in your truck to get here. Okay. Anyway, so Joe Rogan audience less likely to be vaccinated, probably.
That's irrelevant.
Joe Rogan himself,
let's go back to the
hypercritical of
question.
vaccines. The question is, does Joe Rogan spread
Is Joe Rogan doing
misinformation?
damage?
Yes.
And my point is, free speech never does damage.
Never does damage.
Never does damage.
Ever.
No, never. Fire in a crowded theater, none of it. Fucking Holocaust denial, pedophilia. I want to fucking murder them, but they have the right to say that shit.
We're not talking about if they have the right to say. We're asking if it does damage.
Is based on stories. We're based on information. You and I, like it or not, are in the information business. And the fact that we have this epoch of tattletale journalists who want to censor information is insane. It's like you're working as a fucking butcher and you're anti-meat, or you're working in the restaurant industry and you want to regulate fucking what people can have, whether they should be vegetarians or meat eaters. We want everyone to get maximum information.
Maybe
sift through it yourself.
Maybe
what do you want to do? You want the state to control Joe Rogan?
Never.
You want
I'm not
someone
talking
else?
about the state
Who's
controlling Joe.
controlling this?
Who are you talking to?
Arbitrating.
Who are you?
What
I don't know who
words
he's
get
talking
said?
to. James.
Who's the boss? Who's the genius who decides
He's losing
who
it.
can say what?
He's absolutely losing it.
We'll give a same amount of time.
What about the doctors and the nurses who have had ICUs that have been running past capacity for fucking 18 months that are getting
doctors
tired?
And the nurses getting fired.
That are getting
for refusing
tired.
to get vaccinated.
That are getting tired. Yeah, because they
All right,
represent
we'll
a
go
harm
for
to
a
themselves and
full
other
minute
people
and
that
a
are
half
coming
of
into the
that.
hospital. I think it's fair to.
Why
I
did
think
they
it's,
refuse to get
Hold on, 1
vaccinated?
second.
Why did they refuse?
I don't know. It could be for a variety of reasons.
They're stupid. They're stupid nurses.
They might be. I don't know. Do you think every nurse is a genius? Are you out here to say all nurses are brave geniuses? That wasn't the position I thought you were going to say. What is my Achilles heel?
In a
You have no
nutshell.
idea what my Achilles heel is.
You sit on your ass all day.
Yeah?
You don't know anyone. You can't talk about these large swaths of people.
Who's talking
because
about
you
large
Googled them.
swaths of people? I don't Google
You're
people.
talking
I talk
about
to people all the
nurses.
time.
That's a pretty large swath. What's that? I'm guessing it's 2 million people.
Where do you think my opinions come from?
Your ass. Sitting down. Googling.
Okay. Only one of us
You're like
here
all
has
modern journalists.
Only one
They
of us
just
here
look up
has
stuff.
pulled things out of their ass
You don't
on
know
camera
people.
before, so I don't appreciate you accusing me of that. Number one. Okay. Number two, I have these
You don't
opinions.
socialize.
because
You're not a
I
social person.
socialize plenty. You have no idea how much I socialize. Okay? I'm an
you
incredibly
socialize
social
in the
person.
metaverse.
James,
the metaverse
didn't we
doesn't
just
count.
socialize like a month ago? I was down there talking to all sorts of people down in Texas.
I'm sure you do. You put your headphones on when you're in your Uber.
I
and you
even
don't
did
talk
it.
to the
I
guy.
even did it
You
without
don't
a
even know
mask.
he's Sri
I
Lankan.
even did it without a
You
mask.
think he's from Pakistan? He's not. He hates Pakistanis.
Really? So,
your Uber driver's a Sikh. And he hates Muslims because Muslims killed 1 million Sikhs.
Yeah,
you guys don't know this.
Gavin,
you're not social beings.
Gavin, I'm an adult
like you
male.
Talk about black people,
Gavin,
you don't
I
know black people.
I drive
you
myself.
talk about immigrants.
Gavin,
you don't know immigrants.
Gavin,
you're not.
I know.
You're not out
Gavin,
there. You're not discussing things with
Gavin,
people.
I
Even
discuss
when you get
The
your
monologue is crazy, dude. It just doesn't shut the fuck up, bro.
Plenty
when
of
you're at the
people.
barbers, you're so fucking uncomfortable
psychotic.
because you're with the
He's
working
having
class
a
person,
psychotic break
and you
right
don't
now.
know like what he thinks.
made fun of me for
He's
taking
a monster to you.
Adderall.
He's like a weird
Let's talk
robot.
about
When he
what-
needs
Gentlemen,
antipsychotics.
Gentlemen, I hate to cut in.
The
but just to be
ICUs
fair,
are full,
you have
James.
to-
He can't get the help he needs. There's too many coronavirus patients in there. He's having a breakdown.
Now he's fucking going full on sarcasm after denying it.
That was actually the first truthful thing I said. Okay.
Again, sarcasm. Great. Welcome aboard.
Is he sarcastically accusing me of being sarcastic?
No, I'm genuinely accusing you of trying out sarcasm.
Okay, well, I
And
was
failing.
genuinely concerned that you weren't able to get into a hospital because it was overflowing with coronavirus patients to get the antipsychotics you need to not have breakdowns
Okay.
when we're having conversations.
All right, Sam Hyde. Welcome to the fucking metaverse. Meta irony.
That's where I'm at
Anyway,
right now.
this assignment was: should Joe Rogan be able to do? No.
You've repeated this like
that's not
6
true.
times. I
This
feel like I'm in
assignment
trouble for not
was-
doing my homework.
Is Joe Rogan doing more harm than good? And my contention is, all speech is good. All speech,
Yeah.
no matter how evil it is. Free speech includes everything. There's no
What
such
if
thing
we
as
told
hate
every
speech.
person to go and shit in the pool? Do you think that that's a good form of speech? That does more good things than bad things? What if that happened?
That's irrelevant. You
That's a
should
free-
have
your
the
free
right to
speech,
say
absolutely.
shit in the pool.
We're not. Hold on. Whether or not you have a right to say something isn't the same as saying it is good or bad. You're saying that all information is good. I'm saying there's probably some information that's bad.
It's irrelevant, but yeah.
Well, it's
You
not
shouldn't
irrelevant.
shit in
It
the
is
pool.
actually the point of the conversation.
People should not shit in pools. But it's perfectly legitimate to have a podcast called Pool Shit. Hi, welcome back
We're
to
not
Pool
talking
Shit.
about whether
Today
you
we're talking
should or
about what I
shouldn't.
did was
Yeah.
I shat a little nugget in my mesh before I went into the pool. Then I swam to the bottom of the pool and I just sort of dropped it near the filter. No one knew. So if you guys want to shit in pools, make sure it's a solid stool and make sure it's in your undergarments before you dive in. Thanks. This has been a message from Pool Shit.
Do you think
And
that
we'd
would
like
be,
to thank our
Do you
sponsors.
think that would be a good or bad information?
That's bad information.
Okay, so do you think that the listeners of Pool Shitters, do you think that those listeners might start doing things that Pool Shitters says to do? There might be a few dumb kids out there.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So if
But
it was the
society
case,
in general
if it was the
benefits
case,
from
if
information.
it was the case,
The
then
more the
that I
merrier.
was on a
Let
debate
1,000
panel
flowers
with Gavin,
bloom, as Mao
and I
said.
asked Gavin, hey, if I were to do a random sampling of Americans, and I look at Americans that don't listen to Pool Shitters and Americans that do listen to Pool Shitters, who do you think is more likely to shit in the pool? You would probably say, well, probably the most ardent listeners of the Pool Shitters podcast.
Dude, you sound like a communist, and I don't mean like someone with communist beliefs.
And then I were to say,
What? What?
Like a genetic
don't you
communist.
think
it sounds
that's
like
a,
it's in
don't
your
you think that's
cells.
bad information?
You see different
Holy
people.
shit.
You're like, there's these people
that
there's
listen to
these
Pool
people.
Shitters and people that don't listen to Pool Shitters.
Yeah, you're like, there's these people, they're
Uh-huh.
disgusting. Then
Yeah.
there's these people, then
but
there's
not
these
you.
people.
You just see everybody
No.
as a collection of traits
Yeah,
and beauty.
they're
and
all changing. We're
just
all cells.
energies.
We're all moving.
That's
the
amazing.
thing.
Can you see
want
auras
to feed
too,
the
or-
cells.
Mhm.
You want
Yes.
the cells to have more food, more plankton. We're all growing and changing. You've already classified us as the disgusting idiots that shit in the pool and the smart people that fucking
don't
play
shit in the
Twitch
pool.
and call themselves strippers.
Honest to God,
I want everyone
I think
to be
I would have
together
those
and move
classifications.
around
I think that if I
and
lived in a society
grow.
where there was a podcast called Pool Shitters, I think I would actually, I'm going to be honest here, and maybe to the chagrin of my leftist friends, I would say, you know what? I would look down on those people that shit in pools. I
Yeah.
would do that,
Well,
Gavin.
you're
I'm sorry.
retarded 'cause they're
You
funny.
know, I'm sorry.
If
They
you
might be
listen to
funny,
podcast
but you know
bullshitters,
what?
you're
I don't. I
funny.
think I would look
And I
down on them.
want
I
you at
actually
my
think that
birthday
might be
party
a personal
'cause you're
problem with me,
cool.
but that's why I'm the bad kind of guy. Oh my God, are you
Bullshitters.
Excuse me, did you just laugh in the middle of talking over me while I was trying to talk over
I was
you?
laughing at my own joke. I was
Oh.
laughing at my own joke.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Where are we
Great
at,
time
James?
to move into the Q&A.
Thank
Do wanna
God.
say,
To
our
quote
guests
Billy
have
Bragg,
links in the
I'm the sort of bloke who laughs at his own jokes.
In the description, you can find our guest links. That includes, if you're listening via the podcast, this one coming in from ASEAN. Challenging question to you, Destiny says, to argue that Joe Rogan's show could be immoral for presenting this information would
Whoa.
mean that you're arguing against YouTube. As
Oh my God,
it
these guys are
also
accurate.
allows flat earthers, etc. This is a tough argument for you to consider.
I didn't even see this fucker.
They say.
We didn't even get to the ethics of is it moral or immoral. We were just saying is it good or bad to have, or rather even does it spread misinformation or not? I don't even think we got to.
No,
that.
is it better or worse for
Oh
society?
my God, he's got a lot of health.
Well, with regards to the coronavirus, worse.
This is coming in for you, Gavin. Not particularly on topic, but I have a feeling you might still be happy to answer. They say, Gavin, what are your thoughts on open relationships, specifically letting a wife sleep with other men?
Oh, I'm glad this came up.
Oh yeah,
because
thank God.
This is something I
How
genuinely
could we
care
not
about.
have this conversation?
Not so much like the semantics of the vaccines. Destiny, I want to take a break from this whole discussion and have a talk with you about your future, about what's going on with your life, and how to make it better. Because I'm scared. Here's what's happened with you, right? I think you got addicted to Adderall or some sort of meth, some sort of amphetamine. They're all the same.
Okay.
And you did what anyone does. You had fans because you became famous. And you know, men do this. They buy low, sell high. So they buy high, sell low.
Oh shit.
So you saw a pretty girl that was interested in you. She's Swedish. You're obviously into white people. Most people are
For
interested
sure,
in their own
absolutely.
race.
If you look at my dating
I'm not,
history, it's
but
like
whatever.
it's all white
so
people.
you
all
chose
the
the
way
hot
down.
Swede. Now, Swedes are poison.
Okay.
There's two reasons why they're poison.
Why is that?
One, they come from Vikings and they demand this kind of alpha toughness. I'm not saying slap her around.
Okay.
But Swedish women want dominant men to fucking say, we're doing this now. They don't want cucks who let black dudes fuck them in the ass. So
Wait,
you have to
hold
start-
on. When you say fuck them in the ass, do you mean me or my wife?
Neither.
Oh.
They don't want any of those shenanigans.
Okay.
I'm not
I didn't know
saying
who
the
the them was
shenanigans-
referring to. That was really important. to me,
You can
so-
try the shenanigans like in your college years, whatever you're experimenting, blah blah blah.
I can go back to college. I'm
there's
young
two
buck,
things with
33.
your
Wait, what? But we are talking about Gavin McInnes, by the way.
Years old.
There's two things. One is they're essentially female Vikings.
Okay.
So they're not like, they don't do well when you're like, honey, I made you breakfast. Like they want you to control the show.
Wait,
or
she
you're
says
fucking
every
dumped.
morning she's so happy when I make her breakfast.
And you will get dumped.
She
like
she
Ari
gives
the
me a
Rugged Man,
smile and everything. What do
Ari
you
the
mean?
Rugged Man was twice the man of you, and he got dumped by his Swede because he wasn't man enough. So you got to. But here's the other thing, and this is much bigger than you and me, and it's.
Is it black dick or what's way bigger than
There's something about races where they get to a level of, I shouldn't maybe not even say races, cultures, when they get to a level of success, they become lemmings. They become masochistic, ethno-masochistic, they become suicidal. And I believe
What's
the
this guy
Swedes
saying, dude?
are like, all right, we made it to the top. Fuck me. And they start like playing Russian roulette, and they start like taking in, like the way that she married you is like alien. Like she's like, oh good, easy prey, and she's eating you right now.
Okay.
The only way you can save this marriage, this relationship,
Good chance.
is to
wait. Hold on,
is
James.
to
We're getting to
start
the most important part.
drawing the line and saying, no, I'm in control now, bitch.
Okay, can I ask you a serious question? So, right now, the rule in our relationship is she's only allowed to fuck, I think it's 4 guys a day.
I don't want to hear that.
What should I bring that down to? Gavin, what do I bring that down to?
My ear holes.
I need you to tell me.
I can't hear that.
I don't know how to run my life. I need you to tell me, okay? What should I bring the number down to?
I want to focus on the 2 things. 1,
2 guys a day? 2 a day.
Swedes are suicidal,
2 a day.
just like Japanese.
Okay.
Just like every successful ethnic group, they start killing themselves.
Okay.
And then 2, she's a fucking.
It's just because he's a fucking. To be fair, what started this off was a question, all right? But Gavin McInnes is one of those like really hardcore traditionalist guys. Pretty sure he's fairly far right as well, like in the bad sense. Don't quote me on that, but he seems, yeah, he seems like it. But Destiny was married to, I forgot her name, some chick from Sweden, that, oh, no, I walked right into those guys, and they had an open relationship, so that's what they're talking about. People try to dunk on that shit for some reason. Well, because they think it's immoral, I guess. Like, you do it. I don't give a fuck. You know? They're divorced now, so that was a whole meme on the internet for a while. Because we were right, blah blah blah. Again, I don't give a shit, and neither does he, seemingly. So, I don't know. People like to dunk on people. I get it.
She needs to be dominated. Don't be nice to her.
Okay.
I've seen it with Colombians. Colombians are like that too for some weird reason.
How long do I have? Wait, hold on. James, this is way more important in my life than whatever Q&A question.
Yes.
Hold on. How long do I have
he didn't
until
die.
she kills herself? Should I start shopping around for another wife
No,
now?
no, she won't kill. When I say kill yourself, I meant like the entire culture is self-emulating. Is that the word? So she's not going to literally kill herself.
Oh, okay.
I definitely didn't hit the shield there.
And
God's
Northern
sakes.
Europeans are both figuratively and literally killing themselves. So your relationship has maybe a year or 2 left.
Okay.
He was right about that,
the culture of
but that's
Sweden
not
and Scandinavia,
neither here nor there.
I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years.
Jesus Christ.
they're
She doesn't
already-
even speak
they're
fucking
already
Sweden around the
glorifying
house. I think
euthanasia.
it's already happening. Like, she doesn't speak her language anymore. She doesn't have
So this is
fika
what's
anymore.
gonna
It's
happen.
like,
Destiny, this is what's going to happen. You're going to laugh at this warning.
but
you're
in
getting
3
right
years, Grandpa Gavin
and then you're going
is-
to come back to me in like 5 years.
5
And you're
years.
going to go, you're going to have like a perfect little side part. You'll be all shaved and have a tie. And you'll be like, dude, you were right. And I'm a born-again Christian now. I don't do any drugs. Definitely not speed.
Not even
coffee.
Adderall? Fuck.
Let's go to the next one.
Of course, all these guys are
I'm gonna
religious.
say- I'm going to say,
we have so many questions.
Destiny, you may have overshot the mark a bit here. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I blasphemed. Holy cow. But you're going to be happier ultimately, but you have to hit rock bottom before you can come back up. Your relationship
Is rock bottom, is that like a Norwegian
with an
chick, or is it?
ethnomasochist starling.
Okay,
Your
gotcha.
wife is a starling.
Okay.
You know what that is?
We must move on. I hate to do this,
No,
gentlemen.
I gotta say this one last thing, please.
One last thing. James,
Starlings
it's so important.
reported in North America. They devoured the continent because they had no natural predators.
Jesus.
Starlings are ruthless.
Apparently.
Okay.
That come from the Siberian
There was very little
winters.
talk about Joe
James,
Rogan.
I think it's time for the next question. What do we got?
Sunflower has a question for you, Stephen. They
So
say,
glad I
is
got
there
that out.
any data that indicates vaccinations decreased or alternative therapy increased as a result of Rogan's podcast?
Good question.
Actually, I have no idea. I don't know if you'd be able to, how you would be able to study, particularly if one media source influenced somebody to do something or not do something. It's probably pretty difficult.
Good response.
But I think that if you holistically look at the media environment you live in, there's probably data out there that shows that people that consume certain types of media are less likely to be vaccinated than other people that consume certain types of media. And
No,
my
that's
guess is
chicken or
Joe
the egg.
Rogan.
That doesn't
and my
work.
guess is that Joe Rogan, probably it would be the part of that media sphere that gets people to not take vaccines.
This one coming in from Sky Daddy Mythbuster says
that applies to country music too. You realize?
I don't think that people that listen to country music, I don't think that country music songs are.
But it's gonna take a while.
You know, today
Yes,
we're gonna
but
talk
people
about.
who listen to country music are less likely to be vaccinated.
I'm not talking about a simple correlation between what people like and what people do. I'm saying that
Yes,
Joe
you are.
Rogan is a causal factor because he is literally platforming
Yeah,
misinformation
but you're just saying
regarding
it's
vaccines.
a causal factor, but you're using the evidence as this group likes this group likes that. That's country music.
Yeah, but I have a stronger
can't just
tie
say
because
causal
country
factor
music
and it
doesn't.
becomes a
Country
causal
music
factor.
isn't known for
I need
talking
one
about
weed.
vaccination.
I know. I understand.
Joe Rogan is. So there's
Actually,
probably
no.
a higher
Yeah,
likelihood
I need one.
that somebody listening to Joe
Probably.
Rogan.
Is that four still, right?
Probably.
There-
Welcome to probably.tv.
Yeah, welcome to all social
where
sciences.
we also
where
do this.
you want me to make a stronger claim about the
This one-
Starlings?
they used it all.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Wait.
I didn't want to cut you off.
The Starling claim is actually pretty much more sound.
Pretty much more sound.
No, it's 100% more sound.
Okay, thank you. Jesus.
Sky Daddy
It's also 100% true that Joe Rogan listeners will be persuaded into getting the vaccine by Joe Rogan himself. I talked to 3 people yesterday.
This one coming in, I think
all 3 of them were my wife's boyfriends.
I haven't talked to 3 people. My
Sorry,
theory
James,
about your
go.
wife
Don't
and
let
the
him cut you.
Starlings is
This one's
millions
coming in
of
from
people.
Sky Daddy Mythbusters. I think this one's for you, Gavin. They say patients coded for COVID to avoid post-mortem lawsuits. Question: we are to believe that the medical staff doesn't know the COVID status of every single patient from time of admission to death?
I don't that was a lot of question marks. It sounded like.
Yeah.
If there were cases where hospitals were falsely
Oh, no, nice.
marking COVID-19
They made it already.
deaths, those stories would be plastered.
It's the weight.
No
over
one's saying
every
that.
fucking
Hurry up.
everybody is saying that. That's exactly what's being said. Gavin, you need to talk to more people. Okay? Stop
when
looking
I
at
say
Ryan.
No, and I'm talking about this debate.
Okay.
In this debate, I'm not saying that. I am saying
the debate
they're
wasn't
casting a
are
very
Gavin and
wide
Steven
net,
misinformed
and
by
including
Joe
their
Rogan.
COVID
That's not the
diagnosis
conversation.
And their cancer and their diabetes and everything.
That's
and I resent
person
the size
asked a
of that
question.
net.
The person asked me a question about Joe Rogan listeners.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that was for you. I apologize.
Okay, Jesus. Yeah, the answer was yes.
That's why.
James. Yeah, or no.
This one coming in from ASEAN Talk says 2019 to 2020 saw 500,000 more.
It looked like
deaths
there
in the
was,
US.
wouldn't it?
Only
There was
350,000 were reported as COVID-19 by the CDC.
I don't have wood.
2.85 million in 2019 and 3.3 million in 2020.
Thank you for that factoid.
Was that a question?
amazing.
Thanks.
Do you have another one of
The
those?
next person who works on the show somehow.
This one coming in from
Was that a
River and
donation by
Fernandez.
Jamie? Is that guy filling? Sorry, go ahead.
River and Fernandez T both say thanks for having Gavin on, and reminder our guests, both Gavin and Destiny, are linked in the description. Bezos' anti-bullying agency says argument doesn't matter. Gavin wins by default, virtue of the fact. Okay, let's see. Aeon, thank you very much, ML. For your...
Wait, you didn't.
I'm not reading the rest of that.
Oh,
one.
the open
ML
relationship question was okay, but that one was over the line. Now I'm even more interested in what that.
ML says, let's see.
Yeah, good point.
I want to know
Listening.
too.
Jesus.
Every time I say your name, I picture a hot black chick with blonde hair.
Well, thankfully, you're not looking at me on the monitor right now, so it's 2022. I could be a hot chick with blonde hair. Surgery's come a long way.
Too much video games and fucking Adderall. That is the bane of your generation's existence.
This one.
I am
Coming in
powered
away from the
by
video
video
games.
games and Adderall. It's
Stop
all that's keeping me
taking
going at
Adderall.
this point.
It's a drug. It's speed.
Aren't you? You're drinking a
We
drug
used
right
to
now,
call you
aren't
guys tweakers in the 80s.
Yeah, the guy's literally
This one coming in
drinking
from
hard
Catholic
liquor.
says, how much criticism of
Not just a
lockdowns should
beer,
be
like
allowed, Destiny?
fucking
Are we
whiskey or
talking like
bourbon.
chastity belt lockdowns, or what kind of lockdowns are?
Now he's the sarcasm king.
I'm not even being sarcastic. I want you to clarify.
Oh,
because
you
we just
want
had a
chastity
20-minute
That's
conversation
sarcastic
about
too.
my wife committing ethnic suicide or whatever. I don't know what the fuck the topic even is anymore. Is this about the chat?
Wow.
Are we talking about chastity belts for the
You're
Ottawa
so mad that I
truck drivers?
predicted the next 5 years of your life.
You are literally Larry the Tomato Red right now on my screen, okay? There's no way that I'm the mad one here, all right? Slow down.
This from
James,
Mr. Monster.
can you repeat?
That's called being
for
white.
God's sakes.
You
James.
clearly went to Sweden for a
Monster
wife because
says,
you love
okay,
white
must move to
people.
the next one.
This is what we
Hate to
look
do this,
like,
gentlemen, but
and we're
we do-
mad.
There's so many questions we have to just. Mr. Monster says, do you think
Okay.
that it would be more helpful to society if Joe Rogan actually supported vaccines?
I just like saying you support stuff. That's not what I care about. I just wish that when he brought on people to give like an alternative tale on things, he was as critical of them as he is of people that present the mainstream opinion, rather than just like filleting every person that comes on and gives like some anti-mainstream take and being wholly uncritical of everything they're saying.
I'm glad Destiny brought that up. Can I interrupt and be serious for a second?
Oh my God.
I totally get that point. That's totally valid. But we are living in a society where all of the mainstream media is one narrative. So Joe Rogan represents, I don't know, 1% of the media that is daring to say, wait a minute, how wonderful are these vaccines? So yes, I would agree that he does ass lick these people more than, say, someone on another media source. But it's because we are being bombarded with this one narrative. So when someone dares to go against it, may they please kiss the person's ass? And you've seen, by the way, what happens with him. He's fucked now. He's ruined. I'd be surprised if his daughter can get a job because he dared go against the narrative. So yeah, when it's David.
We talking about Joe Rogan?
David is allowed to put a string against a rock and whip it up and throw it up into an eye. That's dirty pool to hit someone in the eye, but it's not equal standing.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Bezos, anti-bullying agency, says, question for Destiny, does the concept of quote-unquote misinformation undermine democracy? Basically, quote, you can all vote how you want, but you can't think or talk about what you want, unquote. Thus, it undermines democracy.
You can think or talk however you want. Me being opposed or me saying that the Pool Shitters podcast is maybe putting out bad information, I don't think that undermines democracy. I think me giving my opinion on it all is all part of the democratic process. We're all here to scream at each other and shout at each other over what we think is right, or over what we think is misinformation, and that's what we do, and that's part of the democratic process.
What did Joe Rogan say that was bullshit?
I think that the way that he brought on Robert Malone and let that guy ramble whole bunch of bullshit studies, a whole bunch of bullshit drugs, and the fact that he was wholly uncritical of almost every single thing he said, I think that was the harm for that podcast.
So what did Joe Rogan say that was bullshit?
It's not about like one line or thing that he said. It's about the whole of the episode. People don't just watch like 10 seconds of it. It's like, what, like a 3-hour show?
What if you have a flat earther on your on your show? Is that wrong?
I think that if you had a flat earther on your show and they were like, did you know that the earth is flat and it's a big theory that all of NASA and all the world is trying to fuck us? And Joe was like, damn, that's some serious shit. Yeah, you know, maybe, yeah.
I'm not
And then
supposed
you
to
start
build
get
this
other people
by
in
myself,
society
I might
believing
add.
it. Yeah, I would say that's bad too.
But I only
There
have
was
one
a time
hammer.
where we
Right.
had NBA players-
That would be
we
fucking
had
funny.
NBA
And I
players
would
that were
love to
saying
see it.
shit like the earth was fucking flat. So at that point in time, I would say, yeah, that would be pretty bad.
This one coming in from, do appreciate
No
your
one
question.
thought the earth was flat ever, by the way.
You don't think so? Ever? Not ever?
Mark Santola said,
It was a few radical cave people, like even 500 years ago. It was never a thing. In fact, it's more popular now than it ever was before.
This one from Mark Santola. For you, Stephen, regarding Dr. Malone, they said, Dr. Malone is a co-inventor of the mRNA vaccines, is pro-vax, and has been published over 100 times. Destiny, have you really listened to the full episode?
Malone is not the co-inventor of the mRNA vaccine, and his only contribution to mRNA research was a paper that he did as like a grad student. He owns a few patents.
No,
from a long
that's
time.
false.
That is absolutely
He was
true.
one of the many contributors to the mRNA vaccine. He did not write one fucking paper.
He had
And by the way,
zero
I'm
input
gonna say
whatsoever.
whatsoever.
He
Why
had-
are we
he had-
constantly dealing with these people who have never contributed anything outside of playing some fucking video games?
Okay.
A guy plays video games.
You're
on
out of line.
Twitch,
You're way out
and
of
he's
line.
talking
You're
to a
way out of line.
doctor
You're way out of
about
line.
all the
Gavin.
amazing
Gavin.
He's
Look at how
contributed.
red this guy
Do
is.
something. Do something besides letting people fuck your wife. Do something.
Yo, is he-
The more
Will
We accomplished.
Is this guy's head gonna explode like in fucking? Holy shit, dude! He's about to. He's popping off. He's popping off right now.
The more you fucking inconsequential cunts trivialize our accomplishments,
All right, we
the
have to
less
go
you
over some-
accomplish, the more
I didn't respond.
you trivialize
We
other
have to go over
people's
Steven.
accomplishments.
Hold on, excuse
Do
me.
something. You're literally
We do have
on
to
your
give- we have
ass
to give
for
Steven
a
a chance to
living.
respond.
Get up.
We do have to. Go ahead, Steven.
Fucking, are you in sweatpants right now?
Absolutely not, sir.
This one coming in front.
I didn't even get to finish answering, okay? I wrote a lot of paper. When I was in high school for English class, I wrote so many papers, okay? So the fact that I haven't done anything, I resent that comment, okay? I was in a lot of AP classes.
You got a C for
I
cuck.
did not get a C for cuck, okay? I got a B for bitchin', all right? So I do not think that, hold on. Robert Malone is not the co-inventor of any of the fucking vaccines. That's just not true. That's bullshit.
It is.
Okay, it's not.
What is an inventor? You contribute to the culture
I don't know.
of the
Maybe
thing.
somebody that worked on one of the companies that created the vaccine. Maybe somebody that worked in the public sector that contributed a significant amount of research towards mRNA vaccines. Not a guy that wrote one paper one time on a process for creating mRNA vaccines that ended up not even working out. None of the research that he initially did ended up panning out as being a proper way to even build an mRNA vaccine. The fact that this
That's
guy,
bullshit.
Gavin,
That's
when did he?
complete bullshit.
Gavin, when did he work on mRNA vaccines?
About 15 years before this vaccine
It
today.
was no. It was in the fucking. I think his paper was in 1991 or something. It was like 30 fucking years ago that this guy was writing anything about this. He's not even considered the main contributor to mRNA vaccine research. You can go and Google that if you want names for
What
it. Okay?
is mRNA, Destiny?
What do you mean? Do you want the abbreviation? Messenger ribonucleic acid?
No,
Do you
no.
want the
What is
function
it,
that
though?
it
What's
goes
the-
through ribosomes in your
What's
body
the
and it's used to
concept?
create
What's
proteins?
the concept? What does it do? Like,
what is it?
What is the technology? What cars are mobilized vehicles that are powered by gas?
The technology is you have a bunch of nanolipid particles, NLPs, that encompass a single strand of mRNA that goes into your cell, enters your ribosome, and then proteins are printed out that emulate the protein signature of the virus SARS-CoV-2. That's the function of the mRNA vaccine.
Correct. Now, to talk about the inventor of that is to talk about the inventor of punk, or the inventor of hardcore, or the inventor of rock. You obviously have hundreds of people who are contributing to that technology. It's not the invention of the fucking light bulb or the mousetrap.
Oh, rip the eyes out of your
Actually,
head.
the invention of
Listen
light
to your
bulb
dead
also
skull.
has,
You fuck with the wrong
almost
brain.
infinite people contributing. So, yes, he was a major contributor. He was not a lunatic off the street, is the big picture here. He was someone who was involved in the culture of mRNA, and Joe dared speak to him. God forbid you should speak to people who are involved.
There's a complete mischaracterization of what Steven said. Steven said he was upset that Joe didn't push back more against the blatant nonsense misinformation that was supposedly peddled. I didn't actually see the episode, so I can't say if I agree with Steven or not on that part. But I can say that what this guy is saying is a gross mischaracterization of Steven's position.
Involved in the largest pandemic in history.
So,
God forbid.
Malone, if you want to say Malone, with a series of hundreds of other scientists, wrote papers all along the past 3 decades talking about mRNA research, I would have no problem with that. That's not what he sells himself as. He says he is the inventor or co-inventor of mRNA technology. That's not true. In 1987, he performed an experiment with like NRNA strands and like frogs or something, and he published a paper as a grad student. That was his contribution.
No, that's not his only contribution. He has had what 8 patents
on
involved
technology.
in mRNA.
Where are his drugs?
He's been
Where are his
inexorably
drugs?
involved
Whoa,
in
whoa,
the
whoa!
culture.
Where? Okay, cool that you have patents. Where are your drugs? I don't give a fuck what you can patent any chemical that you want. You can go into any lab and synthesize any chemical and patent it, right?
So your patents don't matter unless you have drugs for it? That's absolute horseshit.
In the medical world, you can patent all sorts of RC's research chemicals if you want. You can patent all sorts of things. Yeah, that's what a patent is. Yeah,
Patents
you
are
can
a whole
patent
economy in and of themselves that exist below the pharmaceutical industry. You have patents, you sell patents to other companies. They then make pharmaceuticals from your patents.
Okay, what
Patents are
pharmaceuticals
a
have been
whole
made?
other world.
What pharmaceuticals
You're
have been
talking
made
about
off of
basically
what
drawing
pharmaceuticals?
samples here.
What
You're talking about
pharmaceuticals?
samples to
What
music
pharmaceuticals
that got made into
what
other music.
Okay, where was Dr. Robert Malone's music sampled? What album is he featured on? Is he
God.
featured on the Moderna album? Is he featured on the
Yes,
double-sided
he is featured
Pfizer
in the
album?
Moderna
No,
album,
he's
and
not.
he is featured
no,
in the Pfizer
none
album.
of these
He's
people.
featured in all these albums.
No, he's absolutely not. None of those
Listen to
patents are
you.
relevant. None of those patents.
Listen to you.
None of those.
Sit
Listen
on your
to
ass
you. Are you
and
serious?
talk about scientists who have not achieved enough.
It's not about
less
him
someone
having
achieves,
achieved enough.
The more they trivialize others' accomplishments.
100%.
We
It's Gavin McInnes, right? Google him. You'll see.
sound like two sports guys talking about Noah Syndergaard's pitch and how it's
Like-
fallen
I knew it was gonna be a shit show. That's why we're here.
below 100 miles an hour way too many times.
100%.
So he's
Accomplish
not
something.
he's not the
Make a
co-creator.
child.
He's
You have
not
a
the
kid.
he's not the
Make a
co-creator.
child.
He's not
Make
the
a baby.
he's not the
Dominate your
co-creator.
Viking
He's not-
wife.
How many children do you
and
have?
make a baby.
How many children do you have?
3.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Next one. Not a Trump. Thanks for your questions.
How many years have you been married?
Well, I met my wife in 2021, but we've only been married for a mere 17 years.
Okay. 17
This one
years.
coming in.
Yeah, a totally monogamous relationship involving 0 threesomes. Though in my heyday, I did have some threesomes because I understand the difference between fun partying and being an adult.
Gotcha.
Not a Chump says, Destiny, is it possible that there are sketchy things going on around the COVID vaccine? Is there no corruption in government or prescription drug companies?
Some people really. I'm gonna go back because I wasn't listening to the question. Some people really don't understand that other people live a different way than they do, right? Or they really like can't stand it.
Because I understand the difference between fun partying and being an adult.
Gotcha.
Not a Chump says, Destiny, is it possible that there are sketchy things going on around the COVID vaccine? Is
It
there no
does,
corruption
yeah.
in government or prescription
It
drug
does. It
companies?
does.
That's
You know,
an annoying question.
if there was, man, it sure would be great to see some, rather than Robert Malone going on to some podcast and spewing a whole bunch of bullshit that is meaningless and not substantiated anywhere in the literature. But you know,
This one coming in from Blake.
oh, that
says,
one really
Destiny,
pissed him off. Sorry, go ahead.
Just this idea of like siding with the government over a
It's not siding with the
controversial
government.
guest.
It's all the researchers that are working on this. It's not just the government. Don't be such a baby
don't
about
talk
it.
to that
Don't
person.
be such a
Don't
baby.
talk
about
to that
Biden
person.
said it, so I don't agree
We're
with
in
it.
this culture of like these tattletale journalists.
Tattletale.
that are
We're
like,
not talking
"That
about
guy was
journalists.
over
We're talking
there.
about
That guy
academic
didn't get a
research
permit.
institutions.
You didn't get a permit.
This is part of being an adult, Kevin. Okay, it's figuring out who you can
No,
trust
it's
and who
not.
you can't
It's
trust.
part of being
okay,
a
when you're 4 years
You're a
old and your mom and
tattletale.
dad have a conversation about don't accept candy from the
Do
guy in
adults
the
use
van,
the word
right? We learn this at a
tattletale?
very young age. There are people that you can trust, people you can't trust. Okay, you can figure this out. I believe in you.
Yeah, and I'm adult enough to figure it out. Are you a child? Are you the kind of person that gets into a van because there's candy? Because you're getting in a van right now, and the candy is the tyrannical narrative of COVID in 2022.
It's like the teenager that does the exact opposite of what his parent tells him to do because he wants to be rebellious without thinking through
Dude, that's
any of his
you.
fucking.
Your wife
that's me.
fucks men.
Following.
You are in a fucking
This one, we
outside
must
the
move
box
forward.
universe where nothing's real, man. You sound like fucking David Crosby on acid in 1971.
How
Grow
similar
up.
does David Crosby on acid sound to Ben Shapiro on Adderall? Is there a huge overlap here in terms of?
Well, phonetically, you're Ben Shapiro on Adderall.
Okay, yeah.
But culturally, you're a stupid hippie fucking up your own life.
Gotcha. Okay.
This one coming in from Eschaton says, Vax doesn't stop
I don't know,
the
he seems
virus
to be
from
doing
spreading
pretty
back
well
and doesn't
financially.
prevent infection. No one
Well,
knows the
I
long-term
wish.
side effects.
Holy
Vax
shit.
industries immune from civil liability, Stephen.
I probably not do the whole
That's
open relationship thing
fascinating.
though. Let's be honest.
I thought the vaccine was 100%.
I'm definitely not good at
effective,
for
like
that
every
one.
safety measure we take in society. Now that I found out that it's not, I'm not sure if I'll support the vaccine anymore. I don't believe in taking protective steps for anything unless it's 100%. I don't even wear my seatbelt because I don't want to get stuck in my car and die in a fire.
I would
so.
not marry someone I
This one
wouldn't.
from
I
Red
don't
Blooded
want to be
That's
like.
right, that's a
You're
rhetorical
mine.
question.
That sounds so bad.
Looking for questions too. I'm surprised there aren't any questions for Gavin. I'm sorry. I'm
What the
looking for them.
fuck?
I am 51 years old. It's possible that people who watch these things aren't interested in a geriatric's opinion.
This one coming in from red-blooded Republican ex-Trump supporter says, question for Destiny. I've heard you say you want Brandon, to have stricter jab mandates, can you say the contents of what is in the jab?
Like, do you want like the whole fucking chemical formula of what's in a vaccine? I can't tell you what's in the chemical formula of my fucking Coke. I'm not gonna be able to tell you that.
This is falling apart at the seams.
Just
With
now
that,
it
we
is.
do-
It was going
wanna
great up
remind-
until that question, though. Go ahead.
Want to remind you our guests are linked.
I
in the
want that person with the question to know that they wrecked this whole debate.
More than Ryan did with the fucking soundboard.
Wait a minute. The person who said, "Hey, Destiny, do you think that the vaccine cures everyone?"
Heart attack
perfectly
live
and
on
they're
stream.
never gonna have
Bro,
any
didn't this
kind
guy
of COVID?
just drink like fucking hard liquor and now he's is that a beer? That better not be. This guy's an alcoholic, bro.
You, sir,
Jesus.
look at yourself in the mirror. You ruined this entire night.
You know what? I bet that guy, I bet he was a
entire
big Joe Rogan fan. I bet he got that talking point right from fucking
Dude,
Joe
I
Rogan.
don't care if he's me. He ruined the fucking debate. Hey, Dad, if you're watching this and that was you, fuck you. You're dead to me.
This one coming in from Mr. Monster says, "What right
Is that
does
supposed to
Gavin
be
have to say
funny?
what Destiny does in his life and assume what he does with his wife?"
It's so
Oh,
weird.
no, let's not go there after all. Let's wrap up. We want to say thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. I gotta ask, what did you not read earlier that you're reading all of these? I have to know. I have to know.
Can I just throw out my motive? My motive is Destiny's happiness. My motive is everyone's happiness.
Thank you.
I come from Canada where everyone is thinking outside the box and they're like,
It sounds like the guy's actually drunk. Am I the only one? Like it sounds like he's drunk to me.
this. What about instead of eating out your wife, you take
But that
a
just
shit
might
in
be
her cup?
that might be a side effect of just the fact that he's talking nonsense.
Hey, what about you blow your dad?
Let's move into the
That's
next one. We
friendship.
do want to say thank you very much, folks, for all of your questions. Thank you for Stephen and Gavin for being with us tonight. And with that, we hope to see you in future debates. Have a good night, everybody.
That's it? Okay.
Unless there are any topics you hadn't. Well, we do have one. This is one for Gavin. John Smont says, Gavin.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I got an
What a
important
bizarre
question.
ending.
Hold on. Gavin, because Gavin is talking about being concerned for everybody's happiness. If I'm
Yes.
letting 4 or 5 guys fuck my wife, aren't we technically making more men happy? If I'm miserable and those other 4 or 5 guys are happy, aren't I actually contributing more to the world?
When you shit your pants, it feels good. Isn't that better for the world? You're shitting your pants.
Well, no, but this is more like I'm letting 5 other guys shit in my pants, so they get the good feeling, and I
Yeah,
just have to
that
carry around.
does feel better.
So, do you think that is it worth it for all of their happiness
Doesn't
to
it feel
increase?
good when you have to go pee really bad and you stop running towards the bathroom and you just piss your pants? So the fact that it feels good temporarily is not good in the long
but overall, it's gonna fuck everybody up.
The only thing that's going to work for you, and I'm the least traditional guy in the world. Dude, I
I
have
doubt
a
that
back
very much.
tattoo of Chiang Shek and Fidel Castro being eaten by an octopus with a skull face.
Jesus.
So
There's a lot of people
I
them
invented outside the box.
like
okay?
actually them.
The idea of we don't need marriage, blah blah blah.
I always take this as an example, right? You think of the most average person, intelligence-wise, that you know, and then you have to realize that, in all likelihood, 49% of the world is dumber.
It's a super
That's scary, by the way.
fun thing in your early 20s, but you went and got a starling from Europe.
Like, I'm also a fucking idiot, right? I'm just smart enough to know I have no fucking idea, okay? Like, but a lot of people, this is gonna sound horrible the way I'm gonna say that. I don't know how to like say this. A lot of when you're dumb, you don't realize that you're dumb. You need a certain level of intelligence to be able to self-reflect and realize I don't know shit. And then you can work on that. But if you don't realize that, you'll never work on that. And a lot of people fall underneath that level of intelligence required. And I don't mean that in a bad way or I don't mean that in like a bad or a negative way. I mean that in like that's the way things are. Somewhere high position. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's like it comes back to the way I said, like the way I feel like most of our education is set up in, right? It's like you don't actually have to be super intelligent to be super successful in our society. You just have to be really, really good at something, right? Or you have to be really, really good at repeating this one action, and then you'll make shit tons of money, and you'll be really successful. Do you need intelligence for that? To learn this one act? No, right?
She's going to devour you and everyone around you unless you can keep that cute little starling in control, because it is a fucking phoenix on fire. That thing is a
Holy shit, dude, this guy's
It's
drunk.
a
There's no
fucking
way.
flailing fiery bird that has a wingspan as big as a city block. You need to control her or you're all gonna die.
Look at that beautiful, beautiful bird.
Ask R.A. the Rugged Man. He was consumed by a phoenix, just
Speaking
like
of
you.
Trump.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm so sorry, James, for cutting off. What was your final question you had there? It was one for
No
Gavin.
problem. There was one from Marty in particular. Marty Mad Scientist said, Gavin, the legal procedure for coding death regarding COVID or not is well documented, and said, why are you misrepresenting it? So they're accusing you of misrepresenting
Oh, huge
I'm
call
not
out there, Gavin.
misrepresenting
Good
it.
luck.
So the death certificate will say stage 4 cancer. On the same certificate, it is COVID is included.
That's not even a death certificate. I just saw it. You're lying. You're misrepresenting the facts. What you just held
No,
up
I'm
there?
not
I'm looking it up. That's
misrepresenting the
not a. That's not a death. Show the camera. Is that a death certificate? Because you held it up like one.
This is all a list of all the girls I fucked in high
That's right.
school.
Okay. Oh, one at a
But
time,
I don't
right?
know why that's here.
Oh, you did threesomes.
No,
only
yes,
before you
there
were married.
is
My
the
bad.
main
Okay.
source. They say that they died, but on that form, please believe me, it's a fact that COVID is included. You know this.
I enjoy this
Look it up.
content. I don't know
Motorcycle
why, bro.
accident dies. COVID is included. It's always included in these forms.
Drama's
And
fun.
The big thing I was trying to say earlier is it's not
Sometimes.
malicious.
Okay,
It's not
wait.
like they're
What if the
looking for a
guy?
payout.
What if the guy was driving his
The right
bike
kind of
and he had
drama
a
is
bad
fun.
cough, and that made him lose control and he died? Isn't that a COVID death? Don't you think that's legitimate?
That's why they include it, because they don't want to get sued in case he coughed and fell.
Because Harley
But
Davidson
my
would be
point
like,
is
"Yeah, you're fucking up."
that that fucks with the statistics.
True. Okay.
Thank you, by the way. For
But if he
supporting
didn't
my
have
point.
COVID-19 and he didn't cough, he would still be alive, right? So isn't
we
that
end
fair
it
to call
right
it?
when Destiny supported my point, please? Let's pretend there's some sort of feedback. We can't. Hello, hello.
James.
I can't.
This one
What's
coming in from
James, there's
your
feedback.
question, Ryan.
It's just
Ryan
all I
Rockwell,
see is snow.
Ryan
What am I
Rockwell
missing?
said, for Gavin, they said, could it be that the quote-unquote mainstream narrative is so quote-unquote one-sided because
Hell?
people are independently converging on the objectively true, stance?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's happened. That happened with Obama's election. That happened with Russiagate. That happened with Trump and the grab the pussy. That happened with
Last one, I
so
think.
many fucking lies. Go back to Obama with Fast and Furious. Why
Let's
do you
go.
think 64% of Americans have zero trust in media? Because we've been getting lied to persistently and increasingly since 2008. So now it's at a level of absolute hyperbole. Like, people watch the news to laugh at this point. Not because it's true, you fucking pussy. Oh my God. Imagine watching the news today and going, holy shit, that's intense. I did not know that. It's all fucking lies. And I would argue that more than Joe Rogan, this bullshit media constantly fucking up, tripping over themselves with lie after lie after lie, from Russiagate, from everything Project Veritas exposes. Constant lying, constant.
I think these fuckers
what
ate
do
my
they call
berry
them?
jam.
Nothing burgers, again and again and again.
Yeah.
That may have killed more Americans than anything else. Because they go,
You know when they do like this in movies, they have this trope of like the right wing like reactionary that's on the internet. You know what I mean? Like there's this trope on TVs now that they use like one of those characters. He could literally walk right out of the fucking television, dude. Like that's him. That's literally him. Him and Alex Jones.
well, that's not true. And you told me to get the vaccine, so I'm not going to get it. Maybe we have a bunch of old and fat people who should have had the vaccine, who didn't get the vaccine because they don't trust the media.
Okay,
because
I'm gonna
fat
fucking,
asses like that turgid tattletale
Meat's too
Brian
straw,
Stetler
mushrooms too.
and Don Lemon and Chris weight pumping Cuomo lied so often and so persistently that the boy cried wolf. And they
Let's move on to
didn't
the next
trust
one.
the media anymore.
Thank you very much.
I'll tell you
Dominator.
what, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Copinator says, Destiny, if Joe Rogan's misinformation shouldn't be aired, how should we handle CNN, MSNBC, and Fox
We get some
News?
shrooms.
Everyone has confirmation bias.
If people lie about shit or they misrepresent shit, people should call them out on it, bully them for it. I'm not here to say my position's never been like I don't think Joe Rogan. Yes, a debate. Thank God, because what we're doing here on this show is unique. Okay, people don't have good conversations like this anymore. All right, they're just busy doing dumb shit on their podcast.
I literally can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but that's true.
Exactly. So
I don't know if
I'm not
that's
trying to.
sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic. Okay, I don't think
I
that.
know you shouldn't have brought up that you can't be sarcastic because now I'm filtering everything through that quote.
I'm not saying that Joe Rogan should be deplatformed. That's not what
Completely
I don't give a
ignored
fuck
him.
about. I just wish that he would be more critical of some of the people that he brings on, and just spread that around a little bit. Spread the critical thinking around.
Why don't you shave your beard, put on a suit, and take your wife on a date?
Hold on. You said that you couldn't see me. Why do you think I have a beard?
I've researched you painstakingly for 58 hours. I've stayed up on crack and meth researching this because I was so petrified you'd humiliate me.
Jesus.
And I can't believe
You did that by
you were
yourself
such
already,
easy
bro.
prey
Chill.
After all of this
No worry
preparation.
there.
I haven't brought up butt plugs or urine a single time, but you seem to be going real deep into attacking my life. But
What's the butt plugs? Is that your smoking gun?
no, not at all. James, what's the next question?
Where's my fucking?
I think that's
Well, I guess
all
it
we
could
have.
smoke depending on how fast you did it. But what would you say, James?
All we have for tonight for our
Wait, a
questions.
butt
that
plug up an ass smoking would be maybe 8 million miles an hour.
After
You've done
ad
the
stage
math
as
on
well.
that? Is that something that
A
did you
moist
Google
surface.
that, or is that another bar stat that you just happen to know?
I'm guessing. I'm guessing.
Educated guess. I actually looked it up, and it's actually only 3 million miles per hour. So you were off by like 50%.
I'm still pretty happy with 8 million. 3 million, 8 million as far as butt plug speed.
Okay.
I proceed to dry out the anal lips.
We will close with that. Want to say, folks,
Yours are probably not dried up at all
tuning
because
in
you were just
tonight.
treated to a giant black man's cock.
We will
who
go into
moisten them up with
Why is he so
some-
obsessed with that shit, dude? That's
Everybody
kind of.
for hanging out with
It's a
us
little
tonight.
suspect how obsessed these
Description
people
box
seem
has
to
our guest
be.
links. Want to say thanks so much to our guests. It's been a true
Like,
pleasure.
if it's so revolting to you, then why do you constantly have to seemingly talk about it? That's what I don't get. Alright? Seems to me like you kind of want to feel, you kind of want to maybe try it out sometimes. See what it feels like. That's what I'm hearing about that. I'm not gonna lie. That's honestly that's the impression I get.
Here to have you.
Wait, who's the guest? Me or did you say guests? Both of us.
Yes, both of you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad to have been here. This was good.
Fuck you all. I hope you die.
Why are you drinking Budweiser?
We'll
Oh
be
my
back
god.
in just a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene.
So it was
The
beer.
cops drink
The guy is a
fucking IPA.
fucking
I
alcoholic,
don't
dude.
drink beer because beer is gross. Okay, I
Agreed.
drink hot
Oh,
chocolate.
you just do speed until you're so fucking brainwashed by your own bullshit.
Exactly.
that
If I
you
drink alcohol, I'm
reinvent the
worried that it's
world.
gonna, fuck with any of the other 7 drugs that I have to take to stream for 36-hour stretches, and I just can't really risk that, with my health and fighting all those guys off my wife every time I
But
go
you
to
can't
sleep at
take a
night.
joke I did earlier and make it a real thing and then make fun of me for it. That's just not how jokes
I can do
work.
whatever the fuck I want to do.
No, you can't.
I
That's
absolutely
sarcasm, and you don't do
Uh-huh.
sarcasm. Comedy has parameters.
Oh, does it?
So
now?
there's a world that you create.
Well, earlier,
and then
didn't you
within
accuse
that
me of
world-
being Sam Hyde? Doesn't he break parameters all the time? Isn't that what he does?
Yeah, you're not. That's very advanced. Sam Hyde.
You're the
is
one that made the
fucking
comparison to me earlier
Mike
about him.
Tyson
so.
of
yeah, and I'm
comedy.
aspiring.
So you have to,
I'm aspiring
you can't
to that.
get
okay?
to that level.
I'm trying to. Okay. All right.
Better jump.
No,
back
don't.
on.
If it's not your thing, don't do it.
Well, I
don't
don't know
join
if it's my
the
thing yet. I'm
NBA.
trying
Don't
to.
join
I'm
the
trying to-
NFL.
I'm
It's not
working
your
my
thing.
way there.
I'm
Not the
not
NBA or the
saying it should
NFL,
be.
but I think Sam Hyde's sense of humor is a little bit more in reach than either of those two things. But I'm a shorter guy, so.
Thank
Okay.
you guys.
Are you good? I love you, James.
I love you guys.
Okay.
Take care. I hope you have a good night.
Yep. See you guys later.
Thank you very much.
I already said fuck you all.
Take care.
Yep, that was a pretty good one. I'm not gonna lie.
But instead, he just shows up
Oh,
again.
Red Letter Media immediately starts playing. I might watch that. I might watch that channel a little too much, dude. Every time I go to bed, I put any Red Letter Media thing on and just headset, go to sleep. Those guys are fantastic. Those are the best debates, though. Not when it's like 4 or 5 people, but when it's one-on-one, those are the best debates. When it's like four people plus, you have no idea what the fuck is going on because everyone's just shouting over each other, and it's just like, oh, I can't. My brain can't. I hate that so much. Yeah, see, like, this one is gonna be a lot of yelling, just for this guy alone. I cannot watch him. I can't. Occasionally, some of his clips are hilarious. Not for good reasons, I suppose. But... Oh, dude. That guy is way too high energy for me, bro. Holy shit. Like, in an annoying sense. From our debate, drink whiskey and beer. Yeah, it did seem that way. Like, there was no way he wasn't drunk, dude. He seemed so fucking drunk. Holy shit.
Eugenics. You want us to do eugenics?
Let's say, well, here's hypothetical. Let's say,
It is not.
Okay,
I am
we're
not
gonna do this
arguing. Yeah, we are going to do this, and that is eugenics.
Again, I want to point out again. Eugenics in and of itself. Not looking at the morality of it would be a giant benefit. To the society as a whole, if it actually works, right? You're like trying to breed a Superman. I don't want to use the German term for it because, you know, an Ubermensch. That's like, ooh. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, when you add in morality, it's horrific, right? But apparently, we're gonna talk about eugenics again.
Destiny, and I don't appreciate you. You're not going to treat me like I'm a f***ing idiot. I have been doing this for a long time. Like this is what I do.
You're 19.
Right?
I don't think you've been doing anything for a long time. But
okay, this should be interesting.
You did. I need you to get more static. You know when you
I
had to temporarily block him to prevent dogpile because I'm just not dealing with that right now. But if he wants to have a real conversation at some point, I think it'd be good. I have a feeling this is all he has though, just trying to dunk on people. I just get really annoyed when people are like, oh, you're just trying to dunk at people. No, I'm not, bro. I was relentlessly good faith in that conversation. How can you say that I was the one searching for dunks? Like, how could you ever watch that conversation and come away thinking that I'm the one just trying to... I don't know. Felt stupid.
How dare you?
Oh, boy. Hello. Hey, what's up?
Well, Jim, what's going on?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
What do we need?
Pretty good.
Meat.
Just got back from the doctor, like I told you.
Cool. Well, how was your doctor visit? Was it exciting?
Super exciting. They told me I have a virus, which is super cool to hear.
Cool. Well, that's exciting. Hopefully you're gonna make a
You,
full
Diablo
recovery,
4.
I'm
Okay,
sure.
we got to.
Introduce yourself
We got
to
to.
the audience.
Customary Diablo 4 shit. For 2 minutes, I gotta. Let's do the good one. Everyone likes a sea shanty, right? I gotta find it though. Come on, where is it? There we go.
pirate battered and bruised. 10 years at sea, I'm used and abused, but nothing out here has hurt me more than the game I bought that's called D4.
D for bad.
Pirate's life for me. Rather than playing D4, I'll jump into the sea. Hey lad, D4 bad, another vessel sank. Rather than playing D4, I'm going to walk the plank. I'm used to rum, I'm used to gold, but not the price that I've been sold. 70 crowns for a game that blimey I've been had. Hey lad, D4 bad, a pirate's life for me. Rather than playing D4, I'll jump into the sea. Hey lad, D4 bad, another vessel sank. Rather than playing D4, I'm going to walk the plank.
It really is. It's really good. It's quite accurate, you know? Is it stuck in there? Okay. Man, how about some power metal instead? Okay, it's stuck there. Fuck. I missed. D4 dog shit. It's actually so good too, dude. It's AI, right? So it's crazy. It's crazy to me that this is all AI. Fucking amazing, dude. D4 dog shit. Yeah, dude. Bro, and imagine, okay? This is the worst AI is ever gonna get. It can only go up from here. Scary fucking thoughts, bro. like, this both amazes and scares the shit out of me at the same time. You want your mind blown, like for real? You like anime, right? Oh, here's a Eurobeats one. It's great, by the way. Let's watch Initial D. It's so good, dude. It's so crazy how good it is. For dog shit. Oh, fuck garlic. I don't have garlic. I need 1 sage. I need water. I don't think I have garlic. It's a negatory command. No, like here maybe? No, underside then? Oh, garlic. I would unironically listen to this when I'm playing a race game. 100%.
D4 bad, D4 dog shit.
Like listening to Eurobeats always makes me sad that they didn't make like a proper initial D game, dude. Anyway, since you like anime, here's the latest opening of the newest anime. Bro, it's literally in Japanese. Bro, this is so good. I love this. I'd watch this anime. Personally, my favorite is hang on. It was right there. Shit, I shouldn't have gone back. Yes, sir. Yeehaw! Oh, it's so good, dude.
Wanted to love her, but I despise her. D4 bad, D4 dog shit. I'll be better once I crack a Budweiser. 1,000 deaths, but it feels like it's made in China. There's no active players in all North Carolina. I'd rather strap up than become a coal miner than play D4 with their shitty designers. D4 bad, D4 dog.
Where's all the mushrooms at?
Wanted to love her, but
Did you fuckers cook them all?
D4 bad, D4 dog shit.
Bro, I dropped like 20. Motherfuckers, they dropped them all. Oh my god, they cooked them all. Assholes.
shit. Wanted to love her, but I despise her. B for bad, D for dog shit. I'll be better once I crack a Budweiser. D for bad, D for dog shit. I'll be better once I crack a Budweiser.
I can unironically listen to this like the whole fucking day, dude. Okay, one more. My actual favorite. Like, obviously, it's not the. This one is my favorite, bro. I love the image as well. The image is fantastic. Like, this is unironically fire to me, bro. It's actually so good. I'm blown away by how good AI is. Actually, I need both of these. Wow, wonderful. At least he's threat level 1. It's like 2 guys. Oh, we better hurry up because they're gonna go bad. And they're gonna go to sleep now. Oh my god. Wait, why does that say pine stew? I wanted meat stew. It fucked me over. I was trying to make meat stew. Oh my god. I don't have meat now. Ugh. Moo. Anyway, now that we got that out of our system, let's continue.
Audience is dying to know who you are.
Hi, my name is Ayala Eisenberg. I am on Twitter at ProLifeUS and also on Instagram. And I recently did my second Jubilee Middle Ground talking about abortion, which is how Destiny came to be my #1 fan.
Awesome. True. So you were tweeting about me recently. You seemed fairly
Yeah.
upset.
Yeah, it's probably not for today.
Do you want to catch us up on what's going on with that?
I gotta study tomorrow though, but we can play at night in the evening.
I mean, I wouldn't
Because
say
I got a
it's
test on
bad.
Monday,
I
a big
make
one.
tweets, like that's what I do. I'm basically a professional tweeter. You did some kind of podcast with Lila Rose and.
It's like I want to play, but I don't want to start with an exquisite. So.
And then there were a couple things that I commented on. There were 2 clips that I saw of you from this like real asshole. The guy who posted this clip was just such a dickhead.
Oh, I do have meat.
But he posted a clip of you saying like to call a fetus a person is like to call a nut a tree, and then you there was another clip where you said like according to pro-life logic, like miscarriages would be the same as leaving an infant to starve, and everybody was really upset about that. And that was basically the 2 things that I said something about.
Okay, great.
Okay, well, where do you want to start? Which one of those do you want to start with?
I feel like we've already talked a little bit about the first one. Yeah.
Wait, what was the first one again? The part about it not end up being a tree?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. We had like a back and forth about that on Twitter, but we haven't talked about the second one.
Okay. Well, we can talk about the second one if you want.
Sure. One of your orbiters has already got into it with me over that one, so.
Okay, then that means you should be even more prepared for the conversation, huh?
I don't think you could be more prepared for a conversation about miscarriages than like having had multiple. So yeah, I would say that I'm prepared to have a conversation about the reality of miscarriage.
Sure, we can talk about it, but I don't think having a miscarriage means you necessarily know anything about a miscarriage. You can literally have a miscarriage without even knowing you're pregnant or that you miscarried, but sure, okay, well, where do you want to start? Do you want me to open my argument, or do you want to give me your pushback against my argument?
I mean, go ahead. I don't want to take what you said out of
I want to point out, like, let's make an equivalence to that argument. Well, I know a lot about broken bones because I broke my leg. What? No, you know what it feels like to have a broken bone. That doesn't mean you know anything about broken bones.
context or misconstrue what you said. So I'd appreciate you telling me like exactly what you meant by that, and I don't like want to put words in your mouth or anything.
Yeah, sure. So basically, if we're
comfortable?
considering fetuses to be
She's lying on my
human
hand.
persons' lives that ought to be
Laying?
defended and
Laying on my
endowed with
hand?
all the same rights as like a baby, then in my opinion, we should be taking way more aggressive steps to limit the amount of miscarriages that are happening with women that are having sex. So I don't know if that would mean that if you have sex, you immediately have to check into a facility somewhere, or you're like, we outlaw sex without using a ton of protection firsthand or whatever. But we have to do something to be very, very, very aggressive to help with the massive amount of early, like first trimester or early weeks miscarriages that are happening without people even realizing it.
And I need
'Cause
my
it's
hand
possibly
back.
like the greatest loss of life that's occurring worldwide right now.
So like at the
Hello?
highest estimates, like about 20% of pregnancies
That
end in
is still
miscarriage. It's
adorable.
10 to 20% of pregnancies.
Ow.
So I guess what you were saying in the clip, again, correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying we would, according to pro-life logic, need to check women into hospitals as soon as they have sex.
Oh.
So that we can monitor
Y'all already made meats
whether
too.
or not they get pregnant, and then if they are pregnant, we have to keep them there and make sure that they're healthy. Is that what you said?
Something to make people aware that they're pregnant early on, and then take really aggressive steps
Comfortable?
to limit the likelihood of a miscarriage. Yes.
That's a yes.
Just like we do with born children, right? Like how we permanently hospitalize them to make sure that they don't die of any illness.
I mean, you do hospitalize them early on if you're at risk for illness. So I have a son, and
You
he was
don't
hospitalized early on.
hospitalize all children.
I didn't say you
to make sure-
hospitalize all children, but if it is the case that 1 out of 5 pregnancies are ending in miscarriage, and maybe even more, and women just aren't aware of it, it seems like we should be taking really aggressive steps to correct for those early miscarriages, right? Because if that's true,
Well,
that means more children have died from miscarriage than have died from abortion, right?
Well, do you know what a miscarriage is? Like, explain to me what
I'm
you
so
think a
sorry.
miscarriage is and why you think miscarriages happen.
Excuse
I
me,
imagine
that was
there's
a
probably
sugar
tons of different reasons why
slash
miscarriages happen. There's
carbonation
probably a lot of
burp.
different types of miscarriages. I'm sure that there
My
are some
bad.
miscarriages that happen because of, for some reason, implantation.
Came out of
doesn't work
nowhere.
right. I'm sure there are some
I could not
miscarriages that
stop
happen
it.
because of genetic coding issues in the early days of the zygote splitting apart.
Don't you look at me
I'm
like
sure There are
that.
probably miscarriages that happen because of the condition of
You
the
shit
mother
in a
being
box.
unaware that she's pregnant. There's probably a ton of reasons why miscarriages happen. I don't know them all. I can look it up on Wikipedia if you want me to.
So I'll explain it to you because I actually do know this. Most miscarriages happen, like a majority of miscarriages happen,
Oh, fuck.
because there's
Oh, okay.
genetic.
I was like, they spotted me
chromosomal
already?
issues,
Shit.
With the embryo when it's first developing, and it just physically cannot grow and develop properly. So a majority of miscarriages are not preventable. There's nothing that you can do. It's just because of the way that the DNA came together, it wasn't formed properly. And the other miscarriages that aren't because of that, which I mean, again, like, we're talking about things like bifurcated uteruses. So like the way a woman's uterus is physically formed, like her uterus is shaped in such a way that it's difficult for her body to stay pregnant. And for implantation to happen properly, there's women who are like chronically underweight, or they have some kind of chronic illness that makes it difficult for their body
Thanks,
to
suckers.
deal with pregnancy. But it's really not something like there's almost a like 0% of miscarriages that are happening because women aren't like getting the proper nutrients, or because women work out. Like somebody like the guy who posted that clip was basically arguing like women who work out and have miscarriages because of that. And I think there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around why miscarriages happen. And I think that's really dangerous, and it contributes to this culture of stigma that we have around child loss. But I want to make it very clear that, like,
What was I doing?
a majority of miscarriages we can't do anything about, and miscarriages it's in no way a woman's fault when she has a miscarriage. Like, you can almost guarantee that the reason she had it was not something she had any control over.
Okay, that might be the case. I'm looking up and I'm seeing about 50% of miscarriages are associated with extra or missing chromosomes. Most often, this is from the Mayo Clinic. I guess we could bump that number up more if you wanted to, but let's say that I grant all of this. Let's say that it's because of chromosomal abnormalities that miscarriages are happening because of this reason. Let's say I increase that from 50 to 100% or 99%.
I think I might have to make this again.
Technology to do like in vitro fertilization and stuff. Shouldn't we be using alternative methods of conception that might have a lower risk of these genetic abnormalities happening? Or
You think IVF has a lower risk of abnormalities than normal
I don't know. I'm
sex?
asking. Does it?
I am under the impression that it doesn't. In fact, it's a very common thing for IVF conceived babies to be discarded because they have genetic abnormalities, because there's issues that happen with the way that they're created in a lab.
Why is it always winter, bro? Jesus Christ.
I don't.
It's always winter in this game. It feels like.
Okay,
no.
Because there is
Oh, it does go down.
significant number of embryos that are simply discarded and destroyed because they have genetic
Can we
abnormalities.
get someone to do the research? You go.
I don't know much.
Why are you
about
picking
IVF
shit up?
Or IVF? Let me check. For our women over 35, it's a different thing. Oh, and then also here's I'll shoot you this.
Research 1.
I haven't done too much digging into this before. These are kind of peripheral abortion arguments, but this seems to say that results of this were the potential
come on, bro.
pre-pregnant risk factors associated with increased miscarriage
priority
risk for
1.
age of 30 years or more,
Jump.
and conception, underweight, and obesity. During pregnancy, the modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. We estimate that 25.2% of the miscarriages might be prevented by reduction of all these risk factors to low levels. Modification of risk factors acting before and during pregnancy could lead to prevention of 14.7, 12.5% respectively of all miscarriages. Do you think if you could prevent 10 to 20% of miscarriages, do you think that would be worth taking aggressive steps early on after sexual
You're cooking all the
activity
fucking
to try
mushrooms.
to, I guess, like mitigate that risk?
I mean, it depends what you mean by aggressive steps, right?
How do I
So,
manage
you
this
can
part? There's no
definitely
manage button
inform
here. I might
women
have
much
just
better
fucking
about,
delete
like,
this.
what causes miscarriages, like what their risk is for a miscarriage, because I think that a lot of
Nor
OBGYNs
here.
just don't take the time to do that properly and have those
That's annoying.
conversations. But I think there's a difference, right, in saying that you're not allowed to kill somebody versus the government stepping in and telling you that you have to take every precaution conceivable to make sure that your child doesn't die. Because
I disagree on some
just
of
like
this.
with born children,
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of things that could cause a child to die. Obviously, again, with miscarriage, it's overwhelmingly things that are not preventable. But with born children, the government doesn't have the authority to come into your house and bubble wrap every surface and take these extreme measures like hospitalizing your child constantly to monitor their health. That's not something that you can demand of people, right? But you
Yeah,
can
sure.
demand
We
that
don't
people
have to,
don't kill their children.
Yeah, we don't have to take it all the way. So, like, for instance, my understanding is that if you let your child starve to death, you would probably be in big trouble by the government. I don't know if you would catch a murder charge for that, but I know that you can have significant penalties. I know that, like, parents, I haven't seen the details, but I know there were parents that were charged with murder recently because their 17-year-old child was killed, or wasn't killed, I'm sorry, but they died due to neglect. I'd have to look at the details of that. But sometimes people who are pro-life try to draw this big distinction between allowing harm and doing harm. But I think in some cases we would recognize that there's not much of a difference, right? Like if I had a 6-month-old child, I set it down and I didn't feed it for 2 weeks, nobody would say like, okay, well you didn't kill him because it's not like you actively did something to him, you just let them die. I don't think people would see as much of a distinction there.
I mean, sure, but like that's not what a miscarriage is, right? So like if you are pregnant, you are feeding your baby. You would not yourself be alive if you were not feeding your baby while you're pregnant. You might not be getting all of the possible essential nutrients, but like generally speaking, you are feeding your baby. And the body is incredibly resilient, right? Human beings are incredibly resilient. So even with these issues, like if you weren't eating enough while pregnant, that's not usually gonna cause your baby to die. That's not something that's happening. Again, miscarriages are happening because of these mostly issues that we can't really do anything about. Like even with modern medical technology, these are things that are fundamental to pregnancy, and it's just
Sure,
a
that's
part
fine,
of life.
but it seems like
sometimes people die. Sometimes people die. That's not the same thing as killing people, though, is it?
Sure, but if babies are dying, usually we would take really aggressive steps to limit the number of babies dying.
If we can do anything about it, yeah, sure. But we're talking about things that we physically cannot do anything about.
Yeah, but if it was the case that like 20% of miscarriages could be prevented, then wouldn't we want to aggressively do something to ensure? Because how many pregnancies
This
are
fucker's
there,
still not
right,
working on it.
Well, what exactly are you suggesting we do to prevent those miscarriages?
I don't know. It could be aggressive dieting plans. It could be restricting
Bruh.
the type of people that are allowed to get pregnant, depending on likelihood
So
for
eugenics?
miscarriage.
You want us to do eugenics?
I think if
You want
anything,
us to have
I think
programs
if
where we tell
anything,
people-
I mean, you could view this as eugenics, or you could view this as the opposite of eugenics, technically, because if you're the one that's viewing a fetus as a life, arguably you saying
Did I
that
build it too
anybody should
far
be able to
away, I
have kids,
guess?
and some people are more likely to.
I had to. This is as close as I
murder
could build
children
it.
over and over again by engaging in sexual behavior that they know has a high likelihood of causing a miscarriage. You could argue in a roundabout way that that's kind of a form of eugenics, but I
Yeah,
mean,
again, that's not what murder is. It's not murder to have a child die outside of your control. That's still not what murder
sure.
is.
Let's say. Well, here's hypothetical. Let's say.
It is not.
Okay,
I am
we're
not
gonna do this here.
arguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to do this. I'm not arguing that people who have, for example, like chronic health conditions and severe like disabilities that may
It's about to go
that
bad,
they have
dude.
like their carriers
That's annoying.
for. I don't think those people should be prevented from having sex and conceiving children just because their child could possibly inherit that that could have inherit the condition. Excuse me.
It's like
and
all
that
the way
child
over
could
there,
die.
motherfucker. Go do the research.
And,
You fuck.
I don't think that that's this eugenics
Ah!
program is the same thing as saying you're
Put
not
everyone
allowed
on
to
research
kill
to see if
people.
anyone
I
does
think
it.
that eugenics is the opposite of the pro-life ideology. Like Margaret Sanger made that very clear. Eugenics is a very pro-abortion stance, and I don't think that limiting the amount of life we're allowed to bring into the world based off of how they could possibly.
Meanwhile, I'll
maybe
go get
die
mushrooms
because
because I
of
gotta
all
make the
things
fucking
that
stew
go
again.
Wrong with their genetics, these pre-existing conditions, like that's not even remotely the same thing as saying do not actively directly kill somebody by ripping their limbs apart, by suctioning them out of their mother's body
was enough.
into a vacuum. I think that that's completely different.
So when you say it would never be ethical to limit life coming into the world, do you think it would be unethical to bring a child into the world if you knew for a fact that it would starve to death in the first 2 weeks because you don't have food to feed it, or the mother?
What do you mean?
What part of that didn't you understand?
So you're asking me if would it be ethical for you as a mother to give birth?
Yeah, let's say that you knew for a fact that you wouldn't be able to feed a child for 2 weeks coming into the world. Would it be ethical for you to bring that child into life knowing that it's going to starve to death in 2 weeks?
As opposed to, I mean, at that point, you are close to giving birth if you know that somehow. So you would be going into a late-term abortion procedure, which would involve injecting that child with.
She added a bunch of
potassium
qualifications
chloride,
to that
which is
hypothetical.
The same chemical we execute death row inmates with, by the way, and it's incredibly painful. And then ripping that child apart, limb by limb, right? With no anesthetics, like nothing numbing the pain for that child. That child can absolutely feel that pain, and it's excruciating. You think that would be a better solution? Because
Nope.
that's what we're talking about here,
No,
right?
that's not what I
we're
asked.
talking
Literally
about.
not what I asked
Yeah.
at all. It's literally not what we're talking about. I asked a really simple question. I said, would it be ethical to bring a child into this world knowing that you couldn't feed it? The alternative
Ain't
might
no
be,
one doing that
for instance,
research, bro.
not getting pregnant.